I've always been an absolute sucker for video games, ever since I was a little kid. Because I was hospitalized for most of my life with nothing else to do, gaming was all I had to kill the endless time. God damn it, what the hell is up with this party AI? I never even asked for a heal. Forget it, I completely quit. I don't exactly know when or how it happened, but I just wasn't having fun playing video games anymore. Every new release was just a mediocre clone of the last one. I really wish there was something special I could play. Wait a minute, what kind of game is this? Dungeon and Stone? A single-player RPG created by an indie developer, featuring retro 2D pixel art graphics. That is a massive rarity these days. What the hell? It only supports English. I'm not even sure if I am going to like this. Whatever, it is completely free anyway, so I will just give it a quick shot. I am supposed to choose my starting character from these tiny sprites, huh? I guess it doesn't matter which one I pick. I won't be playing this for very long anyway, so let's go with the barbarian. Ha! I genuinely cannot remember the last time I played a game with a clunky portrait view like this. Alright, so this is what I am supposed to do here. I actually really like the art in the cutscenes. My low expectations were definitely wrong. What? It is already 10 at night? I fell in love with Dungeon and Stone in no time at all. This game is an absolute hidden gem. The game had a few unique traits that made it ridiculously annoying, yet highly attractive, like needing specific support characters to advance. And the absolute worst part, whenever my character died, I had to start all over from scratch. What the fuck? I was so close to beating the stage too, you stupid useless priest. Ah, right. I am so sorry for yelling. Let's see. 3 spaces up, 4 to the left, 1 down, and carefully avoid the trap at the end. I got completely immersed because this game was so unpopular that there wasn't a single walkthrough available online. I'm gonna beat this game myself, even if it takes my entire life. So I played this game constantly while I was hospitalized. I played it while working as a social service agent, while studying in college, and even while commuting to my job. I died again and again, failing constantly. Fuck, alright, I am going right back in again. 9 long years have passed since I first started playing. I am finally here. The dungeon of the final boss is right in front of me. Just look at that massive ominous door. The gate of the abyss awaits. Did you see that? I finally reached the final stage of a game that no one else has ever beaten. It took me 9 entire years. I spent my entire 20s just trying to reach this exact room. Will I enter the boss room? What kind of stupid question is that? Of course I will. It warns me that I may be unable to return once I enter. I get it. It is the final chapter of the game and you want to scare me. Well, I am ready for whatever you throw at me. Who in their right mind wouldn't enter after spending all this time? I don't expect to defeat the boss on my first try anyway. My goal here is to gather information on its movement patterns and instant death skills. Oh, is it finally done loading now? It took me a moment to realize what that message actually meant. The tutorial was successfully cleared? What do you mean, tutorial? Hold on a second. Why is the text suddenly in Korean? This game only supported English. I spent so much time translating everything word by word. What the hell is going on? A blinding flash of light engulfed my room. Excruciating pain ripped through my entire body as the screen announced the transmission process.
Congratulations, young warriors of our tribe. You will finally leave the sanctified grounds today.
When I finally woke up again,
And begin your journey to become true warriors.
I was completely lost for words. I was surrounded by torches instead of LED lights, and physically massive people everywhere.
You will now step up and pick a weapon of your choice.
Weapon? What is he talking about? And how can I understand this language when I've never heard it before? Alright, let's try to think rationally. If this is the unfriendly prologue of a difficult game, I need to gather information quickly. My body feels perfectly fit, but something is definitely off. My hands are massive, and I have muscles I never possessed in my entire life. Wait, is this really my body now?
Whomever I call out, walk up to the altar immediately. Karak, the third son of Fainun, step forward.
What the hell is happening right now? The guy named Karak grabbed a massive weapon from the altar.
A two-handed battle axe. Excellent choice, Karak. You have just begun your journey as a warrior. Einar, the second daughter of Fenelin, step forward.
Hold on a minute. I have definitely seen this exact scene before.
A sword, great choice. And a spear for you, perfectly suited for an agile warrior. May there be the ultimate glory of Raponia in the path of these young warriors.
I am absolutely sure of it now. This is the exact opening sequence of Dungeon and Stone when you choose the barbarian class. But I was just about to enter the final boss room. This makes no logical sense. There is simply no way I got sucked into the game. But this is exactly how the game begins.
What the hell? Why am I even here?
He looks completely confused and frightened to death, unlike the other barbarians gathered here. So I wasn't the only person from the real world that got sucked into this game.
Who the hell just spoke without my permission?
When did that massive chieftain even get here?
Was it you who spoke out of turn?
No, I didn't say anything. It was this bastard right next to me. It's his fault. Wait, what are you doing?
Then it has to be you who spoke.
Are you talking about Dungeon and Stone? I don't belong here.
The chieftain swung his massive blade without a second thought. Holy shit, blood just sprayed everywhere.
All right, everyone calm down.
I can't show any weakness here, or he will slaughter me just like that guy.
That boy was possessed by an evil spirit. Forget every word that came out of his mouth. Let the weapon ceremony resume.
I think I understand the rules of this world now. Rule number 1. Anyone that came from the outside world like that guy and me are considered evil spirits. Rule number 2. If they find out about my true identity, they will execute me immediately. Conclusion. I must survive this ceremony without being found out, or my head will roll next.
Serum, the 4th son of Kennick, step forward.
I have a massive problem right now.
Next, step up.
Stinking game. I have absolutely no idea what my barbarian name is. Can I summon a status window or something? It's not like I can afford to guess when my life is on the line. I noticed a pattern. The warriors step forward exactly 2 seconds after their name is called.
Bjorn, son of Yandel, step forward.
1 second. 2 seconds. Nobody's moving. If no one takes the first step within 2 seconds, then that name has to be mine. I am Bjorn, son of Yandel.
I said step forward. Bjorn.
I stepped out from the crowd with as much confidence as I could muster. I walked right up to the massive chieftain.
Pick up the weapon of your choice, young warrior.
I was right. My name in this world is indeed Bjorn. Now it's time to make another extremely important decision. Barbarians are born with virtually zero magical affinity, but they have incredible physical strength to compensate. I used to build them as melee attackers, but I know exactly which item I need to survive this nightmare. I will take this one.
Oh, an interesting choice.
A shield. This is the absolute best starting item for a barbarian. The crowd erupted in cheers around me. A system message suddenly chimed in my head, confirming synchronization. My overall item level increased, and my character data was logged into the system. When I first started playing as a barbarian back on my computer, I initially chose a greatsword. A massive greatsword just looks incredibly cool. But the problem was their poor defense. I kept dying way too easily to low-level monsters. I tried every weapon available, but the only viable build was a berserk attacker, which was way too risky. Relying entirely on hit-or-miss combat just wasn't reliable enough to keep my character alive. Then a thought came to my mind one day while browsing the in-game shop. Why do I have to use a barbarian strictly as a damage dealer? They possess incredible vitality and make perfect tanks. I had to rework my entire battle tactics, but changing his role to a shield bearer completely changed the game. With a shield, I could block massive attacks and control the flow of combat. What? My shield bash actually deflected the monster's attack back at it. I knocked the beast down and gained experience points. This is freaking awesome. Playing as a tank barbarian is the ultimate strategy. Choosing the shield is the most logical decision I can make based on my extensive knowledge of the game. I have absolutely no regrets about picking it.
Open the massive gates.
After completing the ceremony, all the barbarians must enter the labyrinth. But first, we have to travel through the city where the labyrinth is located.
Welcome to Raponia. Embark on your journey, my warriors. That is where your ultimate destiny leads you.
Everyone just started sprinting toward the city gates.
All right, I'm running just because the rest of them are. But do these meatheads even know which way we're supposed to go?
Stop! Everyone halt! I think I got us completely lost. Karak led us astray. He does not deserve to be our leader anymore. Enough! I accept my failure. I will no longer lead from the front.
Then I will be leading from the front now. I am Einar, the second daughter of Fenelin.
Einar, huh? Let's see if she actually knows the way.
I think I'm completely lost too.
That's no good. We must reach the labyrinth before it's too late. Einar doesn't deserve to lead us. Let Jin take the front.
Does any of these morons actually have a functioning brain? We will never reach the labyrinth in time at this rate. Hey, Einar.
Bjorn, son of Yandel, are you here to blame me for getting us lost as well?
Number 1, I want to tell you how to actually navigate this city.
Do you speak the truth? How do you know the way?
It's very simple. Just follow those armored guys walking over there.
Ew, look at all those barbaric meatheads. They are so incredibly uncivilized.
Those people are fully equipped in armor at night. There is only one place they can possibly be headed.
I found the true path to the labyrinth. Follow me, warriors. Follow my lead to glory.
A massive portal of crackling purple energy stood before us. It's the entrance to the labyrinth. Holy crap. It really is the actual labyrinth from the game. I'm honestly not sure if it's wise to step inside there for real. I don't think anyone would notice if I just slipped away discreetly and fled right now. I wasn't blessed with good health in my past life, and I've never thrown a single punch. Do I really have what it takes to slaughter monsters that lurk in the shadows? But there is a massive problem. Raponia has a brutal tax system, and anyone who fails to pay is sentenced to death. The main way to earn money to pay that tax is by entering the labyrinth to hunt monsters. The other option is working a normal job at an establishment like a pub.
A barbarian? We don't hire uncivilized meatheads. You'll just wreck everything in my store.
Barbarians are literally not permitted to work regular jobs in-game. That's why they are the only class forced to take a weapon at the start.
Only 10 minutes until the gate portal closes completely.
If I fail to enter today, I'll have to survive a whole month in this city with no money before it opens again. My feet are glued to the ground. This isn't a game anymore, it is my actual life on the line.
Einar placed a reassuring hand on my trembling shoulder.
Aina, are you heading in now?
All the other warriors have already entered the portal. We are the only ones left and we must hurry.
5 minutes until the gate closes forever.
Go on ahead. I'll be right behind you.
Thank you for your wise advice earlier, Bjorn.
There is no need to thank me for that.
I want to ask you something. How can I become as smart as you? I've never seen a barbarian with your wisdom.
You just need to think carefully before you take action. That's all.
I see. Thank you. I will repay this debt if I return alive from the labyrinth. I promise I won't forget this.
Wait, if she returns alive? Anna, are you afraid of dying in there too?
Of course I'm afraid of death, but we were born as warriors of our tribe. I will die if I cannot fight. Isn't that the same for you?
Yes, it is exactly the same for me. She has fear just like I do, but she knows we have no other choice but to fight for our survival.
I hope to see you alive on the other side, Bjorn.
That resolve is truly worthy of respect, and I am a barbarian myself now.
1 minute before the gate closes.
I'm terrified, but I have to do this. The portal is closing. I will combine my strong barbarian physique with the deep knowledge I have of this game. I will do whatever it takes to survive in this hellish world. I'm coming for you, Labyrinth. A system notification announced that I had entered the crystal cave on the first floor. Wait, what the hell is going on? Why is it pitch black in here? I am an absolute expert when it comes to dungeon and stone, and I came to this conclusion based on my vast expertise. With this body and my knowledge, I thought I had more than enough to survive easily. Damn it, I literally cannot see a single thing in this darkness. This is so weird. I definitely wasn't the only one who entered the labyrinth with just one starting item. According to my knowledge, the crystals on the walls are supposed to provide a source of light. That's why I didn't bring a torch. Hold on a second. Could this possibly be a dark area? The outermost sections of the first floor are completely devoid of light, but these areas are absolutely not supposed to be anyone's starting location. But this is not a game anymore. Maybe the starting spot is determined completely randomly in reality. First things first, let's try to open the status window. Equipment window, inventory, skills, journal. Shit, nothing is working. Nothing responded at all, although I didn't really have high expectations for a UI to pop up. I can't get anywhere by just standing still. I should try to slowly advance in one direction. I dragged my hand along the cold stone wall to guide myself. Am I moving too slowly? It might be faster to just crawl on the ground so I don't trip over anything. Wait, what was that sound? Ah! My foot. A fucking goblin trap. Blood is gushing out of my ankle. I must keep my voice down. I can't scream. If I make too much noise, every monster in the vicinity will rush right toward me. Among the monsters on the first floor, only goblins actually use traps, which means there's probably one nearby watching me. The silence is absolutely terrifying. I have to stay alert. The silence is deafening. Maybe I am completely wrong about this. Perhaps I just got lucky and stepped on it while the goblin was somewhere else, but I'm not taking any chances. If there is a trap, there has to be a goblin around. And it definitely heard my scream. It probably saw me get injured and is waiting in the dark. It's patiently waiting until I lose consciousness from the excruciating pain. That is why I am unable to hear a single thing. I need to think this through carefully. I know exactly what I have to do first in this situation. The trap has paralysis poison on it. Stinking barbarians. If only they handed out leather boots instead of these flimsy sandals. For fuck's sake, now isn't the time to whine about footwear. I must get to work quickly. Show yourself, you little bastard. I'll limp away and pretend I'm defenseless. I think the poison is rapidly spreading. My right foot is completely numb right now. I can't even feel the pain anymore. Why the hell isn't this fool responding to my bait? Show yourself already, you cowardly little scumbag. Or maybe I am just imagining all of this in my head, and there is no goblin hiding in the dark. Fine, keep staying hidden there, because I intend to leave this place. I'd rather be a living fool than a dead scholar. Your mom is a dirty goblin. Your dad is a goblin too. I'm getting so dizzy. Is this how it feels to lose too much blood? A footstep. I definitely heard a footstep. It has to be the goblin. I didn't know goblins cared so much about their family being insulted. It followed me because I moved out of its sight. But nothing has really changed, because I still can't see anything in this pitch black darkness. I should pretend to run away again. I deliberately dragged my feet loudly against the stone floor. I swung my body forward and collapsed to the ground, feigning total exhaustion. The beast follows me while maintaining a careful distance, and it stops whenever I stop moving. It is probably enjoying the sight of its prey suffering, waiting patiently for me to die. Clever bastard. It's not even trying to be discreet anymore. Change of plans. I'll force it to attack. I deliberately tumbled hard onto the rocky floor, groaning in fake agony. There, your prey just fell down exactly like you've been waiting for. Now make your move.
Is he dead yet?
Come on, you ugly little freak. Now is your chance to strike. What the? Did that little shit just throw a rock at my head? Are you seriously throwing a rock to check if I am really dead? Goblins were never this smart in the game.
I'm going to chop your head off now.
It's reaching for my neck. Now, I've been waiting for you to get close. You little bastard. I swung my massive fist right at its face. Damn it, I completely missed. What? My hands are suddenly moving against my will. A strange surge of raw power forced my arm forward with terrifying speed. I slammed the creature straight into the hard ground. I can feel and predict the goblin's exact movement accurately. I am physically superior. I'm no longer in the frail body of someone that spent his life hospitalized. You are just a pipsqueak to me. I am in the body of a true barbarian warrior. I relentlessly pounded my fists into the goblin's skull over and over again. Die, just die already. I didn't stop swinging until my knuckles were completely covered in its blood. Take that, you disgusting little monster. I raised both my fists high into the air for one final crushing blow. I smashed its skull completely flat against the stone floor. A system notification appeared in my mind, confirming I had defeated the goblin and gained 1 experience point. The creature's body suddenly burst into a cloud of white dust. The body is magically disappearing, exactly like it did in the video game, and it left behind a glowing red gem on the ground. This is a mana stone. It's the primary currency used in the Dungeon and Stone universe. It's a tier 9 mana stone, if I remember correctly. I can buy exactly 1 piece of dry bread with this tiny gem. All that brutal fighting and nearly losing my foot, just to earn 1 single piece of bread. I slumped back against the cave wall, completely exhausted from the adrenaline crash. There is absolutely no denying it now. I am truly in a world where the labyrinth exists and real monsters dwell. The dead monsters return to dust after dropping loot, just like the mechanics I'm familiar with. Different fantasy races coexist here, exactly like the environment I saw outside the labyrinth earlier. There is no doubt that I am trapped inside the game universe. However, my bleeding foot is a harsh reminder of my reality. I am never going to get confused and think this is only a game. The pain is way too real. The system warned me that I was constantly taking damage from the bleeding wound. I dragged my injured leg across the stone, leaving a thick trail of blood behind me. Phew, dragging myself like this is agonizing, but I have no other choice. Holy fuck. I feel like an abandoned dog with a severe injury, just waiting to die in the dark. But the prize for giving up my pride and dignity by crawling was actually rather sweet. I was moving much faster without aggravating my foot. Damn, here is another goblin trap. I narrowly avoided snapping my hand in it. The system kept flashing warnings that the bleeding simply wasn't stopping. My health was draining away. This is really bad. I have to find other people that are willing to help me out, or I will bleed to death. I should be able to get out of this dark area if I just keep traveling steadily in one direction. I gritted my teeth and pulled my heavy body forward through the shadows. I wonder what became of that red-haired guy that was brutally beheaded during the ceremony. Did he die for good? Or did he wake up in his original body back in the real world? The system warned me my health reached below 5%. I think I finally understand why humans have faith in higher beings. They need a glimpse of hope to rely on when they are in absolute despair. And I am in total despair right now. The system says I will die if I don't receive treatment immediately. I guess I was right. It is slowly but surely getting brighter up ahead. I knew it. There is no way the entire first floor is covered in pitch darkness. I need to reach that light. I'm sure at least 1 or 2 adventurers would help out a dying man. Right? Are you really that dense? Why would anyone risk their neck to help out a dying barbarian? You are neither good-looking nor smart, and you have absolutely no skills besides brute force. What was that voice? Is my alter ego mocking me now? I must have lost a ridiculous amount of blood to be hallucinating. I must be really losing my mind. I could faint at any given second at this rate. I will survive this hell at all costs. I refuse to die in this damp cave. Shut up, hallucination. I am not giving up, ever. Look, there is actual light right in front of me. My health dropped below 4%. Please, is anyone out there? Help me. A group of heavily armed adventurers suddenly appeared in the glowing crystal light.
Drowse. I think I see a barbarian slowly dying over there on the ground.
A system message announced I unlocked an achievement for surviving with less than 2% health, permanently increasing my spirit stat. If you can tell I'm dying straight away, then help me out a little for fuck's sake.
This is very strange, a lone barbarian all the way out here. How did a complete beginner even reach this area before our season party?
What the fuck are you staring at me for? Help me out already, I can't even speak properly.
Sister Asina, would you be so kind as to heal this injured man?
Sister. So this party actually consists of a cleric. That means they are aiming to go pretty deep into the labyrinth. This is a miracle.
I decline.
I see. I honestly should have expected as much from you. Oh, well, Patron, can you at least give him a basic health potion? Don't be stingy. I will pay you back after we get outside.
Fine, here you go.
It will hurt quite a bit, since this is raw alchemy and not gentle divine magic.
Alright, I get it. Just hurry up and pour it on the wound before I bleed out. What the hell? My entire body feels like it is about to violently explode. This agonizing burning hurts like shit. Is this why players weren't allowed to use healing potions during combat in the game? I really thought I was toast back there. The pain was completely unbearable, but the bleeding finally stopped.
Alright, tell me now, Barbarian, how exactly did you get here before us as a stinking newbie?
I see how it is. That's the real reason he decided to waste a potion to save me. Not that I care. I would much rather be helped by someone with a clear, greedy motive than an unpredictable ulterior one. I honestly don't know. I was just randomly transported to the dark area as soon as I entered the portal.
Really? It is not entirely impossible for an adventurer to spawn in a dark area due to dimensional instability, but that should only happen once every 100 years or so.
Once every 100 years? My luck is absolute garbage. This party consists of a cleric and a high-level mage. To think I, a complete novice, would experience a spawn glitch that even these seasoned veterans hadn't.
Thanks for your intriguing story. Oh, and don't worry about paying for the potion. It is entirely on me.
Time equals money, especially within the dangerous confines of the labyrinth. It is an absolute miracle to have met powerful adventurers who were willing to spend that much valuable time and resources on me. And I actually survived. I should be extremely grateful and happy right now. But it feels absolutely terrible to be on the receiving end of such condescending pity.
What a lucky bastard that barbarian is.
What is so lucky about almost dying to a basic trap shortly after entering the labyrinth? You were the one against the idea of wasting my potion on him. Don't drag Sister Ursina into this. She would have definitely healed the man if it wasn't strictly against the absolute laws of her temple. And I think you need to learn a little about proper behavior from Drouse. He deliberately asked the barbarian for a secret entrance because barbarians absolutely hate being indebted to others.
Ha ha ha. You are really being way too kind with your assumptions about my character.
Is this barbarian's blood trail ever going to end? We've walked alongside it for quite a while now. I suppose he wasn't just lucky to have crawled this far in the dark. You have to have astounding physical resilience to achieve that.
We gotta make a sharp turn here. There is a hidden shortcut this way.
It is good to have a skilled wayfinder in the party. Most of them just vaguely know which direction to head.
I think we are the first ones to have ever traveled through this specific route. Our mapping efforts are really paying off. Ha ha, excellent. It's the portal leading directly to the second floor. Let's go, team.
Hold on a second, everyone. Look closely at the ground.
Isn't that the exact same broken sandal that the injured barbarian was wearing?
It certainly looks like it. Let me illuminate the area further.
Mage, how far away are we exactly from the point where we first encountered that barbarian?
It has to be at least 10 miles, assuming he didn't somehow use the hidden shortcut we just took.
This is beyond outrageous. That means he dragged himself 10 miles through absolute darkness while constantly bleeding out.
I didn't pay too much attention to it back then, but he had his right hand firmly raised the entire time when we met him. He proudly presented a tier 9 mana stone to us. He did not simply let go of his only item of value to beg for pity. He offered it in fair exchange for the healing he desperately needed. Because that tiny gem was absolutely all he could count on to negotiate his survival, I must take my mocking words back. He wasn't lucky to have encountered us. Somebody with that terrifying level of willpower will not die easily in this world. He is the type of person that, no matter how overwhelmingly bleak the situation is, will fiercely fight until his last breath.
Die! After surviving that near-death incident with the trap, my luck didn't exactly improve. Shield smash, you ugly motherfucker. I continuously encountered more goblins in the dark. Damn it, where are all these endless goblins coming from? It's like they are drawn to me. I was so nervous in the beginning. But honestly, goblins don't really pose a threat to me as long as I can clearly see them. The traps are scattered around carelessly without any thought. What absolute morons. I would have at least covered them up with dirt to hide them. And their ambushes were way too obvious. Each time I suspected a blind spot, they were predictably waiting there. Not so fast, you dumb shit. My shield easily deflected its clumsy strike. The only real problem I was facing right now Damn it, I'm completely starving. Wait, the chieftain gave me a small pouch of food before we entered the portal. Fuck my life. Maybe my desperate decision to crawl on the dungeon floor wasn't a wise one after all. My food is crushed. 5 days worth of rations out of 7 were completely ruined. Just like that. I had better preserve the remaining scraps by eating only when I absolutely have to. This super dry bread somehow tastes like heaven right now. But now I am getting incredibly thirsty from the dry crumbs. Where am I supposed to find fresh water in this crystal cave? Nothing is ever easy in this damn labyrinth. Dungeon and Stone has a strict feature called nourishment, which is activated only within the labyrinth zones. I remember I didn't have to carry around water in the game, because all it required was eating food to restore the meter. But this is real life now. The game was set on nightmare difficulty to begin with, but it feels infinitely more hellish to actually endure it myself. Still, this is a world that is highly similar to the background mechanics of the game I played for 9 years. The chieftain deliberately didn't pack water for any of the barbarians during the ceremony. That means it must be possible to find a natural source of water here. Bingo. I definitely hear the sound of dripping water echoing off the crystal walls. A human? Although this was the first man that I ran into since the party of veteran adventurers, we did not engage in any conversation. It appears that the adventurers in the labyrinth try to avoid speaking with one another unless absolutely necessary. 41, 42, 43, 44 mana stones. I've gathered a lot of loot by hunting those goblins. It's a massive improvement from crawling on the floor out of sheer desperation, but I still have major problems. I feel so incredibly fatigued. I killed a lot of goblins, so it makes sense for me to be exhausted. I don't think I can stay awake for much longer. There are exactly 2 ways to sleep safely while inside the labyrinth. Number 1 is to risk my life and sleep in the safest hidden corner I can find. I tried to ask a passing party if I could join them, but they fearfully rejected me.
I am so sorry, but we already have enough people in our party. Please back away.
Every single group told me their party was full, or that they simply couldn't trust a blood-soaked barbarian. I can't believe I was actually rejected every single time I asked for a temporary alliance. These arrogant motherfuckers. I'm not asking for a permanent alliance, I just want a temporary party to get enough sleep.
Excuse me, big guy. Are you by any chance looking for a night companion?
He certainly has a very benevolent smile, and he actually talked to me first when I was having trouble speaking to anyone else.
My name is Hans, by the way. I was hoping to get some comfortable sleep with a strong barbarian on watch duty.
Who the fuck is this guy? A night companion? That somehow sounds kind of suggestive to hear spoken out loud in real life.
A night companion? You mean you weren't looking for one?
Oh, that's what you were asking. Of course I am. I am actively looking for a reliable night companion to trade watch shifts with.
That is wonderful news. Let's form a temporary party together. Night companions look out for each other's backs so their partner can rest.
I accept your offer. I am Bjorn, son of Yandel.
I will call you Bjorn then. It is ideal to have 2 night companions at a time, but I don't think I have the energy to look for another one tonight. So, what do you say to spending a night by ourselves right here?
I don't know if it's the sly look in his eyes or the smooth tone of his voice, but this guy makes me feel really uncomfortable. Fine, let's play rock, paper, scissors to decide who takes the first watch turn. That is how I ended up spending my first night with this suspicious guy.
Ha! I win. I will go to sleep first then.
Damn it. I knew I was going to lose that toss. I am not a very lucky person after all.
Here, hold this pocket watch. Wake me up when the shortest stick comes over to this specific number here. Do you get it? I can explain how to read it again if you like, since barbarians usually don't know how to read watches.
It's okay. I understand perfectly. Fucking douchebag. I'm sure this is what the citizens of Raponia generally think of barbarians. He looks entirely too comfortable right now. He must be very used to sleeping in a dangerous place like this. Should I ask him to let me borrow that warm sleeping bag for my turn? I highly doubt he will agree to that though. I like how I don't see any more goblins trying to ambush me. But staring at this wall is way too tiring and boring. Come on, time. Flow faster so I can finally get some rest. Time's up. Wake up, Hans. Your shift starts now.
Yawn. Did anything dangerous happen while I was asleep?
No, nothing happened at all.
Good. Thank you for your diligence. It is your turn to get some rest now, Bjorn. I will wake you up in exactly 2 hours.
I don't think I can actually go to sleep. How the hell am I supposed to trust someone I literally just met with my life?
Good. You didn't break the watch.
I am intentionally snoring loudly like there is no tomorrow. I'm acting so strongly like a simple-minded barbarian that just had a really long, exhausting day. I hope he hasn't caught on to my act.
They're such a fascinating race, these brutish barbarians.
Alright, I think my trick is actually working. The prejudice that barbarians are unintelligent makes it incredibly easy to gauge people's true intents. Come on, Hans. The dumb barbarian is sound asleep as if he was resting safely at an inn. If you have an ulterior motive, now is the time to act on it. Show your true colors, Hans. Let's see what you really are. I couldn't get a single minute of actual sleep during my turn. This guy literally didn't do anything malicious in the entire 2 hours of his watch. I should have just slept normally. What the hell was I even thinking, staying awake the whole time? But I still can't let down my guard when I am with someone that I only just met. Until I am absolutely confident that I can trust him, I will not sleep. I am about to faint because I am so extremely tired, but I can't let myself fall asleep.
Bjorn, wake up quickly. You need to wipe the drool off of your mouth before you speak.
I definitely wasn't sleeping. I was just resting my eyes.
I am sorry for startling you. It's alright. Thank goodness nothing bad happened while we were both resting.
What did you just say?
Take some more rest if you need it. I'll stay up on another watch duty since you clearly look exhausted.
It's okay. It's my turn anyway, and you look exhausted yourself. Get some sleep, Hans. He gently smiled and talked to me first when I was struggling, and he didn't even blame me for accidentally falling asleep on my watch. He even generously declined compensation for a mistake that was clearly my fault. As far as I am aware, there is not a single person in this brutal world that's as genuinely kind as he is. Wait, no, that kind of naive goodness does not exist in Dungeon and Stone.
You're fully awake now. Why don't you go back to sleep, Bjorn?
I violently rolled out of the way just as his heavy mace slammed into the stone where my head used to be.
How did you dodge that so fast? Hold on a second, just hear me out.
Really? You are trying to come up with cheap excuses at a situation like this? Fuck that noise. I warned you not to test me.
Please stop. I can explain everything to you. Just give me a chance.
I guess this lying rat is more resilient than a goblin, to endure that heavy hit without instantly dying. Shield smash, you two-faced motherfucker.
I'm so incredibly sorry. Please spare my life.
Why the hell did you suddenly attack me while I was resting?
Mana stones. I wanted your mana stones. I was only going to knock you unconscious and steal them, I swear on my life.
You attempted to crush the skull of a sleeping barbarian just for a few shiny mana stones?
Right, your sturdy shield too. I was trying to loot that off of you as well. Barbarians are known to have decent quality items, which fetch a very nice price in the city.
His pathetic lies only sealed his fate right then and there.
Wait, really? Are you actually gonna let me go now?
Bullshit. I know you're still hiding something from me. This is your absolute last chance to tell me the truth, Hans.
I wanted your heart. It's the truth, I swear.
What the hell are you talking about? My heart?
The hearts of barbarians are in massive demand right now. They sell for an absolute fortune on the black market. I heard someone developed a new magic spell, and a barbarian heart is the core ingredient.
It all makes sense now. To this piece of trash, I was no different than a walking goblin. I'm just a creature that might be a little difficult to kill, but guarantees a huge payout once you finally put it down. He just saw me as another monster to hunt for loot. You selfish prick. You waited to attack me because you wanted to get some sleep first, didn't you?
Look, I've told you absolutely everything. You're gonna spare me now, right?
I just stared down at the pathetic man begging at my feet. Let you go. Do you honestly think I'm that stupid? I'm definitely going to run into more scum like you in the future, and they'll all beg just like this when they lose. Am I supposed to just forgive and forget every single time someone tries to murder me in my sleep?
No, you don't understand. I'm completely different from those other guys, I swear. Please, I will literally give you everything I own. I have a ton of valuables stashed back in the city. Just let me live, and they're all yours. I promise you won't regret showing me mercy. Just please let me live.
The sound of his skull crushing beneath my weapon echoed through the quiet cave. I just committed my very first murder, and I can actually feel my spirit stat permanently increasing as a reward. By the time the next day rolled around, I had fully looted his corpse. I equipped his warhammer, his leather boots, and his shoulder guards, which instantly boosted my overall item level by 48 points. For the first time since I woke up in this world, I actually had a water canteen to drink from. I had a pocket watch for the time, a compass for direction, and actual medical supplies for my wounds. It's incredibly ironic when you think about it. I had to brutalize and kill another human being just to start living like one myself. Looking at my status, my general combat power jumped up to 81. I'm definitely feeling a lot more confident. It only takes a single swing of this massive warhammer to completely cave in a goblin's skull. It feels so natural to fight like this, almost like someone else is controlling my body. Oh, look who decided to show up. More target practice. They're starting to attack in pairs now that it's my second day in the labyrinth.
We will tear your flesh apart, human.
It doesn't matter how many of you attack at once, because my real-life playthrough is going absolutely perfectly. Get out of my way, you pathetic runts. Okay, the combat is getting easier, but my stamina is severely depleted. I haven't had more than 10 minutes of actual sleep since I met that treacherous bastard. Honestly, I think my chances of survival are much higher against monsters than other adventurers at this point. Fuck my life. Are you kidding me right now? The labyrinth really refuses to give me even a single second to rest, doesn't it? I literally just slaughtered a pair of you freaks less than 10 minutes ago. Give me a break.
Die, you massive brute. Just die. Wait, what the hell is this giant human doing?
Alright, that looks like the last of the visible ones in this immediate sector. I'm begging whatever gods watch over this place to just let me shut my eyes for a minute. What the hell? A system warning just flashed that a goblin attacked me while I was sleeping. You absolute bottom-feeding piece of garbage. Eat my hammer, you miserable little motherfucker.
What the hell? He just swatted me like a fly.
Alright, who's next in line to get their skull crushed? Step right up. That's right, run away. I don't have the energy to chase you down anyway. If I was just an inch shorter, that dagger would have completely severed my jugular. I need to find a properly secured area. Sleeping out in the open like this is basically suicide. Holy crap, why does pouring a healing potion on the wound hurt 10 times more than the actual stab? It's been 14 agonizing hours since I killed Hans. I seriously need to find someone to stand watch with. The only logical choice is to find another barbarian. They value honor and won't stab me in the back.
Hey there, big guy. Are you currently looking for a night companion? You look absolutely exhausted, friend. Why don't you join our party for the night? A tough barbarian like you would be the perfect addition to our group. You guys are always reliable.
Thanks for the offer, but I'm only looking to party up with my own kind right now.
Looking for another barbarian? Man, that's gonna be really tough on this floor. Most of them blow right through this area and head to the second floor within months. There's barely any left down here. Well, best of luck to you. May the grace of Raponia guide your journey.
Okay, let's be realistic. I desperately need a knight companion, regardless of their race. Anyone but a human. They're way too treacherous to trust with my life while I sleep. An elf would be perfect since they actually keep their promises, or maybe a simple-minded dwarf. Because those races have their own innate abilities, they usually don't resort to murdering rookies for spare change.
Please, don't come any closer.
Wait, is that an elf?
Stay away from me, I'm warning you.
Finally, some good luck for a change. The system just confirmed it. I actually stumbled across a wounded elf right when I needed a companion the most. Hey there, are you wandering around down here all by yourself?
I don't want any trouble.
She looks absolutely terrified of me. To be fair, I am a giant blood-soaked barbarian. That's a pretty clean cut on her waist. Goblins use crude weapons, so they definitely didn't cause that. Let me guess, you got ambushed by a human adventurer, didn't you?
How could you possibly know that? My legs, I can't hold on anymore. Please, I'm begging you, good sir, just spare my life.
What the hell? Good old sir? I'm not that old.
Please, just walk away and let me live. I have a very young sibling waiting for me back home.
What is going on here? The elves in the game were incredibly arrogant and hostile toward other races. If I had known she was going to be this cowardly, I would have tried a much softer approach. Let's try smiling. Look, there is absolutely no need for you to be afraid of me.
You're lying. I can see the murderous intent in your eyes.
I promise you, I have zero intention of hurting you or killing you.
I know you're a barbarian and you hate my kind, but please, just show some mercy this one time.
What on earth did the barbarians in this world do to terrify her this badly? My attempt at a friendly smile completely backfired. I need to change tactics immediately. Here, catch. Treat that nasty wound on your waist first and then we'll talk.
Wait, this is a Lico herb and fresh bandages too. I don't understand. Why are you giving such valuable medical supplies to me?
Do I really need a reason to help someone who's bleeding out? Well, yes. I actually do have an ulterior motive. I'm going to stay right here and keep watch. Just focus on patching yourself up so you don't die on me. I know this arrangement sounds a bit weird, but it's genuinely mutually beneficial. She is severely injured, completely exhausted, and far too timid to try anything funny while I sleep. On top of all that, she's incredibly pretty. Any lurking predators will definitely target her before they target me.
Okay, I'm finished bandaging it up.
Wow, that was incredibly fast. I guess the rumors about elven dexterity are actually true. Listen carefully. My name is Bjorn, son of Yandel. What's yours?
My name is Erwin.
Look, Erwin, you need to tell me why you were so utterly terrified of me just a minute ago.
It's because of the history between our people, the massive war that happened.
Oh, right, the law. Barbarians and elves fought a massive bloody war against each other in the past.
But please understand that war ended over 10 years ago. I don't hold any grudges against your kind.
The game lore didn't have this hostile dynamic between our races, but that doesn't matter right now. You can relax, Erwin. I don't harbor a single ounce of hatred toward elves either. Now that we've cleared the air, I have a proposal for you. Be my knight companion. We are both completely drained of energy. If we watch each other's backs, we can actually get some sleep.
A knight companion with a barbarian? I don't know. They say a barbarian values their warrior's honor above all else. Will you swear upon it that you won't harm me?
I don't actually care about barbarian honor, but if playing along gets me a guard for the night, I'll do it. Fine, I'll swear the oath, but we need to establish some ground rules before we proceed. First of all, stop calling me good old sir. I'm only 20 years old in this body. I, Bjorn, son of Yandel, solemnly swear upon my honor as a warrior of the clan.
And I, Erwin Fornaci di Tercia, swear upon the sacred name of my clan.
We swear that neither of us will bring harm to the other until the sun rises tomorrow. I'm going to take the first sleep shift. That should prove to you that I'm not planning an ambush.
Oh, okay. Here, use my pocket watch to keep track of the time for your shift.
I practically collapsed onto the hard ground. It's incredibly difficult to sleep in this terrifying place. Even with the oath, I can't fully trust her yet. I'll fake some heavy snoring to see if she tries to slit my throat.
Mr. Bjorn, wake up, please.
What time is it? Did 2 hours really pass already? Damn it, I actually fell completely asleep. I totally failed my own test to monitor her. I tossed her my high-quality sleeping bag. She proved she can be trusted, so I should reward her.
Oh wow, this material is incredibly soft. Are you sure I can use this? Thank you so much, Mr. Bjorn. You're actually really kind.
She passed out the second her head hit the bag. She was running on fumes. Judging by her torn clothes and that wound, she's had just as hellish of a day as I did. It honestly feels like I've been fighting in this dungeon for a month, but it's only been 3 damn days. As I sat there in the darkness, I couldn't help but wonder if anyone even noticed my body was missing back in the hospital. I need to shake off these depressing thoughts. I didn't have anyone waiting for me back there anyway. We rotated shifts flawlessly throughout the night, and my watch confirmed morning was approaching. She only has 10 minutes left to sleep. I should probably start figuring out my next move. Now I'm stuck with a difficult choice regarding our little temporary alliance. She proved herself as a reliable sentry, so part of me really wants to officially form a party with her. The problem is, partying up means I have to share all the valuable mana stones we collect. I'm more than capable of clearing out small goblin packs on my own without an archer's help. Wait a second. I hear heavy footsteps approaching from the tunnel ahead.
Hey, hold up a second. Take a look over there. Isn't that the elf bitch we've been hunting?
Hey, meathead, what exactly is your relationship with the sleeping elf over there?
A barbarian teaming up with an elf for the night? That is incredibly bizarre. How much longer on your contract?
I tightened my grip on my shield, my instincts screaming that these men were here for blood. That's none of your business. I don't owe you any answers regarding my companion.
Haha, keep your secrets then, barbarian. We'll just be on our way. Come on, guys, let's head out and leave the happy couple alone.
Something is very wrong here. They clearly recognized her, yet they just walked away without a fight. Owen, you need to wake up right now. Get up.
Just give me 5 more minutes, please.
I don't have time for this. Wake up immediately, Erwin.
Ouch, why are you shaking me so hard?
I noticed her flinch when the men spoke. She's been faking her sleep this whole time. I aggressively ripped the sleeping bag completely off her body.
Hey, what are you doing? Give that back.
Cut the crap, Erwin. I know you were awake. Why were you pretending to sleep while those men were standing right there?
Because I knew the moment I woke up, our contract would end and you'd abandon me here.
Her logic was painfully sound. Our alliance was strictly bound to the sleeping arrangement. I strapped my gear back on. Tell me the truth right now. What the hell happened between you and those guys?
I swear to you, nothing happened. I have absolutely no idea who those men are.
Don't lie to me. They recognized your face immediately. They called you the elf bitch.
I saw the crest on their armor. They belong to a guild called the Crystal Union.
This is a disaster. If she pissed off an entire organized guild, hanging around her is basically a death sentence. But as I looked at her trembling hands, I remembered she's practically a child by elven standards. All right, grab your things. We can't stay here. You can explain the rest while we walk.
Wait, does this mean you're actually going to protect me from them?
Don't jump to conclusions. I'll make my final decision after I hear your full explanation.
It started on my very first day here. I made a deal with a human adventurer to watch each other sleep. But in the middle of the night, I heard rustling and woke up to something horrible.
What a shame. The little princess woke up before the fun even started. Don't worry your pretty little head. You can just go right back to sleep.
I managed to fight him off and escape, but I quickly learned he was a top executive of the Crystal Union Guild. The whole guild put a bounty on my head immediately after, and their hunting party is the one that gave me this wound.
Wait, hold on. The labyrinth is massive. How the hell did they manage to track you down in the dark?
I'm positive they used a magic artifact called a message stone to coordinate my exact location. It allows 2 people to communicate telepathically over long distances as long as they stay within a 1,000-foot radius.
So it basically functions exactly like a walkie-talkie. If they have those, we're at a massive tactical disadvantage. Wait, something isn't adding up here. A high-ranking executive wouldn't mobilize an entire guild just because a rookie escaped his assault.
Well, I don't think silencing me is their primary motivation anymore. You see, when I was struggling to break free from his grip, I wildly swung my dagger in self-defense.
Wait, where exactly did you stab him with that dagger? Stop avoiding the question, Erwin. Where did you cut him?
I slashed him directly across his private area, very deeply. I actually heard a rumor from another adventurer that I completely severed it, and not even divine potions can grow it back.
You completely emasculated a guild executive? No wonder they dispatched a goddamn hit squad after you. I mean, the absolute scumbag completely deserved it, but still.
I'm so sorry for dragging you into this terrible mess, Mr. Bjorn. Mr. Bjorn, do not turn around. Someone is actively tracking us from the shadows. My elven senses can feel his vibration. He's precisely 500 feet behind us right now.
I can't believe her race possesses radar-like detection abilities. It's incredibly unfair. All right, we need to pick up the pace immediately. Try to keep up with my strides. Her fresh bandages are already soaking through with blood from the harsh movements, but she isn't uttering a single complaint. Despite her timid personality, she possesses the true grit of a hardened warrior. We've been sprinting for 5 minutes. Have we managed to increase the gap between us? Damn it. He's exactly matching our speed to maintain the visual distance without losing us. This situation is spiraling out of control very quickly. If this was just my problem, I would turn around right now and smash his skull in. But if I help her murder a Crystal Union member, I will permanently cement myself on their kill list.
Mr. Bjorn, are you okay? You look like you're deep in thought.
Owen, I need to know your exact combat capabilities right now. What is your specialty?
Oh well, I'm fantastic at organizing inventory, and I'm practically a professional at cleaning camp.
I don't care about your domestic chores. I meant, what are your actual skills in a life or death battle?
Oh, I'm highly proficient with a bow, and I can summon a fire spirit elemental to assist me.
A fire elemental? That's incredibly rare. She's a standard elven range dealer, which pairs perfectly with my tank build. I need to ask the most important question. Have you ever actually taken another person's life?
No, I've never killed anyone before, but if it comes down to my life or theirs, I won't hesitate to pull the trigger.
That's exactly the answer I needed to hear. Erwin, listen to me closely. I am officially offering to form a permanent party with you until we escape this labyrinth. We split the loot 9-1. You take the 1.
Yes, I completely accept your terms.
Excellent. Now focus your senses again. Give me an exact read on his current position. Running is a complete waste of our stamina. We're going to turn the tables on this stalker right now. Take a sharp turn into this side cave. Summon your fire elemental to act as a decoy immediately.
Understood. Come forth, spirit of the flame.
The target is approaching the entrance. Dispel the flame spirit and plunge this cave into total darkness.
Spirit, return to the ether.
I pushed her behind my shield as the silhouette of the Union stalker appeared at the cave opening. This guy tracked us straight into the pitch black without a single source of light. He definitely has sensory enhancements. Get your bow ready, Owen. Aim right for his center mass.
I have him locked in my sights. Just give the command.
Fire.
The bowstring snapped, sending a high-velocity arrow directly into the darkness.
Gah, you cowardly little bitch!
The arrow pierced straight through his throat, dropping him instantly to the cavern floor. That was a perfect shot. If you had hesitated for even a second, he would have called for reinforcements. Let's see what kind of communication artifact this bastard was using.
Certain, can you hear me? Respond immediately, Certain. Damn it, Certain's comms went dark. He was actively tracking the elf, which means he's most likely been compromised or killed.
His pockets are basically empty. He was strictly acting as a forward scout for the main group. Aside from the message stone itself, all he had was a standard potion, some daggers, and a handful of tier 9 mana stones.
I swapped into his leather gear just like you instructed, but it feels incredibly heavy compared to my silk.
That leather armor is vastly superior to whatever flimsy fabric you were wearing before. It might actually save your life. This artifact is going to be our lifeline. Do you have any idea how to actually operate it?
Yes, you just press this small green gem on the side to open the channel.
Everyone on this frequency, listen up and alter your search patterns immediately. The elf is accompanied by a massive barbarian wielding a warhammer and shield. They were last spotted in the Goblin District. The bounty has been drastically increased. Whoever brings the elf bitch back alive will receive 10,000 mana stones.
Don't let their threats paralyze you. Bring your fire spirit back out. We're going to use the darkness to our advantage. We aren't hiding on the first floor anymore. We're heading straight through the portal to the second floor. I broke into a full sprint toward the portal's coordinates, determined to leave those guild bastards behind.
Are you completely certain about this? Just the two of us advancing to the second floor is practically suicide.
I told you to stop calling me old. But yes, I'm absolutely certain this is our best move.
But the monsters on the second floor are exponentially stronger than the goblins here. We could die instantly.
We will be perfectly fine as long as we maintain our position directly next to the entrance portal for a quick escape.
You think we have good chemistry together? Really?
From a purely tactical standpoint, a heavy melee tank paired with a high damage ranged archer is the optimal dungeon crawling duo.
But we lack vital combat experience. I'm genuinely terrified we're going to stumble into an orc camp in the dark.
As an added bonus, whoever captures her gets unrestricted access to do whatever they want with her before cashing in the bounty.
Did you hear that? They're going to torture me before they hand me over.
Just make sure you leave the necessary parts intact for the client if you catch my drift.
I changed my mind completely. Let's get to the second floor right now, please?
Her fear practically made the decision for her, saving me the trouble of forcing her through. By pulling her up to the second tier, I'm completely sabotaging the Crystal Union's sick little manhunt.
I will follow you anywhere, Mr. Bjorn. I owe you my life.
She's loyal, skilled, and keeping her alive actively harms my enemies. It's a massive win-win.
So, do you actually know the exact coordinates of the portal from here?
Based on my game knowledge, the second floor portal is always located at the absolute edge of this massive darkness zone.
Wait a moment, I sense a metallic vibration up ahead. Look, the fire spirit's light caught the reflection. There's a rusted goblin trap right in the middle of our path.
That's incredibly strange. I expected this dark zone to be absolutely crawling with goblin ambush parties, so my initial spawn right on top of a goblin trap was purely because of my atrocious real-life luck. Dispel the fire spirit again. I don't want the ambient light giving away our position to the tracking teams.
Okay, I'm shutting the spirit down right now.
She's walking like a wooden board all of a sudden. I guess the pitch darkness is finally getting to her. Two goblins launched themselves out of the canopy right toward her blind spot.
I sensed the displacement of the air and dodged backward, slashing with my dagger in the same motion. I slid across the gravel, quickly drawing an arrow to counter their second strike.
I charged forward and slammed my massive shield directly into the second goblin's chest, throwing him back. The third goblin lunged wildly, attempting to exploit the opening I left while protecting Owen.
Your blood will paint this cave, human scum.
I let my arrow fly, aiming directly for the creature's glowing yellow eye.
The projectile easily pierced the goblin's skull, dropping it instantly into a pool of its own dark blood.
See, I told you I was highly proficient with my bow. How was that for teamwork?
I'm genuinely impressed. Your reaction time and accuracy in total darkness are exceptional.
I quickly harvested the mana stones from their dissolving corpses. Here is your share of the loot. Based on our official contract, you receive 90% of the total haul, and I keep the remainder, right? If we keep fighting at this pace, I'll definitely earn enough to buy that special magic item my little sister has been begging for.
Let's just focus on surviving the night first, all right? Keep your eyes peeled for more traps.
Update from command. The bounty on the elf bitch has just been doubled. 20,000 mana stones to whoever brings her in.
20,000. They are truly desperate to see me dead.
And forget capturing her intact. Command, just authorize lethal force. Dead or alive, bring her to us.
Don't let their bluster intimidate you. No sane adventurer is going to blindly charge into this darkness just for a bounty.
Ignore the bounty. My squad is relocating to farm Blade Wolf pelts. Does anyone else need a reliable night guard before we leave?
Honestly, this is all going a little too perfectly. We've encountered barely any resistance on our way to the portal. With my notoriously atrocious luck, the universe is definitely about to throw something terrible my way.
Fresh meat, warm blood.
What the hell is a pack of undead ghouls doing this far north? They only spawn in the southern quadrant of this floor. Did I completely miscalculate our trajectory in the dark? Did we accidentally walk straight into the southern border?
Those are actual undead monsters. Are you going to force me to fight them by myself?
Absolutely not. We are an official party now, which means we engage these targets as a unified team. In this world, you only receive stat boosts the very first time you defeat a specific type of monster. Slaying new species is essential for growth. I'm going to charge directly into their center to draw their aggro. I need you to snipe the ones lingering in the backline. Ghouls are incredibly territorial. They'll remain completely dormant until someone crosses the invisible boundary of their aggro radius.
Intruders. Rip their flesh. Consume their bones.
Thank God the monster AI mechanics transferred over perfectly. Their predictable attack patterns are my biggest advantage. Your attacks are painfully slow, you rotten freak. Eat my shield. They definitely hit much harder than standard goblins, and their raw physical strength is significantly higher. But at the end of the day, they are just predictable tier 9 mobs with completely linear movement patterns.
Tear him apart. Feast on his core.
I won't let you touch him. Take this.
Fighting is infinitely more manageable with a ranged dealer. I even earned my first experience point from those ghouls. We spent the remainder of our third day methodically pushing northward through the suffocating darkness.
Wait, stop for a second. Look at this massive blood spatter on the ground. This definitely isn't from a goblin.
My stomach dropped as I analyzed the terrifyingly familiar scenes scattered across the cavern floor. A triggered trap, and my own bloody leather sandal lying exactly where I left it. This is the exact location where I nearly died from blood loss on my very first day in the labyrinth, which means the incredibly rare portal to the second floor was literally sitting right behind my starting position this entire time. I spent days crawling through filth, fighting for my life, when the exit was literally 10 steps away from me. Are you completely fucking kidding me right now? I crawled through hell for absolutely nothing. The universe is actively mocking me at this point. My innate luck stat must be absolutely non-existent.
Mr. Bjorn, did I do something wrong? Please tell me why you're suddenly so furious.
Take a deep breath, Erwin. I'm not angry with you. I'm just incredibly frustrated with my own terrible luck.
Wait, the massive blood pool, the discarded sandal, your absolute fury. Oh, I understand now. I can clearly see the tragic story written in the blood here. You've clearly endured a devastating loss, Mr. Bjorn. It must break your heart to return to the place where your former companion perished, but I'm sure his soul is resting peacefully in paradise.
Right, sure. Whatever helps you sleep at night. Let's just focus on stepping through this portal right now. We stepped through the gate, and the system notified me that we officially entered the forest of goblins on the 2nd floor. The violent teleportation magic ripped us from the ground and hurled us completely disoriented into the void.
Yeah, that landing was incredibly rough. Are you injured, Mr. Bjorn?
I'm physically unharmed, but I feel like I'm going to violently vomit up everything I've eaten in the past 3 days. I'm genuinely impressed you managed to land gracefully on your feet after being violently ejected from a magical portal. Enough complaining about the landing. I need to immediately secure our perimeter and identify our current biome. The spatial gate leading back down is directly behind us, and thankfully, Erwin hasn't detected any hostile life forms in the immediate vicinity.
This doesn't make sense. No one at the guild ever mentioned there being a massive forest ecosystem on the 2nd floor.
That's because the 2nd floor is divided into 4 distinct biomes: the northern goblin forest, the eastern beast nests, the western undead lands, and the southern rocky desert.
Oh, I remember now. My instructors mentioned that regardless of where you start on the 2nd floor, all paths eventually converge at the 3rd floor entrance. But what is our actual objective here? How do we physically exit the labyrinth and return to the city?
We don't need to find a specific exit door. The labyrinth's core magic will automatically expel all surviving adventurers when its timer expires. The 1st floor forcibly ejects everyone after exactly 168 hours, while this floor gives us 240 hours. So our strategy is to grind for resources up here until the absolute last minute, then jump back through the portal right before the 1st floor forcibly ejects everyone.
Since we have to wait around the portal anyway, shouldn't we thoroughly explore the immediate forest for hidden resources?
That's a solid plan. Since you're the scouting expert, you take the point position and I will cover your blind spots.
Walking through these ancient trees brings back so many wonderful memories of my childhood home. I know it's incredibly dangerous and crawling with bloodthirsty monsters, but it strangely feels just like the sacred groves of my people. Be incredibly careful where you place your feet, Mr. Bjorn. I'm detecting concealed goblin traps scattered all across the forest floor. Look right there, by that twisted root. That's another pressure plate hidden under the dirt.
I literally don't see a single thing there. How are you spotting metal mechanisms completely buried under piles of dead leaves? I carefully press the tip of my weapon into the leaves, triggering the vicious steel jaws to snap violently shut. I can't believe her visual acuity. If I was alone, my legs would look like chewed up dog toys by now. I need to keep her grounded though. If she gets too confident, she'll make a fatal mistake. You're doing an adequate job spotting the traps, Erwin, but do not let this early success make you complacent. Spotting hidden dangers is literally the baseline expectation for your designated role in this party. Don't act like you just achieved something miraculous. True survival in this labyrinth requires perfect execution of your assigned duties, and as a seasoned adventurer, I expect nothing less than perfection from you.
I understand perfectly, Mr. Bjorn. I will strive to meet your incredibly high professional standards.
My blatant manipulation is working perfectly. Feeding her ego while establishing authority is keeping her completely focused and loyal. Actually, the mechanics of this area are fundamentally different from the lower tier. The trap placements don't align with the monster patrols. We can analyze the dungeon algorithms later. Right now, our primary objective is to thoroughly sweep this immediate sector for loot. In the actual video game, this specific biome was notorious for overwhelming players with sheer numbers rather than raw strength. I vividly remember that these 2nd floor variants constantly patrol in highly coordinated packs of 10 or more, heavily guarded by specialized archers. But as long as we maintain strict proximity to the escape gate, we won't trigger the massive horde algorithms deeper in the woods. Our immediate tactical priority is to systematically detonate every single trap in our fallback perimeter before we push any further into the tree line. You performed exceptionally well, Erwin. Your observational skills are proving to be an invaluable asset to this party.
Halt your advance, Mr. Bjorn. My elven senses are picking up the distinct vibrations of a large goblin patrol directly ahead of us.
Focus your senses and give me a tactical breakdown. Can you determine their exact numbers and their current distance from our position?
Their pacing is steady and relaxed, which indicates they haven't detected our scent yet. Do you want to initiate an ambush or remain concealed?
We didn't come up here just to hide in the bushes. Tell me exactly how close you can safely advance without triggering their sentries. Excellent. We will execute our standard tactical formation. I will charge the center mass, and you will eliminate their archers from the shadows. It's honestly terrifying how silently she moves through dense underbrush. She doesn't disturb a single leaf or snap a single twig.
I'm in the optimal firing position. Move in now and I'll cover your advance. I drew the bowstring back, slowing my breathing as I targeted the largest goblin in the center of their patrol. The arrow practically vanished into the darkness, soaring directly toward its intended mark.
I immediately launched myself forward, sprinting blindly into the dark to close the gap, while they were distracted by her sniper fire. Your position is compromised. Fall back to a secondary vantage point immediately while I draw their aggro. Move.
Ambush. Slay the massive human. Tear him to shreds.
Their reaction time and coordination are significantly sharper than the pathetic grunts I faced below. This is a real fight. I'm suddenly surrounded by almost a dozen hostile combatants, including specialized swordsmen that know how to parry. Despite being vastly outnumbered by vicious monsters, my mind is completely clear and unbothered by the sheer danger of the situation. Instead of succumbing to panic, the innate warrior instincts of this barbarian body are taking complete control of my nervous system. My blood is practically boiling with the thrill of combat, flooding my veins with raw, unadulterated power and sheer joy. Welcome to the slaughterhouse, you pathetic little shits. I'm gonna break every bone in your bodies. I swung my massive iron shield in a wide, sweeping arc, aiming to brutally crush the front line of their offensive formation. The heavy metal collided cleanly with 3 goblins simultaneously, instantly shattering their frail rib cages upon impact. They're far more coordinated than I expected. 2 agile dagger wielders immediately tried to flank me while the front line collapsed. You think a simple pincer movement is going to work on me? Get the hell out of my face. I fluidly transitioned the momentum of my shield bash into a devastating backhand swing, clearing my left flank entirely. My massive fist collided with the leaping goblin's chest, instantly paralyzing it with the sheer concussive force of the blow. The distinct hiss of an arrow cutting through the air behind my head triggered my combat reflexes.
Die, human. I'll plunge this blade directly into your spine.
I twisted my torso violently to the side, feeling the cold steel of the goblin's blade literally graze the skin of my neck as I dodged. Even their standard infantry units possess enough speed and lethal precision to permanently end my life if I lose focus for a single second. If I was forced to fight this entire coordinated pack completely by myself, I would undoubtedly suffer several deep lacerations before killing them all. Thank God I had the foresight to recruit a competent range dealer to watch my blind spots during these chaotic engagements.
I rapidly fired 3 consecutive arrows from the shadows, accurately picking off the goblins attempting to surround Mr. Bjorn from behind.
Her supporting fire is absolutely flawless. She's neutralizing every single flanker before they can even get within striking distance of my armor. Is that really the best you pathetic runts can do? Step up and face my hammer, you cowards. I methodically crushed the remaining swordsmen, expanding my combat experience portfolio with each brutal kill and earning another point. We managed to harvest 11 high-quality mana stones from that single, incredibly chaotic skirmish. This completely validates my decision to move to the 2nd floor. The resource generation up here is astronomically higher than the 1st level.
I collected the specialized stones from the swordsmen. Even though they are tier 9, they possess a slightly higher market value back in the city.
Excellent work. Let's maintain this momentum and clear the adjacent sector before the local spawns reset. We steadily expanded our hunting perimeter, pushing further into the dense foliage while carefully remaining within sprinting distance of the escape portal.
Mr. Bjorn, be careful. The group ahead has a specialized goblin archer positioned in the rear of their formation. Wait, I completely lost visual contact with their sniper. He just blended seamlessly into the surrounding shadows.
That cowardly rat is utilizing active camouflage magic to mask his thermal signature. Prepare for a coordinated ambush from the darkness. Attempting to manage a chaotic melee brawl while actively dodging invisible sniper fire elevates the difficulty of this encounter significantly, but I simply don't care. I will relentlessly crush everything in my path until the sniper is forced to reveal his cowardice. I systematically pulverize the frontline infantry, deliberately creating wide gaps in their defensive formation to expose their backline. The raw physical prowess and heightened combat instincts of this barbarian physique are truly terrifying to behold. I effortlessly tracked the faint whistling sound of the incoming projectile and smoothly tilted my head away from its lethal trajectory. The moment the sniper fired, his camouflage completely deactivated, revealing his exact coordinates in the upper canopy. I gathered every ounce of momentum in my legs and hurled my massive warhammer directly toward his elevated position. The heavy weapon shattered his spine, scoring me another experience point for taking down a specialized archer. We've successfully cleared this entire quadrant. Let's establish a temporary temporary perimeter and briefly rest our muscles before the next wave spawns. You performed exceptionally well during that grueling 15-hour marathon. You have earned the right to take the very first sleep rotation tonight. She practically lost consciousness before she even fully zipped up the bag. The gentle sound of her snoring echoed quietly across our campsite. The fact that she's sleeping so deeply implies she finally trusts my oath to protect her, while she remains entirely defenseless. I spent the remainder of my watch quietly gazing up at the artificial stars painted across the ceiling of the labyrinth. Our resource acquisition has been absolutely phenomenal, but we've unfortunately stumbled across numerous heavily armed veteran parties roaming the forest. Standard dungeon etiquette demands we simply ignore each other, but my profound lack of trust in humanity kept my anxiety levels constantly spiked. Honestly, the predictable monsters wandering this floor are significantly less threatening to my survival than the greedy, unpredictable veteran adventurers. My responsibilities have drastically increased since I formed this alliance. I am now fully accountable for another person's continued existence. Having an incredibly attractive, vulnerable female companion significantly increases the probability of malicious strangers attempting an unprovoked assault.
Do you genuinely believe that I am exceptionally beautiful, Mr. Bjorn?
What the hell? Weren't you literally deep in a snoring sleep cycle less than 30 seconds ago?
Hey, I suppose my sensitive ears just managed to catch your incredibly sweet compliment while I was resting.
As day 4 officially began, we immediately plunged right back into the brutal grind of systematically exterminating goblin patrols. By the time day 5 concluded, the relentless physical exertion was severely degrading my core stamina reserves. Day 6 dragged on in a blur of endless violence, strategic ambushes, and meticulously harvesting mana stones from decaying corpses. Our final deadline has officially arrived. We need to safely disengage and immediately secure our position right next to the extraction portal.
My muscles are completely screaming in agony. I'm going to sleep for 3 entire days straight the exact second I reach my warm bed.
We have completely maxed out our resource capacities. Let's carefully retrace our steps back to the entrance and quietly wait for the system to expel us.
Stop immediately, Mr. Bjorn. The surrounding goblin patrols must have actively reset all the mechanical traps along our primary extraction route. My senses are picking up a heavily fortified squad approximately 200 feet down our direct path.
There is no alternative path available to us. We will systematically carve our way directly through their defensive lines.
Look, brothers, fresh meat dares to trespass in our sacred domain.
I violently crushed the skull of the lead sentry before he could even finish articulating his pathetic little threat. Their entire formation immediately froze in sheer terror as I loomed over them, my armor dripping with the fresh blood of their brethren. Come at me, you pathetic, miserable little maggots. Show me exactly what you're capable of. While Erwin systematically neutralizes their ranged support from the shadows, I'll ruthlessly dismantle their frontline infantry with extreme prejudice. Every swing of my massive weapon shattered bones and instantly dissolved their fragile bodies into useless dust. Surviving 100 chaotic brawls in this miserable darkness has transformed my combat style into a brutally efficient engine of pure destruction. Erwin has completely shed her initial cowardice, executing her lethal sniper role with the cold, calculating precision of a true veteran. According to her initial scouting report, they had dual snipers positioned in the rear, but their arrows haven't even grazed my armor yet. Your covering fire was absolutely phenomenal, Erwin. You flawlessly neutralized their most dangerous assets before they could even notch an arrow. Just make sure you clearly communicate when the primary ranged threats are eliminated, so I can comfortably redirect my defensive focus.
I deeply apologize for the lack of communication. I just wasn't entirely positive that my final arrow successfully penetrated his armor in the dark.
Her battlefield logic was surprisingly sound. Transmitting unverified intel during a chaotic melee could have resulted in a fatal tactical error. I couldn't help but feel incredibly proud of how much she had grown as an adventurer in just a few days.
Mr. Bjorn, come look at this immediately. One of the sniper corpses left behind a strange glowing blue artifact.
I can hardly believe my own eyes. That rapidly glowing blue orb hovering above the remains is an incredibly rare monster essence. In the game, farming these things took weeks of dedicated grinding. Acquiring one on my very first run is astronomically lucky. Properly slotting the correct essence into a character's specific build was the absolute foundation of high-level strategy in Dungeon and Stone. The market value for even a low-tier essence is completely absurd. We practically won the labyrinth lottery today, but my crippling paranoia immediately flared up. Whenever the universe rewards me this generously, a catastrophic disaster immediately follows.
Is it actually safe to physically consume that thing? Won't absorbing a goblin's soul permanently transform your physical body into a monster?
It just forcibly alters your biological traits. That Union stalker possessed the advanced olfactory senses of a blade wolf because he absorbed its essence. The stat boosts provided by an archer essence completely conflict with my tank build, so I have absolutely no use for it. Do you want to absorb it?
Oh well, if you're absolutely insisting that I take such an incredibly valuable treasure, then I suppose I humbly accept.
I need to meticulously save my limited consumption slots for elite defensive monsters like undead golems or heavily armored trolls. Before you absorb that power, you must swear to me that you will immediately utilize it to help us escape if we get ambushed.
Step away from the loot immediately, you pathetic little thieves. That essence rightfully belongs to the Crystal Union. We finally tracked you down. Did you honestly think you could steal our rightful bounty and just walk away freely?
My crippling paranoia was entirely justified. The universe immediately balanced my incredible luck by dropping a hostile kill squad directly on my head. Do not say a single word to these miserable bastards, Erwin. Just rapidly absorb the artifact before they can physically close the distance.
I thrust my hand forward, frantically drawing the glowing blue energy directly into my chest before they could stop me.
Are you completely insane, you stupid bitch? I explicitly ordered you to step away from our fucking property. You're going to slowly bleed to death for stealing the extremely valuable essence that rightfully belonged to our guild.
The magical absorption process is complete. Thank you so much for aggressively protecting me while I was vulnerable, Mr. Bjorn.
We saw the brilliant blue flash of the essence manifesting from a mile away. You really thought you could claim it before we arrived? Your pathetic little attempt to steal our hard-earned treasure completely failed. Now you're both going to die agonizing deaths right here.
You clearly misunderstood the situation. That essence is permanently bound to her soul now, and you're not getting a single drop of it. Even though they have superior numbers, displaying even a fraction of hesitation right now will only embolden them to attack us immediately. I absolutely live for the thrill of a brutal fight, so stop standing there barking orders and step into my hammer range, you cowards. I hurled my massive frame past their front line entirely, screaming at Erwin to sprint toward the portal with absolutely everything she had left.
Mr. Bjorn, do you seriously believe those heavily armed men are going to recklessly chase us straight onto the first floor?
Those bastards were heading toward the exit portal anyway, to avoid the labyrinth's forced closure, so our paths are permanently locked in a deadly collision course.
I can sense 4 adventurers grouped together just ahead of us. They seem to be waiting around the portal, likely planning to leave right before the first floor closes. Wait, I sense something else moving quickly through the darkness. Stop right there. A large group of goblins is rapidly approaching from about 150 feet away. We need to move immediately. They're sprinting straight toward our current position.
That doesn't make any sense. We haven't been spotted first by a single goblin during our entire time on this floor. This is definitely a coordinated attack. Quickly, follow me in the opposite direction.
Okay, I'm right behind you.
Get down right now. Someone is shooting at us. That projectile wasn't a crude goblin arrow. It was a high-velocity crossbow bolt. It's those Union bastards from before. They found us. They deliberately drove that goblin horde toward our position to flush us out of the darkness. Those pathetic cowards want to exhaust our stamina fighting monsters before they move in for the kill. We have to fight our way out of this trap. Erwin, activate your special ability immediately. You absorb the essence of a goblin archer. That comes with unique combat skills. The system interface confirms it grants a passive poison effect and an active stealth ability. You need to use your thief step skill to completely conceal your movements right now. Stop panicking and just focus your mind. The skill activates purely by your own willpower.
Oh my goodness, my entire body is becoming completely invisible.
That's incredibly convenient. I don't even need to give her detailed instructions on how to cast it. Here, take my heavy backpack so I can fight without any movement restrictions. I will draw the goblins' attention and slaughter them all. You find the hidden crossbowman and eliminate him. We don't have the luxury of playing it safe right now. This is our only viable tactical option. Remain in stealth until you have a perfectly clear shot at the sniper. You will only get one chance to kill him before he relocates. Keep yourself entirely concealed until I give you the specific signal. Do you understand me? All right, you ugly little runts. Come get a taste of my hammer. There they are. The first wave of the goblin horde is breaking through the tree line. Those human cowards are refusing to reveal themselves, so I'll just have to systematically butcher their little distraction. I violently crushed the first goblin's skull before it even registered my charge. I can clearly spot 2 specialized swordsmen mixed into the front lines of their formation. Since there aren't any arrows flying my way, it seems they didn't bring any range support of their own. I firmly planted my shield into the dirt to absorb a heavy kinetic impact. I can't let my guard down for a single second. I still need to watch out for the Union sniper's bolts.
Die, you massive human brute. I'll tear your throat out. out.
Trying to fend off this chaotic melee assault while actively anticipating sniper fire is absolutely exhausting. This would be significantly easier if I had Erwin's covering fire to watch my blind spots. The accumulated physical damage is starting to severely compromise my mobility. I slammed the massive warhammer into the ground to temporarily anchor myself against their relentless pushing. This is really bad. My core stamina is dangerously close to completely bottoming out. I desperately scanned the dense canopy above, searching for any visual distortion indicating an incoming attack. Two projectiles are rapidly descending toward my position from completely different angles. One of them belongs to a hidden goblin archer, and the other is definitely the Union crossbowman. I don't have the required agility to successfully evade both projectiles simultaneously. I raised my iron shield high and successfully deflected the lethal crossbow bolt aimed at my chest. Fuck! The goblin's crude arrow managed to pierce directly into the exposed joint of my left elbow. The blade was definitely coated in a paralytic toxin. I can't feel my fingers at all. I am completely restricted to using only my right arm. I have to make an immediate tactical choice between offense and defense. I'm dropping the hammer. My survival entirely depends on this heavy iron shield. I will crush every single bone in your bodies for putting me in this miserable situation. The warhammer would have cleared them out faster, but I desperately need this shield to survive the sniper fire. Just how many of these pathetic green bastards are hiding in the woods? Stop hiding and face me head on. I will butcher every last one of you. It seems their morale finally broke. Good. I barely had enough stamina left to handle another wave.
I slowly emerged from the dense underbrush, thoroughly impressed by the barbarians' brutal display of survival. I honestly didn't expect a lone rookie to survive a coordinated ambush of that magnitude. You put up a fantastic fight.
I knew it was you pathetic Union cowards hiding behind the monsters. Where is your sniper positioned? Tell me right now before I crush your skulls.
Yeah, we're the ones hunting you. Now tell me exactly where you hid that little elven bitch.
Screw your demands. Step into my striking range so I can permanently silence you.
I have to admit, you barbarians are genuinely terrifying combatants. Taking down that entire horde by yourself is no small feat. But look at you. You're bleeding out and practically defenseless. Just hand over the elf and we'll graciously let you walk away with your life.
You expect me to believe you'd actually let me walk away? Do I look like a complete fucking idiot to you?
I'm perfectly fine with killing him first. We can just interrogate his corpse later.
Keep your guard up, guys. He might be injured, but he's still a massive, incredibly dangerous beast.
Enough talking. Rush him simultaneously and sever his hamstrings.
The paralytic poison is still severely compromising my left arm. I really hope Erwin has successfully flanked the crossbowmen by now. I need to forcefully redirect their attention right now. It's time to show them a universally recognized gesture of extreme disrespect.
What the hell is he doing with his finger? Is that some kind of barbaric curse?
I hope she recognized the signal to engage. I can't afford to look back and check her position. I have no other choice but to put my complete trust in her sniping abilities while I hold the line here. The swordsman lunged forward, his blade violently striking the hardened steel of my heavy shield.
The sheer force of his block completely shattered my posture. Help me out here, Illis.
This guy's physical strength is absolutely ridiculous. I can barely deflect his counterattacks.
I can't afford to retreat or give up a single inch of ground right now. I aggressively pushed forward, intentionally drawing all their offensive maneuvers directly toward myself. Unless she was somehow ambushed and killed while moving into position. No, I refuse to accept that possibility. My muscles are burning with absolute agony as I force my poisoned arm to hold the shield steady. The distinct, terrifying whistle of a high-velocity projectile cut through the air directly above me.
Watch out, there's an incoming projectile heading right for us.
Is that another bolt from their hidden sniper? Or did Erwin finally take her shot?
I raised my heavy kite shield just in time to deflect a blazing arrow. That elven bitch is still alive. Keep your weapons trained exclusively on the barbarian. I will personally handle any projectiles she fires at us. Your pathetic little arrows won't even scratch my enchanted armor.
That heavily armored bastard is actively neutralizing Erwin's covering fire. He planned to lock her down from the very beginning. The relentless assault from the two frontline fighters is completely overwhelming my solitary defense. I have absolutely no choice but to sacrifice my own flesh to create a fatal opening. The spearman's blade carved a massive bloody gash directly across my chest as I intentionally lowered my guard. The poison rendered my left arm completely useless anyway, so taking damage on this side doesn't change my combat effectiveness. I funneled all my remaining momentum into a devastating shield bash, smashing it directly into the redhead's unprotected face.
How the hell did he suddenly generate that much force while bleeding out?
I locked my furious gaze directly onto the remaining spearman, daring him to make the next move.
He brought his sword down in a desperate, sweeping arc aimed squarely at my exposed neck. What the hell? He easily sidestepped my attack despite his massive injuries.
I effortlessly knocked another arrow out of the air. Just ignore her and finish off the barbarian. What the hell? The arrow violently exploded upon impact and completely engulfed my shield in flames.
That was a phenomenal shot, Erwin. You perfectly capitalized on his overconfidence. That's exactly what you get for underestimating an elemental archer, you arrogant piece of trash.
Ah! The concussive blast completely shattered my defensive stance.
This entire operation has completely fallen apart. My frontline support is down. This is a total disaster. I need to fall back and personally eliminate that elven sniper.
I'm losing too much blood to effectively chase him down. I just have to pray Erwin can handle herself.
Just drop your weapon and surrender. You stubborn savage. You have absolutely nothing left.
I mercilessly slammed the edge of my heavy iron shield directly into his unprotected jaw, instantly dropping him to the ground.
Damn it! My legs gave out from the sheer exhaustion of trying to outmaneuver this monster.
You thought you could safely retreat and hunt my companion? You're completely out of options now. This guy possessed significantly more combat awareness than his idiotic guildmates. Why would he tie himself to such a pathetic squad?
Go to hell. Sparing my life will be the absolute biggest mistake you ever make. I know exactly what you're doing. You're just trying to buy enough time for that red-headed bastard to recover. But I will end you right now.
I aggressively stepped into his striking range, deliberately feinting a massive overhead swing with my shield to bait out his final parry. Instead of swinging, I drove the heavy steel rim straight upward into his chin, completely shattering his jawbone upon impact.
I forcefully grabbed him by his armored collar, squeezing his windpipe until his pathetic struggles completely stopped.
All right, I am completely exhausted and entirely done playing games with you cowards. I violently slammed my forehead directly into his face, shattering his nose and instantly knocking him unconscious. Did you honestly believe I was just going to quietly surrender and let you execute me? I relentlessly drove my heavy boots repeatedly into his ribcage until I heard the satisfying sound of bones snapping in half. I stood alone amidst the bloody aftermath, entirely surrounded by the broken corpses of the men who tried to murder me. I violently spat out a mouthful of coagulated blood, trying to process the absolute insanity of what I just survived.
Good old sir, I'm completely uninjured.
Thank the gods she's safe. It looks like she perfectly executed her role and systematically eliminated her targets from the shadows.
You're bleeding heavily from multiple deep lacerations. Please drink this restorative potion immediately. You can't just apply it topically because you have extensive internal injuries as well. You need to ingest it to heal properly. The goblin weapon definitely injected a potent neurotoxin into your bloodstream. Please don't hesitate, just drink it right now.
The moment the magical liquid hit my stomach, my entire body erupted in absolute blinding agony. The intense healing magic feels like actual boiling acid aggressively searing through my veins.
Please just endure the pain for a few more seconds. The potion is rapidly neutralizing the poison.
The extreme pain finally subsided, leaving me completely drained. Exactly how much time do we have left before the labyrinth forcefully expels us? Help me strip these corpses of all their valuable equipment. We don't have enough time to unbuckle their heavy chest plates. We're strictly grabbing their weapons, coin pouches, and supply bags. I'll violently rip the gear off the redhead and the spearman. You quickly grab the crossbowman's remaining supplies.
Look right there in the clearing. The extraction portal just materialized.
We blindly launched ourselves directly into the swirling magical vortex just seconds before it completely collapsed behind us. The violent spatial magic unceremoniously hurled us onto the hard cobblestone, but we actually survived the ordeal. How does she manage to flawlessly land on her feet after being violently ejected from an interdimensional rift?
We successfully made it out alive, good old sir.
You performed exceptionally well under extreme pressure. If we had delayed for even 30 more seconds, we would have been permanently trapped inside.
Oh, I completely forgot about the valuable goblin essence we found. You asked me to promise you something very specific regarding it.
Right. I did secure a promise from you, but this massive crowd is far too chaotic for a sensitive discussion. We'll find a quiet place soon. Damn my foggy memory. I know there was a specific safe house I used in the game, but the name completely escapes me right now. I aggressively rubbed my temples, desperately trying to recall the exact name of the establishment from 9 years ago. I remember now. Meet me at the Black Whale Tavern as soon as you handle your immediate guild business. The system officially notified me that the labyrinth's first floor had been completely sealed off for the month. The blinding light of the teleportation magic faded, revealing the towering walls of the fortified city. I survived a literal nightmare and safely returned to the sanctuary of Raponia. The sheer scale of the city's architecture is absolutely breathtaking when when viewed in person, rather than through a computer monitor. I expected a large gathering since everyone was forcefully ejected simultaneously, but the central plaza is absolutely packed with thousands of surviving adventurers. Time operates on a completely different metric here. A full week inside the labyrinth only translates to precisely 12 hours passing in the city.
Hey, is that the great warrior Bjorn, son of Yandel? I can't believe you actually survived. It's me, Karak, the third son of Fanun. We entered the portal together.
Karak, it is genuinely fantastic to see you made it back in one piece. These obnoxiously loud extroverts are already screaming across the courtyard to celebrate their kills and compare loot. Did the entire barbarian faction somehow coordinate a massive reunion right here in the center of the city?
Let's all march over to the official exchange office right now. I'm completely certain I gathered the highest number of mana stones among us.
I let out a heavy sigh as Karak aggressively pulled me toward the massive financial building to appraise our collective loot. The clerks rapidly processed the bags, loudly announcing individual totals of 24 and 28,000 stones.
I have meticulously counted your entire haul, sir. Your final total is exactly 41,498 stones.
Did you all hear that? I secured over 40,000 stones on my very first run. I am undeniably a mighty warrior of our tribe.
Please place all 3 of your heavy leather pouches on the scale. Do they exclusively contain standardized mana stones?
I watched in absolute awe as her hands blurred across the counting table, sorting thousands of stones in mere seconds.
The official appraisal is complete. You have successfully recovered a staggering total of 182,413 stones.
That is absolutely unbelievable. Bjorn shattered every single record by pulling over 180,000 stones. He didn't just bring back stones, he managed to fully equip himself with a high-tier warhammer, reinforced boots, and a massive supply pack.
The entire room erupted into deafening cheers, chanting my name over and over again like I was a conquering king. Entering the labyrinth practically naked and returning fully geared with a fortune is basically unheard of for a rookie barbarian. I proudly hoisted my massive iron warhammer high into the air, fully embracing the roaring adulation of my peers.
Attention, citizens. I must demand that you immediately cease this disruptive behavior and lower your voices. You are disturbing the entire district.
The city guards aggressively dispersed the celebration, threatening to heavily fine us if we continued screaming in the streets. We respectfully relocated outside the financial building, though the energetic chatter continued at a slightly lower volume. I should quietly observe their post-expedition rituals. There might be a vital piece of cultural knowledge I completely missed during my game playthroughs. I immediately spotted Erwin standing awkwardly across the courtyard, entirely surrounded by a group of heavily armed elven veterans.
I'm so incredibly happy to finally see you all again. I survived my first trial. I actually managed to successfully coordinate with a powerful fire spirit elemental during a massive ambush.
She looks completely natural standing there with her elegant elven kin, while I'm currently huddled with a pack of loud, unwashed savages. I caught her eye across the crowded square and gave a subtle nod, recognizing this was my only chance to establish a meeting time. Meet me at the tavern tonight. We still need to finalize the division of the remaining loot.
Erwin, who exactly is that massive brute staring at you? Do you have an established association with him?
Hey, Bjorn, why are you staring so intently at that group of elves? Did you actually form a party with one of them? A mighty warrior of your caliber would never degrade himself by associating with those fragile, pointy-eared cowards.
Her sister immediately locked eyes with me, her expression radiating absolute disgust and barely contained hostility. These obnoxiously loud idiots are completely ruining my subtle approach. Now her entire guild thinks I'm a hostile threat. Well, it looks like the last group of stragglers finally finished their appraisals at the exchange counter.
Since everyone has officially secured their funds, I declare it is time to drink until we collapse.
Attempting to clarify the situation with Erwin right now would only severely escalate the racial tension. I'll just explain everything tonight. The joyful atmosphere instantly shattered as I witnessed dozens of families violently sobbing over the confirmed deaths of their loved ones. For the last 9 years, I only ever viewed these people as disposable digital assets to be optimized for maximum efficiency. The raw, unfiltered agony echoing through the streets cemented the terrifying reality of this brutal world. Witnessing their genuine grief face to face made my stomach churn with an overwhelming sense of guilt and dread.
Enough dwelling on the dead. Raise your heavy mugs and drink to our continued survival.
The entire tavern immediately erupted into a chaotic frenzy of chugging ale and aggressively slamming wooden mugs on the tables. Are they seriously just going to completely ignore the tragedy outside and aggressively binge drink until they pass out? I specifically accompanied them to uncover hidden mechanics or secret quests, but they are literally just getting blackout drunk. I firmly pushed my chair back from the sticky table and announced my immediate departure to handle pressing business elsewhere.
You are genuinely leaving the grand celebration right now, but you secured the absolute highest score among all the rookies.
If I stay here any longer, these massive idiots are going to force-feed me cheap ale until my liver completely fails.
We deeply respect your decision to rest. May the eternal protection of Raponia shield you until our next battle.
I practically sprinted out of the loud tavern, desperate to escape the suffocating smell of stale beer and unwashed bodies. The quiet residential district is a massive relief compared to the absolute chaos of the central plaza. I can actually walk down the street without constantly scanning the shadows for hidden traps or bloodthirsty monsters. The city guards enforce strict laws here, completely eliminating the terrifying threat of being murdered in my sleep for spare change. I could literally collapse in the middle of this cobblestone road and confidently expect to wake up completely unharmed tomorrow morning. Despite the lack of modern amenities and internet, the profound sense of physical security is incredibly comforting. I quickly secured a private room at a decent inn, thoroughly locking the heavy wooden door behind me. The hot water aggressively washed away the thick layers of dried goblin blood and dungeon grime covering my heavily scarred skin. I can honestly envision building a semi-comfortable life in this fortified city if I strictly adhere to my survival protocols. I collapsed onto the soft mattress, immediately feeling the immense weight of the past week dragging me down into unconsciousness. Even though this reality offers physical safety, I still desperately miss the familiar comforts of my original world. I woke up to absolute darkness, groggily checking the small mechanical clock sitting on the nightstand beside me. It's already past 9 in the evening. I completely slept through the entire afternoon. I quickly gathered my gear and stepped out into the cool night air, determined to secure my promised meeting with Erwin.
The Black Whale Tavern. You must be new around here, son. That specific establishment permanently closed its doors over a decade ago.
It completely shut down? But that was the primary hub for mercenary contracts in my game. This explicitly confirms that my current timeline is situated entirely in the distant future compared to the original game's designated starting point. The old man informed me that the new owners aggressively rebranded the historic building as the Fidenpus Tavern. The structural layout is entirely different from the pixelated maps I painstakingly memorized, but at least I can still easily read the local signage. The interior is absolutely deafening. I desperately scanned the crowded tables for any sign of her striking white hair.
Good old sir, I secured a quiet table for us over here in the corner.
So you're the barbaric brute who dragged my precious sister through that filthy dungeon.
I firmly stated my name and immediately demanded to know exactly who was aggressively interrogating me. Her attitude is incredibly arrogant for someone who wasn't even present during the brutal ambush we survived together. I aggressively pulled out a heavy wooden chair and demanded to know why she forcefully inserted herself into our private financial meeting.
I am the one demanding answers here. Why did you specifically coerce my naive sister into meeting you at a sleazy establishment like this? You deliberately manipulated her into coming here late at night. You arranged this highly inappropriate meeting last night and then cowardly, completely failed to show up. She waited here alone for hours.
Please stop yelling, sister. You're causing a massive scene and everyone is aggressively staring at us.
What the hell are you talking about? We literally just escaped the labyrinth this afternoon. Erwin, exactly how many hours have passed since we stepped through that extraction portal? She nervously confirmed that an entire 30 hours had elapsed since our arrival in the city. I stood there completely paralyzed by the horrifying realization that my internal clock was severely miscalibrated. I didn't just take a quick evening nap. I essentially slipped into a minor coma for over a full day. I am so incredibly sorry, Erwin. I legitimately collapsed from exhaustion and entirely lost track of the days. I sincerely apologize for my absence. My body simply shut down after enduring days of continuous combat without sleep.
A barbarian is actually apologizing for his crude behavior? That is a genuinely shocking display of unexpected civility. Let's completely bypass the pleasantries. What exactly were you planning to extract from my sister during this secluded meeting?
Our business arrangement is strictly confidential, and I am under absolutely no obligation to disclose the details to an uninvited third party.
You arrogant, uneducated beast! You deliberately lured her here because you harbor completely inappropriate intentions toward her innocence. She violently slammed a heavy leather pouch directly onto the table, aggressively declaring it contained 350,000 stones. This highly generous sum more than adequately compensates you for the extremely valuable goblin essence she was forced to consume.
I recognize this exact scenario from countless cheap dramas back home. The wealth wealthy elite aggressively paying off the poor commoner to disappear. She essentially just threw a massive fortune in my face and explicitly demanded I permanently sever all ties with her sister.
Why are you hesitating? Take the money and permanently walk out of her life before I forcefully remove you myself. I completely saw through your pathetic little scheme from the very beginning. You obviously wanted something far more intimate than mere coin.
I specifically wanted her to assist me in hunting down a highly specific essence I desperately need for my own combat build. The incredibly tense silence stretched on as I struggled to contain my boiling frustration at her baseless accusations. Yes, that was my entire objective. We explicitly agreed to an equitable 50-50 split of all future combat resources.
I desperately wanted to honor our agreement and continue exploring with you, but my sister fiercely forbade it. I deeply apologize for misleading you, but I genuinely cannot form a permanent party with you under these strict conditions.
This is a massive tactical setback. I heavily relied on her specialized ranged support to effectively manage large monster packs.
She only traveled independently to strictly fulfill the traditional rite of passage. She is permanently rejoining my elite squad immediately. I glared at the barbarian, making it entirely clear that he would never exploit my sister's trusting nature again.
The wealthy elites always rely on nepotism to securely bypass the lethal struggles that effectively crush normal adventurers like me. I firmly rejected her initial offer, calculating that a fair 50% cut of the essence's market value demanded exactly 280,000 stones. We explicitly established a binding contract to split our entire collective haul at a strict ratio of 9-to-1.
Oh, my sincerest apologies. I entirely forgot about that incredibly specific financial technicality you established in the dark.
I snatched the heavy pouch containing my exact calculated share, completely disgusted by her blatant attempt to intentionally underpay me. Take your money and immediately vacate the area. I still need to finalize the division of the equipment we looted from the Union.
I am not leaving her alone with a volatile barbarian who clearly harbors dangerous ulterior motives.
Sister, please. He genuinely saved my life multiple times. I need to properly express my gratitude without you aggressively interfering.
Fine. I will temporarily respect your boundaries, but only under one absolute, non-negotiable condition. You must solemnly swear upon your sacred honor as a tribal warrior before I step away from this table. You must explicitly swear that you will never engage in any physical intimacy with my sister under any circumstances.
Not sleep with her? Does this mean everything else leading up to that point is allowed?
What are you waiting for? I swear.
On my honor as a warrior. Like I give a crap about my honor as a warrior.
Good. I take my leave then. Oh, I almost forgot to say this. Thank you for saving Erwin, Bjorn, son of Yandel.
I let out a heavy sigh as Erwin completely collapsed face first onto the wooden table in pure embarrassment.
Was I being too disrespectful to my sister? I've never said no to her ever in my life before. Do you think she'll be mad at me?
Don't worry. The smile on her face in the end suggested otherwise.
I was elated by your offer, but I had already agreed to accompany my sister even before all this. So I'm really sorry.
There's no need to apologize. To be fair, I wouldn't have declined if a high-level elf asked me to travel with her and split the XP and loot. And this is exactly 63,000 stones. The loot from the redhead and the crossbowman.
And I still have their backpacks. I left them in my room for now, but there were a lot of items inside. You should come and check it out tomorrow. But well then, how should I properly compensate you? I told you I was going to repay you for coming to my rescue.
I silently pondered her question, trying to calculate the absolute most efficient way she could repay her life debt to me. I can't think of anything right now. Why don't we grab a plate of food first? I'll just order mine.
Well, if you insist. Can we get something to drink like ale? I didn't drink anything at all yesterday on purpose because I wanted to have my first drink to celebrate the return with you.
I'm glad to hear that. You should be saying thank you instead.
You're welcome. We went through a lot together in the labyrinth, so it makes sense to share the drink to celebrate our return together.
Except it obviously isn't your first drink to celebrate your return. What do you mean? This is my first celebratory drink. What? Didn't I tell you I was 20 years old? I thought you were joking. It was my first time navigating through the labyrinth too. The tavern finally delivered our hot meal, completely filling the table with massive slabs of roasted meat and fresh vegetables.
Great work. Thank you for everything in the labyrinth.
Likewise, cheers. We forcefully slammed our heavy wooden mugs together, deliberately letting the cheap ale spill completely over the edges. We ravenously devoured the food, thoroughly enjoying the warm, secure atmosphere of the bustling tavern after days of darkness.
I don't think I've ever seen you with a shirt on, good old sir.
But we've exchanged enough meaningless talk. talk. Time to move on to the real topic. You said you wanted to repay me for saving you, right? I think I know of a way you can.
What is it? But not here. We'd best not be seen.
Wait, what exactly are you implying we need to hide for?
You mean we need to go somewhere completely private? Why don't we talk more about it in your room then?
Open it wider, Erwin. Don't be too stiff.
Ouch, please be gentle. Ouch, my shoulder. You're going to dislocate my shoulder. I was never this flexible to begin with. Are you sure about this?
Yeah, I swear it on the name of my clan. Okay, you can take a quick break for now.
Thank goodness. Then is my arm still intact? Is this really why you asked me to come over? To check on the special ability?
Yeah, we get arrested right away if we use a special ability within the city. To be precise, I wanted to know the difference between what I saw in-game and in real life. Dungeon & Stone is an immensely unkind game. The stat point system is just the start. While it is largely divided into 3 categories, in physique, spirit, and special abilities, there were thousands of substats that showed up by clicking on the plus sign next to numbers. For instance, if strength, a substat of the physique stat, is raised, the inventory weight and physical damage increase as well. That is why 2 characters can have the same physique stat, yet play different roles within the party. Obsession is one such substat. That was one of the substats that were affected by goblin essence Erwin consumed. Erwin, did you experience any changes ever since you left the labyrinth? Like, if you couldn't shake off a certain thought from your mind, or were losing restraint?
Cookies maybe? I never had such bad cravings for cookies in my life before. But as soon as I left the labyrinth, I bought a bunch and ate the whole bag.
I see. I suppose that's what the obsession stat affects then. No wonder I couldn't notice it in-game. But there could be features of familiar substats that got newly added as I got transported into this world. I should think of it as a new patch and keep all possibilities in mind.
I'm so tired now. Okay, let's go to bed.
I gently blew out the flickering candle, completely plunging the small tavern room into absolute darkness. I settled deeply into the soft mattress, incredibly relieved to finally sleep in a genuinely secure location. Hold on. I think her sister clearly warned me not to sleep with her. Yet here she is, deeply asleep and drooling directly onto my chest while comfortably wrapped in my blanket. But I guess this is okay. This probably wasn't what she was referring to in the first place anyways. The following morning, I meticulously laid out every single piece of equipment we had violently stripped from the dead Union members.
This is a lot. No wonder it was so heavy when we were carrying the backpacks all the way from my room in the morning. Are you going to sell all of these? Then can I keep the leather jerkin and the belt you gave me in the labyrinth?
I'm willing to pay you 350,000 stones for this. I think I can part with 180,000 stones for the armor pieces.
I got 1.45 million stones from the sales. Excluding Erwin's share, I am left with 1.4 million stones. This is incredible. I don't think I've ever made this much money on my first try at the labyrinth. It's a remarkably good start. All right, time to go our own ways, Erwin. There's no reason for her to tarry around longer.
Okay, we can go together to the central square since I need to go there as well.
We slowly approached the massive central plaza, entirely confused by the massive crowd aggressively gathered around a massive wooden platform.
Huh? Why is it so crowded over here? That's...
Everyone, maintain a safe distance. The execution is about to begin.
Those people locked in the wooden stocks did not commit grave offenses like murder, rape, or arson.
I hereby execute these criminals. Their crime is failure to pay taxes.
Rafdonia is the absolute last remaining city in the entire world, strictly protected from the devastating curse inflicted by a horrid witch. Anyone that fails to pay the enormous amount of taxes is executed forthwith. The heavy steel blade violently descended, permanently severing their heads, while the massive crowd watched with absolute apathy. The exact moment the execution concluded, dozens of frantic citizens violently rushed the bloody wooden platform. They aggressively shoved each other aside, desperately dipping chunks of stale bread directly into the fresh pools of pooling blood.
What the hell is wrong with them? Why are they dipping bread in the blood of the dead person and eating it?
How much tax do first-year citizens have to pay?
800,000 stones, and they have to start paying exchange fees.
Tax continues to rise until the adventurer becomes a veteran of certain years. That's why I must make as much progress as I can during the first year, in which tax duties are the least demanding, and there is no fee. If I get complacent, and thus fail to return to the world I am from, it could well be my own blood spilled on the ground for them to dip their bread in. I should aim to comfortably hunt monsters and collect loot on the 6th floor. That's the least I need to do. Otherwise, I'll be executed in front of the public, just like those guys. So this is the library. It's huge. I remember it was still under construction when I was playing the game. The wealthy scholars immediately glared at me, entirely disgusted by a massive, scarred barbarian, loudly walking through their quiet sanctuary. Is it that strange for a barbarian to come to the library? Wait, who is snoring that loudly over there? Einar, Second or third daughter of Fen. Something? She's completely passed out directly on top of her open book. What the hell is she doing here? I gently poked her muscular shoulder to wake her up. She slowly blinked her eyes open, lazily wiping a thick trail of drool completely off her chin. Bjorn, son of Yandel, glad to see you're in one piece.
Likewise, it's great to see you. Bjorn, son of Yandel. I am sorry. I got excited because I never expected to see another warrior from our tribe here in the library. What brings you here? Remember you said I should think first before I move? I thought I needed knowledge to be able to think.
That's an impressive logic. I suppose she really is wise among the barbarians.
And I realized something while I was exploring the labyrinth, that it's not just monsters we should be wary of. That is why I decided to study Asura, but reading is too hard, so you didn't get anything done. That's why I plan to return to our sacred grounds and ask the elders to teach me how to read.
I will forget if I don't act upon a thought right away. I don't care what anyone else says. Barbarians are a sad race.
Oh, I remember I was supposed to pay you back for the advice you gave me before. If you are ever in need of help, come to Angry Rhino Inn. I will help you to the best of my ability.
Sure, thanks. Please don't forget you made this promise in the next day or two, Einar, because I feel like I'm gonna need your help in the near future. But how am I supposed to find the book I'm looking for from here? It's so big. I quietly approached the massive front desk, entirely unsure of how to officially navigate this massive repository of knowledge. She has to be a librarian. She's sleeping. She slowly lifted her head from the desk, groggily blinking her vibrant pink eyes at my massive frame.
May I help you?
I'm looking for some books. Where can I find written records of history?
Percitif. You will now be able to find the books of your heart's desire as you walk around the library. You may not rent the books, so please return them to the assigned shelves when you're done.
She immediately crossed her arms back over the desk and fell entirely asleep before I could even ask a follow-up question. She's sleeping again. What the hell's up with her? I walked around the library as she advised, and soon realized how the spell she cast on me works. I suppose the keyword I think of in my head turns my eyes to the books related to that topic. What a convenient magic spell. No wonder there's only one librarian in a huge place like this. Let's start with this one. The first book is titled World Destroyed. Thousands of years ago, an evil witch placed a curse upon this land, causing all lives within to wither. Second book, titled Understanding Basics of Alchemy, Explained 4. It explains how the mana stones dropped by monsters turn into other objects such as bread, water, and metal. Next, War for the Holy Items 3. It covers how the barbarian and the elven race came to antagonize each other. What I really need to know is the content of the fourth book right here, by the title of Evil Spirits of the Abyss. It offers no theory about how these evil spirits find their ways into this world, but does explain what the royal court and Templars did in order to hunt down the apparitions. Fifth book is titled About the Death of the King. Records indicate that he died 150 years ago. I am 150 years in the future from the timeline I remember. Next book is titled Records of Instability Between Dimensions. Could this be the book the blonde knight that saved me was talking about? What I experienced was definitely an extremely rare anomaly, as that guy put it. But the book addresses a hypothesis that entering the portal immediately before closing may have to do with it. Basically, it was entirely my fault that my starting position was within the dark area. It was me that hesitated. Fuck, this is depressing. I should stop thinking about this. It's already dark outside. I'll read the rest later. It's been exactly 3 days since I safely returned from the hellish depths of the labyrinth. A month in this world consists of exactly 30 days. Since the labyrinth opens on the midnight of the first day of each month, I have 27 more days to prepare. I'm going to go to sleep now. I should start looking for a new companion tomorrow. The heavy wooden door to my private inn-room suddenly slammed open, violently ripping me from my deep sleep. I instantly snapped my eyes open, completely ready to grab my shield and defend myself from a midnight assassination.
Good old sir, come on, you gotta wake up. Erwin?
What brings you here this early?
I successfully signed a contract with another spirit elemental. Check this out. I failed 9 times, but succeeded on the 10th try with the spirit stones my sister bought me last night, and it's a wind elemental, which has good synergy with fire. Look at him. Isn't he just the cutest little spirit you've ever seen?
I just blankly stared at the swirling green vortex, desperately calculating the sheer economic cost of her terrifyingly expensive success. A spirit stone is an item that lets the adventurer make a contract with a new spirit elemental at 10% success rate, but those things are expensive. Just how wealthy is her clan for her to have bought 10 spirit stones?
That's awesome. Can you recall it now? But I didn't even show you half of what it does.
You already made enough of a mess in my room. She instantly froze in absolute panic, suddenly realizing her elemental had violently scattered all my personal belongings across the floor.
I'm so sorry. I'll clean everything up right away.
The little green wind spirit just hovered innocently in the air, completely oblivious to the absolute chaos it had just caused in my room.
There, I'm done. Thank you, but you don't have have to rush to me every time when you live so far away?
It's better to spend time more efficiently and wisely before entering the labyrinth again.
What you say is true, but I ran here because you were the first one I wanted to share this news with.
She instantly slumped her shoulders and heavily dropped her head, aggressively pouting on the edge of my bed like a scolded child. Is it because I was her first companion ever? She seems to be strangely attached to me for some mysterious reasons. I'd rather keep it professional and not let personal feelings get in the way. Under normal circumstances, but I'll be staying here in this room for a while, so feel free to visit me anytime if you're in need of something. We are comrades in arms, after all.
Okay, I understand.
I stared up at the vast sky, entirely focused on the 26 remaining days until the extraction portal officially opens again. It's not a lot of time, but enough to make preparations, and I think I know the most efficient way to do just that. The exact second I stepped into the noisy establishment, a massive scarred barbarian immediately locked eyes with me.
Goodness me! If it isn't the greatest warrior Bjorn, son of Yandel!
Of course my eardrums are popping.
What brings you here? Are you planning to stay here as well? That's a good idea, since it only costs 300 stones per night.
10 massive warriors aggressively cramming into one tiny room and violently rotating shifts on 5 uncomfortable beds. No wonder it was so cheap. Number: I'm actually here to meet with Einar, third daughter of Fenelin.
Bjorn, son of Yandel, good to see you. Bjorn, son of Yandel, was looking for you. You were looking for me?
I have a favor to ask. I want to fight you. Yes, I need more training.
Because I know I am far inferior to other barbarians when it comes to raw combat techniques. But if it is a sparring partner you were looking for...
I glanced out the window, quietly watching dozens of massive barbarians violently beating the absolute hell out of each other in the dirt.
I will gladly be your sparring partner except in the mornings, because I need to go learn how to read.
We didn't waste a single second, immediately taking up aggressive fighting stances directly in the center of the dusty training yard. I'm here to learn, but I don't intend to go down so easily. She tightened her grip on her massive iron greatsword, completely unfazed by my aggressive, full-speed frontal assault. She effortlessly swung the massive blade directly downward, completely shattering the air pressure with her terrifying raw strength. I got absolutely owned. She systematically dismantled my entire defensive posture in less than 30 seconds.
Are you all right? Yeah.
I request a rematch. The violent, deafening sound of our heavy metal weapons violently colliding repeatedly echoed across the entire dusty courtyard. Again, one more time. Once more, rematch. I heavily collapsed against my deeply dented iron shield, my entire body completely drenched in sweat under the dark night sky.
Do you want another rematch? I am getting tired too.
Number, this is enough sparring for today. Okay, excellent work. Einar, are you planning to enter the labyrinth by yourself again?
I think so. I don't have much of a choice, since I don't have enough money to form a party.
Einar, would you like to form a party with me?
Party? Yeah. We'll split the loot at the ratio of 8 to 2, but I'll take care of the cost to register the party. You don't have to explain further.
Listen up though. I will also pay for potions and other items that are necessary. She suddenly stepped entirely into my space, forcefully grabbing my hand before I could even finish establishing the exact financial terms.
I don't understand difficult things like ratio or what. I will trust you, Bjorn, son of Yandel.
Good. Likewise, excellent. I found myself a trustworthy knight companion. The following morning, I traveled extensively outside the massive city walls to officially visit the sacred tribal grounds of the barbarians.
Good to see you, Einar, second daughter of Fenelin, and Bjorn, son of Yandel. Did you come here to learn how to read like Einar?
No, chieftain. I want a spirit imprint. I want the immortality imprint among them, to be precise. Every non-human race has a special racial ability. Elves are able to borrow power from the spirit elementals through contracts. Dwarves' equipment expertise increases their efficiency of using items. Beastmen and beastwomen can make a pact with ancient creatures called soul beasts. Last but not least, barbarians have something called the spirit imprint.
Oh, how did you know about spirit imprinting? It isn't something young warriors would know about. This, again, you little doubting Thomas.
But I came ready. I already stopped by the library and checked if there were written records about spirit imprinting. I read it from a book. It said the spirit imprints helped us barbarians greatly during the war for holy items against the elves.
I see. I am astounded. You read it from a book. Impressive. It's a blessing to have two wise warriors in the same generation.
The imposing tribal leader let out an absolutely booming laugh, clearly entirely pleased by my completely fabricated thirst for academic knowledge.
There is no reason to deny a warrior's wish to get the spirit imprint. But young warrior, it costs about 800,000 stones to get the spirit imprinting done. son, do you have the money?
I do. It was certainly a difficult ability to gain in the beginning of the game due to the cost. Advanced forms of spirit imprints require not just money, but rare ingredients as well. However, 1 pouch of 500,000 stones and 3 pouches of 100,000 stones. I have the money to get the low-tier ones right now.
Bjorn, son of Yandel, how did you make so much money like this?
Haha, I already thought of ways to answer this question as well. I was actually waiting for you to ask me that. I encountered and captured an injured elf on the 1st floor by chance. I made her do all the work like a slave, and extorted mana stones. I totally forced her to consume a useless essence that a monster dropped. I successfully extorted a massive pile of cash from her older sister the moment we left the labyrinth.
That is absolutely brilliant. I haven't laughed this hard in years.
You are incredible, Bjorn. You really showed those arrogant elves who's boss.
They actually believe my fabricated story and are praising me like a hero. It feels amazing, but I wonder if they just really hate elves.
Take this. Consider it a personal reward from me for showing such outstanding potential.
I can't believe he just handed me 200,000 stones out of the 800,000 I paid. I literally just made a fortune with a single lie. I swear I will exploit every single elf I encounter and become the greatest warrior in our history. I think I'm genuinely starting to love my fellow barbarians. They really are simple and good-hearted people. Spirit imprinting is essentially a specialized ritual designed to drastically enhance a barbarian's physical performance.
I will ask you one final time, young warrior. Once you lock in a specific spirit imprint, you can never choose another path. Very well. I shall begin the agonizing ritual now. Brace yourself.
The heavy needles brutally pierced into my back over and over again. The searing pain immediately shot through my entire nervous system. The real problem is knowing I have to endure this exact same torture every single time I want an upgrade. Holy crap, this hurts worse than anything I felt in the dungeon. I finally unlocked the first phase of the immortality imprint. My natural regeneration just skyrocketed, and my base physique stat jumped up by 13 whole points. I slowly pushed the heavy fabric flap aside, my back still burning from the fresh ink. Thank you so much for the upgrade, Chieftain. I'll take my leave now. What the hell is he chuckling about now? Did I say something wrong?
You are literally the very first barbarian warrior to ever express gratitude to the shaman after that painful ritual.
Damn it. I definitely acted way too polite just now. I need to get out of here before he gets suspicious of my identity. By the time the sun rose, I had completely recovered from the agonizing ritual. I headed straight to the bustling market district to properly equip myself before my next descent into the labyrinth.
Welcome to our humble establishment, mighty warrior. What specific type of weapon are you searching for today? Please direct your attention over here. These massive, devastating weapons are highly preferred by your barbarian brethren.
Those are way too enormous and impractical. I need something significantly smaller and easier to maneuver in tight spaces.
How about this sturdy one-handed mace, then? It packs quite a punch without sacrificing mobility.
Perfect. Equipping this slightly larger mace instantly boosted my overall item level by 85 points. I also secured a custom-fitted steel helmet and a sturdy half-plate chest armor that covers my vitals perfectly. My defense is looking incredibly solid now, and I still have about 50,000 stones left in my pouch for emergencies.
Good old sir, over here, I saved us a great table.
I quickly settled into a very comfortable daily routine, starting every single morning by having a hearty breakfast with Erwin. Afterwards, I would spend hours meticulously studying monster lore at the library, while the pink-haired librarian aggressively napped. Then I would visit a completely random pub for dinner, carefully eavesdropping on veteran adventurers to gather undocumented labyrinth intel. Honestly, this specific tavern has absolutely terrible food, considering how much they charge for a simple meal. And finally, I would head over to the Angry Rhino Inn around sunset to engage in brutal sparring matches with my fellow barbarians. I mercilessly slammed my sparring partner into the dirt, entirely focused on refining my raw combat instincts. Next opponent, step up. My reflexes are getting significantly sharper with every single brawl. The repetitive training actually increased my flexibility and dynamic visual acuity by a noticeable margin. My base physique stat even increased by 1 point just from wrestling in the dirt all evening.
Thank you for the match, Bjorn. You are undeniably the greatest warrior I have ever faced. Your technique has improved drastically since our first encounter. I can barely keep up with your shield bashes now.
Good old sir, let's go grab a late dinner together before the night ends.
Doesn't it take you over an hour to walk from your guild to my inn? You really shouldn't waste your precious rest time like this. She would always cheerfully insist on eating together, before finally heading back to her upscale guild quarters late at night.
Have a wonderful night's sleep, good old sir, and best of luck in the labyrinth tomorrow. tomorrow.
Yeah, best of luck to you too. I can't believe an entire month has already passed by this quickly. My overall combat power has drastically increased to nearly 160 points. I am fully prepared for the next descent. I arrived at the Adventurers Guild early the next evening to finalize my party registration with Einar. We are here to purchase the official companionship spell for our upcoming expedition.
Please place both of your hands firmly on the crystal sphere to register your magical signatures. I confirm 2 Tier 9 adventurers. That will cost exactly 15,000 stones to initiate the binding spell.
15,000 stones? Do you have any idea how many massive slabs of roasted meat I could buy with the fortune?
The price scales directly with the total amount of monster essences an adventurer has permanently consumed.
I see. The higher the tier, the more expensive it becomes to legally link your spawn coordinates. We'll pay the fee.
Bjorn, what on earth is this glorious feast you placed before me?
It's literally just a high-quality roasted ham that cost 800 stones. Please stop drooling on the table.
I'm going to devour every single bite of this masterpiece. This is absolutely phenomenal. I feel like my taste buds have literally ascended to paradise. I am going to become an absolute hustler in the labyrinth. I will slaughter thousands of monsters just to afford this meal. Again.
Attention, adventurers! The spatial gate is stabilizing. Do not cross the threshold until we give the official command.
I was in far too much of a frantic rush during my first month to fully appreciate just how massive this portal actually is.
We made it just in time. Partoon successfully guided us straight to the correct plaza.
See? I promised you could trust me to navigate these stupid rookies right to the slaughterhouse.
Ha ha ha. Watching those fresh novices confidently march toward their doom really reminds me of the good old days.
The perimeter is fully secured. You may officially enter the labyrinth now.
Come on, Bjorn. Let's charge in there and start cracking skulls immediately. Honestly, I have absolutely no idea what complex theories you're talking about, but I completely trust your judgment. Let's wait. There's literally only 1 minute left before the gate permanently seals. Shouldn't we be sprinting inside right now?
The portal has shrunk drastically. We will rush in the exact second the god issues his final warning.
Final warning! The gate will collapse in exactly 10 seconds.
Now, Einar, sprint straight into the vortex with absolutely everything you have. I was absolutely right about the spawning mechanics.
Bjorn, it's completely pitch black. I can't see my own hands.
Calm down and stop swinging your sword blindly. I deliberately brought a magical torch for this exact scenario.
By the gods, that massive stone structure is still sitting exactly where it was last time.
That is the monumental stone. We're going to use it to instantly bypass this entire floor and advance directly to the second level. I firmly pressed my palm against the cold stone, aggressively channeling my mana into the ancient runes. The massive spatial rift violently tore open right in front of us, illuminating the entire cavern. Let's go, Einar. Our real hunt begins on the floor above. Incredible. I received 2 raw experience points just for being the very first person to manually activate this portal this month. I officially advanced to level 2. My soul power increased, and my body can now safely handle a second monster essence. My heavy boots immediately sank into the damp, putrid mud as we materialized on the other side.
The elders claimed it takes a full 3 days to reach this floor. You truly are a genius, Bjorn.
The distant, agonizing shrieks of restless spirits confirm we successfully landed in the western undead sector.
Bjorn, do you suddenly feel a bizarre, tingling sensation crawling across your skin?
I feel it too. It's like a sudden surge of raw energy just forcibly injected itself directly into my core.
The dignity of your soul must have naturally elevated. Congratulations on growing stronger.
She calls it soul dignity, but in standard gaming terms, my character simply leveled up. Reaching level 2 is a massive milestone. It officially unlocks my second essence intake slot, allowing me to absorb another monster's power. I strongly suspect we received that sudden burst of soul energy strictly as a reward for being the first to activate the interfloor gate. In this brutal reality, you only ever gain experience points the very first time you successfully slay a specific monster species. Because unique kills are so limited, rapidly triggering these first to open portal rewards is an absolutely crucial speedrunning tactic to maintain level progression. This knowledge is far too incredibly valuable to share. I must utterly monopolize this exploit before the larger guilds catch on. Listen closely, Einar. If any veteran adventurer asks, we confidently claim it took us 2 grueling days to reach this floor. Understood? Experienced climbing parties will naturally arrive here soon. They will become become extremely suspicious if they discover 2 novices beat them to the 2nd floor.
I completely agree. I am vastly more terrified of greedy human adventurers than any rotting corpse roaming these woods.
I tightly secured the magical torch directly to the crest of my steel helmet, transforming myself into a walking barbarian candlestick.
That is fascinating. The magical flames don't emit any physical heat whatsoever.
These utility items are incredibly expensive, but they reliably emit bright light for 3 continuous days once activated. The baseline combat lethality of the undead creatures wandering this specific sector is vastly superior to the pathetic goblins in the northern forest.
However, the complete lack of hidden mechanical traps makes this open terrain an absolute paradise for 2 aggressive frontline brawlers. Wait, I hear dragging footsteps approaching from the shadows. It's a small pack of rotting ghouls. Since it's only the first day, there are only 3 of them actively patrolling this grid. Excellent. I was starting to get incredibly bored just walking around. Allow me to completely obliterate these freaks. I aggressively kicked off the damp soil, launching myself directly toward the center of their loose formation. Taste my steel, you disgusting bags of rotting flesh. This is almost too easy. We will absolutely dominate this entire zone and easily push to the 3rd floor at this pace. But Bjorn, what the hell was that terrifying ear-piercing scream just now?
Those are just the ambient wails of a distant banshee. They are entirely passive unless we aggressively engage them first.
Are you absolutely certain they won't rapidly descend upon us while we're distracted?
We fundamentally lack the magical attacks required to damage their ethereal forms anyway. If you strike one, it will permanently curse you to be hunted forever.
Holy moly, I am so incredibly thankful I decided to partner with a wise scholar like you.
You are literally crushing my windpipe with your massive biceps. Please unhand me immediately. Keep your eyes peeled. A squad of armed skeletons just literally plummeted out of the dense canopy above us.
Oh, I didn't even notice them hiding up there in the branches. Stand back and watch a true warrior work. I will enthusiastically shatter every single bone in their fragile bodies. I forcefully brought my massive iron blade down, instantly crushing the skeleton into a pile of useless white dust. Did you mumble some tactical advice just now? I couldn't hear you over the sound of shattering bones.
Never mind. You clearly don't need any advice on how to brutally dismantle low-tier skeletons. We steadily pushed our way northward through the rotting forest for 8 grueling hours, encountering increasingly dangerous undead variants. We systematically slaughtered massive elder ghouls that towered over the standard foot soldiers and easily deflected the crude projectiles fired by highly coordinated skeleton archer squads. Because it was only the first day of the cycle, their spawn rates were comfortably low, allowing us to safely manage every single encounter. My newly purchased one-handed mace is absolutely phenomenal. The weight distribution is perfectly calibrated for crushing hard targets. It allows me to effortlessly cave in these monsters' thick skulls with significantly less stamina drain than a heavy 2-handed weapon. My new half-plate armor perfectly absorbed the ghoul's vicious claw swipe, preventing what would have been a nasty laceration. And my solid steel helmet easily deflected an incoming arrow that was aimed directly at my temple. Get back in the dirt where you belong, you pathetic pile of brittle bones. While I am entirely capable of soloing these lesser mobs, having a completely fearless barbarian brawler fighting alongside me makes this incredibly efficient.
For the glory of Yahello, return to the dust.
Her raw destructive power is staggering. Yahello is the ancient ancestor god of our tribe, and invoking his name seems to fuel her rage.
I absolutely love fighting like this. It is so incredibly thrilling to just crush everything in my path.
Our combined strategy is utterly devoid of complex tactics, but overwhelming our enemies with sheer brute force is undeniably effective.
Bjorn, I noticed a pretty deep laceration on your bicep. Stop fighting and treat it immediately.
Don't worry about it, Aina. My body is already actively repairing the damaged tissue.
Whoa, your flesh is literally stitching itself back together. Is that the mystical power of your new spirit imprint?
Yes. The first phase of the immortality imprint significantly accelerates my baseline cellular regeneration, making me vastly more durable in prolonged fights. The damp soil has completely transitioned into hard, cracked stone. We've definitely crossed into a higher level threat zone. Keep your guard up, Einar. The banshee wails are significantly louder here, which means we'll be engaging Tier 8 elite monsters very soon.
Let them come. We will violently crush their skulls just like we did to all the others. By the gods, did you hear that terrifying guttural growl echoing from the shadows?
The ambient lighting in this accursed forest is so terrible that the massive beast managed to close the distance before we even saw its silhouette. That is a death fiend. It looks vastly more horrifying in person than it ever did on my computer monitor. Listen to me very carefully, Einar. You must explicitly target its head. Striking its thick, muscular torso will deal absolutely 0 damage.
I hear you loud and clear. For the eternal glory of Yahello, I will sever its ugly ugly head.
I aggressively pushed forward with my heavy shield to safely absorb its initial lunging strike, creating a perfect opening for Einar's heavy blade. What the hell? The sheer kinetic force of its counterattack nearly dislocated my shoulder. Her massive greatsword didn't even leave a single scratch on its thick, hardened hide. It's like swinging steel against solid granite. I dug my heavy boots deep into the gravel as the massive beast violently shoved me backward with a single sweeping blow. This thing's physical strength is absolutely off the charts, but I successfully held the defensive line and bought Einar another window to strike.
Don't you dare ignore me, you oversized freak. Take this. What? My blade just violently bounced off its thick neck muscles. I put absolutely everything I had into the overhead swing, but I can't even penetrate its outer layer of skin. The beast casually backhanded me, sending my entire body flying through the air like a discarded ragdoll. Bjorn, this monster is incredibly resilient. My strongest attacks are completely useless against its armor.
I vividly remember the Death Fiend possessing insanely high defensive stats in the game, but experiencing its raw power firsthand is truly terrifying. The tiny laceration Einar managed to inflict just completely sealed itself shut in less than 3 seconds. Its natural regeneration is absurd.
Bjorn, what the hell is it doing now? It's just standing there screaming at the sky.
It's forcibly activating its signature elite skill. It's aggressively pulling lesser undead straight out of the earth to swarm us. That massive roar was Call of the Dead. We're about to be completely surrounded by fresh ghouls. Einar, immediately disengage from the main boss and rapidly exterminate all the summoned ghouls before they can overwhelm our flanks. I will aggressively maintain aggro on the Death Fiend and keep it entirely focused on my shield while you clear the perimeter. It relentlessly hammered its massive fists down upon my steel shield, violently testing the limits of my endurance. My arms are screaming in absolute agony, but I must hold this defensive line until Einar finishes her sweep. I'm slowly losing ground. The sheer weight of its continuous assault is steadily pushing me backward into the mud.
Hold on just a second longer, Bjorn. I successfully slaughtered all the summoned ghouls and I'm coming to assist you. I will violently chop this bastard's thick legs off right now. Eat my steel, you oversized monstrosity. I fiercely drove my heavy blade directly into its exposed calf muscle, completely shattering its balance.
Perfect execution. Now that it's violently staggered, it's my turn to inflict some severe blunt force trauma. I swung my heavy mace with absolutely everything I had, viciously caving in the side of its thick skull. The combined kinetic force of our coordinated assault finally sent the massive beast crashing heavily into the dirt. That strike felt absolutely incredible. Judging by the sheer volume of dark blood spraying everywhere, I definitely cracked its skull. The beast violently lashed out from the ground, savagely kicking my shield and launching me backward through the air. I completely failed to maintain my footing. How the hell is it still generating that much raw power with a shattered skull? This is utterly ridiculous. That exact same mace swing literally instantly pulverized a goblin's entire torso yesterday. The massive crater I just smashed into its skull is already visibly knitting itself back together. Our combined damage output is completely failing to outpace its absurd regenerative capabilities. We might have to strategically retreat and just farm lesser mobs.
I am not letting this ugly bastard recover. I'm taking it straight back down to the dirt. For the eternal glory of Yahello, I will shatter your spine.
She entirely abandoned her useless blade to violently wrestle the beast directly to the ground. That's a brilliant tactical adjustment. I violently crushed its remaining knee joint with my mace to ensure it couldn't leverage its massive weight against her. The massive creature completely lost its center of gravity and violently slammed onto its back. It's desperately thrashing its thick arms around, desperately trying to regain a dominant position. We absolutely cannot let it stand back up. We must ruthlessly pin it down and systematically pulverize its skull until its regeneration entirely fails. Die, you massive, ugly freak. I'll beat you into a bloody pulp.
Ha ha ha. This forcefully reminds me of cheerfully kneading thick bread dough with a heavy mallet back in my village.
It turns out that relentlessly bashing a monster's skull in with a fellow barbarian is an incredibly therapeutic bonding experience.
I am absolutely falling in love with this beautifully straightforward, brutally violent method of combat.
We finally successfully obliterated the beast, earning a massive 2 experience points for our first elite kill.
Look at the sheer size of this thing, Bjorn. It dropped an absolutely massive mana stone. Are you seriously telling me this giant, beautiful gem is only worth a pathetic 100 stones at the exchange counter?
We secured approximately 300 stones from this entire skirmish, which is admittedly a terrible payout, considering we nearly died multiple times.
Hey Bjorn, exactly how much did that heavenly bread with the sweet cream filling cost back at the tavern. So you're telling me I can comfortably afford exactly one cream-filled pastry for every single death fiend I violently slaughter? We have absolutely no time to waste standing around. Let's go aggressively hunt down 100 more of these pastry-dropping freaks.
I honestly vastly prefer her aggressively food-motivated enthusiasm over Erwin's constant paralyzing terror. It makes leading this party so much easier. Our new tactical doctrine was brutally simple. Violently sweep their legs and hurl them directly onto the hard ground. Then we systematically pulverized their skulls like we were aggressively tenderizing a tough cut of meat. We efficiently butchered over 70 of them today. We've completely exhausted our stamina reserves. Let's establish a secure perimeter within these stone ruins and immediately rest for the night. I intentionally slaughtered dozens of these beasts, desperately hoping for their essence drop to complete my tank build, but my terrible luck ruined everything again. By the second day, the labyrinth's difficulty dynamically adjusted, spawning the massive death fiends in highly coordinated pairs. We expertly isolated the closest target, violently throwing it to the ground before rapidly repositioning to intercept the second one. Einar, fall back immediately. We've triggered too many spawns and a massive horde of ghouls is attempting to flank us. The spawn density is getting completely out of hand. Engaging 3 elite death fiends simultaneously is mathematical suicide for a 2-man party. We've accumulated a massive haul of stones. Let's completely abandon this highly volatile sector and return to our fortified campsite from yesterday. Halt your advance immediately, Einar. There's an unknown party of human adventurers loitering directly outside our designated safe zone. They are visibly sweating and aggressively gripping their weapons. They look incredibly panicked by our sudden arrival.
State your primary business immediately, barbarians. Why are you quietly sneaking up on our position?
If you have no formal business with us, aggressively vacate our designated resting area before I violently remove you myself.
We profusely apologize for the intrusion. We'll immediately relocate to a different sector.
We absolutely cannot sleep here anymore, Bjorn. They know our exact coordinates, and human adventurers are notoriously treacherous cowards. Her intense, almost visceral hatred towards standard human adventurers is deeply concerning. Did she suffer a severe betrayal during her initial solo run? I will definitely have to carefully interrogate her about her past traumas once we establish a genuinely secure location. Unfortunately, we are forced to settle for a highly mediocre defensive position because those cowards compromised our primary safe house.
Please, have mercy on me. I'll give you everything.
The distinct, sickening sound of a blade tearing through human flesh violently echoed through the quiet forest.
Bjorn! That absolutely wasn't the agonizing cry of someone being eaten by a mindless monster. An adventurer just murdered someone. I can clearly see a slender figure standing directly over a pile of fresh corpses near the extinguished campfire. There are 4 heavily armed veterans lying completely dead in the dirt, their mouths violently foaming from a highly potent neurotoxin. That woman casually standing over their twitching bodies, she methodically wiped out an entire veteran party all by herself.
Judging by your incredibly loud footsteps and crude gear, you two must be absolutely pathetic novices.
Plunderers are the absolute lowest scum of the labyrinth. They exclusively hunt other adventurers to aggressively steal their hard-earned equipment and wealth. While murdering another citizen is a severe crime strictly punishable by public execution back in the city, there is absolutely no law enforcement down here. If no one survives to formally report the crime, you can literally get away with mass murder.
Is this your very first time encountering a professional plunderer in the wild little barbarians?
I meticulously analyzed her distinct facial features, desperately trying to match her to any known named characters from my extensive game knowledge. This is a catastrophic situation. The sheer confidence radiating from her posture clearly indicates she is vastly overleveled for this specific flaw. She possesses a slender, highly agile frame, striking shoulder-length red hair, and a distinct jagged scar deliberately carved into her right ear. The bold, tribal tattoo aggressively inked directly under her left eye is an incredibly unique visual identifier. The fact that she blatantly refuses to conceal her highly recognizable face while actively committing mass murder proves she never leaves any living witnesses behind.
Bjorn, my instincts are screaming right now. That slender woman feels vastly more dangerous than any giant monster we fought today.
She effortlessly slaughtered a highly equipped 4-man veteran squad that even included a specialized combat mage. 3 of the heavily armored victims show absolutely no signs of physical trauma, meaning she bypassed their defenses entirely with a lethal poison.
Tell me, were these pathetic, foaming idiots idiots formerly associated with your little barbarian party? I only ask because these absolute fools genuinely believed they could trust me to watch their backs while they rested.
She casually turned her back to us to meticulously strip the corpses of their valuables, utterly dismissing us as a credible threat. She casually shoved a massive steel broadsword entirely inside a tiny leather pouch. She definitely possesses a highly expensive spatial expansion artifact.
So, barbarians, what exactly are you planning to do now?
There is only one strictly logical decision to make if we want to survive this horrible encounter.
Just give me the command, Bjorn. Do we aggressively charge her right now?
Absolutely not. We turn around and sprint in the opposite direction with absolutely every ounce of stamina we have left.
You cowards really think you can outrun an awakened assassin?
We definitely bought ourselves a tiny head start because she was distracted looting the bodies, but I know she's rapidly closing the distance. We absolutely cannot engage her in a fair fight. Our only viable survival strategy is to reach the spatial gate and immediately extract to the city. Thank the gods. I clearly spotted one of the specific navigational markers I meticulously carved into the trees during our initial ascent. If we aggressively follow this specific trail without slowing down, we will reach the extraction portal in less than 10 minutes. What the hell? Why are those 4 cowardly humans from before suddenly aggressively blocking our only escape route?
What are you two barbarians doing out here?
I absolutely despise trusting human adventurers, but they are literally our only viable option right now. You have to help us. There is a highly lethal plunderer actively hunting us down right now.
Fine, we'll believe your little story for now.
We completely accept your terms. You can keep every single piece of her equipment if we kill her.
Excellent. Step over here quickly so I can cast my gnome essence ability on all of us. Stay absolutely still. This magical camouflage will render us completely invisible to the naked eye.
This specific skill creates a perfect optical illusion blending us into the terrain, allowing us to safely bypass the fight entirely as long as we remain stationary.
This is our absolute lucky day. 2 incredibly gullible barbarians just delivered themselves straight to us.
What the hell? A system prompt just warned me that my entire body is completely paralyzed.
Ha 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 ha. I completely forgot to mention that this specific spell permanently paralyzes your vocal cords and muscles.
My mind raced to calculate exactly which low-level essence he used. It has to be the paralyzing effect of a stone golem.
You two managed to hoard a massive pile of stones in just a few days. We will gladly take that heavy burden off your hands. It's honestly a damn shame. We finally secure a female captive, but she's just a filthy, oversized savage.
Who cares how she looks? Fresh barbarian hearts are selling for an absolute premium down in the black market.
Keep glaring at me with those furious eyes all you want. You cannot break my magical bindings with sheer willpower alone.
Just relax and let me handle the execution. Have I ever failed to deliver a clean, single strike to the heart?
Is this pathetic ambush really how my second life abruptly ends?
Say goodbye to this miserable world, you oversized piece of meat.
His blade violently struck the edge of my steel breastplate. Even the tiniest fraction of physical damage breaks the golem's paralysis condition immediately. The blade barely pierced my shoulder, but that microscopic sting instantly restored my muscle control. I violently twisted my torso backwards to ensure the lethal thrust missed my vital organs entirely. I immediately channeled all my returning strength into a devastating counterpunch directly into his unprotected jaw.
What the hell? How are you already moving?
The paralysis spell completely shattered. Rush him and sever his hamstrings right now.
I ruthlessly ripped the embedded dagger entirely out of my own shoulder muscle. I violently hurled the bloody blade directly at Einar's unarmored shoulder.
Ah, what the hell are you doing, Bjorn?
The paralysis is broken. I will hold their front line while you completely obliterate them from behind.
I will absolutely slaughter every single one of you treacherous cowards. You picked the absolute worst barbarians to try and rob today.
Wait, please, just give us a second to explain.
Explanations won't save you from my blade, you bald piece of trash. I systematically executed the remaining human thieves, but my blood suddenly ran completely cold.
Oh god, please don't kill me. I'm sorry.
Bjorn, you're bleeding out entirely too fast. Please hold on. Stop trying to speak, Bjorn. You're losing way too much blood from that massive neck wound. If you die here today, I solemnly swear to brutally avenge your death. Just tell me where the potion is.
My vision faded as the system generously awarded me 3 permanent spirit points for surviving with literally 0.1% health. She actually found my emergency medical supplies and force-fed me the entire healing draft.
That is absolutely incredible, Bjorn. You are undeniably the only barbarian alive casually sporting a massive laceration directly across your throat.
She is looking at this horrific, life-threatening injury like it's a shiny gold medal of honor. If I hadn't invested heavily into the immortality imprint, that dagger completely severing my jugular would have been an instant death sentence. Quickly strip those treacherous bastards of everything valuable. We need to track down the sole survivor immediately.
I am begging you. Just let me live and I'll surrender all my hidden stash.
Stay your blade for a moment, Einar. We still need this bald rat alive for tactical purposes. I violently grabbed him by the collar, firmly demanding he constantly channel his camouflage spell to hide us from that red-haired assassin. A massive steel spike suddenly pierced directly through his bald skull, instantly terminating his spell.
Hello again, my little barbarian friends. I must admit, I was thoroughly impressed by how you aggressively dismantled those pathetic thieves.
This psycho watched our entire desperate struggle from the shadows without making a single sound. Since she completely severed our only escape route, we have absolutely no choice but to engage her head-on. We simultaneously lunged forward, aggressively coordinating our heavy strikes to completely overwhelm her defenses.
I will violently separate your head from your shoulders, you cowardly assassin.
She effortlessly glided under our combined assault with terrifying, unnatural agility.
Your movements are incredibly slow and entirely too predictable for an awakened warrior.
I ruthlessly drove my heavy mace downward, forcing her to block with her thin steel dagger. Her raw physical strength is absolutely monstrous. A simple dagger shouldn't be able to halt a two-handed overhead swing. I entirely abandoned my weapon, violently throwing my massive armored frame directly into her to physically pin her down. Einar, execute her right now while I have her totally immobilized. My legs entirely collapsed underneath me as my nervous system violently shut down again. She surgically slipped her dagger through the microscopic gap in my armor and perfectly severed my spinal cord. If she has officially unlocked aura manipulation, Einar is literally charging towards her own execution.
Get your filthy hands off my companion, you miserable witch. The assassin's blade flawlessly carved a massive, devastating arc directly across my exposed chest.
I genuinely expected slightly more resistance from two fully grown barbarians.
I violently coughed up a thick mouthful of blood, my body completely failing to respond to my commands.
Einar, stay entirely away from her and run toward the portal right now.
Stop struggling, you massive idiot. I coated my blade with highly concentrated basilisk venom.
The vast disparity in our combat levels is insurmountable. She completely dismantled us in less than 30 seconds without even breaking a sweat.
However, I am not an entirely unreasonable monster. If you officially swear a sacred barbarian oath to keep your mouth shut about my activities, I will graciously let you walk away. I genuinely dislike slaughtering barbarians because your tribe is incredibly annoying to deal with in the long run. And besides, I currently owe your specific clan a rather massive, undocumented favor.
Bjorn, do not listen to a single word this treacherous witch says. She fully intended to let us bleed to death. She is just aggressively playing sick mind games with our honor. Tell her to go straight to hell.
And what exactly happens if I simply refuse to accept your little proposition?
If you firmly decline, I will happily slit both of your throats and loot your corpses as originally planned.
I have absolutely zero leverage here to negotiate. I completely accept your humiliating terms of surrender. I, Bjorn, son of Yandel, solemnly swear upon my honor as a warrior to permanently bury this encounter.
Your pragmatic lack of pride is incredibly refreshing. Catch this antidote and treat yourselves.
I immediately poured the harsh chemical directly into my severed spinal wound, feeling the paralysis slowly melt away.
Now it is your turn, little girl. Will you solemnly swear the oath? Or will you stubbornly die in the dirt?
I absolutely refuse to sell my honor to a miserable thief like you. I choose death.
I graciously offered you an incredibly rare out, but I respect your idiotic stubbornness.
I absolutely cannot let my only reliable companion be executed right in front of me. I aggressively threw my recovering body forward, violently arresting the assassin's wrist before she could plunge the blade down.
Bjorn, why are you aggressively begging me to permanently abandon my sacred tribal pride? An oath sworn on our honor is the absolute foundation of our entire society. We cannot just casually discard it to survive.
You explicitly promised to blindly follow my tactical decisions down here, so swallow your pride and swear the damn oath right now. Your hollow, idiotic pride is utterly useless if your rotting corpse is permanently abandoned in this dungeon.
I stared into his furious eyes, completely torn between my ancestral teachings and his desperate logic. Fine, I formally swear upon my honor as a warrior to entirely forget about this disgraceful encounter.
I must ask you one final question before I permanently depart this sector. Exactly how far did you successfully progress during your previous life before returning to this miserable beginning? Because you clearly fight with the meticulously refined instincts of a high-tier veteran masquerading as a novice.
I confidently told her I reached the 8th floor before aggressively wiping my progress. Mark my words, you treacherous thief. The next time our paths cross, I will ruthlessly shatter your skull. The intense, suffocating tension immediately evaporated as she silently vanished completely into the dark forest. We frantically threw ourselves directly back into the spatial vortex, desperately retreating to the relative safety of the 1st floor.
I violently crashed face first onto the hard crystal floor, my massive frame completely depleted of all remaining energy.
Are you completely stable now, Einar? Is the paralyzing venom entirely flushed out of your system?
My body is fine, but I completely forfeited my sacred right to call myself a warrior the second I begged for mercy.
The psychological damage she sustained from casually breaking a sacred oath is severely compromising her mental stability. Listen carefully, Einar. The only true measure of a successful warrior is whether they draw breath the following morning.
I absolutely hate how cowardly that sounds, but your pragmatic logic is entirely undeniable. Swallowing my crippling shame to aggressively fight another day is truly what makes you such an exceptional leader, Bjorn.
I promise you, Einar, we will methodically grow our power and permanently erase that humiliation from our records. My physical body is entirely exhausted from over 20 hours of relentless stress, but my rampant paranoia refuses to let me sleep. I am certainly not suffering from a suicidal crisis over a meaningless tribal honor code. However, the absolute humiliation of being graciously spared purely out of an assassin's fleeting pity is deeply infuriating. It violently echoed the exact same bitter helplessness I experienced when that arrogant night squad tossed me a scrap of mercy. I vividly remember the cleric's absolute disgust as she refused to cast a simple healing spell on my shattered body. I had to completely abandon my human dignity and aggressively grovel in the bloody dirt just to secure my own survival. I swore to myself that I would ruthlessly accumulate enough power to permanently prevent anyone from looking down on me again. I have meticulously prioritized short-term survival tactics, heavily relying on my comprehensive game knowledge to constantly escape immediate danger. My overly cautious approach was entirely justified given the catastrophic circumstances I suddenly woke up in. The very first thing I witnessed in this brutal reality was a terrified man being violently decapitated for speaking out of turn. Navigating this terrifyingly authentic nightmare forced me to adopt an incredibly passive, risk-averse strategy to guarantee my continued existence. But hiding in the shadows and strictly farming weak monsters will only guarantee my eventual execution by a superior predator. I must entirely discard this cowardly mindset and aggressively seize every single opportunity to rapidly escalate my combat here. Wake up immediately, Einar. We need to radically alter our entire tactical approach right now. Are you absolutely willing to risk your life pursuing a highly volatile strategy that guarantees a massive surge in our combat power?
I will gladly take that gamble. Playing it safe clearly didn't protect us from nearly being slaughtered by that arrogant assassin.
That is exactly the aggressive mindset I need from you. We are officially abandoning our cautious farming routes. We are going to aggressively force a dimensional rift open and dive headfirst into an elite instance dungeon. I easily secured 2 new experience points by hunting down the rare gnomes and highly agile blade wolves wandering this obscure sector. The incredibly high density of mixed enemy spawns combined with the absolute darkness makes this grid entirely unprofitable for standard guilds, which makes it the absolute perfect heavily isolated location for the developers to hide an obscure interactive puzzle mechanic. This massive structure is an ancient memorial stone officially dedicated to the legendary sage who initially discovered this entire subterranean complex. The glowing ancient text meticulously honors the phenomenal achievements of Diplan Groundel Gabrilius, exactly as it did in the game. Since the lore text transferred over perfectly, the highly specific ritual required to forcefully activate the hidden rift should also work flawlessly.
I solemnly swear on my warrior's honor that I will never reveal the secret mechanics of this magical gateway to another living soul.
A dimensional rift is essentially an incredibly unstable portal that forcibly transports the party into a highly segregated, high-tier combat zone. In standard gaming terminology, we are about to enter a highly instanced raid entirely separate from the main map. These specialized combat arenas are explicitly balanced around a full party of elite players, flawlessly executing complex mechanics. I meticulously arranged the 4 regional stones alongside the massive Tier 8 Death Fiend core directly onto the altar's depression. Because our current party size is only 2, the Rift's core logic will violently pull 3 random adventurers inside to meet the strict 5-man quota. Our absolute survival now entirely depends on whatever random strangers the algorithm forcibly binds to our raid group. These highly volatile pockets of chaotic energy completely bypass standard floor progression, offering astronomical rewards for extreme risks. The server logic completely locks down the entrance mechanism for an extended period after a successful activation. I absolutely refuse to wait a massive 3-month cycle for it to naturally spawn. We are bypassing the cooldown by sacrificing high-tier materials. We have successfully breached the spatial barrier and arrived directly in the courtyard of the infamous Bloody Citadel. Utilizing the Death Fiend core as the primary catalyst specifically hard-locked our destination to this incredibly massive, undead-themed fortress. The sheer architectural scale is absolutely staggering in reality, but I know the combat encounters here are mathematically balanced for early game progression. The portal violently flared to life behind us. Let's aggressively evaluate our new randomly assigned teammates.
I immediately manifested my fire elemental to quickly secure the dark perimeter, just like you taught me. But Mr. Bjorn explicitly instructed me to aggressively focus exclusively on maximizing my ranged sniper capabilities instead of learning close quarters combat. He firmly believes that an optimal party composition heavily relies on absolute trust in your dedicated frontline tank.
His theoretical dungeon logic is entirely sound, but reality frequently violently shatters those fragile, idealistic strategies. You absolutely cannot permanently anchor your entire combat doctrine on the fleeting advice of a temporary barbarian bodyguard.
I understand your concerns, sister, but our bond forged in that darkness felt significantly more profound than a mere temporary alliance. We are entirely wasting time down here. Mr. Bjorn is undoubtedly already massacring massive hordes of high-tier monsters on the upper floors.
Standard floor progression is painfully inefficient. We are deliberately bypassing the entire early grind by forcefully entering a dimensional rift. The vast majority of seasoned veterans spend their entire miserable careers down here without ever laying eyes on a genuine rift portal.
I had absolutely no idea the portals operated on an 8-month universal cooldown. Mr. Bjorn entirely failed to mention that crucial detail.
Your beloved barbarian is just an uneducated novice, blindly smashing his hammer against standard monsters to slowly climb the ranks. He lacks the generational knowledge and vast resources required to intentionally manipulate the labyrinth's deeply hidden mechanics. Trust your elite sister, Erwin. I will personally ensure your rapid growth completely eclipses whatever pathetic milestones that savage achieves. Look over there. The magical signature is massively fluctuating. The rift is forcefully tearing itself open right now. Sprint directly into the vortex immediately. We cannot miss this incredibly rare opportunity.
I aggressively pushed my agility to the absolute limit, desperate to breach the portal before the spatial tear collapsed.
I extended my hand forward to violently break through the dimensional barrier. The intensely concentrated magical barrier violently rejected our entry and forcefully threw us backward into the dirt. Unbelievable. The instance's maximum capacity quota was entirely fulfilled, literal milliseconds before we crossed the threshold.
The swirling energy violently dissipated, finally revealing the randomly selected strangers, the labyrinth tethered to our fate. Our very first teammate is a heavily armored dwarf. At least they are notoriously reliable frontline brawlers. The distinct, sharp click of a refined heel hitting the bloody cobblestone echoed from the portal. I cannot believe a highly refined, elegantly dressed female mage was violently sucked into this brutal, low-tier instance. Magic users are incredibly rare and exceptionally expensive to hire. Why the hell is one randomly exploring the absolute lowest floor? On paper, combining 2 aggressive frontline barbarians, a sturdy dwarf, and heavy magical artillery is an absolutely phenomenal raid composition.
I take back everything negative I ever said about random queues. Are magic users really that insanely powerful in a fight?
The government heavily subsidizes magic users to maintain the city's infrastructure, making them extremely reluctant to risk their lives down here. For the royal court to officially authorize her descent, she must possess devastatingly powerful, highly lethal combat spells.
Oh my! You possess an incredibly impressive grasp of municipal politics for a delightfully crude savage.
She definitely radiates an intensely arrogant, punchable aura, but honestly, every single mage in the game was vastly more insufferable vulnerable.
And this pathetic little man diligently carrying my heavy equipment is simply a hired mule, completely devoid of combat capabilities.
I immediately noted his high-quality steel plating and heavily reinforced boots. A 3-year veteran provides an immense tactical advantage here.
I am the mighty Einar, and this massively scarred warrior beside me is the incredibly wise Bjorn.
Now comes the incredibly delicate process of establishing dominance and dividing the potential loot without triggering a bloodbath.
I'm genuinely bewildered by your presence here. Two highly equipped, deeply scarred barbarians shouldn't be aimlessly wandering the beginner zones.
I actively decline to reveal my highly classified methods, but my guild intelligence confirmed the spatial cooldown had officially expired.
These greedy bastards are aggressively guarding their exclusive entry methods to entirely monopolize future rift spawns.
I propose a strictly equal 4-way distribution of all acquired wealth, provided you all completely submit to my absolute tactical authority.
I desperately want to avoid pissing off an influential magic user, so I was fully prepared to humbly accept her arrogant leadership.
I violently reject your authority. The incredibly intelligent Bjorn is absolutely the only warrior qualified to command this expedition. He flawlessly navigates complex dungeons using vast academic knowledge, and he literally spends 6 entire hours reading books every single day. You must all humbly memorize the legendary name of the greatest barbarian scholar to ever grace this labyrinth.
I am entirely speechless. Did that massive, bloodthirsty savage just aggressively boast about his reading comprehension skills?
Please, for the love of the gods, absolutely shut your mouth before you completely destroy my carefully constructed low profile.
I am absolutely not his designated spouse. We are strictly bound by a mutually beneficial, highly professional combat contract.
Can we please cease this entirely irrelevant domestic bickering and actually commence our highly lucrative raid?
Thank the heavens her aggressive outburst completely derailed the leadership dispute before the mage felt seriously threatened by my presence.
Wait a minute. We absolutely need to establish a basic tactical breakdown of our individual combat capabilities before engaging the enemy.
Such meticulous coordination is entirely unnecessary down here. My devastating area of effect spells will effortlessly, instantly vaporize these pathetic low-tier creatures.
The sheer, unfiltered arrogance radiating from her posture is genuinely astounding, even for a privileged magic user.
There is one minor addendum to our agreement. I will be exclusively claiming the absolute entirety of the final boss's premium drops.
You honestly expect us to violently risk our lives to slay the Dungeon Guardian, only for you to selfishly hoard the ultimate prize? I am a seasoned veteran of the Deep Labyrinth, not some pathetic starry-eyed rookie you can easily manipulate out of their hard-earned rewards.
The vast majority of catastrophic party wipes in this game stem entirely from aggressive disputes over premium loot distribution. She explicitly desires the absurdly rare rift flora for her magical research, completely ignoring how crucial that massive payout is for our survival.
I am generously offering you peasants the entirety of the standard monster cores we harvest along the way. That is vastly more than fair.
Those common cores are absolutely worthless compared to the unique Guardian drops. You are aggressively trying to scam us blind.
The unique item drop isn't even guaranteed to spawn. She genuinely seems completely baffled that we firmly rejected her incredibly insulting proposition.
We aggressively roll the dice to evenly split the incredibly valuable dimensional core, and you can keep the miserable essence for yourself.
Absolutely not. I violently risked my life to force this portal open, and I demand a completely equitable share of the ultimate prize.
Do not overstep your boundaries, you filthy savage. My devastating magical artillery can effortlessly clear this entire dungeon without your crude assistance.
I absolutely must side with the arrogant spellcaster here. You two unarmored novices are functionally useless against high-tier undead threats.
Fine. You greedy bastards can absolutely keep the boss loot, but Einar and I claim the exclusive rights to absorb 2 standard elite essences instead. They briefly exchanged a highly calculated, greedy glance. Rapidly realizing my aggressive compromise practically handed them the entire fortune.
That is a wonderfully pragmatic compromise. You may greedily absorb the pathetic lesser souls while we secure the genuine treasure.
Their sickeningly fake benevolent smiles instantly returned the exact second they believed they had completely scammed 2 naive rookies out of millions of stones.
Let us aggressively march forward and violently crush some skulls to secure our glorious, highly profitable payday.
Witnessing their absolute, unadulterated greed firmly solidified my brutal resolve to prioritize my own violent ascent above everything else in this world. I will absolutely utilize every single trick and exploit I know to rapidly scale the labyrinth hierarchy and dominate these arrogant elites. Based on my exhaustive game knowledge, this sprawling instance is meticulously divided into 4 highly distinct, heavily fortified combat sectors. We must actively fight our way across the massive drawbridge and completely secure the sprawling courtyard before attempting to breach the inner sanctum. We finally arrived at the underground dungeon located deep within the inner castle. This area was specifically designated as the demon worship sanctuary inside the Lord's personal chamber.
Look closely at those massive structures by the entrance, everyone. They are gargoyle statues.
Gargoyles are highly dangerous Tier 8 monsters that perfectly disguise themselves as ordinary stone statues until prey approaches. The moment we entered their direct line of sight, the stone began to violently shake. Their eyes glowed with a terrifying crimson light as they immediately launched their ambush.
Ah! My body is rapidly turning into solid stone. They possess a highly lethal petrification ability.
Hang in there, dwarf. Bjorn, we need to aggressively flank the beast while it is distracted.
That primitive strategy is entirely unnecessary when you have an exceptionally talented mage in your party. Artana VR, I will effortlessly shatter this annoying curse right now.
That was a highly advanced spell specifically designed to reverse the petrification process.
Without their signature petrification ability, these massive stone freaks are incredibly vulnerable. Gargoyles are absolutely nothing but brittle pieces of trash without their curses.
We systematically crushed the first one. There is only one more left to destroy. Get back down on the floor where you belong, you overgrown piece of gravel. Take this devastating blow directly to your skull. My heavy hammer violently connected with its glowing red eye, shattering its core.
Excellent. We successfully defeated the gargoyles, and I actually secured a raw experience point. The massive stone creature completely dissolved into a pile of glowing dust at our feet.
I have to admit, you barbarians are actually quite competent in a real fight.
The dwarf is definitely a seasoned veteran. He expertly incapacitated the monster's leg before delivering the final blow.
By the gods, Bjorn, the glowing mana stone is magically floating through the air all by itself.
Do not panic, you uneducated savage. I simply cast a basic telekinesis spell to efficiently gather our loot.
I forcefully kicked the heavy wooden doors open, shattering the ancient lock mechanism completely. We confidently marched forward into the shadowy depths of the fortress.
It is entirely too dark to see anything down this corridor. We desperately need a light source.
Step aside and let a true professional handle this. Liet.
The magical light just revealed a massive horde of disgusting, bloated creatures blocking our path.
Those are stout undead. They are absolutely worthless, untired garbage that provide no combat experience or loot.
Their pathetic attacks are no more than bug bites, so I am going to strictly preserve my magical energy here.
The repulsive creatures began shrieking loudly as they slowly waddled toward our formation.
This won't take long at all. For the eternal glory of Bahila, I will butcher them. I effortlessly carve through their bloated torsos, spilling their putrid guts entirely across the floor.
I violently crushed a skull beneath my heavy hammer, instantly neutralizing the immediate threat.
You foul creatures made a massive mistake standing in our way, prepared to be obliterated. I relentlessly battered them with my heavy mace, efficiently knocking their massive bodies into the walls. Wait a second. I noticed a highly peculiar object fall from one of the shattered corpses. That is an incredibly rare drop. It's the war horn of a stout undead commander.
Is that actually a war horn? Does a crude instrument like that have any practical use down here?
That massive steel door is far too sturdy for crude physical weapons. Stand back and let me demonstrate my superior power. Ahen dare to. My devastating fire spell completely blew the reinforced steel doors entirely off their massive hinges.
Her magical artillery is absolutely terrifying. She effortlessly bypassed a major structural obstacle in a single second.
Let us proceed, peasants. I told you having a genius spellcaster would make this trivial.
We finally arrived at the massive drawbridge that leads directly to the Citadel's primary entrance.
Well, this is highly inconvenient. The massive bridge is securely raised, completely preventing our advance.
Aina, take the massive war horn we acquired earlier and blow into it as hard as you can. A system prompt just confirmed that the deafening sound successfully activated the ancient protective magic binding the fortress.
What in the world is happening? The entire castle is violently shaking beneath our feet.
Look over there! The massive drawbridge is slowly lowering itself directly toward us.
I can't believe blowing into a random bone actually triggered the ancient castle machinery.
By the gods! Look at the moat down below. Is that an entire lake filled entirely with fresh blood?
Everyone step back immediately. There are massive, horrifying creatures actively emerging from the bloody water.
Do not panic like a frightened child. They are simply another large horde of pathetic stout undead.
A massive, rotting hand violently slapped onto the stone as the creatures desperately clawed their way up the wall. Our immediate tactical objective is incredibly simple. Aggressively hold this line until the bridge fully connects. Successfully repelling an endless swarm of these bloated freaks would normally completely drain a party's stamina.
I have meticulously prepared a highly devastating spell for this exact scenario. Stand back and observe. Everyone gather directly behind my position right now. I am about to unleash absolute magical destruction. Storm of blades. Let the razor-sharp winds completely obliterate this filthy undead horde.
The fiercely concentrated magical storm violently ripped through the air directly in front of our position. The overwhelming wind pressure forced me to aggressively anchor my heavy boots into the stone just to remain standing. In mere seconds, the massive swarm of bloated corpses was systematically shredded into bloody chunks of meat.
That was absolutely phenomenal. Your magical prowess is genuinely terrifying to behold.
Her destructive output is vastly superior to anything I could ever hope to achieve with physical weapons right now.
I honestly did not anticipate having this much luxurious free time while actively clearing a combat zone.
The heavy wooden drawbridge finally slammed down onto the stone courtyard, successfully bridging the bloody gap.
The path is completely clear. Let's rapidly advance into the inner courtyard before more monsters spawn.
We effortlessly bypassed the entire first phase of the fortress without expending any serious physical effort whatsoever. We aggressively marched directly into the vast outer courtyard, totally unbothered by the scattered corpses.
Prepare yourselves. Another massive swarm of undead creatures is rapidly approaching from the western flank. Storm of blades. I will completely vaporize this pathetic secondary horde with another highly concentrated wind assault.
The blinding emerald vortex ruthlessly scythed through the densely packed formation of skeletons and ghouls. She didn't completely annihilate the entire wave this time, but severely crippling dozens of monsters instantly is an absurd tactical advantage. Nearly the entire undead vanguard was instantly reduced to useless piles of shattered bone and rotting flesh. Unfortunately, the massive death fiend leading the pack aggressively tanked the magical damage without flinching. Einar! Aggressively flank the massive beast while I secure its complete attention with my shield. We simultaneously lunged forward, executing a perfectly coordinated double tackle to violently shatter its posture.
I will ruthlessly sweep its massive legs right out from under it.
By the ancestors, do you two savages always brutally beat your enemies into a bloody pulp like this?
Rabiod Ehelton, allow me to demonstrate how to efficiently execute a highly resilient target.
The arrogant mage effectively cast a highly potent curse that completely nullified the beast's innate regenerative abilities. The primary threat of a death fiend is its absurdly fast, highly annoying cellular regeneration. Without its healing factor, we systematically butchered the towering monster in a matter of seconds. The massive creature completely dissolved, leaving behind a valuable assortment of magical ingredients and coins.
I sincerely apologize for my previous ignorance. I completely understand why our elders deeply respect magical artillery now.
Having a competent spellcaster completely changes the dynamic of any tactical encounter. Ha ha ha!
Well, my overwhelming superiority is naturally the direct result of my unprecedented genius and rigorous academic study.
She genuinely tries to maintain a dignified aura, but her massive ego constantly bleeds through every single word she speaks.
Would you crude warriors kindly assist me in carefully extracting some specific alchemical ingredients from these fresh corpses?
We would be entirely dead without your magical support, so we will gladly help you harvest whatever you desire.
Bjorn, roughly how many delicious cream pastries can we purchase by selling these disgusting monster organs?
This doesn't make any tactical sense. Why are these highly experienced veterans completely ignoring the most valuable hidden item in this entire courtyard? I intensely stared at the massive stone statue looming over the dried fountain, calculating my next move. There is a highly potent, incredibly expensive magical artifact permanently buried directly beneath that specific statue. As a dedicated veteran gamer, I possess an obsessive compulsion to aggressively investigate any slightly suspicious environmental geometry. If a supposedly uneducated barbarian casually uncovers an ancient secret that a genius mage entirely missed, she will immediately immediately suspect my true identity, I reluctantly maintained my position in the formation and quietly followed the group deeper into the fortress.
We have successfully breached the inner sanctum. The structural devastation here is far more severe than the official guild report suggested.
This entire sector is completely silent. I don't see a single undead creature aggressively patrolling the ruins.
Let us rapidly push forward into the primary residential wing. I am incredibly eager to discover what ancient texts remain intact.
The heavy iron door violently groaned as we forcefully pushed our way into the pitch-black corridor. The system prompt aggressively announced that we had officially descended into the first level of the subterranean dungeon.
We must strictly prepare ourselves to encounter highly lethal chimera wolves, ghoul lords, and the incredibly dangerous undead golem down here.
I have systematically slaughtered everything on that list, except for the legendary undead golem, as they exclusively spawn in this specific rift.
You must entirely avoid its highly acidic blood when it violently detonates its own flesh. I will actively attempt to mitigate the damage with my barriers.
It is genuinely sickening to watch them aggressively complement each other after nearly murdering one another over the loot distribution earlier.
Yes, those tiny skeletal rodents scurrying along the wall are the completely harmless skull rats the mage mentioned.
Keep your arrogant opinions entirely to yourself, spellcaster. I explicitly address my question exclusively to the incredibly wise Bjorn.
How dare this uneducated savage constantly disrespect my undisputed intellectual authority?
By the ancestors, that agonizing, terrifying wail completely paralyzed my entire body with pure fear.
Brace yourselves immediately. A highly aggressive banshee just violently materialized directly from the shadows.
I strongly advise you, primitive warriors, to entirely avoid making physical contact with that ethereal entity.
What exactly do you mean by a terrifying and horrendous experience? Speak clearly, you arrogant witch.
Stop playing sick mind games with the rookies, Arua. Just rapidly deploy the specialized counterspell you mages always brag about.
I'm genuinely surprised you possess that highly specialized tactical knowledge, dwarf. Stand back and watch a master at work. Teirun Shell, let the purifying flames eradicate this curse.
The ethereal spirit violently writhed in absolute agony as the magical fire aggressively seared its incorporeal form. It immediately split into dozens of smaller, shrieking phantoms desperately trying to swarm our position.
Eherno Hindar, I will completely incinerate every single one of your pathetic fragments. The annoying pests have been entirely eradicated. Let us systematically resume our descent into the depths.
I am absolutely horrified by how effortlessly she completely annihilated a creature we couldn't even physically touch.
We encountered highly deformed chimera wolves and incredibly resilient ghoul lords throughout the dark corridors. This entire Forsaken sector is meticulously arranged to closely resemble a deranged necromancer's anatomical laboratory.
I am genuinely impressed you haven't vomited yet, Arua. These butchered corpses are absolutely vile to look at.
Excellent. We have finally arrived at the exact coordinates I meticulously mapped out beforehand. There is a highly concealed mechanism directly behind this specific stone block. The undead golem is eagerly waiting inside.
We absolutely must unequip our heavy supply bags right now. We need maximum agility to actively dodge its explosive attacks.
Barbarian, forcefully ignite the magical beacon on your helmet immediately. We need absolute visual clarity for this engagement.
Brace yourselves for immediate violent combat. I am aggressively breaching the hidden door right now.
The heavy stone violently receded, entirely exposing a massive, horrific chamber filled entirely with rotting human corpses. The concentrated stench of rotting flesh violently assaulted my sinuses the exact second we crossed the threshold.
Oh gods, I can't breathe in here. The overwhelming smell of death is absolutely suffocating.
This is utterly vile. The putrid fumes are violently overwhelming my alchemical resistance.
Her academic exposure to sterile anatomical diagrams completely failed to prepare her for the intensely concentrated stench of a mass grave.
I am incredibly thankful you barbarians possess such sturdy stomachs. We absolutely must keep pushing forward.
By the ancestors, did that rotting pile of severed limbs just aggressively whisper something to us?
That isn't just a random pile of discarded corpses. The entire mountain of flesh is a single massive sentient entity.
What the actual hell is that monstrosity? Thousands of dead faces are simultaneously screaming in absolute agony.
The system prompt aggressively alerted me that we successfully initiated the boss encounter against the legendary undead golem. The absolutely deafening chorus of thousands of tormented souls screaming in unison is completely paralyzing. I cannot allow the overwhelming auditory assault to permanently shatter my tactical focus. We have to act now. Snap out of it immediately. Form up behind my shield and prepare for its highly explosive attacks. Damn it, Hikarod. Stop staring blankly at the screaming monster and raise your heavy hammer right now. The supposedly fearless, highly experienced dwarf is completely paralyzed by sheer psychological terror. Both the dwarf and the incredibly arrogant mage are absolutely useless right now. I am completely surrounded by cowards. If they stubbornly refuse to fight, I will violently drag their useless bodies across the finish line myself. This horrific creature was actually one of the most widely recognized visual assets from the original game. The developers utilized incredibly disturbing, highly detailed black and white illustrations to perfectly capture the absolute despair of the bosses. People aggressively posted the agonizing faces of the undead golem online as dark humor jokes about their miserable jobs. The terrifying imagery of this specific boss became vastly more popular than the obscure game it actually originated from. But staring at a pixelated image on a screen completely fails to prepare you for the raw, visceral horror of experiencing it firsthand. The suffocating stench of rotting blood and the deafening chorus of absolute agony is genuinely overwhelming. The incredibly arrogant mage has been completely reduced to a sobbing, utterly paralyzed wreck by the sensory overload. The hardened veteran dwarf and the capable human swordsman are totally immobilized by the sheer intensity of the monster's aura. They constantly dismissed us as primitive, uneducated savages, yet we are the absolutely only ones retaining our combat composure. Stay tight behind my shield, Einar. We are the only true warriors capable of slaughtering this abomination. Einar, immediately duck below my shield. It's aggressively launching a highly volatile corpse directly at us. The massive beast is systematically ripping chunks of its own rotting flesh off to use as explosive projectiles.
I will aggressively intercept the incoming corpse before it detonates near the paralyzed mage. My heavy blade violently cleaved through the flying corpse, instantly showering the area in highly acidic blood.
The burning acid violently splattered directly across my unprotected face.
The dwarf is completely blinded and entirely out of the fight. Our frontline defense has been severely compromised, and the supposedly genius spellcaster is still pathetically vomiting on her own elegant boots. Einar, violently drag that blinded dwarf away from the front and physically shield the useless mage from the acid splash. I aggressively charge directly toward the massive abomination, deliberately drawing its entire focus onto my shield. I vividly remember the exact mathematical sequence of this boss's attack phases from my extensive game knowledge. It relentlessly, continuously hurls highly explosive corpse bombs to systematically punish anyone trying to maintain their distance. And if you aggressively step directly into its immediate striking range, it violently extends its massive, rotting arms to forcefully drag you directly into its absolutely massive, gaping maw. I absolutely cannot afford to get violently sucked into its primary consumption range. The acid damage would instantly kill me. If I tactically reposition to its blind spot, the boss algorithm will immediately redirect its devastating aggro straight onto the defenseless mage. I must flawlessly maintain a highly precise medium distance, constantly dodging the acidic projectiles while aggressively holding its attention. I will relentlessly absorb the shockwaves from these bloody explosions until she finally snaps out of her pathetic panic attack.
I violently wiped the sour vomit off my lips, desperately forcing my erratic breathing under complete control. Iherno Hindar, let the purifying magical inferno completely consume your massive, rotting flesh.
The sheer, unadulterated destructive power of her high-tier fire spell is absolutely breathtaking.
The intense ambient heat aggressively radiating from the blazing inferno is practically singing my exposed skin. She flawlessly obliterated the boss's entire first phase with a single, highly concentrated burst of magical energy. The burning flesh violently sloughed off, entirely exposing its massive, heavily reinforced skeletal structure. The second phase begins now. Anna, aggressively charge the beast right now. Violently smash your heavy blade directly into its exposed, glowing ribcage. Even though this massive skeleton technically possesses the raw stats of a Tier 7 boss encounter.
Without its highly toxic acidic flesh protecting it, we will violently shatter every single bone in its massive body.
The massive skull violently caved in under our coordinated assault. I earned 3 massive experience points for the kill. I heavily leaned against my battered shield, aggressively panting as the adrenaline slowly drained from my exhausted muscles.
By the ancestors, Bjorn, look at that incredibly dark swirling energy slowly hovering over the shattered bones. Is that its essence?
The dimensional rifts are entirely separated from the standard loot tables of the regular dungeon floors. The highly unique bosses hidden inside drop astronomical amounts of experience points and incredibly rare magical artifacts. But the absolute most lucrative mechanical advantage of forcefully triggering these secluded encounters is that the mathematical drop rate for permanent boss essences is drastically elevated compared to standard field hunting. Honestly, my terrible luck is truly astounding, since this is the very first essence we've actually secured during this entire run. Since Einar and I dealt the vast majority of the damage, we clearly possess the contractual right to absorb this soul immediately. But my meticulously planned build specifically required the extreme regenerative properties of a death fiend or the raw strength of a chimera wolf, because this highly obscure boss only spawns a single time per instance. Calculating its essence drop into my build was mathematically impractical. The massive 70-point boost to pain resistance and the heavy increase in bone strength perfectly aligns with a frontline defender build, and the massive increase in body weight naturally prevents heavy kinetic attacks from violently knocking me backward. But the associated skills are absolutely awful. Violently detonating my own flesh to deal damage is incredibly inefficient and highly suicidal. The acidic blood passive will constantly dissolve my incredibly expensive armor every single time I suffer a minor laceration.
I honestly lack the proper words to express the sheer depth of my immense gratitude to you both. If you two hadn't aggressively held the line while I was completely blinded, I would absolutely be rotting in that pile right now.
Make absolutely certain you permanently redirect your gratitude toward Einar. She deliberately risked severe acid burns to physically intercept the explosive projectile meant for you. My meticulously optimized game strategy completely failed to account for my highly experienced teammates suffering sudden, paralyzing psychological breakdowns.
I sincerely apologize for completely freezing up earlier. The overwhelming stench completely bypassed my considerable mental fortitude.
Since we decisively managed the most dangerous threat entirely by ourselves, we absolutely must fundamentally renegotiate our previous loot agreement.
I am profoundly grateful my highly advanced fire spell decisively ended the encounter when you brutes were struggling.
Drop the arrogant facade immediately. Einar and I violently risked our lives to protect you while you pathetically vomited on the floor.
I reluctantly concede that your crude physical intervention temporarily preserved our lives. What exactly are you forcefully demanding?
I aggressively stepped directly into her personal space, entirely abandoning any pretense of polite negotiation. We are officially seizing complete ownership of the incredibly valuable Rift Stone to appropriately compensate us for carrying your dead weight.
I believe their aggressive demand is entirely justified given our completely embarrassing performance down here. I absolutely forfeit my claim to the stone. I owe this brave barbarian lady my life.
That highly specific magical artifact is the sole reason I ventured into this filthy dungeon. I absolutely refuse to surrender it.
Fine, I will graciously grant you the exclusive right to purchase it directly from us at the official market exchange rate later. Now that we have successfully established the new financial hierarchy, there is another highly pressing matter to discuss.
The golem actually dropped its incredibly rare soul essence. How exactly are we distributing this unexpected fortune?
The essence of the undead golem? That is absolutely unprecedented. It is mathematically rarer than the guardian soul itself.
Her eyes are practically glowing with obsessive greed. I perfectly successfully baited her absolute deepest academic desires. I will graciously construct an incredibly lucrative proposition for you, Arua Raven. I will permanently surrender this highly coveted essence to you, but only if you completely abandon all claims to the final boss's soul. Do we have an incredibly profitable exchange, or do I violently crush this soul beneath my heavy boot right now?
You are genuinely willing to permanently trade a mathematically guaranteed legendary drop for the extremely slim possibility of securing the Guardian's essence?
Yes, I am absolutely willing to aggressively gamble everything on that tiny percentage chance.
I completely and utterly accept your idiotic terms. The academic value of this specific golem soul is absolutely immeasurable.
Arua, since your magical core violently rejects physical monster essences, are you forcefully feeding it to your luggage carrier? By the gods, is she casually pulling an incredibly expensive magical preservation vial directly out of her robes?
Those absurdly priced glass tubes can indefinitely suspend the volatile soul of any mid-tier beast, preventing its natural decay.
Yes, you primitive cavemen. This highly advanced artifact ensures my incredibly valuable research materials remain perfectly stable.
I successfully manipulated her obsessive greed to completely secure the ultimate prize at the end of this dungeon. We have officially finalized all the complex financial arrangements.
Can we please aggressively evacuate this disgusting corridor immediately? The stench is genuinely making my eyes water again.
Now I just have to desperately pray to the algorithmic gods that the final boss actually drops its legendary soul. We rapidly pushed through the rotting hallways, leaving the suffocating stench of the mass graves far behind us.
Relax your aggressive posture, dwarf. I thoroughly scanned these statues, and they possess absolutely zero magical signatures. Based on the intricate architectural design, the primary throne room of the ancient lord was situated directly above this corridor.
I intentionally bumped into the stone statue, subtly applying pressure to the heavily disguised trigger mechanism. A massive dark grimoire suddenly plummeted directly out of the hidden compartment, landing squarely in Arua's surprised hands. Damn it, she completely intercepted the incredibly valuable secret loot right in front of my face. That is the legendary Necronomicon. I explicitly planned to secretly retrieve it and sell it for a massive fortune.
I am officially claiming this fascinating text under our previous agreement. Your primitive minds couldn't safely extract it past the sunlight barrier anyway.
Her forced, awkward laughter entirely betrays her blatant lie. She knows perfectly well that book bypasses the light restriction. The Necronomicon is specifically coded as a mundane item within the engine, making it entirely immune to the dungeon's sunlight purge mechanics. She greedily secured this massive prize, yet completely ignored the incredibly obvious puzzle hiding near the courtyard fountain. We systematically exterminated every single demonic entity lurking within the desecrated worship sanctuary. Finally, the towering Bone Knight aggressively materialized from the shadows astride its massive skeletal warhorse.
A lust-type Bone Knight? This expedition is yielding an absolutely unprecedented amount of incredibly rare encounters.
Her constant aggressive bragging about our immense fortune is genuinely starting to make me incredibly anxious. The Bone Knight's core tactical identity randomly shifts between 3 distinct elemental variants every single time it spawns, while the Hatred and Sorrow variants possess incredibly destructive, permanently crippling status effects.
The Lust variant merely drains vitality upon contact. I will completely neutralize its healing factor with my curse, so violently crush it immediately.
I will violently smash its skeletal mount into dust and force it to fight on the ground.
Its physical strikes are incredibly fast, but without its devastating status effects, it is completely outmatched by our coordinated defense. The skeletal knight violently collapsed into a pile of dust, leaving behind a highly radiant, pulsating magical core.
By the ancestors, we literally just secured a second legendary essence drop in a single, absolutely miraculous run. Since we strictly established your exclusive rights to the mid-boss drops, please accept my incredibly sincere congratulations.
Step forward and consume the dark energy immediately, Einar. This specific soul perfectly complements your aggressive build. The massive vitality absorption passive makes it a highly coveted upgrade for any dedicated frontline fighter. However, maximizing its healing potential mathematically requires an incredibly aggressive, rapid striking offensive combat style. My deeply specialized shield mastery fundamentally lacks the sheer offensive attack speed required to properly trigger the rapid healing effect. But the ultimate, undeniably practical reason I am completely surrendering this massive power upgrade to her is because she is genuinely the absolute most trustworthy, fiercely loyal companion I could ever hope to command in this hellish world.
I will never forget this immense gesture of trust, Bjorn. I swear upon my honor to brutally slaughter your enemies.
Dramatically increasing her overall combat lethality mathematically ensures my own long-term survival, while I systematically hunt for my perfect build. There is one highly specific, severely embarrassing side effect that I completely failed to warn her about before she eagerly consumed the soul.
The intense surge of magical energy has completely faded. Have I successfully integrated the ancient knight spirit into my core? I genuinely don't feel any immediate noticeable increase in my physical strength or stamina whatsoever. Bjorn, what the hell is happening to your massive body? You suddenly look twice twice as tall as before. Did the entire group accidentally trigger a highly concentrated localized growth spell while I was absorbing the soul?
Nobody else in the party magically expanded, Einar. The ancient essence forcefully compacted your entire skeletal structure.
That is simply the well-documented physiological trade-off. The essence drastically fortifies your bone density by forcefully shrinking your overall vertical height.
The drastic reduction in height mathematically amplifies your core agility and raw cutting force by densely packing your muscle fibers. Combined with the immensely powerful vitality absorption trait, she is now practically an unstoppable self-healing buzzsaw on the battlefield.
This is an absolute catastrophe. My glorious towering physique has been completely and utterly decimated. After fiercely struggling for years to prove myself as a massive warrior, I am now nothing but a pathetic tiny little girl.
Why are you aggressively sobbing? Your facial symmetry and overall aesthetic proportions have improved dramatically.
Are you implying I look like some fragile, pathetic noblewoman instead of a terrifying barbarian berserker?
The devastating psychological blow to her deeply ingrained tribal pride is completely overriding the massive tactical upgrade she just received. These incredibly insensitive idiots are treating her profound cultural trauma like a highly amusing carnival trick. You need to aggressively suppress your tears right now, Einar. We are still actively engaged in a lethal combat zone. Violently channel that deep humiliation directly into your blade and utterly obliterate the very next monster that crosses our path. The final horde is rapidly approaching. Prove to everyone exactly how devastating a concentrated barbarian can truly be.
Even if I currently possess the pathetic stature of a human child, I will still fiercely fulfill my sacred duties. I aggressively locked my furious gaze directly onto the towering death fiend's exposed chest cavity. For the eternal glory of Betrayal, I will violently sever your massive torso entirely in half.
That is absolutely incomprehensible. She effortlessly bifurcated a massive Tier 8 elite monster with a single physical sweep.
Do you finally understand the immense value of that essence? Your raw destructive capability just skyrocketed.
Do you genuinely believe my ancestors will still recognize my glorious combat prowess, despite my shrunken frame?
You are no longer just an ordinary tribal brawler. You are currently the absolute deadliest physical combatant on this entire floor. We have finally reached the intricately carved iron gates sealing off the ultimate boss encounter.
Despite your incredibly primitive customs, I have genuinely enjoyed this highly efficient, massively profitable tactical alliance.
We systematically crushed every single obstacle. Let's rapidly secure the final treasure and aggressively celebrate back in the city.
Every single tactical variable has miraculously aligned perfectly in our favor, and that terrifying anomaly is making me incredibly paranoid. The brutal algorithmic logic of this accursed world never permits entirely flawless victories without a sudden, catastrophic complication.
Prepare yourselves for absolute glory, everyone. I am forcefully pushing the heavy iron doors open right now.
Stop pushing immediately. The iron handle is glowing bright crimson instead of dull silver. Slam it shut right now. The system prompt just aggressively confirmed that we triggered the highly volatile, extremely rare, hidden boss encounter.
This is completely against all documented tactical data. A standard Death Knight is supposed to be the absolute ruler of this instance.
My eternally parched throat is absolutely thrilled by the intoxicating aroma of fresh, violently pulsating blood entering my domain.
This is a catastrophic mathematical anomaly. Vampiric entities are strictly hard-locked to the 6th floor and drastically higher.
Tell me, you pathetic little morsels, exactly what foolish kingdom sent you to aggressively disrupt my centuries-long slumber?
While standard veteran monsters possess highly predictable tactical behaviors and heavily generalized combat stats, elite creatures completely overwhelm regular parties with their massive health pools and devastating specialized active abilities. The rare category includes highly obscure encounters triggered strictly through deeply hidden environmental mechanics or incredibly low random spawn rates. But a named unique boss completely transcends the standard algorithmic rules, boasting utterly game-breaking stats and complex combat intelligence.
We absolutely cannot engage that terrifying monster. Everyone turn around and aggressively sprint back to the corridor.
Do not waste precious oxygen screaming about the unfairness of the spawn tables. Just aggressively push your legs to the absolute limit. We are desperately fleeing from Cambomere, a terrifying Tier 5 vampire duke that should never exist in this low-level zone. His entire combat kit perfectly blends highly lethal, instantly cast dark magic with overwhelming, unblockable physical agility. In the game, these highly volatile elite bosses occasionally overwrote the standard guardians to forcefully inject artificial difficulty spikes, but my thousands of hours of meticulous data logging absolutely prove this specific vampire never once mathematically spawned on the very first floor. The crimson door handle was the absolute only visual indicator warning of his highly lethal, completely undocumented presence.
How did your primitive barbarian instincts immediately recognize that specific door handle as a catastrophic tactical threat before it even opened?
Stop aggressively interrogating my tactical foresight while we are literally sprinting for our absolute lives. My deeply refined combat instincts violently warned me that opening that red door would result in our immediate execution. I successfully noticed the highly distinct color variation literal milliseconds before the dwarf aggressively pushed the heavy mechanism open. If my obsessive memory hadn't instantly flagged that incredibly obscure visual discrepancy, we would have casually marched directly into our graves. My uncharacteristic euphoria over the back-to-back rare drops severely compromised my standard environmental awareness until the absolute last possible second.
We mathematically cannot exit the instance without the boss's core anyway. Why are we desperately retreating instead of establishing a defensive perimeter?
Fleeing from your incredibly generous host without offering a proper introduction is dreadfully impolite, little morsels.
The surrounding shadows violently coalesced into a suffocatingly dense mist, directly obstructing our path. He activated Vengeful Spirit.
This is exactly why engaging high-tier spellcasters is an absolute nightmare. They constantly bypass our physical mobility entirely.
Hessenbert 2, let the blindingly pure magical radiance forcefully sever your dark connection to the shadows.
The terrifyingly oppressive magical mist completely evaporated in an instant. Where the hell did that aristocratic freak teleport to?
The intense flash brilliantly interrupted his intricate teleportation sequence, temporarily anchoring his physical body back in the throne room.
Bjorn, the blinding spell completely drained her. The mage just violently collapsed, entirely unconscious.
Lady Arua, please wake up. Her breathing is incredibly shallow and completely erratic.
She is violently coughing up fresh blood. He must have stealthily injected a highly lethal, undocumented curse directly into her bloodstream, because the player in the video was instantly vaporized. I lack any data regarding the supplementary essences this specific variant consumed.
We are completely trapped in this labyrinth. She was the absolute only member of our party capable of safely navigating these dark corridors.
Maintain your current aggressive pace. I have the optimal escape route perfectly memorized in my head. I will gladly endure your intense suspicions about my unnatural tactical knowledge if it successfully prevents our immediate slaughter. Follow my exact footsteps and do not slow down for a single second. The extraction point is straight ahead. My brain possesses a flawlessly rendered, three-dimensional mental map of this entire massive structure from years of continuous grinding. I meticulously calculated the most hyper-efficient escape vectors thousands of times before ever setting foot in this cursed reality.
By the gods, you actually led us straight to the massive staircase. I can clearly see the fading sunlight bleeding through the cracks.
The suffocating, incredibly dense magical pressure is rapidly closing the distance behind us. He completely recovered from the flash. We violently threw our exhausted bodies up the steep stone steps, desperately clawing our way toward the surface. The suffocating black mist began aggressively leaking from the walls, desperately trying to completely engulf our retreat.
The horrifyingly dark energy is violently attempting to latch onto my legs and drag me back down.
The moment the dark mist violently touched the fading rays of sunlight, it immediately hissed and rapidly evaporated. The core algorithmic programming dictating his ethereal form renders him entirely incapable of breaching direct, natural sunlight.
I am absolutely astounded by your flawless spatial awareness. Navigating that complex maze perfectly on your first try is impossible. You aggressively fight and lead with the sharply honed instincts of a seasoned 10-year labyrinth veteran.
I proudly told you he was incredibly wise. He embodies the absolute pinnacle of our tribe's legendary tactical intellect.
We have roughly 15 minutes of marginal safety before the ambient sunlight completely vanishes from the courtyard entirely.
We cannot afford afford to remain idle here. Secure the unconscious mage tightly to your back immediately and follow my lead. We must rapidly reposition to the heavily ruined sector of the courtyard to effectively utilize the shattered pillars as defensive cover. She can painfully endure a few more broken ribs bouncing on your back if it physically prevents her from being brutally decapitated. Your absolute singular duty as a contracted carrier is to forcefully physically shield her from any incoming fatal damage.
I completely understand my tactical obligations. I will aggressively shield her with my own body until my dying breath.
I must aggressively utilize this incredibly brief window of relative safety to flawlessly execute my desperately risky backup plan. I'll aggressively secure the perimeter alone for precisely 5 minutes. I must forcefully acquire that hidden artifact before the battle begins. I mercilessly crush the ancient statue's delicate face with my heavy mace, completely exposing the hidden internal cavity. Yes, the intricately carved stone head, violently shattered, cleanly revealing the highly coveted magical item safely nested inside. The tears of a goddess! This phenomenally rare liquid can completely cure absolutely any lethal ailment or devastatingly damage an undead boss. The system cheerfully confirmed I successfully looted the absolutely most crucial tactical asset for our impending survival.
Thank the gods you finally regained consciousness. The incredibly wise barbarian successfully navigated us straight back to the surface. But we are completely out of options once the encroaching darkness completely consumes this sector. He will absolutely resume his hunt.
Did your vast academic knowledge successfully identify the specific type of devastating curse he stealthily injected into your bloodstream?
He definitely forcefully linked our nervous systems using the highly annoying pain-sharing skill commonly found on Tier 8 monsters. I mathematically require exactly 20 minutes to fully purge the magical recoil, and even then, I can only safely cast 5 major spells. Aggressively interrogating a registered mage about the highly classified contents of their personal spellbook is a severe breach of professional etiquette.
I nonchalantly shoved a massive finger directly into my nose, explicitly projecting the absolute most disrespectful barbarian aura possible. I am just a filthy, uneducated brute violently dragging a mace around. I absolutely do not care about your pretentious, highly refined city manners.
Fine, you absolutely insufferable savage. I possess the incredibly complex Sunspot Sphere spell. I can effectively supercharge its destructive output by aggressively stacking elemental augments, but that complex sequence requires a continuous 30-minute casting window.
Then we will violently hold the defensive line against that aristocratic freak for exactly 30 minutes while you meticulously channel the spell. You must absolutely dedicate every single ounce of your focus to completing that casting sequence without any interruptions whatsoever.
Wait just a damn minute. When exactly did you seamlessly transition into confidently commanding this entire veteran raid party? Ha ha ha! I don't give a damn about official guild ranks anymore. I will gladly follow this wildly competent savage directly into the jaws of hell.
The final sliver of comforting sunlight just permanently vanished, entirely plunging the ruined courtyard into absolute, terrifying darkness.
My absolute favorite time of day has finally returned, allowing me to fully embrace the terrifying majesty of the night. Your pathetic, rapidly beating hearts are practically begging me to aggressively rip them directly out of your trembling chests.
We have precisely 30 excruciating minutes of highly brutal, incredibly desperate survival combat ahead of us.
I will completely shred your fragile bodies into ribbons and gorge myself upon your deliciously hot blood.
Tarzine, violently drag the chanting mage away from the immediate impact zone and aggressively utilize those pillars for cover. Fortunately, despite possessing highly advanced artificial intelligence, his fundamental behavioral script strictly defaults to aggressive physical assaults right now.
Brace yourselves. The massively overpowered freak is aggressively diving straight down toward our primary defensive line.
His wickedly elongated, razor-sharp claws violently slashed through the air with terrifying, completely unblockable momentum.
I violently swung my heavy hammer upward, desperately trying to perfectly intercept his devastating aerial dive. I can see the pure, unadulterated, murderous rage aggressively burning within his glowing crimson eyes.
The dwarf is putting on an absolute masterclass in heavy defensive techniques, perfectly deflecting a barrage of highly lethal strikes. He must have successfully consumed an incredible incredibly powerful tanking essence to endure that much concentrated kinetic force. That perfectly rigid stance confirms he possesses the counterweight passive from the legendary Iron Tusk Beast. That highly coveted skill mathematically grants complete immunity to all knockback mechanics, making him an absolutely immovable physical barrier.
I am aggressively charging his exposed flank while his claws are entirely occupied with the dwarf's shield. What the hell? He casually glided backward with completely unnatural, physically impossible speed.
Your crude, pathetic attempts to strike me are genuinely insulting to my vastly superior reflexes.
He instantly closed the distance again, viciously hammering my steel shield with a devastatingly heavy backhand. I frantically squeezed the leather grip, absolutely refusing to yield a single inch of tactical ground. He relentlessly slammed his claws into my guard, the sheer impact violently shaking the bones in my forearms.
Stop desperately hiding behind your pathetic shields and properly offer me your pulsating throats.
I can clearly feel a highly disturbing, agonizing phantom pain aggressively shooting entirely through my own forearms. The frustratingly overpowered pain-sharing curse ensures any physical damage we inflict is completely mitigated by spreading the trauma to us.
By the ancestors, his entire physical body just aggressively dissolved into a massive swarm of shrieking crows.
Hundreds of terrifying blood-red eyes violently glared at us from the rapidly swirling black vortex above. Raise your shields immediately. The entire murder is aggressively diving directly into our defensive formation.
I will bravely anchor the front line and physically absorb the absolute worst of this chaotic barrage.
He brilliantly activated the emergency restoration skill, aggressively projecting a massive, highly durable magical barrier entirely around his body. The defensive strategy worked perfectly, but the exploding crows are violently raining highly acidic blood directly onto the courtyard.
Bjorn, this terrifyingly dark, intricately cursed symbol just violently seared itself directly onto my forehead.
This is absolutely catastrophic. Both of my primary frontline companions have been heavily marked by the boss's most devastating passive skill. He successfully inflicted the horrifying Offering Imprint curse on them. We are mathematically at a severe disadvantage now. The system prompt aggressively confirmed that the boss's physical stats are now dynamically scaling upward for every mark target nearby. Every single one of his innate passive abilities fundamentally punishes standard physical brawlers and rewards prolonged engagements. But the absolutely most terrifying variable is his ability to flawlessly weave devastating dark magic into his aggressive melee combos. He can instantly evaporate into an untouchable mist to completely bypass our heaviest shield bashes, and continuously summon an endless stream of bloated corpses to violently detonate against our defensive lines.
His heavily empowered kick completely shattered my solid stance and violently launched me backward.
The dwarf's entire defense finally collapsed. We have to aggressively step up and secure the front line right now.
Damn it. His perfectly executed counterattack nearly pulverized my ribcage. Are you absolutely finished chanting yet, mage? Asking a heavily battered, entirely exhausted tank duo to casually survive another 5 minutes against a hyper-buffed boss is mathematically impossible. Einar violently dragged the bleeding dwarf to the rear immediately. You both absolutely must survive to extract the loot. I will aggressively solo the remaining duration by myself. Do exactly as I ordered and fall back right now.
I completely trust your incredibly wise judgment, Bjorn. I will rapidly secure the wounded and hold the rear line.
I aggressively tossed my heavy mace entirely aside, firmly gripping my massive iron shield with both exhausted hands. I am completely abandoning all forms of offensive striking. My absolutely only goal is to fiercely survive the next 300 seconds. Come on, you aristocratic motherfucker. Let's see if you can actually crack my heavily reinforced shell.
Your foolishly stubborn defiance will exclusively result in an incredibly painful, highly embarrassing decapitation.
I completely ignored the massive bleeding gashes tearing across my arms and aggressively chugged 3 highly potent health potions.
You completely insignificant piece of meat. Stop desperately prolonging the inevitable and die.
By the ancestors, Bjorn's entire body is violently erupting into a massive column of suffocating steam.
This is absolute madness. He is intentionally triggering the agonizingly painful side effect of a massive potion overdose. He is practically boiling himself alive from the inside out just to continuously force heal through the catastrophic physical damage. Even the most highly hardened, heavily scarred veterans would permanently shatter under that absurd level of concentrated agony.
The raw, unfiltered agony of rapidly regenerating deep muscular lacerations is practically melting my internal nervous system. I aggressively crushed another empty glass vial beneath my heavy boot, blindly, desperately reaching for the very last one.
Look at the absolutely terrifying intensity radiating from his stance. His entire muscular frame is violently purging massive clouds of steam. He is entirely saturated with potent restorative magic, literally burning through his severe injuries through pure, unadulterated willpower. Any normal human mind would completely snap, yet he just flawlessly deflected a lethal strike aimed directly at his neck. The sheer volume of agonizing, conflicting magical feedback should mathematically render him entirely paralyzed.
I am intentionally sacrificing my heavily armored shoulders and thick biceps to aggressively preserve my deeply vital internal organs.
Why won't you just stay down? I am perfectly targeting the microscopic gaps directly in your crude armor.
I easily read his highly predictable attack vectors, cleanly catching his razor-sharp claws on the absolute thickest rim of my shield.
I once meticulously translated a highly obscure, deeply ancient text regarding the legendary ferocity of the northern tribes. Watching him fiercely endure this catastrophic punishment purely out of absolute spite makes me completely understand that, quote, "We cannot cowardly retreat, Tarzine. The magical barrier enclosing this entire sector will absolutely prevent our escape. The absolute only mathematical method to successfully survive this encounter is to completely incinerate that aristocratic monster." He brilliantly calculated the exact defensive strategy required to forcefully buy me enough time to complete the sequence. And yet, as a highly educated, supposedly vastly superior spellcaster, I am pathetically hesitating while he is literally melting his own flesh to ensure our collective survival. Tarzine, immediately grab the medical supplies and aggressively treat the dwarf's severe acid burns right now. You must forcefully ensure Einar aggressively rejoins the frontline assault the exact second Bjorn's posture falters. A true tactical commander constantly adapts, instantly leveraging every single available resource to completely dominate the battlefield. I will completely utilize my extensive alchemical knowledge to forcefully turn the tide of this desperate engagement. I rapidly formulated a highly unorthodox, incredibly dangerous, magical strategy perfectly suited for this exact crisis. I aggressively stacked 3 high-tier support enchantments directly onto this fragile glass vial to absolutely guarantee a flawless hit. Barbarian, aggressively bash him backwards and brace yourself for a massive incoming projectile.
I instantly recognized her commanding tone and violently slammed my shield upward to cleanly intercept the approaching item. I deliberately allowed the small glass vial to violently shatter directly against the heavy steel rim of my shield. The system aggressively confirmed that I was forcefully bathed in the legendary essence, immediately boosting all of my defensive stats. The insanely overwhelming surge of sudden magical energy is aggressively warping my sense of balance. My vision is completely fractured, and the massive vampire lord is rapidly closing the distance again. My heavily fatigued brain desperately analyzed the incoming attack vector, calculating the absolute optimal defensive response. I must flawlessly determine exactly which non-lethal body part to violently sacrifice to his razor-sharp claws. While aggressively shifting my massive frame to ensure my vital organs remain perfectly shielded, I violently bit down on my tongue, using the sharp metallic taste of blood to completely anchor my tactical focus. His incredibly rapid flurry of slashes is mathematically impossible to cleanly deflect with just a single shield. I intentionally leaned forward, allowing his devastatingly fast strikes to brutally lacerate my heavily muscled shoulders. But the highly volatile acidic blood passive from the golem's essence immediately triggered upon sustaining physical damage. The vampire's claws violently sank deep into my forearms, desperately attempting to completely sever my tendons. But thanks to the massive 55-point boost to my my bone strength, his razor-sharp claws violently deflected off my skeleton. The absolute madwoman actually forcefully injected my system with the highly volatile golem essence right in the middle of combat. I am going to have an absolute nightmare, mathematically recalibrating my entire tactical build around this highly annoying acidic passive. However, this incredibly reckless decision undeniably just mathematically secured our immediate survival against this overpowered boss. The massive influx of raw strength allows me to aggressively pivot and effortlessly intercept strikes that previously shattered my guard. However, repeatedly acting as a heavily battered human punching bag is still an absolutely excruciating tactical strategy. What the hell? Another heavy glass vial violently shattered directly against the back of my steel helmet. The system enthusiastically confirmed that she expertly utilized a large health potion to drastically accelerate my cellular regeneration. If she continuously bombards me with these highly potent restorative potions, I can aggressively outpace his massive damage output.
You incredibly stubborn, utterly pathetic piece of tribal trash. Why won't your fragile little body just completely break?
I aggressively seized his incoming wrist, violently enduring the agonizing pain of his claws piercing my skin. Now you get to intimately experience the absolute terrifying ferocity of a fully enraged barbarian brawler. I completely abandoned all defensive posture, eagerly welcoming his devastating lacerations to constantly trigger my new passive.
The filthy savage's blood is heavily saturated with an incredibly potent, highly concentrated magical acid.
I will relentlessly continue my magical bombardment, keeping his vitality completely topped off with these massive potions.
The burning acid severely compromised his armored scales, allowing my heavy shield bashes to easily shatter his ribs. My catastrophic injuries are continuously knitting themselves back together, completely nullifying his entire offensive strategy.
This is utterly infuriating. My perfectly refined combat techniques are failing against this completely uncivilized, suicidal method of fighting. Grr! Get off me, you filthy savage!
Hang on, I'm coming to help you, Bjorn. Take this, you blood-sucking freak.
What? How dare a mere mortal strike me?
Keep your eyes focused on me, you aristocratic bastard.
Die, you miserable piece of meat!
God damn it, that actually hurt.
Mr. Bjorn, the sunspot sphere is finally ready.
Finally, it's about damn time.
What are you doing? Unhand me at once.
You aren't going anywhere. I've got you locked down.
Now is our chance. I will strike him down.
Hikuro, do it now.
Yeah, I hear you loud and clear. I'm releasing all my stored lightning energy right now. Eat this, you pale-faced monster.
No, this is impossible. The lightning is tearing me apart.
The system just confirmed the Duke is knocked completely unconscious. Now is my only chance to finish this. I've been refraining from using this despite the massive disadvantage, just for a moment like this. It's time to use the tears of a goddess. Consider this a highly explosive parting gift from me. Eat it, you miserable motherfucker. The divine grace is violently washing over the entire affected area. All of the Duke's resistances are completely nullified, and he's taking massive holy damage.
Mr. Bjorn, get out of the blast zone right now, quickly. Sunspot sphere, let the magical inferno completely consume you. If you don't move, you'll get completely swept away by the spell too.
The massive fireball is practically melting the skin right off my bones. Shit, I can't get away fast enough. It's too late to dodge. I just have to brace for impact. The sheer kinetic force of the blast is absolutely devastating. The system just coldly notified me that I was knocked completely unconscious by the area effect. Because of the vampire's pain-sharing curse, every single member of our party was instantly knocked out as well. My entire body feels like it was put through a meat grinder. Did our desperate tactic actually work? Is the bastard dead? But why is it so eerily quiet in here? Did the vampire finally die? Or what? I need to check if the other party members got knocked out along with me. I have to force myself up and see exactly what transpired while I was blacked out. You've got to be kidding me. He's still standing after taking a direct hit from that spell. How the hell is that aristocratic freak still alive? My immortality imprint forcefully activated, drastically increasing my regeneration because of my low vitality. But the vampire's source of darkness passive makes him completely resist death as long as his heart remains intact. His mangled body is actively regenerating even at this very moment. That stupid ability is completely unfair. He is going to fully regenerate and regain all his strength in no time at this rate. The rest of the guys seem to be completely incapacitated. disoriented. I don't understand how I woke up first, but I have a task to accomplish. I absolutely must destroy his heart and kill him for good before he fully wakes up. I aggressively shoved my shoulder into his chest, trying to knock him down. I pinned his regenerating body to the ground, heavily panting from the sheer exertion. His entire body is completely messed up, save for his perfectly intact heart. He must have aggressively protected his vital spot from the sunspot sphere with his arms. You cheap, miserable little bastard. Just die already. How was I supposed to activate my ability again? Oh right, I remember now. Flesh burst. I firmly pressed my bare hands directly against his exposed chest cavity. The highly volatile acidic blood violently detonated, blasting his ribs apart. Ah, it hurts like absolute hell to forcefully detonate my own flesh, but I don't have a single weapon left. I have absolutely no other alternative to destroy his heart. Flesh burst. Flesh burst. I instinctively knew I was rapidly reaching my absolute physical limit. The system aggressively flashed a warning that my health had plummeted below 1%. I knew that if I continued detonating my own body, I was going to die right alongside him. But I relentlessly continued the assault. I refused to let him regenerate. My health officially reached 0%. The agonizing countdown to my permanent death has just begun, but I absolutely cannot stop here. I will take him to hell with me. The interface warned me that I was actively losing 3 spirit points every single second. I completely ignored the warnings and violently triggered another flesh burst. I'm going to die anyway if I stop and let him recover. It's him or me. My spirit points are rapidly bleeding out. 37 left, 34 left. Another massive detonation of acidic blood. My spirit plummeted to 16 points. My vision is completely blurring, and my lungs are desperately burning for oxygen. I stare down at my ruined arms. I literally don't even have hands anymore. It doesn't matter. I still have other parts of my body to detonate. I violently threw my torso onto his chest. Flesh burst. I channeled every remaining ounce of energy into one final, completely suicidal explosion. The prompt finally appeared. I successfully defeated the Vampire Duke Cambormere and gained 5 experience points. So you weren't completely invincible after all, you arrogant aristocratic bastard. I also gained bonus experience for slaying a unique creature and defeating the Guardian. My spirit is critically low, but I survived. I officially leveled up to level 3, but unfortunately, character health isn't automatically restored upon leveling up in this brutal game. My maximum essence intake just increased by 1. This means my body can handle another monster soul. The Guardian of the Dimensional Rift only possesses a 33% chance of dropping its highly coveted essence. A dark swirling tendril of raw magical energy began actively seeping directly into my shattered chest. I successfully absorbed the Vampire Guardian's essence. My vitality instantly surged due to the immortality passive. Because my health regenerated past 1%, the lethal death countdown officially completely stopped. My overall combat power drastically shot up to 485. This is an absolutely astronomical leap in stats. Ugh! My eyes violently snapped open as I frantically gasped for air.
Bjorn, you are finally awake. Thank the ancestors.
Einar, I survived. Where are the dwarf and the mage?
Those cowards completely abandoned us and left 3 entire days ago. But forget them, how is your body feeling?
Wait, it's been 3 whole days? Does that mean it's already day 7 of the month? I aggressively opened and closed my hands. They're completely fully regenerated. Not a single scratch remains. I don't feel any residual physical pain or discomfort whatsoever. My flesh completely rebuilt itself from scratch. Hold on a second. Something feels incredibly drafty down below. Aina, exactly what happened to my heavily reinforced leather pants?
Your garments literally disintegrated into useless bloody rags during the intense battle, so I promptly threw them away. There's absolutely no need to be embarrassed. You are undeniably the greatest, most glorious warrior I know, Bjorn. While you were completely unconscious, the dwarf selfishly claimed a numbered artifact, and the mage greedily snatched the rift stone.
The fact that I'm currently breathing proves I successfully consumed the Guardian's essence. So the boss actually dropped all 3 rare items.
I absolutely must claim this rift stone to adequately compensate for the massive magical resources I expended keeping that savage alive.
Do as you wish, Lady Arua. I have absolutely no objections, since I honestly don't deserve a massive share after failing so miserably.
I aggressively demanded we roll dice for the stone, but the arrogant mage claimed you already acquired the absolute best item dropped.
It looks like the highly observant spellcaster was the absolute only person who realized I absorbed the vampire's essence. She genuinely expended her incredibly rare golem essence and dozens of potent potions to keep me alive. I really can't complain about the final loot distribution.
She casually walked around entirely by herself, scooped up the best items, and cowardly left through the portal before you even woke up. She is an ungrateful witch.
Thank you for staying behind to protect my vulnerable body, Einar. I am incredibly blessed to have you as my companion.
You're welcome, Bjorn. So are we finally ready to exit this terrifying rift and return to the city?
Not quite yet. The mage definitely scavenged the obvious loot, but I highly doubt she uncovered the most valuable hidden secret in this castle. But before we go aggressively hunting for treasure, Einar, do you have absolutely any spare fabric I can wrap around my waist? We finally stepped back through the dimensional rift, returning to the relative safety of the first floor crystal cave. After the labyrinth forcefully ejected everyone, I found myself standing safely in the bustling streets of Rafdonia once again.
I have meticulously appraised your haul, sir. Here is your official payment of 231,520 stones.
That feels incredibly minuscule compared to the absolute hell I just endured, but I suppose the vampire essence is the real prize.
This is a highly suspicious amount of currency for a mere Tier 9 adventurer to acquire in a single trip. What exactly is inside your heavy backpack?
Why are you aggressively interrogating me? The guild has never questioned my inventory before.
Do not move a single muscle, barbarian. You are officially surrounded by the city guard.
What the hell is going on? Why are heavily armed guards suddenly swarming my position?
Phew, the third floor was unexpectedly challenging. I genuinely didn't know Tier 7 monsters were that incredibly tough. We even stumbled into a highly lethal Tier 6 monster by pure chance. It was a terrifyingly worthwhile adventure compared to my boring first trip. I can't wait to share my glorious combat stories with the good old sir. But where could he possibly be right now? I absolutely must tell him about the powerful new wind essence I acquired. I wonder if he's going to want to test my flexibility again. I honestly don't want to go through that painful stretching routine again, but I'm so incredibly excited to see his amazed reaction.
You have successfully earned 184,000 stones. That is an unusually high amount for a novice Tier 9 adventurer. Oh, I see you were officially registered as traveling alongside your older sister, Daria Weidenbear de Tercia. Ah, that perfectly explains the high yield. Since she is a highly seasoned adventurer, you are free to leave the counter.
The good old sir should definitely be back in his private room by now. I'll go surprise him. I am going to treat him to an incredibly nice dinner tonight since I made such a massive fortune in the labyrinth.
I'm sorry, miss, but the massive barbarian occupying room 302 hasn't actually returned from his expedition yet.
What? Are you absolutely sure he hasn't returned? What if something terrible happened to him down there? No, I need to stop thinking such dark thoughts. He is incredibly strong and wise, so he's definitely going to be back soon.
All right, time to pack up all this heavy gear and officially clear out the room for the next paying customer.
Excuse me? Why are you aggressively removing his personal belongings without his explicit consent?
Look, we graciously held his room for an entire week just because you asked, but the labyrinth closed a while ago, and he is clearly dead.
That's absolutely impossible. He promised we would explore the higher floors together.
He undoubtedly perished down in the dark tunnels, just like thousands of other foolish rookies. Give it up already, girl.
Erwin, please get up from the muddy cobblestones. You are completely embarrassing our noble family.
Sister, the innkeeper said he's never coming back. He's really gone.
I already heard the unfortunate rumors about his demise, but you absolutely must stand up right now. How long do you intend to wallow in this pathetic depression?
Sister, I want to become vastly stronger. I never want to feel this incredibly helpless and weak ever again.
It's been one entire miserable week since I was forcefully incarcerated in this damp, freezing cell.
Let's review this again, Barbarian. Where exactly did you acquire this highly sophisticated crossbow? Your primitive kind strictly avoids ranged weaponry. We cannot definitively prove who initiated the hostilities until our thorough investigation concludes, so your claims of self-defense are currently meaningless. The Guild recently implemented strict internal policies to aggressively crack down on rampant plundering, specifically targeting heavily equipped Tier 9 adventurers like yourself.
This absolute bastard is deliberately targeting me, just because I lack the powerful political connections to defend myself against these baseless accusations.
I demand the absolute truth right now. Tell me exactly where and how you acquired this highly valuable magical artifact.
I've repeatedly told you the exact same story. I violently stripped it from the treacherous party of 4 plunderers that aggressively aggressively ambushed me in the forest. I explicitly detailed the entire encounter, completely omitting any mention of the highly lethal red-haired assassin, since breaking a sworn oath invites suspicion of demonic possession.
You boldly claimed your throat was violently slit during the altercation. So tell me, where exactly is the massive debilitating scar?
Damn it. The fatal wound on my neck completely healed without leaving a single trace because of the vampire essence's regenerative properties.
Ha 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 ha. You genuinely expect me to believe you consumed the legendary essence of a vampire duke inside a first-floor dimensional rift? That is a pathetic, desperate lie.
Then forcefully summon a registered mage from the tower immediately. Have them cast a memory-reading spell on my mind if you truly believe I'm fabricating this.
You arrogant savage. You must officially hold a tier 7 rank or higher to even formally request a magical memory extraction from the guild. Besides, why would I waste the guild's precious resources when all your valuable possessions will be legally confiscated the moment you are inevitably proven guilty?
The low-tier guild mage completely failed to penetrate my mind. My incredibly high spirit stat grants me absolute immunity to weak mental manipulation spells.
Why won't you just give up and formally confess to the plundering charges? It's incredibly inefficient to continually request magical assistance for a menial investigation. Listen closely, Bjorn Yandel. We finally secured the absolutely damning evidence required to permanently seal your fate.
Wait a second. Isn't that the exact same communication message stone I violently looted from the Crystal Union Stalker during my first expedition?
We explicitly traced the unique magical signature on this stone to a deceased Crystal Union member, and they eagerly provided sworn testimonies confirming your unprovoked murder. The verdict is absolutely final. You will be publicly executed in exactly 3 hours for the heinous crime of plundering.
These corrupt, miserable bastards completely fabricated a bulletproof case against me, just to legally steal my hard-earned equipment and wealth. This situation cannot possibly be resolved through peaceful diplomatic channels anymore. But forcefully breaking out will officially brand me as a dangerous fugitive. There is absolutely only one viable tactical option left to completely clear my name and survive this corrupt execution. I will violently tear this entire guild branch apart, if that's what it takes to prove my innocence. I immediately activated the highly volatile flesh burst skill, concentrating the acidic detonation directly onto my own palms. The incredibly potent magical explosion effortlessly completely shattered the heavy iron bars enclosing my cell.
Yikes, what the hell was that massive explosion? The barbarian just violently blew the cell door completely off its hinges. How in the world did you completely bypass the magical restraints? I need to alert the branch manager upstairs immediately.
I violently drove my heavy boot directly into his chin before he could even draw his weapon, instantly knocking him unconscious. Perfect. I successfully neutralized the only active sentry without alerting the entire garrison to my escape. My hands are severely mangled from the acidic blast, but I am aggressively getting out of this miserable dungeon right now. The immortality imprint is already actively repairing the catastrophic tissue damage on my hands at a highly accelerated rate. I quickly knelt down and violently snatched the heavy iron keyring directly from the unconscious guard's belt.
Hooray! Way to go, you absolute maniac. You actually managed to shatter the heavily enchanted prison bars with your bare hands.
I'm absolutely certain some of these men are genuinely dangerous criminals, but releasing them will cause the perfect chaotic distraction I mathematically need to reach the top floor.
Barbarian the Liberator. We are finally free. Let's aggressively crush these corrupt guards and escape this hellhole.
What the hell is that deafening commotion coming from the lower holding cells?
Prison break. Slaughter the guards and aggressively seize your freedom. Leave absolutely no survivors behind.
Attention, all registered adventurers. We urgently request your immediate assistance in apprehending these highly dangerous escaped fugitives. You will be handsomely rewarded.
Come at me, you pathetic criminals. I will happily violently cave your skulls in for a massive guild bounty.
The unarmed prisoners are completely outmatched by the heavily equipped adventurers. This massive distraction will violently collapse in less than 5 minutes. I must aggressively push my physical limits and make the absolute most of this incredibly brief tactical window. Because my ultimate objective isn't just blindly escaping the building into the heavily patrolled city streets.
Escaped prisoner actively approaching the 3rd floor. The branch manager is in his private office. We absolutely cannot let this massive brute pass our defensive line.
Flesh burst. I violently detonated the skin on my chest, sending a devastating wave of kinetic force and highly corrosive acid directly into their tight formation.
Ah, my eyes are practically melting. What the hell is this highly concentrated burning fluid?
I immediately activated the offering imprint. Because I just violently showered 3 guards in my acidic blood, my physical stats are temporarily massively boosted. The sudden, overwhelming surge of raw muscular power is genuinely intoxicating. I feel absolutely unstoppable right now. For the eternal glory of Behela, I aggressively launched my massive frame entirely through their shattered defensive line. My heavy, unarmored fist violently collided with the stone floor, completely pulverizing the marble tiles upon impact.
The sheer concussive force of his brutal strike completely bypassed my heavy steel chestplate. You miserable little savage. I will violently carve you into bloody pieces for attacking a commissioned officer. This is absolutely impossible. The massive laceration I just inflicted on his shoulder is actively rapidly knitting itself back together in real time.
You actually thought a pathetic little scratch like that would slow me down? Eat my fist. My massively enhanced physicality allows me to effortlessly swat these heavily armored veterans aside like annoying buzzing insects.
The intelligence reports explicitly stated he was a completely harmless Tier 9 rookie. This makes absolutely zero tactical sense. What the hell do we do now?
This specific branch office exclusively detains low-tier adventurers, making their entire security force absolutely defenseless against someone wielding high-tier, specialized elite abilities. I systematically dismantled the remaining guards, mercilessly crushing their armor with devastating, heavily enhanced strikes. I confidently strode directly toward the massive, intricately carved wooden doors sealing the branch manager's private office. I aggressively kicked the heavy doors completely open, instantly catching the panicked investigator cowardly trying to hide near the desk. He immediately lunged from the shadows, desperately attempting a highly lethal, entirely unprovoked ambush.
Just die quietly, you miserable tribal freak. I will personally execute you right here. I successfully landed a critical strike directly on his chest. His primitive regeneration won't save him from this massive hemorrhage. Ah, what the hell is aggressively burning my eyes? His blood feels like highly concentrated boiling acid.
You clearly entirely failed to account for my highly volatile acidic blood during your pathetic little ambush, didn't you?
Kya, please don't hurt me. I'm completely unarmed. Who in the world are you? And why did you violently assault the branch manager right in front of me?
Do not lay a single finger on her, you disgusting savage. She is the highly privileged daughter of the guild's elite district chief. You will absolutely regret it if any physical harm violently befalls her.
The sudden presence of a highly influential VIP completely alters my entire tactical strategy. I need to aggressively exploit this unexpected advantage immediately.
Yet you! How can you possibly remain so terrifyingly composed after violently committing such a heinous, bloody crime in my presence?
I violently slapped my heavy hand directly over her mouth to completely silence her highly annoying, aristocratic screaming. You pathetic guards cowering by the door, immediately formally summon the corrupt investigator, the cowardly leader of the Crystal Union, and an official mage from the tower. If you do not rapidly fulfill my exact demands within the hour, I will absolutely violently execute this highly valuable woman right in front of you. I aggressively dragged my struggling, highly terrified hostage directly onto the massive stone balcony, entirely overlooking the chaotic plaza below. Behela, it is officially time to aggressively strike back against these incredibly corrupt, highly manipulative city bastards.
What is going on up there? Is that massive, heavily scarred barbarian actually the escaped prisoner everyone is frantically searching for?
My name is Bjorn Yandel. I am a Tier 9 adventurer completely and utterly framed for a murder I did not commit by the highly corrupt Adventurers Guild. These miserable cowards are aggressively trying to legally execute me to completely steal my hard-earned wealth. I have done absolutely nothing wrong. By loudly broadcasting their blatant corruption to thousands of witnesses, they mathematically cannot simply execute me discreetly in the shadows anymore.
The highly incompetent branch manager frantically requested our immediate magical assistance. It seems they are entirely incapable of managing a single escaped savage.
A handful? Are you explicitly implying a single low-tier barbarian completely overwhelmed an entire heavily armed guild garrison?
Yes, he reportedly violently liberated the entire prison block, aggressively took the district chief's daughter hostage, and is now loudly demanding to see a tower mage.
All right. That incredibly bold, highly suicidal stunt has genuinely, completely captured my academic curiosity. I will personally investigate this absolute madman.
I firmly maintained my aggressive grip on the terrified noblewoman, entirely prepared to violently snap her neck if they attempted to breach the room.
Bjorn Yandel? Are you completely and utterly out of your damn mind? I was wondering what kind of spectacular idiot would actually pull a stunt like this. Do you genuinely believe you magically possess 9 lives? You are aggressively inviting a highly painful, completely legal execution right now.
Enough lecturing. I assume you perfectly understand my dire situation, so aggressively cast your highly invasive memory reading spell on me right now to prove my innocence.
I will graciously extract your memories and entirely clear your name, but only if you explicitly promise to formally return this massive favor later.
Fine, you manipulative witch. As long as your future demand is mathematically realistic, we absolutely have a binding deal.
Dertai Narvas, allow my highly refined magical consciousness to completely penetrate your primitive, deeply guarded mind. What the hell? It's completely failing to connect. Are you secretly wearing a highly expensive magical artifact that violently bumps up your baseline magical resistance?
Oh my goodness. Heart! Are you severely injured? I frantically rushed up here the absolute second I heard the massive explosions. What in the absolute world happened to my highly secure branch office? Most of the violent prisoners have already been aggressively killed or reincarcerated downstairs. Did some of the highly dangerous inmates actually violently force their way all the way up to my secure private floor? You, sir, that massive, heavily scarred barbarian is the exact bastard who violently released all the prisoners and completely destroyed my facility!
I am already painfully aware of his identity. You completely incompetent idiot, stop screaming in my ear. That stubborn savage is loudly claiming he was entirely framed for the murder. You were the lead investigator entirely in charge of his specific case, correct? What exactly was the solid, undeniable basis on which you definitively determined he was a guilty plunderer, and not just acting in self-defense?
Framed! He is just loudly spewing completely nonsensical lies to desperately save his own pathetic life. He is absolutely guilty! First of all, he aggressively reported an immensely, highly suspicious amount of valuable mana stones at the official inspection office for a mere Tier 9 rookie. We found his massive haul highly suspicious, so we immediately searched his pack and discovered multiple high-tier weapons that were obviously stolen from dead veterans. We also successfully recovered a highly expensive message stone and officially traced it directly to a recently deceased member of the prestigious Crystal Union.
That is an entirely biased, highly unreliable testimony from his own guildmates. Why the hell didn't you formally conduct a magical verification to definitively prove the murder?
Because he constantly lied throughout the entire interrogation process, sir. He aggressively claimed he completely survived, having his throat violently slit by a plunderer. And he blatantly stated his massive fatal wounds magically healed entirely on their own, because he successfully consumed the legendary essence of a vampire duke. Do you understand how completely far-fetched his story is? That highly lethal boss is absolutely mathematically impossible to encounter on the first floor. How could I possibly justify heavily wasting an elite mage's precious time just to officially disprove a claim that is so blatantly, ridiculously false?
But Mr. Bjorn here actually did successfully consume the legendary essence of the Vampire Guardian within a completely hidden dimensional rift.
What kind of absolute nonsense are you spewing right now? Are you genuinely covering for this violent, murdering savage?
I was physically present inside the rift during the intense battle. I clearly saw him aggressively consume the soul with my own 2 eyes.
What do you mean he successfully consumed a Tier 5 vampire essence? Do you honestly know how completely ridiculous and mathematically impossible that sounds? I completely understand that you might personally know this filthy barbarian, but that doesn't legally grant you the right to explicitly fabricate an alibi to cover up his heinous crimes.
Are you explicitly, aggressively implying that I, an elite, highly respected mage of the Altemian school, am actively fabricating this story to protect a criminal.
Not at all, my lady. I'm simply stating that the mathematical probability of his specific narrative being true is absolutely zero.
How dare you aggressively point your dirty fingers at a registered tower mage? Do you genuinely believe you are my absolute equal just because you hold a pathetic branch manager title?
My deepest, most sincere apologies, ma'am. That is absolutely not what I meant to imply by any means whatsoever. Please forgive my insolence.
Mages from the tower hold an incredibly high, almost untouchable political status in this world, entirely dwarfing the pathetic authority of a mere guild investigator.
Please don't be too incredibly harsh on the man, Lady Arua. He was simply acting on highly logical, heavily established algorithmic assumptions regarding spawn tables. Without having been physically present inside the hidden rift himself, there is absolutely no mathematical way he could have genuinely believed such a wildly preposterous story.
I completely concede that a highly lethal vampire spawning in a first floor instance is an absolutely unprecedented, entirely undocumented anomaly.
However, aggressively demanding an execution without a formal magical verification is absolutely not the proper investigative procedure someone in your highly trusted position should follow.
Ever since this cursed labyrinth mysteriously appeared, it has continuously generated wildly unimaginable, entirely unexplainable anomalies that completely baffle even our most brilliant academic scholars. Even the most highly seasoned veterans constantly encounter completely unexpected, highly lethal events. How can you entirely definitively claim his specific encounter was an absolute impossibility?
She is absolutely ruthless, completely dismantling the corrupt branch manager's pathetic defense with her overwhelming political authority and sharp intellect.
So you are the massive, highly aggressive barbarian that has been violently causing such a massive scene in my designated district today. I am Niall Urbans, the officially appointed district chief. That title alone should perfectly suffice to explain exactly why I am here.
This highly imposing man is the father of the terrified noblewoman I am currently aggressively holding hostage. This situation just became incredibly complicated. The guild's political structure isn't overly complex. There are hundreds of local branch managers who strictly report directly to the 13 elite district chiefs. The absolute only individual holding more political authority than a district chief is the elusive guildmaster himself. This man is basically second in command of the entire city.
Get down on your pathetic knees immediately. You have completely and utterly disgraced the entire Adventurers Guild with your blatant incompetence. What is the exact meaning of this highly unexpected visit, sir? I sincerely did not anticipate your personal involvement in this menial internal dispute.
Wait a minute. I distinctly recognize that man's face. He is an active executive within the Crystal Union. You absolutely must be Hearts Young, the specific guild representative who aggressively provided the sworn testimonies against this barbarian.
I absolutely know that you entirely deliberately provided false, highly fabricated testimonies regarding the recovered message stone.
These absolutely pathetic, corrupt cowards are completely turning on each other the exact second their elaborate conspiracy begins to rapidly unravel.
I never explicitly lied about such crucial investigative matters. What the hell is this agonizing magical current? My highly advanced Veritas spell clearly indicates that this trembling, pathetic man is absolutely not speaking truthfully right now.
There you have it. A highly respected mage entirely affiliated with the tower has definitively verified your blatant corruption. You cannot keep aggressively denying it.
Bjorn Yandel, was it? You are officially entirely innocent of all plundering charges, and you are completely free to leave this facility immediately.
And what exactly is going to happen to this corrupt, lying piece of trash who aggressively tried to have me legally executed today?
He deliberately caused an official investigation to completely fail by aggressively providing false testimonies. We will formally interrogate him as a prime suspect and absolutely execute him if found guilty.
The Crystal Union has been aggressively causing massive issues here and there lately. I will personally ensure they are thoroughly investigated as well.
The highly incompetent investigator who aggressively mishandled your interrogation will be permanently, completely removed from his official guild duties effective immediately. immediately. Are you explicitly implying that the entire guild is so utterly incompetent as to simply allow this massive corruption to blindly happen under my watch? Every single isolated case you have aggressively worked on thus far will be placed under intense scrutiny and thoroughly reevaluated for any slight hint of corruption. Now, we absolutely must formally discuss exactly how we can adequately compensate you for this highly traumatic, incredibly inconvenient misunderstanding. I will officially immediately elevate you to the highly respected Tier 7 Adventurer category and completely replace all the valuable items we unjustly confiscated from you.
How the hell is a simple tier adjustment considered adequate compensation? Simply consuming one single Tier 5 essence mathematically automatically satisfies the criteria for promotion anyway. Then forcefully summon absolutely any veteran Tier 7 adventurer from your entire guild right now. I will violently prove who is genuinely stronger right in front of your eyes. Bring him out here right now. For the eternal glory of Bahela, I will completely shatter his entire skeleton to mathematically prove I already deserve that rank.
He is absolutely correct, Chief. Promoting him to Tier 7 is practically an insult considering he already possesses the raw, unadulterated combat power to effortlessly achieve that rank naturally.
Arua, why is she aggressively defending my incredibly disrespectful demands with such a sickeningly sweet smile on her face?
There hasn't been a single recorded adventurer in history with only 2 months of experience who successfully consumed a Tier 5 Guardian Essence and returned completely alive. He is a literal anomaly.
Ugh, fine. You absolutely insufferable, incredibly loud savage. Exactly what kind of massive compensation do you actively want in recompense instead?
Now we're finally speaking my preferred language. I intend to aggressively milk this highly lucrative situation for every single stone it's worth. I want cold, hard cash, obviously. Considering the massive psychological trauma I endured, I absolutely mathematically deserve at least 5 million stones for this entire fiasco.
5 million stones? That is a completely absurd, astronomically high sum, but I reluctantly completely accept your highly aggressive terms.
What? I honestly cannot genuinely believe he actually agreed to that completely outrageous, highly inflated number without even attempting to negotiate.
I completely understand the situation, Miss Raven. Please personally relay to the Master that I'm incredibly grateful for his highly timely intervention in this messy affair.
This incredibly cluttered, highly chaotic workspace is the private, exclusive research laboratory of Arua Raven, an elite mage entirely affiliated with the Altemian school. It's unexpectedly untidy and completely disorganized in here for someone who claims to be an absolute genius academic.
Here, aggressively take this flask and hydrate yourself. You must be completely exhausted after violently destroying an entire guild branch.
Is this completely unmarked blue liquid actually just regular water? You better not be aggressively testing some highly volatile experimental potion on me. I eagerly chugged the water, but I genuinely couldn't entirely shake off the highly disturbing feeling that this specific flask probably contained disgusting monster organs yesterday. So exactly why did you forcefully demand that I come all the way to your incredibly messy, highly secluded laboratory today?
Because you explicitly agreed to formally return the incredibly massive favor I granted you back when you were aggressively being hunted by the Union.
I only casually agreed to that vague demand, because I was rapidly running out of viable survival options, but I suppose firmly establishing a reliable connection with a high-tier mage is tactically sound. I explicitly stated I would only fulfill that promise if your specific demand was mathematically realistic and completely non-lethal.
It's nothing outrageous at all. I simply wanted to aggressively demand that you exclusively allow me to conduct highly invasive magical research on the undead golem essence you completely absorbed. You are literally the very first publicly documented adventurer to ever successfully integrate that particular soul. So who definitively knows what incredible, highly complex mysteries it actually holds?
To be perfectly fair, the highly volatile essence of the undead golem absolutely wasn't the single most shocking anomaly we encountered in that rift. A fully realized vampire lord aggressively spawning as the final guardian of a low-tier instance was so astronomically rare that even I had completely failed to ever experience it in my thousands of playthroughs.
Anyhow, aggressively submitting to my comprehensive magical examinations isn't going to be a terrible deal for your long-term survival. I promise.
Hold on a second. Something about her highly enthusiastic, almost manic tone is suddenly making perfect tactical sense to me. Is this the exact, highly manipulative reason you explicitly demanded I sign an ironclad, non-disclosure agreement before legally collecting my massive settlement payout?
I graciously intervened and saved your pathetic life, but only under the strict condition that the guild officially agreed to permanently erase all records proving you successfully consumed the vampire essence.
So this was her incredibly selfish, highly calculated motivation all along. She entirely manipulated the official guild records just to completely monopolize my unique biological data for her own academic research.
Anyhow, I only mathematically require exactly 3 hours of your time per week. That should provide a highly sufficient baseline to aggressively test a few specific hypotheses I've formulated over the next 6 months.
Absolutely not. 6 entire months of highly invasive magical probing is completely unacceptable. I will commit to exactly 3 months, and I aggressively demand full access to the finalized research data.
I literally personally dragged your massive primitive body off the legal execution block, and you were officially handed 5 million stones because of my intervention. Stop acting so incredibly unreasonable.
In order to aggressively establish a highly functional, mutually beneficial long-term partnership, I absolutely must fiercely cement my own terms and boundaries right now. You should actively be paying me a massive premium for the sheer inconvenience of participating in your highly obsessive little science project, as a matter of fact. Casually accepting an initial proposition without aggressively haggling for a vastly superior advantage is a completely pathetic rookie mistake. You violently forced me to consume the highly volatile essence of the undead golem entirely without my explicit consent, just to guarantee your own survival.
Are you seriously aggressively complaining about that right now? Monster Essence is an incredibly rare resource that other pathetic adventurers are absolutely desperate to legally acquire. I only forcefully injected you with that specific essence to aggressively ensure you could successfully tank the massive physical damage required to save both of our lives. You're welcome.
You legally owe me exactly 10 million stones for that unauthorized medical intervention. That is exactly what the corrupt temple charges to safely extract an unwanted essence from a warrior's soul. I explicitly incurred highly severe, mathematically permanent detriments to my strictly optimized combat build because of your reckless, completely unauthorized actions. Your arrogant belief that any random essence is an absolute blessing is a highly prejudiced assumption explicitly born from your privileged status as a mage, entirely incapable of consuming them yourself. I absolutely know you're only casually dismissing my valid complaints because you arrogantly assume I don't possess any other high-tier adventurer contacts to legally verify my claims.
Connection successfully established. This is Patsrin. I am a highly seasoned adventurer formerly affiliated with the Altemian School, who is currently utilizing this specific communication frequency.
Patsran, what a highly unexpected, genuinely pleasant surprise. Are you currently available to aggressively assist me with a highly specific tactical inquiry? If a supposed ally aggressively forcefully injected a highly valuable, extremely rare monster essence directly into your core without your explicit consent, how would you genuinely react?
That is an incredibly strange, highly disturbing hypothetical scenario I honestly did not expect you to calmly propose, but I will happily provide my brutally honest assessment. I would absolutely be incredibly, violently furious. Consuming a random, entirely unoptimized essence permanently destroys years of highly meticulous combat planning.
But what if the illegally forced injection involved an astronomically rare Tier 7 elite essence that can mathematically only be successfully acquired from a highly exclusive dimensional rift?
It absolutely mathematically doesn't matter how incredibly rare or universally coveted the specific item is. If it wasn't explicitly integrated into my long-term combat build, it's completely useless garbage.
If such a highly catastrophic event were to somehow forcefully occur to you, exactly what level of financial compensation would you legally demand from the guilty party?
I would aggressively, immediately demand massive financial compensation. Considering the severity of the permanent enrollment build damage, exactly 15 million stones would be a legally appropriate starting point.
15 million stones? Are you completely and utterly out of your damn mind? The greedy bastards at the temple are absolutely legally robbing people blind with those exorbitant extraction fees. And what exactly would be your highly preferred course of action if the offending party was completely mathematically unable to financially provide that massive sum?
If the guilty perpetuator was currently physically standing directly in front of me, I would absolutely violently slit his throat and happily watch him bleed to death.
The incredibly foolish citizens of this world are absolutely terrible at logically calculating the long-term, highly severe consequences of their reckless actions. What the hell do I do now?
I strategically, specifically selected a highly seasoned, incredibly pragmatic veteran to perfectly validate my claims. If she had blindly asked a completely naive Tier 9 rookie, they would have ignorantly agreed with her. That is exactly why you entirely lost this aggressive battle of wits against me. Now it is officially time to forcefully, aggressively rub salt into your fresh wounds and completely extract what I mathematically deserve.
A massive, completely uneducated barbarian who actually successfully outmaneuvered an elite tower mage in a highly complex logical argument that is absolutely mathematically unheard of. It is an absolute pleasure to formally make your acquaintance, young warrior. I am Dian Traherian, the highly respected master and direct mentor to the incredibly arrogant lady you just effortlessly made cry.
This seemingly jolly old man is actually the incredibly powerful leader of the Altemian school. He is an elite magic user whose massive political influence practically rivals the district chief.
I thoroughly, absolutely, immensely enjoyed quietly eavesdropping on the highly entertaining conversation between you two.
What exactly do you mean you thoroughly enjoyed it? I explicitly heavily layered this entire laboratory with highly advanced, incredibly expensive soundproof magical wards.
I simply couldn't successfully suppress my overwhelming academic curiosity. It's literally the very first time my youngest, highly isolated apprentice ever aggressively dragged a living, breathing barbarian directly into her lab. Because the vast majority of the unfortunate barbarians that end up here are either completely dead on arrival, or we literally just purchased their freshly extracted hearts off the black market. That was obviously just a highly amusing, incredibly dark joke. You absolutely don't have to aggressively glare at me with such intense, unfiltered, murderous intent.
I am a rather highly cultured, incredibly polite barbarian who usually seamlessly blends in with other races, Damien. But allow me to aggressively return the favor with my own primitive, highly violent sense of humor. Your highly offensive little joke actively makes me want to violently crack open your fragile skull with my bare hands and completely devour your ancient brain. Ha ha. That was obviously just a highly hilarious, completely harmless joke, you miserable old man. Please don't get incredibly mad and just happily laugh along with me, Snowbeard.
Snowbeard? You arrogant, entirely uneducated savage. Do you honestly, genuinely believe it is completely acceptable to aggressively spew such wildly impolite threats just because you retroactively labeled it a joke?
Are you completely and utterly out of your damn mind, you suicidal brute? I genuinely should have mathematically calculated your absolute insanity when you violently destroyed the guild branch.
My highly calculated aggressive intimidation tactic might have pushed the social boundaries slightly too far. Perhaps I should formally offer a highly insincere apology to de-escalate the situation.
Please, absolutely do not worry about it. You are genuinely significantly more interesting to aggressively converse with than I ever mathematically anticipated. But honestly, exactly what are you going to proactively do about my highly offensive comment? You're just a completely uneducated, utterly powerless tribal savage. Come to think of it, I am currently feeling incredibly magnanimous. You were aggressively demanding exactly 10 million stones earlier. Would it mathematically suffice if I officially handed you this highly valuable artifact instead? This specific magical artifact is the legendary Ring of Frost Spirit. It is officially classified within the database as numbered item 9423. 25.
Numbered items are insanely powerful, highly exclusive magical artifacts that are mathematically only ever dropped by completely defeating dimensional rift guardians. But why in the absolute hell would a highly intelligent, incredibly greedy tower mage ever willingly surrender such a massively valuable artifact this easily?
I genuinely believe it's the absolute perfect tactical item for a frontline brawler like you. This highly specialized ring actively suppresses the negative side effects of one specific consumed essence.
This completely confirms my theory. Even the highly esteemed master of the Altemian school entirely lacks the specialized data regarding the incredibly massive hidden benefits of the frost ring.
Do not absolutely dare forget to continuously report to my private lab exactly twice a week. You explicitly promised to aggressively assist me with my highly critical undead golem research. I genuinely hope that massive, highly violent idiot actually mathematically remembers our firmly established, legally binding agreement. I am so incredibly sorry for completely losing my temper, Master. That highly arrogant savage entirely derailed my standard, highly logical negotiation tactics.
It is entirely fine, my dear apprentice. That highly specific ring was basically completely useless to our faction anyway, and its actual market value is strictly capped at a mere 1.5 million stones.
I confidently strode completely out of the massive, highly secure Mage's Tower, absolutely thrilled by the incredibly massive tactical advantage I just flawlessly secured. Mages are universally considered the absolute most intellectually superior beings in this reality, but even the supposed genius Arua Raven completely failed to recognize the tears of a goddess. Even the most highly educated, incredibly powerful mages are absolutely completely clueless novices compared to a 10-year veteran player who has flawlessly memorized every single mathematical item variable in the entire game. I aggressively marched straight back to the highly overpriced inn, fully intending to violently confront the incredibly cowardly manager who completely abandoned my belongings.
I absolutely thought you were completely dead. The official guild reports explicitly confirmed your total demise within the labyrinth.
I explicitly paid you a massive sum for an entire week completely in advance. What the absolute hell did you impatiently do with all of my highly valuable personal belongings?
I am so incredibly sorry. I aggressively threw everything entirely out, but I will absolutely immediately fully compensate you for all the financial losses out of my own pocket.
This completely pathetic, entirely cowardly bastard. I honestly violently desire to aggressively beat the absolute living crap out of him right now. Wait, hold on a second. Why is my immediate, completely instinctive response to absolutely every single minor inconvenience highly extreme, unadulterated physical violence? Since when did aggressively rapidly resorting to incredibly lethal physical retaliation become my absolute natural default state of mind? It is incredibly strange now that I actually stop and deeply analyze my recent actions. I violently blew up my own flesh and aggressively murdered multiple people without a single ounce of hesitation. Even my highly aggressive, incredibly risky verbal argument with the vastly superior Master Mage at the tower was completely and utterly mathematically reckless. I initially strongly suspected that these highly erratic, incredibly violent psychological shifts were simply my brain's natural trauma response to constantly being placed in highly extreme, life or death situations. But I am now completely confident in my horrifying theory. My actual human mental state is steadily, permanently being aggressively overwritten by the raw, unadulterated instincts of a savage tribal beast. Hand over exactly 30,000 stones right now, and I will graciously let this entire massive misunderstanding completely slide without violently shattering your jaw.
You absolutely cannot genuinely be serious. 30,000 stones to compensate you for completely throwing out a few pathetic, entirely useless rags and cheap leather straps.
Are you explicitly suggesting my highly valuable combat equipment is entirely useless garbage because I can happily aggressively demonstrate exactly how effectively it shatters bones if you you prefer. Didn't you just frantically explicitly state that you completely threw absolutely everything out just a minute ago? Pay up immediately, or I'll burn this entire establishment to the ground. I aggressively upgraded to a vastly superior, highly expensive suite. I finally genuinely feel like I am actually living a somewhat comfortable life in this hellish reality. This incredible room actually mathematically features a completely private, fully functional heated bathtub and a beautiful window overlooking the entire city. It is also significantly physically closer to the central extraction portal, but I honestly desperately wonder what exactly happened to Einar while I was violently imprisoned.
Bjorn, where the hell have you completely been? I had absolute faith you would confidently return even from the depths of hell, but I was so incredibly worried.
I ran into a few highly inconvenient, incredibly violent political problems with the local guild branch. Please completely unhand me. You're crushing my spine.
By the way, did you absolutely happen to hear the massive, incredibly shocking news that has the entire district completely buzzing?
The entire city is aggressively talking about the legendary barbarian of liberty. He single-handedly, violently liberated the entire prison block.
Wait a minute. I'm completely confident they are aggressively loudly cheering about my highly illegal, incredibly destructive prison break. Do they explicitly know my name? Nobody actually seems to know the specific name of this mysterious warrior for some incredibly strange reason. Thank the gods, the guild explicitly, mathematically honored the non-disclosure agreement.
I heard he aggressively, single-handedly, completely crushed hundreds of heavily armed elite guards before forcing them to officially declare his total innocence. He is our greatest hero.
I honestly entirely did not mathematically expect the highly exaggerated rumors to rapidly spread across the entire city so quickly. I desperately hope this doesn't violently backfire on me.
Wow. So this incredibly massive, highly bustling area is the famous Commoby district. It is absolutely my very first time ever setting foot in such a wealthy area.
The Commoby region explicitly encompasses the highly affluent sectors completely encircling the royal capital, serving as the absolute primary hub for elite artisans and premium merchants. I successfully mathematically liquidated all the highly valuable equipment we violently stripped from the plunderers and the Guardian. Here is your officially agreed upon 20% share, Einar.
300,000 stones? Really? This is an absolutely astronomical fortune. I have never held this much money in my entire life. Check that out immediately, Bjorn. Those wealthy humans are literally joyfully eating colorful clouds directly off of wooden skewers. How is that even mathematically possible? I am so incredibly happy that I can comfortably afford to buy dozens of these delicious cloud candies with the massive wealth I violently earned in the labyrinth.
It completely seems that the standard economic value of currency has been entirely fundamentally replaced by the exact volume of cotton candy she can purchase with it.
Thank you so incredibly much for everything, Bjorn. You truly are the greatest, most honorable companion a warrior could ever ask for.
I silently continued eating my massive slab of roasted meat, allowing her to formally express her deeply felt gratitude without any aggressive interruptions.
Because my physical appearance changed so drastically at the Rift, our clan elders actively, aggressively, completely avoid speaking with me. They think my severely shrunken frame means I'm entirely useless in combat.
Oh, Lady Einar. Your delicate, highly refined features are absolutely breathtaking. Please allow me to completely fund your entire lifestyle so you never have to bravely fight monsters ever again.
Am I really that incredibly hideous and pathetic looking now, Bjorn? I violently, aggressively despise being constantly treated like some fragile, useless noblewoman. I have absolutely firmly decided, Bjorn, in my current, entirely pathetic state, I absolutely do not deserve to aggressively enter the deadly labyrinth, fighting alongside a mighty warrior like you.
And just like that, Einar officially permanently resigned from our party. But it mathematically wasn't solely because of her deeply traumatic physical transformation. One of the highly respected, entirely legendary tribal elders actually flawlessly recognized her immense new physical potential and officially offered to aggressively train her as his exclusive personal pupil. Why can't you just occasionally take a single day off from this highly intensive training program to aggressively explore the lower floors with me. Wait, is she explicitly referring to the legendary, highly exclusive 6-month closed-door tribal training course that mathematically unlocks advanced aura manipulation?
I will absolutely never completely selfishly demand that you patiently wait for my return, or aggressively force you to accept me back into your elite party 6 months from now. I will completely dedicate absolutely every ounce of my being to becoming an excellent, highly lethal warrior, so I never forcefully hold you back in battle ever again.
I ultimately mathematically completely failed to convince Einar from officially leaving the party. It's a massive tactical blow to my highly optimized progression strategy. During our highly traumatic second descent, she was completely effortlessly incapacitated by that highly lethal assassin and violently forcefully forced to permanently break her sacred tribal oath. And against the towering vampire duke, she was entirely relegated to completely watching the brutal battle from the sidelines, while I desperately melted my own flesh to ensure our survival. That profound, deeply rooted sense of absolute utter helplessness is undeniably the primary psychological motivation heavily driving her to aggressively pursue this highly demanding tribal training. I absolutely must immediately begin aggressively scouting for highly reliable, heavily experienced new companions to formally replace her before the next monthly cycle officially begins. My baseline physical stats drastically exploded after successfully consuming the legendary essences of the undead golem and the terrifying vampire guardian. I am a completely unstoppable juggernaut on the lower levels. However, the labyrinth's highly complex, mathematically unforgiving architectural design absolutely, entirely, completely prohibits any single adventurer from solo clearing the massive threats lurking on the 3rd floor and beyond. The complete absence of highly specialized magical or entirely divine classes mathematically becomes immediately fatal as a party aggressively ascends toward the intensely hostile upper quadrants. That is exactly why I confidently aggressively marched straight back into Arua Raven's private laboratory, completely determined to formally recruit her into my new elite squad.
Oh, you actually remembered to return for your mandatory magical examinations. I am incredibly thrilled you didn't completely ignore our legally binding agreement.
I am entirely confident that successfully recruiting a highly devastating Tier 6 Tower Mage will drastically accelerate my aggressive progression through the labyrinth's highly volatile middle floors.
Are you completely physically and entirely mentally prepared to aggressively begin today's highly invasive, incredibly painful magical extraction process? I absolutely, completely, and utterly vehemently reject your highly absurd, completely mathematically illogical proposal to join your pathetic little adventuring party. Are you genuinely, completely, entirely out of your damn mind? What highly educated, incredibly powerful elite mage would ever willingly join a highly vulnerable squad consisting exclusively of 2 unarmored barbarians? If you are genuinely, entirely serious about legally securing my highly devastating magical artillery, you must explicitly, completely successfully recruit at least 3 other heavily experienced Tier 6 veterans. First, enough with your completely pathetic, highly annoying recruitment pitches. Here, aggressively, thoroughly review the highly comprehensive statistical data I successfully extracted from your vampire essence.
The detailed report explicitly highlights the mathematical highs, lows, and standard averages of the various stat modifications heavily permanently applied to my biological core. I already flawlessly mathematically memorized every single specific number from my extensive game knowledge, but it's incredibly reassuring to officially confirm the massive boosts to my natural regeneration and magic resistance. The essence also formally granted me the highly terrifying Source of Darkness passive, completely allowing me to entirely resist lethal damage as long as my heart remains perfectly intact. Combining that absolute defensive mastery with the blood mastery active skill practically mathematically renders me entirely unkillable in a standard physical brawl. My entirely uneducated tribal character has absolutely never aggressively progressed this insanely quickly in my entire 10-year history of meticulously playing this highly unforgiving game.
Hold on just a single minute before you aggressively, completely storm out of my highly secure laboratory. I have an incredibly pressing, highly confidential academic inquiry. What exactly was that highly concentrated, incredibly mysterious artifact you violently, forcefully shoved directly down the vampire duke's throat? I clearly sensed an absolutely massive surge of pure, unadulterated divine power.
Oh, she is explicitly aggressively inquiring about the tears of a goddess. I must carefully, highly strategically, completely manipulate this conversation to protect my vast game knowledge. Are you absolutely, entirely certain you accurately identified the artifact? The chaotic battle was incredibly, completely wild, and I'm legally under absolutely no obligation to reveal my highly classified combat secrets. I am completely, aggressively, entirely starving right now. I absolutely must urgently locate a massive, highly excessive quantity of roasted meat before my muscles entirely, completely atrophy.
Wait, you absolute, totally, completely infuriating savage. Do not aggressively dare completely, entirely ignore my highly important academic questions. You are absolutely, entirely, completely, intentionally hiding an incredibly massive, highly lucrative magical secret from me. I solemnly, completely swear I will aggressively, mathematically uncover exactly what that artifact truly was. There it is. The highly comprehensive, entirely exhaustive ancient compilation, officially entirely explicitly titled The Complete Book of Rifts. This incredibly ancient, completely undocumented scripture explicitly contains highly classified, entirely deeply hidden data regarding the dimensional rifts that even the most elite tower scholars have entirely failed to mathematically discover. Here is the exact specific entry explicitly aggressively detailing the heavily fortified, highly lethal internal structure of the Bloody Citadel instance. I completely, aggressively, entirely knew it. The highly critical final section explicitly detailing the exact location of the tears of a goddess is completely, entirely, violently obscured by a massive, highly frustrating ink stain. I explicitly, absolutely remember thoroughly, aggressively, completely reading a highly theoretical academic paper regarding the legendary, completely mythical tears of a goddess years ago. Here is the exact, highly specific passage. This entirely confirms my incredibly brilliant, highly accurate magical hypothesis regarding the artifact's absolute pure divine nature. The official, highly recorded source of this incredibly potent consumable remains entirely, completely unknown, but it mathematically bestows an absolutely massive, highly concentrated burst of pure holy blessings upon detonation. Its absolutely last officially documented, completely verified usage in written history, entirely explicitly heavily, dates back exactly 150 years ago. The highly specific description of its absolute, completely devastating magical effects perfectly, entirely mathematically matches exactly what I clearly witnessed during that incredibly, completely chaotic boss fight.
How could a young barbarian possibly know the exact location of the tears of a goddess?
And his combat movements were far too refined for a novice. Just who is Mr. Bjorn?
The Golden Mask is a rare artifact that drops after fulfilling specific hidden conditions in the Bloody Citadel. It magically alters the wearer's facial features for 30 days and holds a total of 5 charges. When I played the game on my monitor, I always just sold this mask for 500,000 stones. But in this physical reality, being able to seamlessly disguise my identity is a huge tactical advantage.
Hey, did you catch the latest rumors floating around the plaza?
The Crystal Union was forcefully disbanded overnight? That is insane. A large clan like that doesn't just vanish into thin air. They ran a lucrative communication network using message stones. Their influence and wealth grew steadily over the past decade.
Good riddance. Those arrogant bastards never acted like proper explorers anyway.
They initially gained public favor by paying off taxes for the poor citizens. But as their power expanded, they started ruthlessly extorting novice adventurers. If that brave barbarian hadn't stepped in, my sister and I would have suffered a terrible fate. I swore I would hunt them down myself one day, but it seems someone beat me to it.
Please don't tell me you missed the massive news about the Barbarian of Liberty. The corrupt guild branch was exposed, all thanks to a single savage warrior.
Things escalated so fast that the Central Guild is officially officially rethinking their harsh stance on low-tier adventurers.
The craziest detail is that the heroic barbarian was only a tier 9 rookie himself.
A tier 9 barbarian? There is no way. Could it actually be him? What if he didn't actually die in the labyrinth like the innkeeper claimed? If he was the one breaking out of prison, that perfectly explains his long absence.
Erwin, what are you doing out here in the dark? You know perfectly well that our older sister wouldn't approve of you wandering around at night.
Welcome to the Central Guild office. What brings you in today?
I am looking to formally recruit a few reliable companions around my current skill level. Here is my official identification paperwork.
Let me review this. Bjorn Yandel, Tier 7. Wait a second, you hold a 5-star clearance level?
What are you talking about? I never mentioned anything about stars. That must be a secret guild code used to mark VIPs. I'll just play along. Wait, I recognize one of these names on the applicant list.
It really was you. I knew it. I hesitated to apply because the posting asked for a tier 7 leader, but I had to check.
It is good to see you breathing, Hickarod. Have a seat. Our third member is arriving soon.
You already managed to recruit someone else? I heard they are an actual mage.
A registered spellcaster? Finding one of those for a standard party is practically impossible.
Hey, we are sitting over here.
Hello there, barbarian and dwarf. My name is Ryle Warb Dwalki. I am here to formally join your expedition.
What are the odds of a registered mage willingly joining a low-tier party?
He means me. I am the high-tier veteran anchor for this team. Ahaha, it is a genuine pleasure to meet you. I am Hickarod Murad, a tier 6 defender.
I am a tier 8 mage, officially recognized by the Raftonian court. You seem rather sharp for a barbarian. May I have the pleasure of knowing your name?
I am Bjorn, son of Yandel. Just sit down already. Let me get straight to the point, spellcaster. It is extremely rare to find a tier 8 mage slumming it in the lower floors of the labyrinth. Why are you here?
It's rather simple. Most low-tier mages prefer to safely earn coin working administrative jobs in the city. I wish to bring immense glory to the House of Martoin the Baron by becoming a renowned adventurer.
The House of the Baron? Are you an actual nobleman?
The more this guy talks, the more convinced I am that he's running a cheap scam. He claims to know a few basic administrative spells, alongside minor curse and ice magic. Despite my lingering suspicions, having a dedicated spellcaster expands our tactical options. The plan worked perfectly. More qualified veterans started applying just because we listed a mage.
Great, so we finally secured our final roster. Finding decent candidates is always a nightmare.
I also spent a small fortune upgrading my defensive equipment.
Please remove your heavy armor and shield before stepping into the library. Other guests are complaining.
I am now fully equipped with a lithium chestplate and a heavy lithium tower shield. I even managed to secure an expandable magical backpack to carry more loot. This pack may look entirely ordinary, but it holds a vast amount of gear. That librarian clearly has no sense of humor about showing off fresh armor. I should probably head back to the inn and finish preparing my supplies. My stomach is fiercely growling. I need to find some roasted meat. Wait a second. What is a fellow barbarian doing rotting away in this dark alleyway? A warrior's weapon is their absolute soul. We would rather starve to death than abandon our blades.
Hey, yikes, please don't hurt me.
Calm down. I am not going to strike you. Why are you sitting here empty-handed?
Well, I was starving, so I sold my blade for a few coins, sir.
First, you disgracefully sell your weapon, and now you are addressing me as sir like a beaten dog. I am firmly convinced this pathetic guy...
Oh, I am Tarakan, son of Rian. It is an honor to meet a fellow warrior.
...is definitely an evil spirit possessing a barbarian's body.
Nom nom nom. This food is amazing. I will never forget this profound kindness, Bjorn.
He claims he got lost on his first day and missed the portal window, but I am willing to bet he just got terrified of fighting monsters and ran away. It is easy to get swept up in the tribe's excitement, only to freeze when facing actual death. He probably tried to find honest work, but nobody hires an uneducated, foul-smelling barbarian. You used your weapon money to survive the first month. What did you do after that?
I was too scared to enter the labyrinth the following month, too. I couldn't exactly fight monsters with my bare hands.
The rest of his pathetic story played out exactly as I predicted. I cannot shake the lingering thought that my own fate could have ended up just like his.
Did you feel compelled to help a poor fellow barbarian in need? I know it's hard to believe, but I possess vast knowledge about the labyrinth's secrets.
I will never willingly step foot into the labyrinth alongside a coward like you.
What? But you bought me food.
Take these 150,000 stones.
Oh, are you really just giving this massive fortune to me? Thank you.
You are free to leave now. I have pressing matters to attend to.
Can I find you here later to repay the debt?
It doesn't matter if you squander this money, lose it, or actually use it to survive. If you manage to live and make a fortune, never try to seek me out again. I locked myself in my room, staring blankly at the wall. That was a cold and despicable way to treat a desperate man. Perhaps seeing him shivering in the dirt just reminded me of my own vulnerability. The logical veterans will call me a fool for throwing money at a lost cause, but setting a clear boundary was the best solution I could formulate. Please just stay alive out there, Tariqan.
Ah, so this is what the legendary Crystal Cave looks like. It is beautiful. You can call me Dwalkie Talkie for short. I am so eager to begin this grand adventure.
Please remain quiet for a moment while I gather my bearings. Our spawn location isn't terrible. We can utilize the primary route we discussed earlier.
Ha ha ha! It has been quite a while since I ventured down here with a full party.
It's been forever since I last hunted in general. Let's go beat up some monsters. I can't wait to crack open their stupid skulls.
Ah ha ha! Whatever you command, your royal highness.
I told you not to call me there. I will scratch your eyes out, dwarf.
Enough bickering. We need to start moving while the path is clear. I will take the vanguard position. Ensure you do not stray far from my path. The portal to the second floor is already active. Another team beat us here. I pushed our pace hard, but a 10-hour clear time isn't too shabby. Everyone form up. We are advancing to the second floor now.
I am just mildly annoyed that I didn't get the experience points for opening the gate. I will keep the portal opening exploit a secret until I completely trust this new team. We officially entered the lairs of beasts. This desolate sector is notorious for spawning highly aggressive animal variants.
How are you holding up back there, Dwalkie?
Please don't speak to me right now. The stench is making me nauseous.
I am perfectly fine. I have navigated this specific route countless times and grew accustomed to the foul odor. We will be wading through thick puddles of animal waste shortly, so watch your footing carefully.
This entire region is structured like a winding canyon maze. We easily slaughtered a pack of giant blade wolves and werewolves. The saber tigers and wall mole rats barely managed to scratch our heavy shields.
Why do we even need to establish a physical watch rotation if my magic can secure the perimeter?
Haha, it's not that we doubt your skills, lad, but your spell only alerts us to approaching beasts.
Other human adventurers are far more dangerous than any monster wandering this labyrinth.
He is right. You should secure some rest while things are quiet. I need to carefully observe how this sheltered nobleman adapts to the harsh reality down here.
The portal to the third floor is located just past this rocky outcropping.
The third floor converges into a massive unified map known as the Pilgrim's Path.
Our starting coordinates rely entirely on which portal we utilize. I hope we don't land in a swamp.
Bjorn, you mentioned you haven't ever stepped foot on the third floor, right? That's amazing. It took me an entire year just to reach the third floor. How long did it take you to reach the fourth floor, dwarf?
I believe it took me roughly 2 years of steady climbing.
Enough idle chatter. We need to maintain our focus on the path ahead.
Rotmiller seems unusually tense. He clearly despises casual banter while navigating hostile territory. I suppose it is highly irritating to hear constant joking while you are carrying the burden of leading the party safely. We finally crossed the threshold and stepped onto the third floor. Step back, Rotmiller. Incoming threat. A heavy iron tusk violently charged out of the shadows the second we arrived. The sheer kinetic force of that impact nearly shattered my wrists. Why is a high-tier monster camping directly in front of the portal spawn? If I hadn't invested in this heavy lithium shield, that charge would have easily launched me backward. The dwarf is holding his ground perfectly on the right flank. Hickarod expertly triggered his emergency restoration skill to rapidly mend his cracking shield.
Bjorn, these are tier 7 iron tusks. Focus entirely on halting their momentum.
Those annoying beasts possess a passive skill called Counterweight that grants total knockback immunity. Hickarod activated his own Counterweight ability to anchor his heavy boots into the stone. He neutralized the boar's devastating charge through raw physical strength alone. Dwalkie successfully cast a potent corrosion curse to rapidly dissolve the monster's thick hide. The acidic magic is eating straight through its dense armor plating.
I will continuously bombard it with spells until it collapses.
Excellent timing with that curse, Dwalkie. Now let's finish this.
I brought my heavy mace down with everything I had, crushing its skull against the dirt.
There is still one more left. I will carve this overgrown pig into pieces. Come on, drop your magical essence for me. Take this cross slash directly to the neck.
The beast roared in agony as Misha cleanly severed its vital arteries. Something about this entire encounter feels completely unnatural. Rotmiller, do a thermal sweep immediately. Is anyone hiding in the trees?
Activating thermal detection now to scan the surrounding foliage. The scan is clear. I don't see any active heat signatures in our immediate vicinity. However, my enhanced scent detects fresh tracks. Someone was standing exactly exactly here less than 2 minutes ago. They intentionally lured those iron tusks directly to the portal exit to ambush us.
Doesn't that mean we have a moral obligation to hunt those plunderers down and kill them?
But we lack any tangible evidence. The guild might frame us as the actual aggressors if we strike first.
The safest option is to erect a crude warning sign near the portal entrance to alert other parties.
I can't believe people try to murder each other just for a few loose coins.
I didn't realize they use such cowardly tactics. I've only ever heard stories about plunderers. I've personally only crossed blades with plunderers maybe 8 times over the last 5 years.
Only 8 times in 5 years? That is an incredibly low frequency. I have literally crossed paths with them 5 times in just 3 months.
Maybe those scumbags specifically targeted us today just because you're standing here, Bjorn.
Just how much worse can my personal luck possibly get in this miserable world?
Don't let their jokes get to you. I usually encounter a plundering team every few months myself.
We pushed the dark thoughts aside and continued our advance, easily clearing out stone worms and iron falcons.
We will establish our camp here for the night. The terrain changes drastically tomorrow.
Setting up camp on the precise border between 2 monster territories reduces the chance of random ambushes.
Are you feeling ill, Dwalkie? You look completely drained.
Now that the dwarf points it out, the kid hasn't uttered a single word in hours.
To be entirely honest with all of you, this life is far more brutal than the heroic tales described. I know I sound like a sheltered, privileged child complaining about the dirt. Knowing there are seasoned veterans actively plotting to slit our throats while we sleep is terrifying. If I force myself to continue walking this bloody path, I will eventually have to take a human life.
And how is your resolve holding up against that harsh reality?
I want to say I am ready, but honestly, I don't know if my hands will stop shaking when that crucial moment finally arrives.
Dwalkie, you don't need to force yourself to be a hardened killer on your first trip.
Admitting your own limits is a vital survival trait down here. Overconfidence gets people killed.
Your honest hesitation is vastly more reassuring than a fool boasting about his bravery. If you all have a brief moment, I want to show you something truly spectacular. Follow me just up this ridge. Keep your voices low.
Whoa, that is absolutely breathtaking.
The entire cavern is beautifully illuminated by thousands of floating, ethereal light orbs.
You can only witness this glowing phenomenon during the deepest hours of the night cycle.
The scholars in the city still have no idea what magical source produces these floating lights.
It is mesmerizing. It almost makes the suffocating stench of the lower floors bearable.
Do you think you can find the courage to push forward a little longer, Dwalkie?
Yes. I think seeing this beauty reminds me why I wanted to be an explorer in the first place.
The lights eventually faded, plunging the vast cavern back into oppressive darkness. Everyone else quickly drifted off to sleep while I maintained a silent vigil over the fire. Dwalkie subtly shifted his position, trying to conceal his flushed face from the firelight. I can easily tell he is faking sleep based on his erratic breathing pattern. The kid is deeply moved. We packed up the camp at dawn and resumed our march deeper into the 3rd floor. I need roughly 150 points to reach level 4. This is going to be a long grind. I have successfully consumed the essences of an undead golem and a vampire duke. I still have 1 open slot remaining, so I am hoping to secure a perfect tactical fit on this expedition.
We have finally reached the boundary line. Prepare yourselves. We are stepping directly into the primary ore colony.
This highly chaotic sector houses the widest variety of dangerous humanoid monsters on the 3rd floor. Despite the risks, this dense population makes it the optimal zone for raw experience grinding.
We will establish our combat rhythm here for a few days before deciding on our next major push.
Murad, a large patrol of orcs is rapidly approaching from the northeast quadrant.
Excellent! Time to put our new defensive formation to the ultimate test.
Dwalkie and Rotmiller, maintain strict positioning behind our shields. Do not break the line. The massive brutes charged forward, swinging their crude iron axes. Dwalkie cleanly fired an icicle spear directly over my shoulder. The freezing magic shattered against the lead orc's thick chest. Our tactical synergy is flawless. The backline unleashes ranged damage while we absorb the heavy hits. I locked my shield against the charging orc, digging my boots into the mud to halt his advance. Misha blurred past my flank, gracefully severing the monster's tendons with a rapid flurry of cuts. Rotmiller systematically picked off the injured stragglers with precise crossbow bolts. Watch out, the orc sorcerer in the back just triggered a frenzy spell.
Brace yourselves, their physical strength is going to drastically multiply.
The dark magic surged into the orc warrior, swelling his muscles to a grotesque size. The enraged beast locked its glowing red eyes directly on my position. It launched a devastating overhead swing, shattering the stone directly beneath my boots. Damn it, one of the smaller orcs slipped past my shield and is rushing the backline.
Dwalkie, stay directly behind my cloak. I will intercept the brute.
Oh, Okay, I am stepping back.
Rotmiller expertly deflected the massive blade with his buckler, forcefully redirecting the kinetic energy into the dirt. The orc stumbled forward, entirely losing its balance from the failed strike.
10 seconds have passed. The frenzy buff is completely gone.
We easily capitalized on their exhaustion, rapidly executing the remaining archers and warriors.
I will clear out the stragglers near the tree line.
The sorcerer desperately attempted to cast one final blood curse as I closed the distance. I brought my heavy mace down with crushing force, permanently silencing its annoying chants. The magical threat is neutralized. Secure the perimeter.
My heart is still racing. That flanking maneuver was way too close for comfort.
The entire engagement took roughly 8 minutes. Our defensive stability is great, but we lack burst damage.
Did I really just confidently slay a massive orc all by myself? Great job, everyone.
We systematically pushed deeper into the sprawling colony, chaining multiple successful encounters together. We even flawlessly executed a Tier 7 elite orc warrior without sustaining a single severe injury. An unfamiliar, authoritative voice suddenly echoed from the ruins above us. A devastating explosion of pure magical energy erupted right in front of our path. What the hell is happening now? Are we under attack again?
This specific sector of the orc colony is currently under the exclusive occupation of Clan Zarwi. Leave immediately.
Certain high-level clans possess the financial wealth to legally restrict access to highly valuable farming zones. In the game, this mechanic was designed to keep players out of late-game areas too early. But establishing a blockade costs massive manpower. Doing it on the 3rd floor is a waste of resources.
That makes no sense. Why would a prestigious clan lock down a low-tier orc village?
I thought Zarwi exclusively operated on the 6th floor and higher. Why are you bullying low-tier explorers down here?
I am under no legal obligation to explain our clan's internal logistics to a band of wandering peasants.
You can't just claim an entire zone without displaying official guild documentation proving your affiliation.
You are an incredibly stubborn sort of dwarf, aren't you?
I am the appointed leader of this expedition, and I demand you show us proper respect.
Why is Misha violently trembling and desperately trying to hide behind my shield?
Is that you hiding back there, you pathetic loser?
Please don't be big brother.
I explicitly ordered you never to address me with that title outside of the family estate. You filthy disgrace. The way that incomplete failure speaks genuinely embarrasses our entire noble bloodline. I refuse to explain our family's private disgrace to outsiders. Just chase them off the premises.
Due to a highly sensitive internal matter, our clan urgently requires the essence of an elite orc warrior. Once we secure the specific soul, this blockade will be lifted. I strongly suggest you hunt elsewhere for now.
That logic is flawed. Elite orc essences are common on the market. They are obviously hunting for a hidden drop.
Even if we graciously permitted you to enter, my men have already systematically slaughtered every monster in the valley.
In this brutal ecosystem, overwhelming power dictates the law. We simply cannot win a fight against a 6th floor guild. Retreating is a bitter pill to swallow, but it is the only logical move to ensure our survival.
Please wait. Let me try negotiating with them using my diplomatic credentials. Ahaha. It is a genuine pleasure to meet a fellow scholar of the arcane arts here, sir. I am Real Warb Dwalki, an officially recognized Tier 8 mage affiliated with the royal court.
Stop talking, you filthy piece of garbage. You barely know how to conjure a simple spark, yet you arrogantly parade around demanding respect as a true mage. Your sheer lack of talent genuinely disgusts me. Do me a favor and never publicly claim to study magic again.
That old bastard shattered the kid's fragile self-esteem in a matter of seconds.
Hey, don't you think that is taking things a bit too far? He was just trying to be polite.
I simply stated the undeniable truth, and the truth is often quite painful for the weak to hear.
Are you out of your damn mind? I will show you what a real veteran can do. Hiya! Taste the fury of my lightning!
You truly wish to throw your pathetic life away over a trivial insult? I will happily oblige and incinerate your entire party where you stand.
Hikorod Murad, stand down.
I slammed my heavy mace directly into the stone path, halting the dwarf's reckless charge. The massive concussive shockwave kicked up a cloud of dense dust, forcing everyone to step back.
Come to your senses, dwarf. You are actively risking all of our lives over a petty argument.
My heart is fiercely hammering against my ribs. A fight with that elite mage would have ended in our execution.
You should feel deeply indebted to that quick-thinking barbarian for the rest of your life. You all nearly died just now.
I am so sorry, everyone. I completely lost my temper and acted like a foolish rookie. I allowed his cruel words words to bypass my better judgment.
You almost got this entire team permanently buried in this dirt with your hot-headedness. You need to control your emotions.
Rottmiller is doing exactly what a veteran should do, establishing strict discipline after a near-fatal mistake.
However, stepping up to aggressively defend a disrespected party member was an honorable gesture. I commend your loyalty.
And there goes his strict discipline. Rottmiller is far too soft-hearted to lead a ruthless mercenary team.
Maybe I should formally apologize as well. Things might have gone smoother if my arrogant brother wasn't involved.
You at least received an explanation for their hostility. That old freak just called me untalented garbage for no reason.
Ugh, I despise these overly dramatic emotional bonding sessions. It makes my skin crawl.
Do you want to know why my family despises my very existence? It's because I am a complete failure in their eyes.
In this world, elite beastmen can form a spiritual pact with ancient, powerful creatures known as soul beasts. These beasts grant immense physical strength or devastating magical blessings to their contracted hosts. But only a tiny fraction of beastmen ever possess the innate spiritual knack required to forge the bond. Misha happens to be a direct descendant of House Karlstein, the most prestigious ruling clan in their society. Being born into royalty but failing to manifest a soul beast is considered the ultimate disgrace.
I used to play happily with my siblings when we were young and innocent, but the moment I came of age and failed the spiritual trial, they treated me like a diseased rat. They actively spread nasty rumors that I was a half-blooded bastard born from a secret affair. Because my mother died shortly after I was born, there was absolutely no way to disprove their cruel lies. I couldn't stand the constant whispering and dirty looks anymore, so I packed my bags and ran away. I became a wandering adventurer to prove my worth through raw combat instead of inherited magic.
Don't say you are a failure. You bravely stood up for us against those massive orcs. You are a true companion. To ease this heavy tension, I suppose I should share my own embarrassing history as well. It was my ultimate dream to become a legendary master blacksmith in the central city. However, my hands simply lacked the delicate precision required to forge high-tier weaponry. I wasted 10 entire years of my life as a lowly apprentice before finally accepting my lack of talent. I was forced to pick up a shield and enter the labyrinth at 30 years old just to afford a warm meal.
If we are competing over who is the most pathetic, I confidently claim the title of least talented. My family spent a massive fortune on my magical education, but my core was too weak to qualify for the prestigious tower. If I had been wearing the official robes of a tower mage, that Zarwi elder would have respectfully bowed to me. He was right. I am just a mediocre, useless fake who barely knows how to cast a freezing spell.
Do not let his bitter words break your spirit. You saved our lives with your magic during that orc ambush.
I have partied with dozens of different groups, but I have never witnessed a collective pity party quite like this.
I suppose I should apologize for my earlier jealousy regarding your noble backgrounds. I foolishly assumed you two were just spoiled, whiny children complaining about your privileged lives.
Really? But humans have a massive societal advantage over beastmen in the Central Kingdom.
Only a select fraction of wealthy humans can afford the rigorous training required to wield aura or divine magic.
Ha 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 ha! So it turns out every single member of this party is a rejected loser escaping their past.
That just means we don't have to feel inferior to one another. We can build our own legacy together.
The heavy silence suddenly shifted as 4 pairs of expectant eyes slowly locked onto my face. They are seriously waiting for me to violently trauma dump my darkest secrets to match their sad stories. I don't have a mother. I forcefully squeezed my eyes shut and desperately yelled the first tragic fact that popped into my head.
What? You poor lad?
My mother tragically passed away giving birth to me, and my father marched into the labyrinth when I was a child and never returned. I'm completely alone in this massive, uncaring world. The group stared at me in horrified silence, overwhelmed by the sheer misery of my existence.
I am so sorry, Bjorn. I was being incredibly inconsiderate forcing you to speak about your dead parents.
To think you've been putting up such a brave, stoic face this entire time while carrying that heavy burden.
Stop this ridiculous weeping. It really isn't that serious of an issue. I literally just stated the basic lore of my barbarian character, but now they think I'm a deeply traumatized orphan. Compared to these failures, I'm actually a super elite who reached tier 7 in just 3 months. Wait a minute. I was violently dragged into a brutal death game reality and forced to constantly fight for my life.
Bjorn, why do you look so terribly sad all of a sudden? Are you crying?
What the hell? Why is my actual life genuinely filled with so much constant, terrifying misery?
If you are craving familial warmth, you can always think of me as your reliable older sister. Now that we cleared the air, why don't we head to the Greentail Marsh instead of fighting orcs?
The Witch's Forest is a much safer alternative for a physical combat party like ours. We need to solidify our tactical teamwork here before we even consider taking on the massive threats above us.
The dwarf is stubbornly insisting on the forest, because advancing to the 4th floor right now is a massive gamble. Highly lethal tier 6 monsters rarely spawn on the 4th floor, but if we stay there long enough, we will definitely encounter one. In my thousands of past playthroughs, rolling the dice on random high-tier encounters usually resulted in an immediate, brutal wipe. However, staying completely stagnant in low-yield zones will permanently stall my stat progression. I honestly believe our current party possesses the raw coordination required to survive on the 4th floor. Everyone turned to me, carefully weighing the tactical risks of pushing our luck further into the depths. First of all, Hickarod and I provide an exceptionally sturdy defensive wall. Combined with my massive regenerative capabilities, we can safely absorb enough damage to secure an escape route if a tier 6 beast appears. Our sustained damage output is slightly lacking, but we have 2 highly experienced veterans managing the perimeter.
I completely agree with Bjorn's assessment. We are strong enough to push our limits.
He makes a highly logical point. Our defensive stability heavily mitigates the risk of a sudden wipe.
I can hear you whispering behind my back. Fine, let's put it to a formal party vote.
The majority ruled in favor of aggressive progression. We are heading straight for the portal. Our newly bonded team of rejects officially set their sights on the dangerous 4th floor.
The sun is completely gone. We will establish our reinforced campsite right here for the night.
We all still have plenty of stamina left in the tank. Why don't we push a few miles deeper into the sector?
The next viable, tactically secure campsite is over 3 hours away. It is too risky to march in the dark.
I checked my pocket watch. It's exactly 9 o'clock. The precise time we set camp on the previous 2 nights. He meticulously mapped out every single safe zone along our route and perfectly paced our marching speed to hit them on time. That level of hyper-calculated environmental awareness is a massive tactical advantage down here. What is the exact schedule for tomorrow's march, Rodmiller?
If we maintain our current pace, we will breach the edge of the Witch's Forest just before noon.
The fire is built. Get some sleep. I will take the first watch.
Bjorn, wake up. Grab your weapon.
Is it my turn for guard duty already? The fire is barely dim.
Keep your voice down. We have incoming company.
Are we dealing with monsters or other adventurers?
Somebody please help us! We are being chased.
That desperate screaming. Rotmiller, do you recognize the scent approaching our perimeter?
Yes, it is the exact same distinct odor I tracked back at the portal ambush site. Those are the plunderers who lured the iron tusks to kill us. They are likely using themselves as bait now.
I see the light of their campfire. Run toward the light.
We will play along with their pathetic charade and disarm them the moment they step into the light. Stop right there! Do not take another step toward our camp.
We need your help. Please, the monsters are right behind us.
I will personally crush your skulls into paste if you take one more step in our direction.
Please have mercy on us. Our entire party was just annihilated by a massive orc patrol.
Drop your weapons in the dirt right now if you want to live. I fiercely glared at the tree line, daring the massive orcs to break their cover and attack. The orcs are carefully maintaining their distance. They clearly recognize that our combined numbers pose a severe threat. That cowardly hesitation makes this entire standoff significantly easier for us to control. The choice is yours. Lay your steel on the ground or turn around and face the orcs alone.
Oh, okay. We will do whatever you demand. Just please let us into the light.
The heavy swords clattered against the stone as the supposed victims surrendered their only means of defense. Rotmiller, carefully gather their discarded weapons and kick them far out of their immediate reach. The lead orcs sneered at our fortified defensive line, calculating the odds of a successful breach. The heavy thumping of their boots faded into the darkness. The monsters decided the meal wasn't worth the risk. Thank you so much for your generous cooperation in de-escalating that threat.
I am Elisa. We surely would have perished in the dark if you hadn't permitted us to share your fire.
It is no trouble at all, my lady. I am Hickarod Murad. You are completely safe under my heavy shield now.
I am Hans Argo. Thank you for preserving our lives, brave warriors.
Hans, the first heavily armed plunderer I ever killed in this labyrinth, was also named Hans. It's likely just a common alias used by these cowardly rats to mask their true identities.
Praise be to Riatlas. The goddess of stars has surely guided us to this miraculous salvation.
Wait, are you officially ordained as a priestess of the Holy Temple?
I am. It is my sacred honor to serve Riatlas, the divine watcher of destined relationships.
Lady Elisa, since you possess divine blessings, could you kindly examine the deep laceration lacerations on my arm.
What? You want her to heal you right now?
Warm, radiant light gently cascaded from her palms as she successfully channeled genuine holy magic.
Rotmiller, are you certain these are the exact same people who tried to murder us earlier?
I was completely confident before, but a corrupt priestess is essentially unheard of.
Now that we have proven our peaceful intentions, may we please retrieve our confiscated weapons? I'm afraid I can't allow that. You still owe us for the rescue.
Your divine authority holds zero weight with me. Barbarians strictly worship the spirits of our tribal ancestors. I fiercely demand appropriate financial compensation for actively preserving your fragile lives.
I understand the crude customs of the labyrinth. How much coin do you require?
2 million stones should suffice for 3 lives. If you lack the funds here, hand over your protective gear. If you refuse to pay the toll, I will gladly toss you back into the darkness with the orcs.
You expect me to strip off my heavy armor in the middle of a hostile monster zone? Fine. It is a small price to pay for surviving that brutal ambush.
We systematically stripped them of every single valuable item they carried. They are defenseless now, but any veteran gamer knows the golden tactical rule when facing a hostile party.
Is anyone else heavily injured? I can easily mend your wounds with my light.
You must eliminate the enemy's primary healer before they can cast a single buff. I swung my heavy mace, crushing the supposed priestess directly in the center of her face. The sheer kinetic force of the heavy blow violently launched her fragile body backward into the dirt.
Gasp! What have you done?
What the hell is the meaning of this unprovoked slaughter?
Oh, my hand simply slipped due to the heavy tension. I sincerely apologize for the massive mistake. I was briefly overrun by the terrible fear that she might be a disguised plunderer.
You sick bastard! We surrendered our weapons. This is cold-blooded murder. Wait, what are you all staring at? Is there something on my neck?
Thick, suffocating black smoke began erupting from the 2 men's terrified bodies. How exactly did you know we were hostile enemies, Barbarian? Elisa's shattered face slowly turned toward me, her exposed skull glowing with a deeply sinister purple light.
You caught me.
She casually stood back up, her broken neck snapping back into place with a sickening crunch. God damn it. Why does every single encounter in this miserable world instantly escalate into a boss fight? The rest of my party is paralyzed by the terrifying reveal, failing to process the dark magic. Calm down and raise your shields. I will systematically crush her skull again. I stepped forward and mercilessly hammered my mace directly into her regenerating face. Her broken body heavily collapsed back onto the rocky soil, emitting a foul, hissing smoke.
Bjorn, what the hell is wrong with you? Striking a corpse is a severe act of defilement.
She isn't dead, you idiot. There is only one specific class of cleric capable of continuously resurrecting like that. She is a corrupted priestess in direct service to Karui, the dark deity of death. It is an incredibly rare, deeply hidden class that clerics can only unlock on the 5th floor or higher. They possess the devastating ability to weave pure divine blessings and lethal dark curses simultaneously. Because Karui is universally recognized as an evil deity, any discovered follower is immediately dragged to the gallows. To maintain their immense magical powers, these dark clerics must regularly sacrifice living humans to their god. The 2 men choked as the suffocating dark aura consumed their remaining life force. Elisa smoothly rose to her feet once again, her wounds knitting together through dark restoration.
I permanently lost my 2 most faithful, heavily armored servants because of your annoying interference, Barbarian.
You are blaming me for your own pathetic weakness? Your parents clearly failed to teach you any manners.
If you had simply let me slit your throat while I was healing you, none of this would have been necessary.
What kind of nonsense are you spewing? I will gladly avenge your dear friends Hans and Tyson right now.
I am so excited to legally loot all of their expensive equipment and hoarded valuables.
She just actively cast Death Call. She is forcefully resurrecting those dead bastards. That vile spell forcibly binds the lingering souls of her recently deceased servants, turning them into lethal undead puppets.
Rise from the dirt and violently tear these annoying adventurers to shreds.
I anchored my heavy boots firmly into the ground, raising my lithium shield to block the incoming charge. I bashed the undead warrior backwards, shattering his collarbone with the heavy steel rim.
I am flanking the second target. Keep his attention firmly locked on your shield.
Misha aggressively coated her blades with a highly lethal poison before engaging the undead. Dwaki rapidly fired another concentrated icicle spear directly at the approaching zombie.
Our tactical coordination is flawless. Keep pressing the advantage.
Standard elemental attacks are useless. The undead possess immense resistance to to both ice and poison.
Step back immediately. I am throwing a highly volatile oil flask.
The heavy glass shattered against the monster's face, drenching it in flammable liquid. Rotmiller quickly ignited the oil, engulfing the rotting corpse in a blazing inferno.
How dare you burn my loyal subjects? I will incinerate you all with the fire of the dead.
That thing is absorbing all forms of fire in the vicinity.
Our most effective weapon against the undead was just completely nullified, and we lack divine magic.
Everyone, focus all your attacks directly on the priestess.
Hikarot and I will hold these rotting corpses back.
Understood. I will flank her and take her down.
Not so fast, you annoying little kitten.
She just summoned a massive shadow god to protect herself.
Watch out over there. Do not let your guard down for a second.
Tear them to shreds and bring me their heads.
Take this, you shadowy freak.
You are far too slow to catch me.
Did she just cast a debilitating curse on me? More of them are appearing out of thin air. Hikarot, I need some backup over here right now.
I can't! Bjorn ordered me to help the others hold the line.
What about Bjorn? Where is he? Is he fighting her all by himself?
You insolent barbarian, I will slice you to ribbons. Tyson, Hans, you useless trash. You must protect me.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but your loyal servants are a little tied up right now.
You are getting on my nerves. I will never forget this humiliation. I will hunt you all down.
Are you actually running away like a coward? I can't let her escape.
Mark my words, none of you will ever see the light outside this labyrinth again.
Damn it. The boss escaped right before we could deal the final blow, and she left with a massive grudge against us. This is terrible. My status window is going crazy. I've been hit with energy loss, decay, and a stamina reduction curse. That stupid priestess layered 15 different curses on me before she vanished. Dwalkie, hurry up and cast your curse removal spells on us right now.
Curse removal? I never actually claimed I knew how to do that. I specifically said I could cast a few minor curse spells of my own. I never once stated I knew how to lift them from afflicted allies.
You have got to be kidding me. How useless can you possibly be, Dwalkie? The system is warning me my physical abilities might be permanently damaged if I don't lift this soon. This is really bad. My strength is fading. We need to find a safe zone immediately.
Bjorn, are you holding up all right? You're sweating profusely.
I've been running for 5 straight hours while carrying 15 curses. I feel like I'm dying. If my magic resistance wasn't boosted by the vampire essence, I would have dropped dead miles ago.
None of you will see the light outside the labyrinth.
Why did stamina reduction have to be one of them? I can barely breathe. Stamina drains rapidly while running, and it's separate from my massive vitality regeneration. In the game, a character couldn't even walk if stamina hit 10%. I must be around 30% right now. I survived long enough below 5% stamina to permanently increase my spirit stat by 1 point.
Just push a little further, Bjorn. We are almost at the border.
There it is, the entrance to the next zone. We finally made it. Welcome to the Witch's Forest.
Being actively hunted by a priestess of Karui, this is truly hard to process.
Those dark clerics are normally only found on the 5th floor and above. We barely survived that encounter. If we hadn't proactively stripped them of their weapons and armor before the fight, we would have been slaughtered instantly.
It is so awesome having such a reliable, quick-thinking barbarian leading our party. Even when she used real divine magic, you didn't hesitate to crush her skull with your mace.
Rotmiller, do you know of any tracking methods we could use to hunt that woman down before she finds us again?
Why are you so worried? We beat her once. We can easily fend her off a second time.
You naive fool. What happens if she cowardly ambushes us from the shadows while we are already engaged with a horde of monsters? That is exactly why I insisted we push directly into the Witch's Forest without resting. The unique field effect of this spooky forest negates all outside status ailments, including her tracking curses. The Witch's Forest spans the area hiding the portal to the 4th floor. It's teeming with physical immune spirits. I can feel the area magic washing over me. All my previous status effects are officially negated.
The heavy pressure on my shoulders just vanished. My body feels so much lighter. The curses are really gone.
I genuinely did not expect you to exploit a territorial field effect to cleanse a dark curse. You are remarkably knowledgeable for a rookie.
The countless hours I spent reading in the Grand Library are finally paying off. Please stop asking questions about my intellect.
Do you really expect us to believe a barbarian knows how to read books? That's hilarious.
Well, the previous curses are gone, but now we have to deal with the forest's own unique debuffs. The trees whisper dark illusions meant to shatter an adventurer's sanity. Die, you orphan! Your parents abandoned you. The voices are trying to break me. Honestly, these generic insults have zero psychological effect on me, but the others are clearly struggling.
Make it stop? It's so loud in my head.
At least Rotmiller and Hikurod have the mental fortitude to tolerate the whispers. They've been here before.
The visual distortions are making me violently motion sick.
I actually find the warped visuals somewhat fascinating. Everything looks like it's being viewed through a bizarre, colorful convex mirror. Dwaki, can you still cast your spells effectively while puking rainbows?
Let's take a brief rest here so our novice members can acclimatize to the sensory distortions. We barely slept last night due to the ambush. I will take the first watch, get some sleep.
My entire body aches. I feel like garbage.
Hey Bjorn, about that wicked witch Elisa from earlier. When I visited the guild to post our recruitment flyer, she was there asking very specific questions about my gear. I am positive it was the exact same woman, just wearing a much cleaner outfit. Remember that secret dimensional rift we cleared? I obtained a numbered artifact called the Guardian's Wristband.
Item number 3112. It's a powerful defensive artifact that normally only drops on the 4th floor or higher. It is worth at least 50 million stones on the market. It makes perfect tactical sense why she targeted our group now. But Hikarod, how did you fail to recognize her face the moment she stepped into our camp?
Well, her priestess robes were torn in very specific places, you see. My eyes were naturally drawn away from her face and toward her exposed assets.
We easily eavesdropped on their pub meetings and learned they were carrying a fortune.
As the dwarven proverb says, where there is vast treasure, great danger swiftly follows.
Stop quoting proverbs to deflect blame. Your careless bragging almost got us all killed. I seriously wonder if this ragtag party will actually survive the deeper floors.
Bjorn, wake up. We need to move.
I know barbarians possess incredible mental resilience, but how could you sleep so soundly with those voices screaming in your ears?
Did you spot incoming monsters, Rotmiller?
Yes, prepare your weapons.
A flock of glowing fairies emerged from the twisted canopy above us. Fairies are harmless Tier 9 creatures that just scatter mildly toxic dust, but they travel with a much larger threat.
Do we engage? Those beasts are rare and their drops are highly valuable. Walkie looks steady enough to cast. Let's lure the big guy in by frying his little friends.
Hikurod is channeling his stored lightning energy.
Take this, you glowing pests. Release.
The lightning obliterated the fairies instantly, granting us a tiny bit of experience. Here it comes, brace for impact. A massive Tier 7 half-troll violently crashed through the dead trees. This towering brute exclusively spawns in the Witch's Forest and obsessively stalks the fairy swarms. The troll unleashed a terrifying roar and aggressively swung its massive club. Hikurod raised his heavy steel shield, taking the brutal strike head-on.
The force behind that swing is incredible.
The poor dwarf lacks my massive pain tolerance. He's struggling to hold the line. The forest's field effect severely amplifies all physical pain, making frontline tanking a nightmare here.
Dwalkie, is your heavy magic prepared yet? My arms are going numb.
I am activating freeze enhancement now. My next spell will deal massively increased elemental damage. Take this, concentrated icicle spear.
The massive spear of ice cleanly pierced the troll's chest, instantly freezing its vital organs.
It didn't drop an essence. What a shame. These trolls are a rare find.
Stow your weapons. We need to keep moving before more creatures are drawn to the noise. We must advance toward the 4th floor portal as quickly as possible. I sense something approaching through the brush.
Heavy footsteps echoed from the mist. A large group of humanoid figures stepped into the clearing.
Dear brave adventurers, thank the goddess, we finally found you. These are the treacherous murderers who slaughtered my innocent companions.
Stay directly behind my shield, Lady Elisa. We will protect you from these savages.
That manipulative witch fabricated a victim story and recruited a heavily armed party to hunt us.
Bjorn! We have zero chance of surviving a prolonged battle against those numbers. I must use it.
Hikarod forcefully activated the Guardian's wristband.
The magical energy is surging through my arm.
A massive shockwave erupted from the artifact, violently throwing the enemies back and cleansing our debuffs. Run!
How did that crazy woman track us all the way out here? I thought this forest scrambled tracking magic.
I have a pretty solid theory about how she pulled this off. Keep running. She realized tracking us alone through the distorted woods was impossible. So she put on a pathetic crying act, pretending to be a helpless victim robbed by evil plunderers. She essentially tricked a competent team with a good navigator into tracking us for her, planning to devour us all once we clashed. Stop talking and conserve your breath. We only have a 5-minute head start while the artifact's barrier lasts. The defensive barrier shattered. The forest's disorienting field effect has aggressively reappeared.
Good navigators are the absolute core of any successful labyrinth expedition. They predict enemy movements and chart the most efficient paths through lethal terrain.
Rotmiller relies on decades of meticulously gathered data and physical experience to map the lower floors. But the Witch's Forest actively defies normal spatial logic. A navigator's true worth is tested here.
My enhanced olfactory senses allow me to smell the faint traces of ambient mana lingering in the air. Turn left here. I can pinpoint the exact portal coordinates by following following the mana currents.
The enemy party must have an exceptional navigator of their own. They are steadily closing the distance despite our erratic pathing.
We have to push our pace harder. They are gaining on us.
It's a pure endurance race to the 4th floor portal now, but our stamina is critically depleted.
I'm trying my best, Bjorn, but my legs are burning. I tripped over a hidden route. My ankle!
Misha, are you alright? Can you stand?
It's just a bad cramp. I rolled my ankle hard. Bjorn, where did everyone else go? They were just here.
The dwarf was running right beside us a second ago. The thick mist completely swallowed them. We got separated. In this forest, losing visual contact for even a moment is a death sentence.
We have to run back and find them immediately. They can't be far.
Keep your voice down. We stay perfectly still. Rotmiller's nose will track our scent eventually. This is the worst case scenario. Finding the portal without a skilled navigator is mathematically impossible. If we wander blindly, we will just walk in endless circles until we starve or get ambushed. How long are we supposed to stand here freezing in the dark?
Did you hear that rustling sound? Something is out there.
That heavy clanking footstep. I recognize that sound. It's Hikarod's armor.
We have to call out to him. He's right nearby.
No, it's a trap. The forest mimics the sounds of your loved ones to lure you into the jaws of a predator. What is the single most crucial factor for surviving a disaster? Is it food, tools, water? All of those are vital, but an unbreakable willpower to survive is the absolute most important asset. I refuse to die in this miserable, twisted forest. I will find a way out.
I don't want to die here, Bjorn. Not after everything we fought through.
Calm down, Misha. Panicking will only drain your energy faster. We must accept the harsh reality and adapt.
If only I hadn't tripped on that stupid route. This is all my fault.
Stop crying and listen to me. I have a plan to get us out alive. Drink this health potion from my pack to soothe the swelling in your ankle so you can run properly. We need to establish a secure perimeter and rest for a few minutes. I'm exhausted.
I honestly thought the monsters were going to eat me alive. I was terrified.
Is your leg feeling sturdy enough to support your weight in a fight? We've been trapped in this labyrinth for 4 grueling days, and things are only going to get exponentially harder. We have to survive 11 more days as a duo, lacking ranged or magical support. Our physical weapons are entirely useless against the ethereal spirits roaming these woods. We urgently need elemental damage. I have firmly decided on our only viable tactical option. Misha, this is a serious question. Are you currently bound by marriage?
What? No, I am not married. Have you sworn some weird tribal oath against seeing naked women or something?
Excellent. That simplifies things immensely. Look closely at this artifact. This is the solution to our elemental problem.
Kaya, why are you suddenly invading my personal space? Get back. What do you think you're doing? I am not mentally prepared for this kind of intimacy.
Calm down and take this ring. We don't have time for your dramatic misunderstandings. I've been guarding this highly valuable item until I found a trustworthy companion. It belongs to you now. I need you to swear a solemn oath by your guardian deity that you will permanently fight by my side.
What in the world? Are you out of your damn mind, Bjorn? Is this a proposal?
If you accept this ring, I swear on my warrior's honor to protect you and guide you through the labyrinth.
Are you actually being serious right now? You want to marry me? I am flattered, really. But I have to respectfully decline your feelings, Bjorn. You are a great ally, but I've never once viewed you as a romantic partner.
What exactly are you rambling about right now? Did this crazy cat actually just interpret a standard party-binding contract as a romantic confession?
Do I have to spell it out? I prefer slim, elegant scholars, not massive, sweaty barbarians. You aren't my type. I am formally rejecting your proposal. Deal with it.
You completely misunderstood. I was proposing a binding mercenary contract in exchange for this expensive artifact.
Oh, well, that is highly embarrassing.
This contract automatically terminates if you ever manage to repay me 15 million stones, or simply find an identical ring to replace it.
15 million stones? What kind of legendary artifact is this little band of metal?
It is an absolute bargain for the immense permanent power it will grant you. Trust me. If I hadn't spent 10 obsessive years mapping every hidden mechanic in that damn game, I would be dead by now.
You want me to just crush it in my palm, like this?
That is numbered item 9425, the Ring of the Frost Spirit. I outwitted a master mage to secure it. To the uneducated eye, its base stats are entirely pathetic and completely useless, but physically shattering the gem triggers a massive hidden environmental reaction. I discovered this highly obscure secret after testing hundreds of random interactions on my computer monitor. If the wearer is a beastman who tragically failed to manifest a soul beast, destroying the ring acts as a mystical catalyst, forcefully summoning an ancient spirit to forge a pact. Special conditions met. The mystical energy is gathering around her. The legendary glacial beast Scadia has awakened from its eternal slumber to judge the host. A magnificent, towering dragon made of pure, crackling ice materialized directly in front of us.
The beast is demanding an answer. It wants to bond with my soul.
She reached out and touched the frozen snout.
Yes, I accept your power. Make me strong.
The massive dragon dissolved into a blinding blizzard, fiercely swirling around her fragile body. The raw elemental force shredded her clothing to pieces as it merged with her core. The ancient contract ritual was flawlessly completed.
The magic is flowing straight into my veins. I can't believe the ritual was actually that effortless. The energy feels amazing. Bjorn, what exactly was that magnificent creature? If a simple ring could cure my lack of a soul beast, why did my royal father never tell me about it?
Your father likely had absolutely no idea this obscure artifact even possessed that hidden interaction.
Then how did a low-tier barbarian from the wilderness uncover a secret that elite scholars completely missed?
We can discuss the complicated origins of my vast knowledge later. Please cover yourself up first.
Eek, why am I completely naked? Don't look at me.
The violent energy vortex destroyed your armor. Put on these spare garments we looted from the false priests earlier.
How long were you staring at my exposed body before telling me?
It's a standard side effect of the ritual. Why else do you think I asked if you were married earlier? Seeing another man's naked spouse is deeply offensive in tribal culture. I was just being polite.
You should have explicitly warned me about the massive explosion of ice magic that rips clothes apart.
We don't have time for this modesty argument. Tell me exactly which elemental boon the dragon granted you.
I suppose a little gratitude is in order before I start complaining. Thank you so much, Bjorn. You truly changed my destiny today.
That's it. After I effectively gifted you a 15 million stone power-up, all I get is a casual thanks.
Fine. I will dedicate my life to repaying this massive debt, you grumpy brute. There was a time when I genuinely wanted to end my own miserable life. I felt completely worthless after failing the trial. I walked to the edge of a high cliff. My father found me standing there, shivering and completely broken.
He stopped you from jumping. That implies he genuinely cared about your survival.
The very first words out of his mouth shattered my heart into a million pieces. Misha Karlstein.
If you truly wish to perish, then have the decency to die fighting in the labyrinth. Stop tarnishing our noble name with your pathetic weeping.
Her family is significantly more ruthless and twisted than I calculated.
I fled to the labyrinth that exact night, not because I wanted to fulfill his cruel demand to die in combat. I just desperately needed to escape the relentless, suffocating judgment of those arrogant aristocrats. I foolishly believed that if I achieved immense glory through raw physical combat, my father would finally acknowledge me. But now that I wield this elemental power, his toxic approval doesn't mean a thing to me anymore. You gave me a real future, Bjorn. I am eternally grateful.
You don't need to bow. Just ensure you aggressively pull your weight in combat from now on. And remember the oath. You swore to stay by my side in the name of your deity, right?
Yes. By the sacred name of the Guardian, I am bound to your party.
When a beastman bonds with a soul beast, they typically receive a summoning boon, conjuring massive physical avatars to fight alongside them. The second possibility is the enhancement type, which dramatically amplifies their baseline muscular strength and agility to superhuman levels. The rarest boon is the special ability type, granting them access to devastating elemental magic usually reserved for high-tier sorcerers. Misha's biology was permanently altered, blending the raw ice magic directly into her physical strikes.
She received a hybrid enhancement boon. Her blades are coated in freezing energy.
She effortlessly sliced through the spectral wraith, shattering its ethereal form into glowing dust. We defeated the wraith and secured another point of experience. Our hunting speed just drastically increased. Having a reliable source of elemental damage completely changes our tactical approach to this forest.
It feels so strange actually making solid contact with a ghost, but it is really satisfying.
Misha's newly acquired soul beast will continuously evolve and unlock devastating new skills as she gains combat experience. This dynamic growth curve mirrors the complex evolution tiers embedded within my own immortality imprint.
Pra, freeze and shatter. Her elemental strikes are systematically clearing the path forward. Bjorn, another massive swarm of hungry spirits is rapidly approaching from the tree line.
We don't have the stamina for a prolonged engagement. Break contact and retreat. We have effectively turned into a highly mobile strike force, hitting soft targets exits and fleeing from massive swarms. We kept this grueling hit-and-run strategy up for 11 straight hours, slowly grinding our way deeper into the corrupted woods. We systematically eliminated will-o-wisps, owlbears, and dozens of corrupted wood sprites.
Take this. The experience points are steadily rolling in, but the physical toll is immense. I am so exhausted. Can we please just stop for a few minutes?
We are fortunate we haven't stumbled into a massive Tier 7 predator yet. Keep moving and stay alert. The Ring of Frost Spirit completely suppressed the negative, corrosive side effects of my undead golem essence while I wore it. But since I handed it over to Misha, my volatile acidic blood has resumed actively melting my own equipment. Even my incredibly durable lithium chestplate is slowly dissolving. The repair costs are going to bankrupt me. And the most frustrating part of this entire endless grind, we haven't successfully looted a single valuable elemental essence from any of these kills. The drop rates here are abysmal. Misha's stamina is completely bottoming out. She is struggling to put one foot in front of the other. Without Rotmiller's tracking skills, my calculated odds of actually finding the 4th floor portal are hovering around 30%. The Witch's Forest field effect has forcefully amplified. We are now under immense environmental pressure. I securely tied this heavy climbing rope around our waists, so we can't accidentally wander out of visual range in this blinding fog.
I understand the tactical necessity, Bjorn, but it's chafing my stomach terribly.
The Witch's Eye debuff has officially reached level 5. We cannot stop moving. The Witch's Eye is the primary reason veteran parties despise grinding in this forsaken zone. The mechanic is brutally simple and highly lethal. If an adventurer remains stationary for a specific duration, the forest aggressively spawns a highly lethal Tier 7 Carnivoro to hunt them. We have survived 70 grueling hours inside the forest. The debuff timer is shrinking rapidly. We are deep into day 3. The mental and physical exhaustion is becoming overwhelming. We've been completely isolated from the rest of the squad for nearly 3 straight days. The hunger is gnawing at my sanity. Misha is practically a walking corpse, but she stubbornly refuses to complain. At level 5, the Witch's Eye spawns a Carnivoro after a mere 10 minutes of idleness. We are essentially trapped in an endless marathon. It takes us 15 minutes to kill a single Carnivoro. If we stop to fight one, the timer resets and another one instantly spawns, trapping us in a death loop. The rope keeps us securely tethered, but it also violently yanks her forward every time my long stride outpaces her exhausted shuffle.
Bjorn, my lungs are burning. Can we just slow down for 1 minute?
I can practically hear her muscles tearing with every step. She is running entirely on willpower now. The rope is digging brutally into her ribs, but she doesn't possess the strength to loosen it.
I can't keep this pace. I'm just dragging him back at this point.
The psychological torment of the whispering trees combined with the physical exhaustion is finally breaking her. Get on my back right now. I will carry you until the timer forces us to fight.
But you have been running for 3 days straight too. I can't burden you like that.
I securely gripped the heavy rope, completely ignoring her weak protests.
Kaya, what are you doing? Put me down, you massive brute.
Stop squirming and just rest your eyes. I can easily handle your pathetic weight.
Thank you. I will just close my eyes for 5 minutes.
We have survived 87 hours. The environmental pressure is peaking. The Witch's Eye reached level 6. I've been carrying her dead weight for 17 grueling hours. The demonic whispers are growing louder, violently clawing at my fraying sanity. My iron muscles are finally failing. I am mathematically approaching total biological collapse.
Why are you running so hard, babe? Why don't you just put her down and stay here with me?
What the hell? Who is whispering directly into my ear?
Come here, handsome. Let's have a little fun in the dark.
This is impossible. My actual real-world ex-girlfriend just casually materialized in the middle of a monster-infested forest. My logical brain explicitly knows this is a manipulative magical illusion, but it feels terrifyingly real. I can literally smell her cheap perfume and feel the heat radiating off her skin.
What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? You always were a quiet one. You always obsessively analyzed every tiny detail of my life. But you never actually listened to my feelings, did you? It's so pathetic how you push people away to protect your fragile little ego.
Shut up. You don't know anything about the hell I've endured to survive this nightmare.
But I know exactly what you secretly crave deep down inside. You're just a lonely, terrified little boy pretending to be a fearless warrior.
The dark magic is aggressively seeping into my mind, paralyzing my muscles.
Do you like the new pantyhose? I wore them just for you.
My primitive beastly instincts are actually responding to this cheap hallucination. My human mind is losing control.
Drop that useless cat girl in the dirt and let me take away all your pain.
I dropped my bag. My arms are moving on their own. The illusion gently dragged her cold hands across my heavy armor, completely flooding my senses with dark magic. Maybe you're right. I'm so tired of fighting.
Good boy. Just close your eyes and let me consume your soul.
Wake the hell up, Bjorn. This is a monster trying to eat your brain. Moon. I violently shattered the seductive illusion with a devastating backhand strike from my shield. The false image contorted in agony as my heavy steel rim crushed its skull. The illusion melted away, revealing a twisted wooden monster screaming in pain.
Die, you creepy tree freak! Get away from him!
Misha woke up just in time to slice its grasping vines apart with her freezing blade.
I took care of the nasty dryad. Are you all right, Bjorn? You looked completely hypnotized.
A dryad? That rare monster uses highly potent charm magic to enslave high-tier adventurers. The bewitched status effect was successfully cleansed. My mind is finally clear. The dryad disintegrated into leaves, granting us 2 precious experience points. That explains why the hallucination was so realistic. I was being mind-controlled by a tier 8 predator. Thank you, Misha. Your quick reaction definitely saved my life just now.
Bjorn, look over there through the clearing.
I can finally see the flickering light of human torches. It's another adventuring party.
Hey, look, just 2 of them wandering alone in the dark. They must be completely lost.
Running into friendly explorers down here is rare. The Witch's Forest is notorious for its low survival rate.
Greetings, fellow travelers. Have you lost your primary group in the mist? We have a secure camp nearby.
Oh, thank goodness. We finally found some decent people to help us.
We have extra supplies and a skilled navigator. You should join our fire and rest your weary bones.
I aggressively refuse your generous offer. Stand back. This old woman randomly mentioning children back home to gain sympathy is a massive, calculated red flag. These aren't friendly explorers. They are hardened plunderers using psychological manipulation to lower our guard.
Bjorn, what are you doing? They just offered us food and safety.
I carefully considered asking them for directions, but the tactical risk of an ambush is simply too high. I initially planned to offer them a massive sum of gold just to guide us to the portal. Even these greedy cutthroats would likely accept a few million stones in exchange for a simple escort mission. I am Bjorn, son of Yandel. State your exact intentions before you take another step.
Relax, big guy. I am Hans Stowe, the highly experienced navigator for this veteran squad.
Your name is Hans? Are you completely kidding me right now? Every single treacherous bastard I've encountered in this labyrinth uses the exact same fake alias. It's infuriating.
We have a perfectly balanced party of 5 veterans. You 2 are clearly exhausted and carrying heavy loot.
I can see the sheer greed radiating from their filthy eyes. They are sizing up my expensive equipment.
My goodness, is that chest plate forged from pure lithium? That must be worth a small fortune.
My instincts are screaming at me to crush their skulls before they launch their inevitable ambush. These cowards are definitely plotting to murder us for our gear. Misha, prepare your freezing magic. We are going to strike first. I might be mathematically overreacting based on a fake name, but I cannot afford to take that risk. We will handle our own navigation. Do not attempt to follow us.
I heavily insist you reconsider. We are honorable men.
Let's go, Misha. If they draw their weapons, slaughter them immediately.
Don't let that massive backpack escape. Fire!
I quickly raised my heavy shield, effortlessly deflecting the cowardly arrow. I mathematically knew it. They are just common thieves hunting weakened adventurers.
Why did you shoot him? He looks incredibly dangerous.
You pathetic coward, did you not see the massive, expensive backpack he's carrying? If we successfully murder him, we can sell that gear and retire in pure luxury.
The old lady is right. Just pepper the brute with arrows while he's exhausted. That magical expandable backpack alone is worth a dozen yearly salaries. Don't let him get away.
Fine, I'll shoot him again. Just don't blame me if he bashes our heads in.
I've murdered dozens of weak adventurers before. Chopping up a tired barbarian will be child's play.
Bjorn, they outnumber us 5-2, and our stamina is completely depleted. We have to run.
Running is tactically useless. Their navigator will easily track our scent through the fog. We have to fight dirty. Misha, listen closely. I have a highly aggressive strategy to buy us some time. Stop right there. Let's negotiate a fair trade for our lives.
I am a royal princess of the Karlstein Beastman tribe. If you escort me safely, my father will pay you a massive ransom.
She is a terrible actress. Her trembling voice is completely unconvincing.
The royal princess? If we leave her alive, she will definitely report our crimes to the guild. We must slaughter her.
But a rich princess definitely has hidden magical jewelry. Whoever kills her first claims the rarest loot.
Charge. Rip her royal throat out and take the rings.
Her terrible acting actually successfully grabbed their full attention. Now is our chance to maneuver. A suffocating, terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the shadows directly behind the approaching plunderers. We finally stood still for 10 minutes. The ultimate apex predator of the forest has arrived.
What the hell is a tier 7 Carnivaro doing here? How long were you two standing in this spot?
Misha, cling tightly to my back. We are breaking through their flank. The Carnivaro relentlessly hunts the first target it sees. Those greedy thieves are completely trapped. We just need to sprint past their collapsing formation and let the monster devour them.
Why is that massive brute charging directly toward my shield line? Hold your ground.
I violently slammed my heavy shield directly into the fake Hans, shattering his jaw and sending him flying.
The monster is aggressively focusing all its rage on the injured thieves. We are clear.
The Carnivaro scattered highly volatile mana mines across the entire combat zone.
Nobody move a muscle. The entire ground is laced with invisible explosive traps.
We have to kill the monster first. Those two cowards can't escape through the minefield anyway.
They severely underestimated my pain tolerance and regenerative abilities. I deliberately stomped my heavy steel boot directly onto the glowing trigger of a mana mine. The massive explosion instantly vaporized my boots, forcefully launching us out of the lethal trap zone.
Bjorn, your feet are completely blown off. You can't run like this.
The Carnivaro summoned 2 massive shadowy hounds to hunt down the stragglers.
These shadow dogs are tearing my armor apart. They need backup. It's biting my neck. Help me.
Stop moving! You are triggering the mines. We are going to blow up.
One of the shadowy hounds miraculously bypassed the explosions and clamped its jaws onto my exposed ankle. Flesh burst. I violently detonated the skin on my leg, blasting the demonic dog into bloody chunks. I can't feel anything below my knees. The explosive force completely destroyed my lower legs. The system cheerfully warned me that I sustained massive permanent disability. How annoying. My mobility is entirely compromised. I must rapidly adjust our tactical approach. Misha, you are the damage dealer now. Slice that monster apart. I violently grabbed her by the belt, completely ignoring her terrified screaming. I aggressively hurled her light body directly toward the distracted Carnivaro.
You crazy bastard! Die, you ugly monster! She gracefully spun in midair, aggressively driving her freezing blades directly into the monster's neck. The freezing magic instantly shattered its spine, completely decapitating the beast in one clean motion. That actually worked. I killed it.
Please, I surrender. Don't kill me. Show some mercy to a poor old woman. I'm bleeding out.
You tried to murder us for our equipment just 5 minutes ago. You disgust me. She mercilessly drove her blade through the old woman's chest, permanently silencing her pathetic begging. Bjorn, your legs are completely gone. Even a high-tier potion can't fix that kind of catastrophic damage.
The massive stumps of my legs began bubbling and hissing with intense magical heat. My incredible vitality forcefully activated the Immortality Imprint's highest regenerative sequence. A minor flesh wound like this is nothing compared to the pain I endured fighting the Vampire Duke.
What in the world? Your missing feet literally just grew back in 3 seconds. That is mathematically impossible.
The combination of my active immortality skill and the vampire's dark regeneration makes me essentially unkillable as long as my heart beats.
What exactly are you, Bjorn? You didn't even flinch while blowing your own legs off.
I am just a highly practical barbarian doing whatever is necessary to survive this brutal labyrinth. Einar never complained about the extreme pain of her rapid healing. Barbarians are built for this kind of punishment. I quickly looted a pair of heavy leather boots from the dead navigator. They fit perfectly. I securely tightened the bindings. We need to leave this bloody clearing before the scent attracts another swarm.
How did you instantly mathematically deduce those people were going to betray us?
Because their navigator proudly claimed his name was Hans. I have a deep instinctual hatred for anyone named Hans in this world.
What kind of ridiculous superstitious logic is that? You completely guessed. But I suppose it doesn't matter since your crazy gamble actually kept us alive. She looked so friendly at first.
That kind, grandmotherly act would have worked flawlessly in the safety of the city. But the labyrinth strips away all human decency. If we hadn't immediately displayed our overwhelming wealth and clear exhaustion, they might have actually helped us. I don't understand your endless fascination with amassing wealth, Misha. You already have enough to live comfortably.
Because wealth is the absolute only reliable shield in this miserable city. If you can't pay the exorbitant taxes, they literally execute you.
She isn't entirely wrong. Being poor in Raponia is a mathematically guaranteed death sentence for a low-tier explorer. The penalty for failing to pay the monthly city tax is a swift execution by guillotine. insane. That old woman likely had an entire struggling family completely relying on her to bring back money. I am actively learning so many brutal, invaluable lessons during this specific expedition.
We have been hopelessly lost in this fog for exactly 109 hours. Wait, Bjorn, did you see something? We finally found it. Please tell me my eyes aren't playing tricks on me.
We actually did it. We successfully located a witch's hut, the only secure safe zone in this cursed forest. Please, I pray to whatever gods exist that we don't encounter another ridiculous disaster inside. I aggressively reached out and touched the glowing magical barrier sealing the wooden door. These magical cabins spawn entirely at random and provide an impenetrable sanctuary for exactly 8 hours. It completely cleanses all environmental debuffs and physically prevents any monsters from entering. We only managed to track this specific hut down because of Misha's newly enhanced sensory perception. We only have exactly 53 hours left before the monthly labyrinth cycle forcibly ends. The system coldly announced the current occupancy is 5 and forcefully locked the heavy door behind us.
It is my third time seeing the inside of one of these, but it is always an incredibly beautiful sight.
Keep your voice down, Misha. Do not make a single sound. The magical entrance permanently seals itself the exact moment 5 people cross the threshold. We are not alone in here.
Are you implying there are 3 other unknown adventurers currently resting in this tiny cabin?
I carefully crept through the flower bed and spotted discarded weapons resting near the fire. Hold on a second. I definitely recognize that battered face. That is one of the fake priests who cowardly ambushed our camp with Elisa. He looks like he was severely beaten.
Bjorn, the other 2 guys sleeping over there are from the exact same corrupt party.
I didn't hesitate for a single second. I violently slammed my heavy mace directly into the sleeping man's skull.
I thought you explicitly stated you were just going to quietly knock them unconscious. I honestly cannot believe they are actually still breathing after taking a direct hit from your mace. Why are you securely tying them up with thick rope if their skulls are completely fractured?
Because I need them awake to answer a few pressing questions. I poured a low-tier healing potion directly onto his bloody face.
My head feels like it's splitting wide open.
Good. You are finally awake. You have exactly 10 seconds to explain what happened to my party.
Please, you have to listen to me. That wicked priestess completely manipulated us into hunting you down. It wasn't our fault. By the time we finally managed to track your missing companions down, there were only 3 of them left standing. We tactically targeted the dark-haired navigator first to cripple their movement. But I swear we only grazed his shoulder. A blinding light suddenly pushed my entire team backward. What the hell is going on? By the time we regained our vision, our poor navigator was already dead, impaled by a massive spear of ice.
It sounds like Hikarot and the others managed to escape the ambush. That scream earlier must have been Rotmiller getting hit.
Without our navigator, we were completely lost in the fog. We had to abandon the chase just to survive. The real nightmare started 2 full days after we began wandering aimlessly. She suddenly approached one of our men in the dark, and then the shadows came alive and started tearing my men apart. We were completely defenseless. It was only after watching my friend turn into a withered husk that I realized she was a dark priestess of Karui.
Shut your mouth. I don't care about your pathetic excuses.
Please, just have mercy on us. We were tricked by that wicked witch. I will give you everything we own if you just let me live.
I will follow whatever decision you make here, Bjorn. What are we going to do with them?
I've already ended a few lives since waking up in this brutal world. But those men were complete scumbags who gave me no other choice. These fools definitely put us through hell. But my core team managed to survive their ambush without any casualties. The context here is entirely different. Do I really need to execute them when they've already surrendered? My modern sensibilities are fiercely clashing with my new barbarian instincts. The savage part of my mind tells me to crush their skulls and eliminate any chance of future revenge. But the human from Earth insists that executing defeated prisoners over a simple mistake is pure evil. However, I know the harsh truth of this labyrinth. Those peaceful modern morals will only get me killed down here in the dirt.
I honestly don't trust a single word coming out of their mouths, Bjorn, whether it was a misunderstanding or not. They actively tried to murder us. I was taught to never show mercy to an enemy.
Her brutal honesty is exactly what I needed to hear. My hesitation is gone. If I am going to survive in this savage ecosystem, I must fully embrace their rules.
Wait, what are you doing with that mace? I told you it was a huge mistake. mistake, please.
Your initial ambush may have been a mistake, but letting you live to stab me in the back later would be an even bigger one. My heavy mace crushed his skull instantly, and the system coldly rewarded my 10th kill with a stat increase. I have known this harsh reality since the very first day I woke up in this massive body. I am no longer a soft human from Earth. I am Bjorn Yandel, a warrior of the labyrinth.
Bjorn, are you okay? Your hands are trembling after doing that.
I am perfectly fine. Don't worry about it. Just gather up their equipment.
Bjorn, what are you doing with those dead bodies? Why are you dragging their bloody corpses toward the fireplace?
I am simply utilizing the resources we have to extend our safe zone timer. Sacrificing a human corpse to the witch's fire instantly adds 8 hours of absolute protection to the cabin. This morbid hidden mechanic functions exactly the same way it did in the game. With all 3 bodies burning, we secured 24 hours of uninterrupted rest. Stop staring at me like that and go to sleep. We need to recover our stamina. If you are going to just stand there, I am taking the bed first. The soft mattress feels incredible against my battered muscles. I truly missed this comfort. I don't even feel any lingering guilt about what I just did to those men. The more I ruthlessly discard my civilized human morals, the higher my chances of actually surviving. I used to be a completely normal guy, working an ordinary office job and eating dinner with friends. I spent my nights obsessively grinding a difficult game, completely unaware that it would eventually become my actual reality. Those peaceful memories feel like a distant, fading dream now. My eyes shot open as a sudden weight pressed down on my chest. Misha had casually crawled into the bed and passed out directly on top of my stomach. I quickly pushed her aside and sat up, trying to shake the exhaustion from my mind. That fleeting dream of my old life was just a cruel reminder of what I lost. My current reality requires me to wield this huge, barbaric body to slaughter actual monsters. I will burn as many bodies as it takes to ensure I see tomorrow. I managed to get roughly 7 hours of solid sleep. The fatigue is mostly gone. Wait a second. Why is she suddenly leaning against my leg? She is deeply asleep and drooling. She probably got cold sleeping on the wooden chair.
Just give me 5 more minutes, Bjorn. I am so tired.
I glared down at her, silently threatening to throw her onto the floor.
Ouch. Okay, I am getting up. Stop pinching me, you massive brute. We actually survived this nightmare. Once this hut disappears, we just have to wait out 1 more day to escape. What is the first thing you are going to do when we finally get back to the city?
The safe zone timer expired, forcefully ejecting us back into the damp, gloomy forest.
What the hell is going on with the sky? Why is it bleeding red? Bjorn, please tell me you know what this ominous phenomenon is.
A cold sweat broke out across my back. I know exactly what this means, and it is a complete disaster. My mind immediately flashed back to the endless hours I spent analyzing the game's hidden mechanics. I specifically remembered a bizarre sequence of system logs triggered by burning multiple bodies inside the witch's hut. If exactly 7 human corpses are offered to the magical fire during a single monthly cycle, it triggers the awakening of a catastrophic entity hidden deep within the floor. A massive, deeply ancient beast forged from pure chaotic energy. The system announced that the Lord of Chaos, Riakis, had begun its relentless hunt. It is the absolute apex predator of this domain, a Lord of the Floor. A Floor Master is a devastating field boss that actively patrols the entire map, slaughtering every single adventurer it encounters. Most people think the 3rd floor lacks a master, because the summoning condition is deeply obscure. If some lunatic actually triggers it, hundreds will die. Wait a minute, I just tossed 3 fresh bodies into that fireplace. If I was the one who pushed the total sacrifice count to 7, then I am the lunatic responsible for this apocalypse. Once the takeover begins, all normal monsters vanish, and Riakis gains complete territorial control. The portals instantly lock down. Nobody can escape the floor until the boss is permanently destroyed.
Why is this legendary disaster happening right now? We are going to be trapped here.
Remember those 3 dead plunderers I casually tossed into the magical fire earlier? That is the specific summoning trigger. The boss hasn't spawned in a decade. I had no idea some other maniac had already burned 4 bodies this month.
Are you completely insane? You just doomed every single explorer on this floor to a horrible death.
Keep your voice down. If the other veterans figure out I summoned it, they will lynch us before the beast even arrives. We need to evacuate this isolated forest immediately and find a large group of survivors to blend into. There is only one logical place to seek shelter during a floor-wide crisis. We are heading straight back to the Orc colony, where Clan Zarwi established their massive blockade. Clan Zarwi is a highly organized, elite syndicate that usually operates on the dangerous middle floors. Facing Riakis alone is a guaranteed death sentence. Our only viable survival strategy is hiding behind their heavy shield wall.
There are hundreds of terrified adventurers gathered around their barricade. Everyone had the exact same idea we did.
Listen to me. Silence your frantic murmuring and obey our strict commands if you want to survive the night.
Please, have your elite mages open a dimensional escape portal. I will give you my entire life savings.
You established this massive blockade. It is your moral responsibility to protect us from that terrifying monster.
The crowd is completely unmanageable. Desperation makes people incredibly stupid and loud. A high-tier cleric from the clan stepped forward, radiating a wave of pure holy energy.
I assure you this perimeter is secure. Our holy magic will physically repel any lesser beasts attempting to breach the camp. Clan Zarwi is officially bound by royal decree to maximize civilian survival during a catastrophic labyrinth event.
The panicked crowd collectively swallowed their fear, slightly reassured by the backing of the Central Royal Court.
However, if any single one of you disobeys my direct orders or instigates a riot within these walls, we will not hesitate to brutally throw you out into the darkness to fend for yourselves.
It is an arrogant speech, but wielding absolute authority is the only way to control a terrified mob. That specific holy spell creates an impenetrable dome that repels low-tier monsters while allowing humans free passage. The dense fog outside the barrier slowly began to shift as the chaotic energy intensified. We are temporarily safe from the mob's panic, but a logistical problem is about to reveal itself. Misha, how far can those sensitive cat ears of yours actually hear through this noisy crowd?
Are you suddenly developing a cute animal fetish, Bjorn? Because a lot of noblemen back home constantly praised my fluffy ears.
Stop spewing ridiculous nonsense. I'm asking if your biological enhancements allow you to eavesdrop on distant conversations.
Oh, my bad. Yes, I can easily isolate specific whispers from over 100 feet away.
Can you believe it? The legendary Lord of Chaos hasn't been sighted in over an entire decade.
We are incredibly lucky Clan Zarwi was running an operation down here. Their holy barrier is a godsend.
Yeah, their financial resources are insane. Maintaining a barrier that large costs a massive fortune in mana stones.
The clan possesses enough raw firepower to withstand the lesser chaos spirits, which significantly increases our tactical odds. A loud, rumbling growl suddenly echoed from my partner's stomach. She had actually fallen fast asleep while sitting upright, completely ignoring my order to keep watch.
Ouch, why did you chop me on the top of the head again?
Wake up and grab your blades immediately. The real problem is finally starting.
What do you mean the problem is starting? The barrier is still holding perfectly fine.
I gestured toward the sea of heavily armed bodies crammed into the courtyard. There are easily over 500 desperate mercenaries seeking shelter within these walls. The clan only has 50 soldiers to manage 500 panicked victims. Watch closely as their fake charity evaporates.
Attention all civilian explorers. I need your absolute silence immediately. You are only breathing right now because our divine magic shields you. However, maintaining this miracle requires immense resources. The mandatory protection fee is exactly 1 million stones per person, payable immediately in pure cash or high-tier equipment.
It is a brilliant extortion tactic. By forcefully stripping them of their weapons as payment, the clan completely neutralizes any threat of a riot.
Surrendering your expensive blades is a tiny price to pay for your continued existence tonight. You won't even need your weapons anyway. My elite vanguard will slaughter any beast that bypasses the perimeter.
That arrogant bastard is lying through his teeth. Holy barriers are completely ignored by a floor master. If Riakis decides to march directly into this camp, 50 clan members will be slaughtered in seconds. But we have to play along for now. Dig through the spare shields and armor we looted from those treacherous plunderers. We will pay the toll with their garbage. Surrendering our primary weapons down here is mathematically identical to slitting our own throats.
This is blatant extortion. I would rather take my chances in the fog than hand over my grandfather's sword.
Several deeply prideful veterans immediately spat on the ground and marched back into the lethal mist.
I handed over the rusty swords and busted chest plates. The guards accepted the pile without arguing.
The clan effortlessly extorted over 300 million stones, while simultaneously purging the rebellious elements from the camp. Brilliant. But all that stolen wealth is entirely meaningless if the true terror finds this location. If the Lord of Chaos decides to stroll through these gates, this heavily fortified camp simply becomes a convenient buffet. The deserters are blindly gambling that the labyrinth's sheer size will hide them from the monster's roaming path. My tactical logic demands that I prepare for the absolute worst-case scenario. The boss will inevitably find the largest concentration of human flesh. A foul, unnatural black liquid began falling from the subterranean ceiling. The toxic rain is the boss's primary environmental aura, specifically designed to cripple entire raiding parties. The acidic droplets rapidly burn through magical defenses, leaving players highly vulnerable to its dark spells. The sheer volume of dark energy overwrites the clan's holy barrier, completely shattering their safe zone.
The The protective golden light just vanished. The cold is creeping back in.
A heavy footstep echoed through the muddy courtyard, vibrating directly into my bones. The towering demonic beast casually strolled out of the thick fog, its huge horns glowing with chaotic magic. Ryakis unleashed a deafening, soul-crushing roar that shattered the remaining wooden barricades.
The monster actually found us. Please, you promised to protect us with your lives. Do something!
Stand your ground, men. The true trial begins now. We are going to burn through a fortune in supplies to kill this abomination. Prepare for heavy combat. Trigger the emergency tactical scrolls immediately. Do not hold anything back.
The clan elites instantly shattered dozens of wildly expensive enhancement artifacts in perfect unison. The Vice Master coated his heavy spear in blinding, high-tier holy magic. They flawlessly burned through 10 million stones worth of rare consumables in less than 3 seconds. Their wealth is terrifying.
Maintain the defensive formation. We will slaughter this chaotic beast and guide every civilian back to the surface.
I am genuinely surprised. They aren't using us as bait to escape. They're actually trying to legitimately kill the Floor Master. Their heavy preparations align perfectly with my own survival goals. This violent distraction is exactly what I need. A prestigious 6th floor syndicate doesn't achieve their legendary status through sheer luck. Their combat coordination is flawless.
Vanguard, lock your heavy shields together. Ranged units, prepare your devastating spells.
The commander's booming voice easily cut through the deafening roar of the rain, forcefully anchoring his men's courage. I spent thousands of hours clicking a mouse, but witnessing a raid party clash with a behemoth in physical reality is breathtaking.
The size of that thing is impossible. Its claws are bigger than my entire body.
Scatter immediately. Do not attempt to absorb the chaotic breath attack with your shields.
The vanguard desperately rolled through the thick mud as the demonic claws carved through the stone pavement.
My heavy armor is melting from the residual acid. I need immediate magical support on the right flank.
The sheer kinetic force behind the beast's sweeping strikes makes traditional shield wall tanking mathematically impossible. The elite defenders are repeatedly smashed into the dirt, only to be instantly mended by the clerics and shoved back into the meat grinder.
No, stay with me. Your chest is caved in. Just drink the potion.
Do not mourn the fallen until the beast is permanently dead. Keep firing your spells.
Despite their flawless coordination, the boss executed 4 elite members within the first 2 minutes of combat.
They are dropping like flies out there. If the elites fall, we are completely defenseless.
The ignorant civilians are complaining, but the clan is masterfully executing the optimal kite and bleed strategy. The boss suddenly ceased its wild thrashing and began drawing a massive volume of dark mana into its core.
Cease fire immediately. If we deal too much physical damage now, we will trigger its devastating second phase early. Redirect all magical barrages toward the floating spheres. We must systematically destroy its ammo supply.
The commander possesses deep, highly accurate knowledge regarding the boss's complex phase transitions and wipe mechanics. While the foolish novices curse their apparent cowardice, I am silently praising their tactical brilliance. If they maintain this precise rhythm, we might actually stall the beast until the monthly portal forcefully opens. I checked my pocket watch. We only need to survive for another 75 grueling minutes. Losing 20% of their combat effectiveness is a harsh blow, but perfectly acceptable margins for a floor master raid.
I just saw a severed arm fly past my head. The defensive line is collapsing. We have to run.
The fragile psychological stability of the unorganized mob finally shattered, just as I predicted. The erratic, sweeping area attacks occasionally bypassed the vanguard, vaporizing chunks of the terrified civilian crowd. It was entirely their own fault for foolishly crowding the perimeter just to witness a legendary battle instead of hiding in the rear.
The crowd is going to stampede right over us if we don't move. What is the plan here?
The clan is actively using us as meat shields to absorb the stray blasts. We need to fight back.
We can't fight a floor master with our bare hands. Those bastards stole all our heavy weapons.
The mob's collective gaze slowly locked onto the huge pile of confiscated weaponry sitting entirely unguarded. Grab your gear immediately. We are abandoning this defensive position before the real bloodbath starts.
You arrogant thieves promised us safety. Hand the swords back right now so we can defend ourselves.
I am taking my heavy crossbow back and getting out of this death trap. Move aside.
Stay directly in my shadow and do not stop moving. The structural integrity of the entire camp is collapsing. The desperate mob rushed the supply pile, initiating a chaotic riot right in the middle of the boss fight.
Watch out! The dark energy is spawning dozens of lesser spirits directly in our escape path.
Do not engage the swarm. We are severely outmatched and need to preserve our stamina for the sprint.
I'm running as fast as I possibly can. Just keep dodging the dark blasts.
If we just manage to breach the outer perimeter wall, we can safely slip into the dense foliage. A sudden unnatural chill spiked down my spine, forcing my muscles to lock up. The system announced that the beast had successfully absorbed enough energy to trigger its ultimate wipe mechanic. Every single survival instinct I possessed screamed at me to hit the dirt instantly. The clan miserably failed to destroy the spheres in time. The entire sector is plunging into absolute darkness.
A gravitational force is dragging me backward. I can't hold my ground.
The deadliest, most infamous skill in the entire game had officially been activated. Evil Hiatus is a catastrophic area attack that forcefully gathers every living creature and annihilates them instantly. The brutal suction effect lasts for nearly an hour, slowly dragging exhausted players into the center. Raw stats are meaningless against this mechanic. If you touch the absolute center point, your character is permanently deleted. The gravity well operates like a localized black hole, feeding on the panic of the trapped victims.
My boots are literally sliding across the dirt. The wind is dragging us directly toward the monster.
Over half the crowd was already dead or vanished. Roughly 200 stubborn survivors remained anchored to the mud. Even the heavily fortified elite syndicate had sustained 30 casualties during the frantic riot. The disciplined battle lines evaporated in minutes once the greedy civilians shattered the tactical formation. The sequence of events leading to this catastrophic failure is incredibly obvious.
Do not speak to me, you miserable rats. You actively sabotaged the defensive line and doomed us all. My best men were slaughtered because you cowards rushed the supply cart. I will personally execute anyone who steps near me.
We wouldn't have rioted if you hadn't extorted our weapons in the first place. Please, just let me behind the magical shield.
Step back from the holy barrier right now. We will skewer the next person who tries to force their way inside.
They have entirely abandoned us. We are completely trapped in this gravitational storm.
Wait, I recognize this magical phenomenon from an old bestiary document I purchased in the city. The dark vortex eventually collapses in on itself. If we are caught in the center when the timer expires, we all die instantly.
The frantic scholar was perfectly correct. The safe zone is exactly 3 miles away from the epicenter.
He is right. I would rather charge through a horde of monsters than wait here to be sucked into a black hole.
The crowd is organizing a breakout attempt. Should we follow their spearhead?
Charging blindly into an army of chaotic spirits with a disorganized mob is a mathematically guaranteed wipe.
Halt your advance right there, you massive brute! This area is strictly off limits to civilian refugees.
Misha, what in the world is an absolute failure like you doing slumming around the 3rd floor?
Your clan deliberately locked down this entire colony to secretly farm the extremely rare orc hero, correct?
Of course we secured the prize, you filthy peasant. We are Clan Zarwi.
The arrogant noble abruptly froze, realizing he had just casually leaked highly classified clan secrets.
Wait a second, that information is strictly confidential. How could a lowly barbarian possibly know what we were hunting?
He aggressively drew his silver longsword, directing the sharp tip straight at my heavily armored throat. My calculated gamble paid off beautifully. They possess exactly what I need to survive this encounter. I meticulously counted their surviving roster. They severely lacked the heavy physical bulk required to hold the front line.
Are you absolutely certain? We only have 2 dedicated shield bearers left standing in the entire formation?
The frenzied mob completely trampled our physical defenders while we were busy neutralizing the magical spheres.
Vice Master, the gravitational pull will continuously intensify. If we remain stationary, we will all be crushed into paste.
We cannot successfully punch a hole through the chaotic horde with only 2 vanguards. The spirits will easily overwhelm our flanks.
Furthermore, neither of their surviving fighters utilized a heavy shield. They were fundamentally squishy damage dealers.
If we just had a single durable meat shield to anchor the formation, we could execute a clean breakout maneuver.
The civilian mob is breaking through the perimeter. We need to follow in their wake before the monster horde seals the gap.
Stop your pathetic whining and listen to me. I will personally act as your heavy vanguard.
Who the hell is screaming at my men? I explicitly ordered the civilians to remain outside the barrier.
Do not test my patience, barbarian. Vice Master, he is just an arrogant peasant traveling with my disgraced sister. Ignore him.
Silence your petty noble squabbles instantly. What exactly is this warrior offering to do for us?
This lunatic is demanding we hand over the orc hero essence. He claims the skill will allow him to break the siege.
The Vice Master briefly closed his eyes, silently triggering a unique sensory evaluation skill.
My divine intuition is practically blinding me. This barbarian radiates an overwhelming aura of pure survival. My gut instincts have navigated me through decades of lethal encounters. I trust them implicitly. Lower your blade immediately, Karlstein. We are officially recruiting this warrior into our vanguard. State your identity, brave warrior. Who exactly am I trusting with the lives of my elite squad?
I am Bjorn, son of Yandel, and I am the man who is going to drag your sorry hides out of this mess.
I am Iraj Magrain, the official vice master of the prestigious clan Zarwi. It is an honor. However, you must answer one crucial question. How did a wilderness barbarian learn of our highly classified hunting target?
I simply used basic, logical deduction. It isn't hard to read the battlefield when you know what to look for. A 6th floor syndicate wouldn't waste millions of stones burning high-tier scrolls just to farm basic orcs. You were obviously preparing for a hidden boss. The orc hero is a devastating tier 5 entity that requires a coordinated effort to successfully summon and execute. It possesses heavily overtuned stats and unique mechanics, making it one of the most lucrative hidden encounters on the lower floors. The clan meticulously stockpiled advanced healing and buff scrolls precisely to mitigate the extreme physical damage output of the Orc Lord. Since you still possess a surplus of combat scrolls, I assume you successfully killed the target without sustaining major casualties.
You possess a terrifyingly sharp mind for a savage. Now explain exactly how your physical presence guarantees our survival.
My biology is fundamentally different. I carry the immensely powerful immortality imprint deep within my soul. I have digested the essences of a vampire duke and an undead golem. My regenerative capabilities and pain threshold are absolute.
A self-healing, unfeeling meat shield is an incredibly rare asset. Do you possess any other hidden tactical advantages? Your raw defensive stats eclipse my remaining vanguard. It is a genuine miracle you are standing here. You are exactly the indestructible bulwark we need to shatter this demonic siege. The contract is sealed, Bjorn Yandel. I will gladly grant you the essence in exchange for your unbreakable shield. Silence, Karlstein. The lives of my elite soldiers are vastly more valuable than satisfying your arrogant family's petty requests.
The surrounding clan members loudly murmured in shock at the Vice Master's decisively rebellious choice. I internally celebrated as the noble reluctantly fetched the glowing vial. My primary objective was successfully completed. The Orc Hero encounter randomly spawns one of 3 distinct brothers, each possessing a highly specialized combat style. Because their skills are so lethal, taking them down requires a perfectly balanced party. The color of the dropped essence indicates the specific brother slain. The aggressive brother, Denish, rewards players with a red essence containing a massive area of effect damage buff. Belta drops a deeply magical blue essence, granting the user a powerful tactical command aura. But the absolute best drop is the green essence from Tarugas. It holds the core defensive skill for my ultimate tank build. My heart fiercely hammered against my ribs as I inspected the softly glowing emerald liquid. I hit the jackpot. My severe paranoia spiked. In this miserable world, extreme luck is usually followed by an extreme disaster. I rapidly downed the bitter essence. A massive surge of raw muscular density swelled through my entire frame. My physical strength multiplied. My blood is boiling with a primal, aggressive urge to utterly annihilate something.
Strip off your heavy chest plate and drop your shield, barbarian. We are going to fortify you.
I unbuckled my armor straps as the Vice Master forcefully shoved a stack of magical items into my arms. They handed me several top-tier endurance potions and rare defense scrolls. This is top-tier logistical support. Securely strap my magical backpack to your shoulders, Misha. Do not lose it under any circumstances. I tore off my undershirt and began breaking every single defensive scroll they provided. I uncorked the glass vials with my teeth, rapidly downing 3 different enhancement elixirs in seconds. The toxic basilisk extract burned my throat, but it instantly doubled my baseline pain tolerance. The clan's elite clerics began channeling a barrage of divine blessings directly into my soul. A warm, comforting fire enveloped my skin, pushing my regenerative capabilities beyond their physical limits. A dark purple aura tightly wrapped around my arms, artificially inflating my threat generation to guarantee the monster's focus on me.
Karlstein, approach the barbarian and utilize your bloodline's unique transference ritual to temporarily grant him a passive skill.
The noble reluctantly dragged a sharp dagger across his own wrist, letting the crimson blood drip onto my skin. I absorbed the magical blood, triggering a highly visceral reaction within my newly acquired essence slots. The system confirmed the successful transfer. I temporarily gained access to a devastatingly powerful bloodline passive. My vision flashed crimson as the aggressive blood magic actively mutated my physical state.
Your eyes have turned a deep, bloody red. That specific buff will forcefully multiply your active skill effects by a huge margin.
I am fully buffed and overflowing with volatile energy. Just point me toward the exit. I closed my eyes, carefully picturing the immense, towering physique of the orc hero locked inside my soul. I fiercely pushed my mana outward, triggering the absolute pinnacle of barbarian defensive skills. My muscles expanded, shredding my heavy leather pants as my body rapidly mutated into a towering behemoth. The noble bastard practically fell backward in terror as my physical shadow enveloped him. My physical defense and baseline strength exponentially multiplied in direct proportion to my new height. Standing nearly 12 feet tall, I had officially become an impenetrable flesh and blood fortress.
By the stars. I always knew you were big, Bjorn, but you look like a literal mythical giant right now.
The sheer mass of this warrior is deeply unsettling. Quickly, string together some large cloaks so he isn't entirely naked.
I tightly secured the makeshift loincloth around my waist. I am fully prepared to slaughter everything in my path. I guarantee my new body will safely carve a path through the horde long before the portal shuts down. I drew a massive breath deep into my expanded lungs and unleashed a deafening, terrifying war cry. My booming voice rattled the surrounding trees, directly challenging the chaotic spirits lurking in the dark.
The vanguard has breached the perimeter. Maintain a tight formation directly behind his massive frame and sprint.
My heavy bare feet crushed the muddy stone as I launched myself straight into the blinding fog. The entire surviving cohort desperately sprinted in my wake, treating my broad back as an impenetrable shield wall. We are a highly unified strike force consisting of elite clan veterans, Misha, and 40 stubborn civilian survivors. The Vice Master actively designated the civilians as sacrificial fuel, massively multiplying my strength via a forbidden bloodline spell. My brain is practically melting from the sheer overwhelming aggression flooding my veins. I just want to smash something. I slammed my heavy iron mace directly into the dense earth, creating a concussive shockwave. Dozens of horrifying, twisted chaos spirits shrieked in anger as my shockwave disrupted their ambush. A pack of demonic hounds leaped from the shadows, their jagged teeth glowing with corrosive acid. I didn't even slow down. I swung my heavy shield, effortlessly shattering their fragile ribs into dust. The dying clones detonated upon impact, blasting my chest with a wave of pure chaotic fire. The explosive backlash is specifically designed to execute squishy attackers. The excruciating pain nearly dropped me to my knees, but thanks to the vampire's dark biology, superficial flesh wounds and burns are entirely meaningless as long as my heart remains intact. A highly agile rogue would have been instantly vaporized by that unavoidable death explosion. Only a pure meat shield can survive this path.
Pace your strikes, you foolish brute! If you detonate too many clones simultaneously, the combined blast will incinerate you.
My colossal size acts as an irresistible magnet. Every single monster in the vicinity is blindly charging directly toward my shield. I have essentially become a walking taunt beacon, shielding the fragile mages trailing behind me. The terrified civilians are easily jogging through the muddy carnage, while I violently absorb hundreds of lethal strikes.
I will handle the stragglers slipping past your massive legs. Just keep moving forward.
The arrogant noble recoiled in pain as the chaotic clone reflected a portion of his sword strike directly back into his arm.
My wrist is completely shattered. Cleric, direct your holy mending magic toward me instantly.
Stop trying to play the heroic swordsman and get back in formation. You are wasting our precious healing resources.
How dare a filthy peasant bark orders at me? I will have you executed when we return to the city.
I slammed my iron mace through another wave of flying spirits, intentionally bathing myself in their corrosive explosions. The continuous, unavoidable blast damage finally dropped my overall health pool below the critical halfway threshold. That specific damage threshold instantly activated the orc hero's absolute best survival mechanic. As my flesh burns away, my raw physical armor density skyrockets. The closer I am to death, the harder I become to kill. To fully maximize this dangerous balancing act, I need to completely abandon all evasive maneuvers. Everyone fall back immediately. Let me absorb every single incoming attack with my bare chest. I charged ahead of the main group, drawing a swarm of dark energy blasts directly into my own torso.
Vice Master, is it truly wise to let that reckless barbarian absorb so much punishment alone? He might collapse.
His regenerative capabilities are handling the load perfectly. Maintain a loose perimeter to prevent any flanking maneuvers.
Damn it. The residual chaotic acid is still eating away at my nerves. I am completely useless right now. The volume of explosive damage he is constantly absorbing is mathematically impossible for a standard human to survive.
I have fought alongside legendary Vanguard knights for decades, but I have never witnessed such pure, unadulterated resilience.
When I insulted him earlier, he just stood there silently. I genuinely assumed he was just a cowardly peasant.
Pain tolerance doesn't eliminate the psychological terror of death. His absolute lack of hesitation is what makes him a true monster.
If we actually managed to formally recruit him into Clan Zarwi, our frontline stability would drastically multiply.
Who is that massive hero leading the charge? He is single-handedly taking the brunt of every explosion to keep us safe.
Ahaha, honestly. He is just a highly eccentric warrior who is completely obsessed with counting his money.
His unyielding courage reminds me of the ancient tribal legends. If the great Valken had reincarnated in this era, he would undoubtedly fight exactly like that young man is fighting right now.
I could feel the collective awe and respect of the entire strike force, heavily focused on my bleeding back. The dense fog was finally beginning to thin out. We were rapidly approaching the outer edge of the black hole's gravitational pull. The terrifying suction force suddenly vanished. The boss had completely exhausted its massive reserve of chaotic energy. My stat window flashed wildly as the overwhelming pressure lifted from my battered shoulders.
I can clearly see the tree line. The magical darkness is fading. We just need to push a little further.
Do not slow down. Maintain your sprint until we are completely clear of the blast radius.
My lungs were violently burning, but I pumped my massive legs, desperately closing the final distance. Suddenly, the immense magical energy sustaining my giant form completely evaporated. But I hurled my body forward, successfully crossing the 3-mile safety threshold just in time. My massive muscles compressed, rapidly shrinking me back down to my standard barbaric height. The suffocating aura of the boss completely dissipated from the immediate area.
Praise the goddess. We actually outran the vortex. I thought I was a dead man for sure.
A terrifying shriek echoed behind us, as the stragglers who fell behind were instantly crushed into nothingness. The collapsed sphere erupted, sending a massive shockwave of pure destructive energy across the forest. Thousands of trees were instantly vaporized, turning the dense woods into a desolate wasteland of ash. The entire Ore colony, along with the clan blockade, was completely erased from the map in a single blast. If my giantization had faded just 10 seconds earlier, I wouldn't have possessed the raw speed to escape the blast zone.
That was entirely too close for comfort. You led the charge perfectly, Barbarian. Do not drop your guard. The absolute worst part of the Floor Master encounter is about to begin.
The Vice Master is completely correct. Surviving the blast was only the first phase of the wipe mechanic. Once the massive explosion clears, the boss locks onto a single random survivor for its next hunt. There are roughly 60 people left. The mathematical odds of it picking Misha or myself are terrifyingly high. I slowly turned around, my heart violently sinking as I saw Misha frozen completely stiff in the dirt.
Bjorn, my legs are completely paralyzed. It feels like a boulder is crushing my spine.
The sinister crimson mark of the prey vividly glowed above her head. The boss had chosen her. Out of 60 random targets, that miserable bastard of a system specifically selected the most fragile member of my team.
Why are my limbs locked up? Please tell me this is just a temporary side effect of the blast.
She forcefully cut her sentence short as she noticed the horrifying expressions on the faces of the surrounding veterans. The entire clan slowly backed away from her in absolute terror, treating her like a walking plague. Even her own arrogant brother silently averted his gaze, refusing to make eye contact with his doomed sister. The prey designation debuff is the absolute cruelest mechanic in this entire cursed labyrinth. It forcefully paralyzes the victim and guarantees that the Floor Master will ignore all other targets to hunt them down. The beast will relentlessly pursue her across the entire map until she is violently torn to shreds.
This is a deeply unfortunate turn of events. I suppose the labyrinth has finally claimed her.
Barbarian, I am formally offering you a permanent position in Clan Zarwi. Leave her behind and you will live a rich life.
I decline your generous offer. I am not abandoning my contracted companion to save my own skin.
A highly foolish decision, but an honorable one. If you somehow survive this absolute suicide mission, look me up in the city. My survival instinct is still practically blinding me when I look at you. I honestly believe you might pull this off. Clerics, expend the last of our magical reserves to fully buff this brave warrior for his final stand.
A refreshing gale wrapped around my heavy boots, completely neutralizing the weight of my armor. My depleted mana core rapidly refilled as the high-tier regeneration spell flooded my exhausted veins with fresh energy. I genuinely appreciate the support, Vice Master. I will ensure this beast focuses entirely on me until the timer expires.
Ha ha ha! Good luck, you crazy bastard. Give that overgrown mutt absolute hell.
We had exactly 15 agonizing minutes left before the dimensional portal forcefully dragged us back to the safety of the city. The massive boss tore its way out of the smoking crater, instantly locking its glowing red eyes directly onto Misha. I aggressively kicked off the dirt, launching myself into a full sprint with Misha firmly strapped to my back.
Bjorn's massive muscles feel like a burning furnace against my chest. The sheer amount of magic surging through him is terrifying. I am too terrified to turn my head, but the monster's deafening footsteps are shaking the ground directly behind us. We are completely outmatched in raw speed. If it catches us, we are both going to be torn apart. Bjorn, you have to listen to me very carefully right now. Just unstrap me and drop me in the dirt. It is completely obvious the monster is exclusively hunting my scent. That is exactly why those veterans looked at me like I was a diseased corpse. They mathematically knew I was doomed. Even my own flesh and blood completely abandoned me without a second thought. I'm entirely worthless. My pathetic existence is just a massive burden to everyone around me. Just let me die here. If you keep carrying my dead weight, you are absolutely going to get crushed right alongside me. You already gifted me a soul beast and saved my life. That is more than enough kindness for one lifetime. Please just drop me.
I brutally cut off her hysterical, self-pitying rambling with a single, deeply annoyed command. Stop acting like a tragic heroine. I can hear your heart desperately pounding against my back. You are completely terrified of dying.
I'm just trying to be perfectly logical. Why would you willingly throw your life away for me?
Her pathetic noble family conditioned her to believe she was utterly disposable the moment she became an inconvenience.
You don't understand the humiliation. I am so incredibly sick of dragging everyone else down with my failures.
Is your fragile pride truly more valuable to you than continuing to breathe? Just be fiercely honest with yourself for once. If you desperately want to survive this nightmare, then shut up and explicitly beg me to save your life.
He never once complained about the unfair odds. He just aggressively crushed whatever obstacle was placed in front of him. The absolute least I can do is stop acting like a miserable victim while he is actively bleeding to protect me. Bjorn, please don't let me die. I will dedicate my entire existence to serving your party if we survive this.
Now you are finally speaking my language. I gladly accept your entire share of the loot as payment for this rescue. The speed enhancement violently shattered, instantly returning the crippling weight of my heavy armor to my legs. The corrosive black rain began heavily splashing against my skin, signaling that the Floormaster was directly behind us. The aggressive swarm of chaotic spirits had completely cut off my escape route. I was entirely out of tactical options. I channeled my regenerating mana and forcefully triggered my giantization skill for the second time today. My colossal size immediately doubled my running stride, allowing me to push through the dense pack of floating spirits. My mana core is severely depleted. Misha, loudly call out the exact time remaining until the portal opens.
The dial says we have exactly 196 seconds left before the floor safely closes.
I completely tuned out the pain and focused entirely on the steady rhythm of her panicked countdown. The mob was too thick to ignore. I aggressively brought my fist down, crushing a shrieking spirit into dust. The resulting death explosion scorched my chest, but the blast radius successfully cleared a path through the dark swarm. I mercilessly hammered my way through the blockade, intentionally detonating the weaker spirits to blast the larger ones aside. The stacked explosive damage was rapidly bypassing my immense pain tolerance, threatening to drop me into shock. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end as a massive surge of heat erupted directly behind us. The Floormaster had finally caught up and was directly firing its devastating chaotic breath straight at my back. The devastating beam of chaotic energy instantly vaporized the entire swarm of lesser spirits blocking our path. I suppose I should thank the monster for completely clearing my escape route. However, that friendly fire proves the massive beast is finally within striking distance of my back. A colossal claw violently swept through the air, carving a deep trench into the earth right beside me.
Only 77 seconds left, Bjorn. Keep pushing.
My iron muscles are screaming in absolute agony as I desperately push my heavy frame beyond its biological limits. The demonic predator loomed directly over us, completely blocking out the bleeding sky. The sheer, suffocating pressure of a Tier 2 entity makes it feel like gravity itself is crushing my spine. I can see why an entire army of elite veterans was instantly wiped out by this terrifying abomination. I forcefully anchored my massive feet into the scorched dirt, rapidly shifting my momentum to evade another swipe. I ordered you to stop whining about your own death. Just focus entirely on counting the seconds.
Why are you risking absolute annihilation just to protect a pathetic, disgraced failure like me?
Because I swore a binding oath to protect you. Plus, I am not letting my 15 million stone investment get eaten by a dog.
I cannot believe you are actually willing to perish down here just to honor a simple mercenary contract.
I am not going to die today, and neither are you. Just hold on tight. A massive, jagged spike of dark energy suddenly pierced straight through my giant shoulder.
Your arm is melting off. You have to leave me behind right now before it kills you.
Ignore my severe injuries and do your job. How many seconds are left on the clock? I will completely shatter your skull myself if you stop counting right now.
We only have exactly 60 agonizing closing seconds left before the portal opens.
The dark magic completely severed my left arm, severely crippling my running balance as the beast closed in. My massive legs are finally giving out. I cannot physically outrun this monster anymore. I aggressively pivoted my heavy boots, turning my body to directly face the charging abomination. A devastating beam of chaotic fire instantly vaporized the exact spot I was standing in a second prior. I intentionally charged into its immediate melee range to neutralize its lethal ranged breath attacks.
50 seconds remaining. Just keep dodging those massive claws.
I threw myself backward into the dirt as a jagged talon completely sheared the top layer of my scalp. I kept my eyes locked onto its glowing red pupils, intensely studying its heavy muscular twitches. I meticulously memorized every single attack pattern it displayed while slaughtering the elite syndicate vanguard.
Only 30 seconds left until the floor forcefully shuts down.
I utilized my momentum to smoothly slide under a sweeping tail strike, narrowly avoiding instant death. 25 seconds left. My adrenaline is entirely masking the excruciating pain of my missing limb. A massive shadow suddenly eclipsed my vision as the beast aggressively changed its predictable attack rhythm. My exhausted muscles failed to react in time. I cannot dodge this heavy downward slam. The colossal weight of its claw violently crashed directly onto my torso, shattering my ribs. I viciously coughed up a massive mouthful of black blood as my internal organs ruptured from the sheer impact. The monster didn't pause for a single second, mercilessly driving its other claw into my defenseless body. The devastating kinetic force launched my giant frame backward, violently skipping across the scorched earth like a stone. My mangled body is entirely unresponsive. I am going to be completely crushed by its next strike. The system cruelly chimed in my ear, warning me that my spiritual energy had entirely bottomed out. The massive magical reserves sustaining my towering form completely depleted, forcefully compressing my mutated flesh. Shrinking back to my normal size at that exact millisecond miraculously caused the beast's lethal bite to completely miss my skull. I refuse to lay down and die like a beaten dog. I will fight this nightmare until my very last breath. Exactly 10 seconds remained as I desperately threw my battered body directly beneath its massive jaws. A dense tendril of pure chaotic energy violently wrapped around my waist, lifting me high into the air.
9 seconds. Please just hold on.
8 seconds. The dark energy is aggressively constricting, methodically crushing my remaining bones into powder. The demonic entity pulled my bleeding body directly toward its gaping, razor-filled maw. 3 seconds. The beast violently slammed me back against the scorched stone, preparing to swallow me whole.
2 seconds. We are almost out of time.
1 second. The massive jaws clamped down, completely engulfing my vision in absolute darkness. I violently grinned through the blood filling my mouth as the monthly survival timer officially hit 0. A brilliant flash of spatial magic instantly severed the monster's grip on my ruined body. The suffocating darkness was immediately replaced by the bright, bustling sunlight of the central city plaza.
The dimensional gateway is finally opening. Let's see who managed to survive the monthly expedition this time.
The massive purple vortex violently spat hundreds of exhausted explorers back into the safety of civilization.
Sweet goddess, look at the horrific state the third floor survivors are in.
Medic, we need every available healer in the plaza immediately. Dozens of explorers are bleeding out on the cobblestone.
Set up the emergency triage tents over here. Wait, look at the absolute carnage inflicted on this massive barbarian.
His entire left arm is missing and his chest is caved in. He is definitely not going to survive the hour.
Please, somebody help him. He sacrificed his own body to drag me out of hell. Did I actually make it out alive? Where is Bjorn?
What the hell happened down in the labyrinth to leave everyone half dead like this? Even barbarians aren't supposed to look this mangled.
Move out of the way. I need to find my partner right now. Bjorn, someone go fetch a healer from the temple. He is bleeding everywhere. No, please don't die on me after everything we just fought through. Wait, his chest is still moving. His heart is actually beating. Ahahaha, you were just sleeping this entire time, you massive brute. You really scared the life out of me. Thank goodness you are breathing.
Hey, did you catch the crazy rumors floating around about the third floor? Over 30 elite members of Clan Zarwi were wiped out by a Lord of the Floor.
30 elites is just the tip of the iceberg. I heard the actual death toll for regular adventurers was in the hundreds.
A survivor I drank with claimed that a single individual was responsible for saving most of the remaining Zarwi forces from complete annihilation.
Are you talking about Vice Master Migraine? No? A random third floor adventurer pulled that off? What is his name?
His name is Bjorn Yendel, the crazy novice who advanced to the third floor in just 3 months.
A respected mage told me that despite his young age and lack of grand achievements, that barbarian is clearly walking the path of a true hero. So it is only fitting that the guild officially borrows the name of the most valiant hero from our ancient history and crowns him with the title of Little Valken.
My status window is going crazy. My public reputation just shot up by 4 points. I keep getting these constant notifications about my fame increasing. The system is even warning me that my chances of triggering special events have skyrocketed.
Little Valken. That is a rather intriguing title for a rookie. Very few explorers manage to earn an official moniker in their first 3 months. I can count similar cases on one hand. Furthermore, consuming the essences of an undead golem, a vampire, and an orc hero is highly unorthodox. His growth rate transcends mere luck. Then again, history is littered with a few distinguished individuals who defied all logic. A select few are born with a grand destiny. Most of them eventually go down in the annals of history as praised heroes. I wonder which path this young man will ultimately walk. Will he become our savior, or will he turn out to be a terrifying evil spirit?
That deafening roar still echoes in my nightmares. The ground violently shaking beneath my giant feet.
Bjorn, I can't move a single muscle. My body is locked up.
I threw myself over her paralyzed form. Misha, how much time is left before the portal opens?
Exactly 17 seconds. Just hold on.
The massive jaws of the Lord of Chaos snapped shut right over our heads. I smiled through the blood. You are 1 second too late, you overgrown mutt. The dimensional lockdown ended, and the labyrinth forcefully teleported us back to the safety of the city. The harsh light of the hospital tent filtered through my eyelids. My vision is still a bit blurry from the heavy exhaustion. My severed arm is completely healed. I actually survived that nightmare and made it back in one piece. I gently patted the sleeping cat girl beside me, and it seems I managed to keep my promise to her too.
2 days later, the entire city is still buzzing. Have you heard the details about the Lord of the Floor?
Of course, hundreds died, but everyone is mainly talking about that brave barbarian hero, Little Valken.
Another reputation boost. People are praising me while completely ignoring the fact that some unknown maniac summoned the beast. I wonder if they will ever catch the guy.
Bjorn, Misha, I am so incredibly relieved to see you both breathing. It feels like it has been ages.
Enough emotional reunions for now. Let's order some hot food. You all look like you are starving.
Ahaha! That sounds like a wonderful plan to me, lad. So, what happened after we got separated in the fog? Well, since you know Rotmiller was hurt, we managed to buy some time by repeatedly triggering the Guardian's wrist guard.
Wait, I didn't realize that artifact could be activated multiple times in a row. How did you pull that off?
Using the emergency restoration skill actually resets the cooldown on numbered items. It is ancient dwarven wisdom. We finally got far enough away to patch up our navigator.
I tried to track your scent right away, but the distance was too great. We searched the woods for days until we bumped into that crazy priestess of Karui again.
What? You ran into that wicked witch a second time? How did you survive?
We ran for our lives. Our only viable escape route was to dive straight into the portal leading to the 4th floor.
The portal to the Tower of Heavens only groups players together if they enter through the exact same colored gate. They brilliantly use the entry restrictions to dodge her pursuit.
Since the tower trials don't reset once cleared, we essentially just sat in a safe room for 10 straight days, doing absolutely nothing. It was quite the challenge.
A challenge? Do you have any idea the kind of horrific hell Misha and I just crawled out of?
Funnily enough, we actually secured a rare essence after clearing the initial trial room.
It belonged to a tier 7 mimic, and since I lacked an essence, I gladly consumed it.
A mimic. That monster grants the treasure vault skill. It gives you a personal subspace inventory. More importantly, the very first time you open the vault, it spawns random high-tier loot. What exactly did you find in there?
Let's see. 2 million mana stones, 3 top-tier healing potions. Oh, and 2 numbered artifacts in the 8,000s.
What the hell? Are you completely messing with me right now? How can your luck be that good?
Calm down. There's no need to yell. Since we couldn't use the numbered items, we just sold them to the guild.
I accidentally crushed the metal spoon in my hand, even splitting that profit. That is easily 10 million stones per person.
I am so happy you guys hit the jackpot. But Bjorn, why are you destroying the tavern's cutlery?
Oh, my bad. The Orc Hero Essence makes controlling my raw physical strength a bit tricky. You haven't seen everything I am capable of yet. Anyway, I suppose I should summarize the absolute nightmare we endured after getting separated. I gave them a heavily edited rundown of our fight with the Plunderers, the Carnivaro, and the Lord of the Floor.
By the stars, I cannot believe you survived all that. And Misha, congratulations on forging a pact with a soul beast.
I honestly would be a corpse right now if Bjorn hadn't put his life on the line for me. But seriously, looting an Orc Hero Essence from Clan Zarwi is insane.
Wait a minute, you had to surrender 2 million stones to those thugs for temporary protection? We will cover half that cost from our new fortune.
The sheer generosity of this wealthy dwarf is practically practically blinding my eyes.
Your battle against the Floor Master sounds like an ancient epic. It perfectly explains why everyone in the city is calling you Little Valkan.
Wait, they are seriously comparing me to the legendary barbarian hero Valkan? I thought that was just a joke.
It is no joke. That is your official, widely recognized moniker now. You are famous.
That is a heavy title to carry. It feels extremely premature. Being famous in a video game is great, but in this brutal reality, a massive spike in renown is just going to attract dangerous, uninvited attention. Well, thanks for the kind words, Dwaki. I appreciate the support.
All right, enough storytelling. Let's handle the most important part of any expedition, dividing our hard-earned loot. We scored a massive 3 million stone bounty for reporting that crazy priestess of Karui. Wait, you are keeping all 7 million of the monster drops? Fine, take it, you greedy brute. A few days later, we hit the shopping district. Are we finally finished running errands? Exploring the labyrinth is exhausting, but managing all our gear repairs and supplies in the city is just as draining.
We handled all the critical upgrades. Your new weapons are secured.
Getting my armor patched up and browsing the auction house was actually pretty fun. What a relief.
Why is she hovering around me with that expectant look? Is she still bitter that I managed the party funds? Someone has to be the responsible treasurer. 7 million stones isn't a massive fortune considering the brutal challenges ahead. We had to prioritize upgrading Misha's physical gear to match her new elemental magic. She is my primary damage dealer now, so her survival is directly tied to my own. Stop staring at me like a lost puppy. I am heading back to my inn. What are your plans for the evening?
Oh, well, I think I am going to pay a brief visit to my family's estate. I might be gone until tomorrow.
The sudden drop in her tone is glaringly obvious. Her noble family treats her like garbage, but I really shouldn't stick my nose into her private affairs.
Thanks for walking with me. I feel a bit better about going now.
Your trembling voice says otherwise. I firmly chopped her on the head to snap her out of her gloomy mood.
Ouch, you heavy-handed savage. I will be back in exactly 2 days. Just make sure you eat properly while I am gone.
Her tail furiously wagged as she jogged away. She must feel deeply indebted to me for helping her secure that soul beast contract. But constantly nagging me to eat my vegetables makes her sound exactly like my ex-girlfriend from Earth. It's highly annoying. Regardless, my primary objective right now is leveling Misha up so she can hold her own on the deeper floors. I possess the raw stats to comfortably join a veteran tier 6 raiding party, but taking her along would be too dangerous right now. I will stick with this current squad until her beast contract evolves and she successfully digests a decent essence. I wandered into District 7 and noticed a crowd gathered near the gallows. A public execution? This city is far too peaceful sometimes. The heavy blade dropped, severing the criminal's head. I always wondered what these supposed evil spirits looked like, but his blood is just as red as mine.
Look at that mess. It is absolutely disgusting to know these twisted spirits are secretly walking among honest citizens.
My breath caught in my throat as I recognized the severed head rolling across the wooden platform. It was Terrican, the cowardly barbarian I gave money to. He didn't use my generous donation to buy a weapon. He must have squandered his final chance, because he was too terrified to step foot back into the labyrinth. Did he spot me in the crowd right before the blade fell? His eyes were locked directly onto mine. I watched his blood pool into the dirt, feeling a cold knot form in my stomach.
Bjorn.
That pathetic fool could have easily been me if I hadn't ruthlessly adapted to this world. I am never showing blind compassion to a stranger ever again.
Excuse me, are you Bjorn, son of Yandel?
I turned to see a smug, blonde man in a sharp suit. Bugger off. I am really not in the mood for conversation right now.
Keep your voice down, friend. I am in the exact same precarious situation as you. Tell me, where did you originally come from? America? Asia?
I stopped walking, my muscles instantly tensing up as I processed his bizarre question.
Shh, there is no need to panic. We are on the same side here.
I glared at his confident smile. This guy is a player from Earth. What kind of twisted trap is the system throwing at me this time?
I figured I would bump into another player eventually. I am from America, by the way, but I didn't expect to find someone so soon.
This guy is wildly dangerous. I have to play the role of a brainless savage to throw him off balance. Time to channel my inner Aina. I forcefully contorted my face into a look of dull confusion. I don't understand your strange, difficult words. Speak simply to me. I aggressively stepped into his personal space, looming over him with my massive frame.
Oh wow, you almost had me fooled there. Your acting skills are genuinely top tier for someone who only arrived 3 months ago. I told you to relax. I am not an enemy. We are both just trying to survive here. You got dragged into this mess because of that damn Gwame too, right? Earning a famous moniker in just 3 months is insane. It took me 3 years to establish myself, since the human class is virtually useless. I suppose you don't have to reveal your origins. We are all just stranded outsiders anyway. He laughed warmly, completely lowering his guard as he tried to build camaraderie.
I maintained my blank stare, carefully evaluating his every word.
But enough small talk. A few of us founded a secret Gwame association, and I wanted to officially invite you to join our ranks.
I aggressively pointed a thick finger directly at his chest. Let me ask you a simple question. Are you an evil spirit?
Right. I suppose earning your trust requires full transparency. Yes, you caught me. I am technically classified as an evil spirit.
I violently drove my fist directly into his smug face. My chieftain commanded me to slaughter every single evil spirit I encounter.
What the hell? Why are you hitting me? Did he seriously just call me an evil spirit? Are you actually going to kill me?
I drew my arm back for another devastating strike. A true barbarian never turns a blind eye to wicked creatures.
We are currently sitting inside the Public Peace Agency. You truly live up to your wild reputation, little Valken. I want to personally thank you. My younger brother survived that third-floor massacre because he took shelter behind your shield. He wasn't even in Clan Zarwi, just a desperate adventurer who paid the toll.
I casually leaned back in the wooden chair. My stomach is growling. How much longer are you going to keep me detained here? I still need to finish cracking that evil spirit's skull open. The guards had to physically drag me off that lying bastard in the alleyway. I was just doing my civic duty.
Captain rushed into the interrogation room. Sir, we thoroughly searched the man he assaulted and found an official evil spirit hunter license in his coat.
I feigned absolute shock. What? That scumbag was an actual evil spirit hunter?
Yes, the man currently resting in our medical bay with a fractured jaw is a highly respected member of our investigative branch.
I slammed my hands on the table. He explicitly confessed to being an evil spirit right to my face. Do you think I am some kind of gullible fool?
Please calm down. This was just a standard psychological test we run on any rookie adventurer who rapidly gains massive fame or pulls off suspicious achievements.
I crossed my arms and huffed loudly, playing the role of an offended simpleton perfectly.
To put it plainly, our branch suspected you might be a player. I mean, an evil spirit, hiding inside a barbarian's body.
I furiously stomped my boots against the floor. Who dared to accuse a proud warrior of being a vile spirit? Tell me their name so I can crush them.
I already apologized. I promise we will officially clear your name and never bother you with this test again. Just stop screaming.
I finally walked out of the agency into the cool night air. That was entirely too close. To think they actually have a dedicated task force hunting people from Earth. He kept saying Guama, because the local language physically prevents him from pronouncing the word game correctly. That was the trap. That perfectly explains how the poor barbarian Terrakan was caught. He probably met a friendly hunter who mentioned Earth or video games and foolishly admitted the truth. This entire city is a meticulously designed death trap for players. If I hadn't violently assaulted him to prove my barbaric nature, I would be waiting for the guillotine right now. I locked the door to my in-room and let out a long, exhausted sigh. I dodged a massive bullet today. What is this? I just stepped on a thick paper envelope resting on my floorboards. A strange crimson pill rolled out of the envelope and into my palm. I quickly scanned the messy handwriting on the parchment. This is highly suspicious. This is a random letter sent to an explorer presumed to be a player. If you can actually read this text, do not reveal your true identity to anyone, especially the hunters. There is a completely anonymous sanctuary for gamers that you can access by swallowing this pill. P.S. The King of Raponia is a total bastard. It was signed by the Ghostbusters.
Meanwhile, deep inside the Ministry of Security, you allowed the target to beat you to a pulp. I explicitly ordered you to merely observe him from the shadows.
He assumed he could easily manipulate a rookie barbarian into slipping up. Clearly, he miscalculated the target's aggressive nature. I strongly advise you to review the recording orb yourself, sir. The evidence is quite compelling.
The magical projection illuminated the dark office, displaying my flawless performance in the alleyway.
Listen to his dialogue. You almost fooled me. You're an amazing actor. And the barbarian just blankly responds about not understanding difficult words. If he was truly an evil spirit, he would have panicked or attempted to flee when confronted. Instead, he immediately resorted to brutal tribal violence. The conclusion is undeniable. Bjorn Yandel is completely innocent of possession. He is just a genuine, terrifyingly competent savage. A true native who earned a legendary moniker in mere months. Perhaps he really is the champion this crumbling world desperately needs. If he continues to survive and grow at this unprecedented rate, the royal court will gladly secure his talents for the coming war.
The next morning, I stood before the towering spire of the Mage's Tower. If that secret letter was real, I need to act like an ignorant barbarian seeking answers to throw off any lingering spies. The air inside the laboratory was thick with the scent of boiling alchemical reagents.
Oh my! You really must have caused quite a stir in the city to receive a famous letter like this. It is nothing to worry about, just a silly prank. Such a shame you didn't bring it to me immediately. The magical ink has completely faded away. Weren't you curious about what the evil spirits wanted to tell you?
I slammed the blank paper onto her desk. Evil spirits? You failed to mention that crucial detail. I had absolutely no idea it was even a letter. Your vast knowledge is truly impressive, Mage.
There was a mysterious little pill wrapped inside as well, correct? Do you have any idea what it does? That pill was flawlessly crafted by a grandmaster, well-versed in mind magic and spatial alchemy. Swallowing it forcefully projects your consciousness into a hidden spiritual realm.
A spiritual realm? You mean my physical body just stays here while my mind travels to another dimension?
Exactly. The evil spirits use it to safely exchange classified information on the 15th of every month. Many brave adventurers tried to infiltrate their ranks using stolen pills, but they were all found dead the very next morning.
They died. Thank the ancestors I didn't randomly eat it. Isn't it just a highly lethal poison then?
Don't insult our craft. I rigorously tested it. There are 0 toxic compounds in that pill. The leading academic theory is that the creators embedded a magical filter into the realm. If a normal human soul enters without the unique signature of an evil spirit, their consciousness is permanently severed from their body. Oh, and it gets even better. Everyone takes on a generic spectral appearance inside the realm, making it completely impossible to identify them in the real world.
Cold sweat prickled my neck. This means there is a highly organized syndicate of players operating in the shadows, wielding enough magical power to instantly execute intruders.
If we could simply trace the magical signature of the pill back to its user, the Inquisition would have wiped the evil spirits out years ago. Now then, shall we conclude this fascinating history lesson and begin today's actual research? Roll up your sleeve. I need to draw a fresh vial of your mutated blood.
I quietly analyzed the new intel while she prepared the needle. So total anonymity is magically guaranteed within their secret club. Gaining access to a network of veteran players who understand the hidden mechanics of this reality could be a massive tactical advantage. They might even possess concrete theories on how to clear the final floor and return to Earth, but the risk of trusting them is immense. Should I take the gamble and swallow the pill tonight? Arua aggressively flipped the switch on her torture machine, sending a sharp jolt of electricity straight through my skull. Back in the safety of my inn, I stared at the crimson pill resting on my windowsill. The potential intelligence gain vastly outweighs the immediate risk. If the pill was genuinely designed to instantly murder players, this anonymous community would never have successfully grown into a rumored syndicate. However, swallowing it immediately is a severe tactical error. The sender is undoubtedly monitoring who logs in tonight. If a brand new spectral avatar appears on the exact same day they delivered a batch of letters, my cover as an ignorant barbarian is blown. To ensure absolute operational security, I must wait at least 3 to 6 months before infiltrating their ranks. My current progression speed is fine. I don't desperately need their classified secrets just yet. 15 days later, high in the upper administrative rings of the Mage's Tower.
The rhythmic ticking of the grand clock echoed through the dim laboratory as an elder mage consulted his glowing scrying orb. Did the new barbarian recruit successfully log into the realm tonight? No, the signature remains entirely dormant, I see. Then our initial assessment was tragically incorrect. He truly is not a player. It is highly likely he is just a remarkably gifted native. We cannot afford to halt our recruitment drive based on a single failed lead. Proceed with sending the next batch of invitations to the selected targets. I genuinely had high hopes for that young man since he supposedly chose the path of the shield during his tribal ritual. We desperately need a vanguard of his caliber, but he wasn't the savior we are searching for.
Congratulations on officially reaching Tier 6, Mr. Yandel. Here is your newly stamped guild identification.
The weeks following the third floor disaster felt surprisingly mundane. I treated my daily physical conditioning and skill training like mandatory homework. I spent hours violently splashing ice-cold water over my face to stay awake during the grueling stamina drills. I practically poured my massive fortune of mana stones straight down the drain, strictly purchasing necessary combat upgrades and survival gear.
B. Bjorn, don't you think that terrifying mace is just a little bit too large for a standard dungeon crawl?
This 400,000 stone beauty is perfectly sized for my base form. You should see the colossal weapon I have saved in my subspace vault. But the most vital investment I made wasn't a weapon. It was a highly specialized magical garment designed to protect my dignity.
You spent 900,000 stones on a pair of leather trousers, and they have automatic shape-changing and acid immunity enchantments? That is insane.
I can't keep shredding my pants and fighting completely naked every single time I trigger giantization. Anyway, how are you adapting to your new dual blades?
They feel a bit clunky compared to my old daggers, but the extended reach is definitely an advantage.
We spent hours in the guild training yard as Misha relentlessly drilled her new attack patterns against the straw dummies.
Ha! See? I am smoothly linking my strikes together now. The 2 million stones we spent feeding beast blood to my soul companion was totally worth it.
Her blades are constantly radiating a potent freezing aura now. That physical enhancement perfectly complements her aggressive fighting style. Your footwork is still slightly rigid on the pivot. Do not rely entirely on the elemental damage. The only task left on my checklist is securing my final tribal imprint. I gently rubbed the intricate glowing tattoos covering my massive back. Phase 2 of the immortality imprint was absolute torture. The ritual only lasted for 10 excruciating minutes, but the concentrated agony vastly eclipsed the 12 hours of mild burning I endured during Phase 1. My newly acquired pain tolerance skills were entirely useless against the deep spiritual branding process. I screamed until my vocal cords bled, but the permanent stat boosts were undeniable. My spirit and special ability stats shot up drastically. The tribal elder was genuinely shocked I didn't pass out from the shock.
You possess a terrifying resilience, young warrior. Since we have a few minutes before the final phase, why don't you draw a stick from this cup? Let me read your fate.
I reluctantly pulled a smooth wooden stick from the worn leather cup. Is this some kind of cheap carnival trick? I handed the stick over, watching his eyes narrow as he studied the intricate carvings.
Interesting. Tell me, warrior, what is your exact date and year of birth? I merely jest. I know perfectly well that a wilderness barbarian wouldn't keep track of such trivial calendar details. I cannot clearly ascertain if this is a blessing or a curse, but you are firmly fated to repeatedly endure catastrophic events that normal men would only face once in a lifetime. Such is the heavy burden placed upon those recognized as heroes.
I scoffed at his vague prophecy while getting dressed in my room later. Destiny is just a convenient excuse for the weak. I will actively forge my own path. I will rigorously prepare my mind and body to crush whatever ridiculous obstacle this labyrinth throws at me next.
Good morning, Bjorn. I bought fresh bread and roasted meat from the market. Are you ready for breakfast?
The next evening, I returned to the elder's tent. You are the very first warrior in our tribe's long history to request the third phase imprint this rapidly. You must make a crucial choice now. Which aspect of the ancestors will you embody? The spirit of the flame, the spirit of the steel, or the spirit of the wild?
I firmly pointed to the central carving. The options perfectly mirrored the game's skill trees. I choose the spirit of the wild without hesitation. The third ritual cost 2 million stones and hurt even worse than the second. My agonized screams scared the birds off the tent. Phase 3 of the immortality imprint successfully unlocked. My physical and fire resistance just drastically multiplied. The system happily announced I acquired the Wild Outburst active skill. The sheer financial and physical cost was brutal, but the tactical reward is absolute perfection. The passive trait massively inflates my baseline threat generation, meaning I will draw the immediate aggression of every monster in the room just by standing there. Activating the actual skill triples that threat generation, while simultaneously boosting my physical strength. Combined with giantization, I will become an impenetrable magnetic fortress for my party. I grinned fiercely, wiping the sweat from my brow. The sheer volume of raw power I have accumulated in just 90 days is staggering.
The exhausting ritual is finally complete. You are free to leave my tent now, warrior. I must rest my weary bones. Wait, there is one minor detail regarding your fate reading yesterday that slipped my mind. You must remain exceptionally vigilant against individuals who harbor deep-seated grudges. Your path is heavily intertwined with vengeful souls.
Stop speaking in frustratingly vague riddles. I specifically asked you to put things in simple, actionable terms. I aggressively pushed past the tent flaps. Fine, I will just smash anyone who looks at me funny. Problem solved. My heavy boots crunched against the gravel. Now that my primary defensive skills are fully unlocked.
Bjorn, psst, over here in the bushes. The Elder will severely punish me if he catches me skipping my meditation drills.
Einar, why are you hiding in the dirt like a frightened rabbit? Wait, how did you even know I was here?
The Elder won't stop bragging about you to the trainees. Everyone in the camp is calling you Little Valken. Please, you have to tell me all about your epic battles.
I reluctantly sat down in the grass and gave her a brief rundown of our frantic escape from the 3rd floor.
Wow, that sounds absolutely terrifying. I am so glad you found a sturdy dwarf to help protect your back. But wait, do you think I look too skinny now?
I frowned, noting her significantly reduced muscle mass. Are you starving yourself? The Elder shouldn't be rationing your food.
Einar, second daughter of Fenelin, have you disgracefully abandoned your post again?
Yikes, I have to run. Please come visit me again when I'm stronger. Are you going to be all right without me in the labyrinth?
I will easily survive. You need to focus entirely on your own rigorous training. Don't worry about me.
Before you go, Bjorn, I just wanted to say one last thing. You seem so much more relaxed and confident now compared to when we first met. You used to be constantly on edge, fiercely glaring at every shadow like it was going to kill you. Not that I minded your intensity, of course.
I quietly listened, slightly taken aback by her blunt observation.
Finding a party you actually trust clearly did wonders for your mood. I promise I will become an elite warrior soon so we can fight together again. Bye.
I stood perfectly still, watching her blonde hair disappear into the dense foliage. Am I really letting my guard down? Have I grown complacent in this brutal world just because I secured a few loyal companions? Her innocent words rattled around in my skull for the rest of the week, forcing me to deeply analyze my recent behavior. I found myself back in the grand library of the Mage's Tower, completely ignoring the complex books stacked on my desk. The mysterious librarian Ragnar kept shooting me subtle, inquisitive glances from across the room. She obviously wants to ask me something, but dealing with nobles is always tedious. I abruptly stood up, intending to leave without a word. I initially tried to befriend her solely because her magical knowledge might be tactically useful later. But my current combat roster is highly stable, and I possess enough wealth to simply purchase any magical assistance I require. I don't need to pander to a snobbish scholar anymore. Stop trying to rationalize your cowardice, Bjorn. You are just actively trying to push people away to protect your own fragile feelings. Einar's comment was completely right. I spent the last 3 months treating every single human interaction as a calculated transactional maneuver. I violently justified my ruthless, isolating behavior by constantly reminding myself that surviving was my only true priority. I aggressively convinced myself that forming genuine emotional attachments in a death game was a fatal tactical error. I meticulously dissected every smile and friendly gesture, constantly searching for hidden daggers and ulterior motives. I treated this entire brutal reality like a simple spreadsheet, ruthlessly calculating the exact value of every person I met. I mercilessly slaughtered anyone who posed a minor threat, and actively plotted to exploit the desperate fools who begged for my help. But Misha willingly threw herself into the jaws of a floor master just to give me a few extra seconds to escape. She proved that genuine loyalty exists down here. Her reckless sacrifice completely shattered my cynical, isolating worldview. I am so incredibly sick of acting like a paranoid robot. I aggressively turned back toward the librarian's desk. For once in my miserable new life, I am going to do something entirely inefficient and tedious just because I want to. I am going to stop overthinking every single social interaction and just firmly act like the proud, blunt barbarian I am supposed to be. I slammed my heavy palm onto her delicate wooden desk. Stop nervously staring at me and speak your mind if you have a request. Your constant shifting glances are completely giving your anxiety away. Just spit it out already. She looked up at me with wide, shimmering eyes, completely stunned by my aggressive, direct approach. I ignored the system chiming about my leveled stats and firmly locked eyes with the hesitant mage. I am done playing the cautious, calculating survivor. If she needs a favor, she can ask me straight to my face. Well, are you going to tell me what the problem is, or am I going to walk out that door right now? now, her pale cheeks slightly flushed, as she finally gathered the courage to slide a small, elegant note across the table. The following afternoon, I violently pushed open the delicate glass doors of the Promise of Flowing Water Cafe. God damn it! I aggressively assumed a place with such a pretentious name would be a rugged mercenary tavern. Why is it a brightly lit pink dessert shop filled with giggling noblewomen?
Mr. Bjorn, over here. I reserved a table by the window for us.
I approached the waving woman, silently evaluating her appearance. Shaven Imur, a Tier 7 administrator. She looks much older and far more professional than her timid librarian friend. I heavily dropped my massive frame into the fragile pink chair. Fetch me a thick slab of roasted steak and a large mug of dark beer immediately. I despise sweet pastries.
Ahaha! I'm so sorry, but they strictly serve tea and macarons here. Did Ragna not fully brief you on the nature of our meeting today?
I firmly crossed my arms. Ragna, the nervous librarian? No, she barely spoke 2 words to me. Just get straight to the point and tell me what you want me to kill.
Straight to business then. I love it. The administrative office urgently needs an elite squad to thoroughly investigate the city's deeper sewer network. We usually maintain a dedicated patrol to clear out the desperate criminals who hide down there. But unfortunately, our primary enforcement team was entirely wiped out during the recent 3rd floor disaster.
So you are severely understaffed and desperately need capable mercenaries to handle your dirty work. That makes logical sense. But why specifically seek me out for a low-tier sanitation sweep? There are dozens of highly experienced urban tracking guilds in this city. Did the evil spirit hunters put you up to this to monitor my movements?
Heavens no! I specifically asked Ragna to introduce us because you are the most famous rising star in the entire city right now. I desperately wanted to meet little Valken in the flesh. You're practically a celebrity. I'm absolutely planning to buy a dozen boxes of expensive cookies from this shop just so I can brag to my colleagues that I shared a meal with you. Is it truly okay if I tell the girls at the office that you bought these sweets for me, Mr. Bjorn?
Do whatever makes you happy, woman. Just tell me exactly how much coin you are offering for this ridiculous sewer expedition. I impatiently drummed my fingers against the delicate porcelain teacup. If the pay is garbage, I am walking out right now. Stop pausing for dramatic effect.
The base reward is only 150,000 stones, but successfully completing a direct request from the administration office massively boosts your party's official trustworthiness rating. It will open doors for highly lucrative, restricted guild quests later.
A sly grin slowly spread across my face. An official government contract? That changes the tactical math entirely. Securing institutional backing will drastically smooth out our future operations in this corrupt city. I accept your terms, Shaven. My squad will clear your miserable sewers.
Excellent. The paperwork will be filed by tomorrow morning. Thank you so much, Mr. Bjorn. I watched the massive barbarian effortlessly navigate the delicate cafe tables as he left. What a fascinating individual. He's incredibly blunt and rough around the edges, but his straightforward attitude is genuinely refreshing. He doesn't play the tedious mind games that the nobles use. He clearly had absolutely no idea about Ragna's complicated aristocratic background either. He just treated her like a normal person. Perhaps I'm looking too deeply into this, but he might be exactly the kind of reliable anchor she needs to break out of her shell. It is definitely about time you made a genuine friend, Rana.
2 days later, our fully assembled party stood before the heavy iron grating of the city sewers. Ugh, it smells absolutely putrid down here. You didn't warn me it would be wading through actual garbage. I am going to have to scrub my fur for a week to get this stench out. But whatever, Team Loser is officially ready for action.
The heavily armored guard forcefully yanked the rusted gate open. Please handle the official mapping device and headlamp with extreme care. The crystal records your progress to verify the bounties.
Exploring a sprawling ancient subterranean maze filled with desperate criminals and hidden treasures. I wouldn't miss this grand adventure for all the ale in the world.
I desperately needed a change of scenery anyway. Staring at dusty grimoires in the library for 14 straight days was giving me a severe migraine.
Navigating a complex 3-dimensional urban tunnel system will be an excellent practical test for my newly enhanced sensory tracking abilities. I am ready.
Sticking a bunch of hardened criminals in a dark maze sounds incredibly dangerous, but I am finally comfortable weaving elemental magic into my new dual swords, so I will easily protect you all.
I heavily trudged through the murky, knee-deep sludge. The pay is terrible, but the massive boost to our official guild rating is worth a little dirt on my boots.
This main arterial tunnel is shockingly wide. You could easily march a small army through here. No wonder the fugitives choose to build their filthy camps in the side passages.
The natural darkness is too oppressive. Allow me to assist. I channeled a steady stream of mana into my staff, conjuring a bright, floating sphere of pure light to illuminate our path. But honestly, have any of you heard the terrifying rumors about a horrific mutated beast stalking these specific tunnels?
Dwalki, don't try to scare me with ghost stories. Do you actually believe a high-tier monster is secretly living right beneath the city streets?
It is entirely plausible. The Mage's Tower illegally dumps tons of volatile alchemical waste directly into this drainage system. If a labyrinth corpse mutated after absorbing that toxic sludge, a brand new apex predator could absolutely be born down here.
The mathematical odds of a spontaneous high-tier mutation occurring outside the labyrinth's concentrated mana field are practically zero. Stop reading cheap fantasy novels.
Bjorn is tactically correct. The previous sanitation team thoroughly patrolled these exact routes for 2 entire years without reporting a single anomalous biological threat. Relax your guard. Wait, hold your position immediately. I need absolute silence.
What is wrong? Did you spot a trap on the floor plan?
The overpowering stench of the raw sewage is completely masking their physical scent, but my enhanced intuition is screaming that someone is lurking just past this intersection.
Rottmiller successfully digested the mimic essence, which drastically boosted his base instinct stat. If his gut tells him there is an ambush ahead, I am treating it as absolute fact.
Look up there, near the ceiling grates. There is a filthy man desperately trying to squeeze his skinny body into that drainage pipe. How did he even climb up there?
I lunged forward and violently yanked him down by his ragged tunic. Not so fast, you cowardly rat. I mercilessly hurled his frail body directly into the solid stone wall, shattering the wind from his lungs.
Damn it, you heavily armored bastards aren't taking me back to the gallows. I will carve your arrogant eyes out. Die!
I easily tracked his sloppy, desperate thrust and firmly clamped my gauntlet around his frail wrist. Nice try, idiot. I brutally twisted his arm backward, instantly snapping his ulnar bone in half. I admire your pathetic willpower to survive. He collapsed into the filthy water, sobbing uncontrollably. All right, start talking before I break your other arm. Why were you trying to ambush us from that pipe? I asked you a direct question, rat. Do you require more physical motivation to loosen your tongue?
Please, have mercy on me. My only actual crime was failing to pay the exorbitant city tax. I couldn't afford the protection fees, so I fled down here to survive.
His pathetic sob story is completely fabricated. Look at the intricate, jagged brand seared into the center of his forehead. The royal court only utilizes that specific mark to identify highly dangerous, repeat murderers.
The official bounty board clearly offered an extra 5,000 stones if we dragged these scumbags back alive, but honestly, I don't care about the bonus change. As long as the headlamp records the kill, we get paid.
Ha. The administrative office is just as ruthless and efficient as the rumors claim. They don't care how the trash is taken out as long as the streets are clean.
Wait, let's make a highly lucrative deal. I possess extremely valuable, actionable intelligence. If you let me walk away right now, I will lead you to a massive payday.
I drew my heavy mace and rested it directly against his throat. If you try to lead my squad into a trap, I will slowly crush your windpipe into paste. What kind of intelligence?
If you successfully apprehend that crazy, dark, magic-wielding bitch, the temple will reward you with 10 times my pathetic bounty. A terrifying woman in priestess robes violently hijacked my secure camp 3 days ago. She used deeply forbidden, dark necromancy to command a horde of twisted, rotting corpses. They weren't standard labyrinth undead, they were actual human bodies.
My heart skipped a beat. A blonde woman wearing torn priestess robes and wielding dark necromancy. It has to be Elisa Behenk, that treacherous priestess of Karui who cowardly ambushed us in the witch's forest.
Bjorn, what do we do? That woman is incredibly dangerous.
We cannot afford to let her roam free right beneath our feet. She undoubtedly holds a massive burning grudge against our party for ruining her previous ambush.
I completely agree. Let's violently drag that wicked witch back to the surface and claim that massive temple bounty. Justice will finally be served.
We followed the terrified criminal deeper into the unmapped, suffocating depths of the sewer system for 30 straight minutes. You had better not be leading us in circles, rat.
The architecture down here is incredibly ancient and complex. Why did you specifically choose to establish your camp in such a remote, confusing sector?
I was desperately searching for a new, secure hiding spot after that terrifying witch chased me out of my primary base. I got startled by your bright lights and tried to squeeze into the pipes. You guys are just as unlucky as I am to have crossed her path.
He eventually led us to a rusted vertical iron ladder descending into a pitch-black abyss. Is this the exact location?
Does this
specific chamber possess any secondary escape tunnels or hidden ventilation shafts we need to block? Excellent. This single choke point means she is completely trapped inside like a cornered rat. We will finally bring that treacherous bitch to justice. You climb down first and guide our descent. If she really is waiting at the bottom, I will honor our deal and let you run back into the darkness. We slowly climb down into the damp chamber, our boots splashing into a massive puddle of congealing blood. The floor was absolutely littered with mutilated, half-eaten corpses. My heavy boot accidentally brushed against a faint, glowing purple rune carved into the stone tile. The demonic words, Savum Bania Hartia, instantly flared to life. She mathematically anticipated our pursuit and laid a magical trap. Everyone fall back to the ladder immediately. Do not step on the glowing runes.
A dozen massive terrifying hands forged from pure shadow violently erupted from the ground, instantly wrapping around the screaming criminal's torso.
The system aggressively chimed, confirming I had triggered the call of the evil deity trap. The dark apparitions will relentlessly drain our maximum vitality until our hearts literally stop beating. The suffocating, oppressive aura of Karui's dark magic quickly flooded the entire underground chamber.
Deep within the labyrinthine tunnels, the wicked priestess abruptly paused her dark incantations as she felt the magical feedback from her trap. The call of the evil deity was just violently triggered. Have the elite temple inquisitors actually managed to track my magical signature all the way down here? I fiercely gripped my cursed talisman. I still haven't successfully deciphered the hidden path leading to the ruined Undercity. If I get caught now, I am completely doomed. The dark artifact requires a massive blood sacrifice to reveal the ancient, forgotten roots. I need to hunt down more pathetic fugitives to fuel the ritual. The true path to salvation shall only be revealed through their agonizing deaths.
The system confirmed I had successfully shattered over 120 shadow apparitions. My innate darkness resistance from the vampire essence is heavily mitigating the lethal curse. Despite my massive resistance, the sheer volume of dark energy continuously assaulting my body has temporarily stripped away 29% of my total vitality. I desperately grabbed the thick braided rope securely tied around the criminal's waist and violently hauled him out of the shadowy vortex. I collapsed against the cold stone, gasping for clean air. I am fine, Misha. But that concentrated burst of dark magic nearly stopped my heart. Check yourselves for any lingering curse marks. Is everyone else completely unscathed? The system coldly confirmed that the criminal's maximum health pool had reached 0. The shadow trap completely consumed his life force in less than 10 seconds. I carelessly dropped his withered corpse onto the floor. I genuinely feel a shred of pity for the poor bastard. But if we hadn't forced him to walk point, that devastating trap would have easily killed one of our fragile backline members instead.
I completely agree. He was a hardened murderer anyway. Let's see if he carried any official identification on his rotting body. Ah, his registered guild name was Hans Markom.
I violently slammed my fist into the stone wall, cracking the masonry. I swear to the ancestors, every single treacherous bastard who crosses my path is named Hans.
Calm down, Bjorn. We can easily harvest his identification tag and submit it to the administration office to claim his bounty. This is actually a highly profitable outcome for us.
The rest of this hidden camp is surprisingly well organized. I honestly expected a filthy murderer to live in complete squalor, but he meticulously sorted his stolen crates and supplies. Except the wicked priestess who violently stole this cozy refuge is completely nowhere to be found.
Maintain a strict defensive perimeter. She possesses terrifying necromantic skills and could easily be blending into the shadows right above our heads.
Wait, my magical sensitivity is picking up a highly concentrated artificial mana signature radiating directly from the floorboards. I strongly suspect there is a magically concealed compartment hidden right beneath our boots.
I casually dropped my heavy backpack and unhooked my massive 400,000 stone iron mace from my belt. Step back, Dwaki. I will just violently smash the floor open and expose whatever secrets she is hiding down there.
Bjorn, I am an officially trained scholar of the arcane arts. You cannot simply bypass a complex spatial concealment rune by hitting it with a blunt piece of iron. That violates every known law of magical physics.
Watch me rewrite your pathetic academic laws. I aggressively channeled my mana, triggering my giantization skill to drastically multiply my physical strength and mass. If an obstacle stubbornly refuses to break, it just means the warrior swinging the hammer is simply not strong enough. The entire party stared in absolute, horrified silence as the sheer kinetic force of my blow completely shattered the complex magical barrier. The delicate laws of spatial magic mean absolutely nothing against overwhelming, unadulterated brute force.
The floor cleanly caved in, revealing a dark, hidden stairwell. I genuinely spent 6 years at the academy learning how to carefully decipher those runes. I had absolutely no idea you could just bash them into pieces.
Bjorn, the overwhelming scent of decaying blood and dark magic is steadily wafting up from that hidden stairwell. I don't sense any active traps, but we must proceed with extreme tactical caution.
If Rotmiller's enhanced intuition declares the path is clear of immediate threats, I trust his judgment completely. Fall in behind my shield. We are going in.
The terrified guard desperately sprinted down the lavishly decorated hallways of the underground fortress, completely ignoring protocol as he desperately sought his commander. He practically threw himself through the massive oak doors leading to the central command chamber of North, the legendary hidden Undercity. Vice Master, we have a critical security breach. The heavy iron door sealing the ancient forgotten passage to the upper sewer network was violently destroyed from the outside.
What are you babbling about? Did the Royal Inquisitors finally manage to track our location and launch a coordinated siege against our walls? We verified the damage. Our spies explicitly confirmed there are 0 active Royal Army movements topside. Perhaps a desperate priest of Karui managed to decipher the ancient path and fled down here to escape execution. We must proactively investigate this breach before it completely compromises our entire operation. Amelia, you are our most lethal, discreet operative. You possess the skills to quietly hunt down the intruder without alerting the entire city guard. I trust you to handle this mess efficiently.
We cautiously advance deeper into the suffocating darkness, eventually hitting another complicated, diverging intersection.
Who in their right mind would construct a massive, intricate labyrinth of polished stone directly beneath a filthy sewer line? This architecture is incredibly ancient. Do you recognize these structural patterns, Dwarky?
I am a trained combat mage, not an architectural historian. I have absolutely zero clue why anyone would expend massive amounts of mana to hollow out a city down here.
Halt your bickering immediately. The sharp metallic scent of her blood just spiked drastically. This isn't a stale, lingering trail anymore. She is actively moving toward our current position. She is rapidly approaching from the left corridor. Draw your weapons.
The rhythmic clicking of her boots echoed through the dark tunnel, slowly growing louder with every passing second. The wicked priestess finally stepped into the faint glow of our headlamp, her face twisted in pure, exhausted frustration.
Just what in the name of the dark gods is this miserable maze? I have been walking in circles for hours. The layout makes absolutely zero logical sense. The dark, mocking laughter of her evil deity suddenly echoed directly into her mind, causing her to violently flinch in terror. Every single time that cursed voice laughs, something completely catastrophic happens to my plans. Have those relentless Templars actually tracked my magical signature all the way down into this forsaken hole? I need to break contact and find another escape route immediately.
Rotmiller confirmed her scent was rapidly retreating. We absolutely cannot allow her to establish another defensive choke point. Push forward.
Do not recklessly charge into the dark, Bjorn. She specializes in setting lethal magical ambushes. She could easily have another necromancy trap waiting for us.
The loud, echoing footsteps behind me suddenly clicked into place. I instantly recognized the heavy, thumping gait of that infuriatingly stubborn barbarian and his annoying squad. A sadistic grin slowly spread across my face as I aggressively turned to confront them. What an incredibly lucky break. I desperately needed fresh sacrifices to fuel my talisman, and you fools willingly delivered yourselves directly into my hands. I violently unleashed my stored mana, ripping open the demon's mirror gate right beneath your feet.
Dozens of massive ethereal shadow guards violently tore their way out of the dark portal, completely blocking our advance.
Stop spewing your arrogant villain garbage and die quietly. Misha elegantly twirled her new dual blades, seamlessly weaving devastating freezing magic into her rapid strikes. My ice magic cleanly counters their spectral bodies. You have absolutely nowhere to run this time, you wicked witch.
Her elemental damage is effortlessly shredding the shadow guards to pieces. The tactical dynamic has completely shifted in our favor. I aggressively triggered my wild outburst skill. The massive surge of barbaric energy tripled my threat generation, forcing every single remaining spirit to blindly charge directly at my shield. I mercilessly hammered my heavy mace through their fragile ranks. Our squad has drastically evolved since our last embarrassing encounter in the Witch's Forest. These weak summons are just a minor nuisance now.
And we possess far more firepower than just raw physical strikes. I flawlessly combine my stored lightning energy with a wide arc release, blasting a hole straight through her defensive line.
She desperately raised a dark shield to deflect the incoming crossbow bolts. You miserable, annoying insects are truly starting to test my patience. I will ensure you all die screaming in absolute agony. I aggressively unleashed a barrage of crippling hexes, blanketing your entire party in minor decay, strength reduction, and pain amplification.
The moment her dark magic made contact, Dwalkie expertly raised his staff and channeled a brilliant, blinding wave of Tier 7 holy light.
The system cheerfully confirmed that every single debilitating curse was instantly completely purged from our bodies.
How do you like my new trick? I spent a small fortune specifically learning that area of effect purification spell just to ruin your day.
The kid actually followed my harsh instructions and dumped his massive auction profits into learning vital tactical counters. He is finally pulling his weight. I violently shattered her remaining magical barrier with a devastating overhead swing. She is completely exposed. Dwalkie, hit her with the paralyzer right now.
Wait, you want me to cast it right this second while you are standing right next to her?
Stop hesitating and cast the damn spell before she recovers her balance. Hurry! I aggressively drove my shield forward, intentionally pinning her squirming body against the cold stone wall to ensure the spell makes clean contact.
Eek. Let go of me, you massive brute. I frantically triggered my spirit form skill, completely nullifying his physical grip as my body rapidly shifted into pure, untouchable dark energy. I will permanently curse your entire bloodline for this humiliation.
Dwalkie finally stopped panicking and flawlessly executed a complex materialization spell directly onto her floating spectral form.
The system coldly announced that my physical immunity was forcibly stripped away. What the hell just happened to my magic? Why am I falling back to the floor?
I mercilessly clamped my heavy gauntlet around her throat and violently slammed her fragile spine directly into the stone tiles. Finally caught you.
The entire squad immediately surrounded her pinned body, viciously kicking and beating her into submission. Bjorn, I know we are angry, but don't we mathematically need to bring her back breathing to collect the maximum bounty payout?
Oh, you make a highly valid point. I delivered one final crushing blow directly to her temple, completely knocking her unconscious. This level of brain damage should heavily suppress her ability to cast spells when she wakes up. Let's haul her back to the surface. I carelessly slung her bound, unconscious body over my broad shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Excellent tactical coordination, everyone. Rotmiller, navigate us out of this miserable maze so we can finally collect our massive paycheck. Wait, what happened to our navigator? The system alarm blared in my ears, warning me that a highly lethal dose of basilisk venom had forcefully entered my bloodstream. My immense physique stat is barely having the devastating necrosis effect. My massive legs violently buckled as the toxic venom aggressively attacked my nervous system. Shh. We walked directly into another ambush.
A tall woman with vibrant crimson hair slowly stepped out from the deep shadows, casually spinning a dripping, poisoned dagger. Highly impressive. Most men instantly drop dead the second that venom touches their skin, but you are actually still managing to stand upright. You have drastically improved your raw combat abilities since our last brief encounter in the dark barbarian. But your situational awareness still desperately needs work.
My blood ran cold as I instantly recognized her sharp features. She is the terrifyingly lethal psychopathic assassin who murdered her own squad in the land of the dead.
Any logical explorer would have immediately utilized their remaining strength to sprint toward the exit. But you are stubbornly anchoring your feet to the floor. Are you foolishly choosing to die here just to protect these weak companions behind you.
I unceremoniously dumped the unconscious priestess onto the stone floor and raised my heavy shield. What I choose to do with my life is none of your damn business, Psycho. I quickly ran through the tactical variables in my mind. She probably spared my life previously because a tier 9 rookie wasn't worth the effort to silence. But now I am a highly visible, famous adventurer who accidentally stumbled upon her secret, underground invasion route. She cannot afford to let me walk out of here alive. I honored my end of our previous arrangement and never mentioned your face to the guild. Why exactly are you hunting me down through this filthy sewer? Are you seriously planning to silence my entire squad just to keep a simple secret?
I am not hunting you, you arrogant fool! You are the one who aggressively destroyed the heavy iron door and forcefully invaded my territory. Tell me immediately, who exactly supplied you with the map to this highly classified location?
I don't understand your complicated paranoid questions. I am just a simple barbarian. What the hell is this restricted territory you keep claiming I invaded? If you are referring to the glowing magical circle carved into the floor of the criminal's den, I just violently smashed it to pieces with my mace because it looked suspicious. Is there a serious problem with my crude remodeling?
I slowly lowered my dagger, genuinely stunned by his blunt confession. You completely destroyed a complex spatial seal using blunt force? Why in the name of the gods would you randomly smash a floorboard?
I aggressively pointed my thick finger directly at the bound woman resting near my boots, because that treacherous bitch fled down here to escape execution, and I wanted to collect a massive bounty on her head. Does that properly answer your incredibly tedious interrogation? We have officially concluded our business here, so we will be on our way back to the surface. You don't even need to waste a healing potion on my poisoned arm. My innate regeneration will easily burn the venom out. I aggressively swallowed the lump of pure terror forming in my throat as she silently stepped directly into my path. I swore an oath of silence last time. Are you really going to murder 5 innocent people over a broken door?
The tactical situation is entirely different this time, Barbarian. You have seen far too much. You aren't leaving this tunnel alive.
I calmly unbuckled the heavy iron helmet protecting my skull and let it loudly clatter against the filthy stone floor. Do you know there are 2 highly effective methods to completely infuriate someone during a conversation? The first method is to deliberately trail off and avoid finishing your sentence.
And the second method is, I am patiently listening to your pathetic final words.
I aggressively kicked off the ground, launching my massive frame forward like a runaway siege weapon. I didn't utter a single word as I violently swept my heavy shield in a wide arc, aiming directly for her arrogant face.
She gracefully contorted her spine backward, effortlessly dodging the devastating iron rim by mere inches.
I used the forward momentum to seamlessly pivot my hips, aggressively bringing my massive mace down in a lethal overhead strike.
She expertly parried the heavy blow by casually tossing a small throwing knife directly into the path of my swing, completely disrupting my balance. What a predictable, brutish fighting style.
She rapidly closed the distance, her poisoned dagger blurring as she launched a flurry of precise, lethal strikes toward my exposed joints. I violently snapped my heavy leg upward in a devastating front kick, forcing her to violently twist her torso to avoid getting her ribs completely shattered. Ugh, her biological flexibility is absolutely terrifying. I mercilessly drove my steel boots straight down, aiming to permanently crush her ankle against the floorboards. She smoothly rolled out of the impact zone, effortlessly sliding right beneath my grasping hands. The tactical flow is exactly as I predicted. She possesses significantly higher agility and actively dodges just far enough to remain entirely out of my physical reach. She is slowly bleeding my stamina dry. I have to completely shatter the established rhythm with an unpredictable X factor. I fiercely pushed my mana core to the absolute limit, triggering my jantization skill.
What in the world? My eyes widened in shock as his muscular arm rapidly expanded, completely enveloping my wrist before I could retreat.
My towering 12-foot frame heavily slammed into the ceiling. I firmly locked my massive fingers around her fragile arm, Finally caught you, you slippery rat. I didn't hesitate for a single microsecond. I mercilessly drove my colossal fist directly into her torso, violently pinning her to the stone floor. I aggressively drew my other arm back, fully intent on turning her arrogant skull into paste with one final devastating strike. My entire body violently flinched as a sharp, agonizing pain suddenly erupted from my bicep.
I aggressively coated my blade in dense aura, slicing deeply into his rapidly expanding muscles to force him to release his iron grip.
I happily accepted the severe injury and violently detonated the skin on my massive arm. Let's see how your fragile flesh handles a concentrated blast of highly acidic boiling blood.
She rapidly spun her dagger in a defensive arc, using the sharp aura waves to forcefully deflect the corrosive mist away from her face. You are an incredibly tenacious bastard.
Let's see if your fancy dagger tricks can safely deflect the raw, crushing weight of a giant's boot. I mercilessly drove my massive heel directly down onto her chest, violently pinning her into the dirt while preparing another devastating punch.
I violently coughed up a thick mouthful of blood as my ribs audibly cracked under the immense pressure.
My heart fiercely pounded with adrenaline. I actually managed to pin down a high-tier assassin. I can finish this fight right now. Wait, why did I just hear her cold, mocking voice echoing from the darkness directly behind my back? The system cruelly announced that she had seamlessly activated a high-tier self-duplication skill to swap places with a decoy right before my foot landed. She moved with absolute, terrifying speed, blurring across the stone tiles before I could even process the tactical deception.
Since you supposedly consumed a vampire's essence, you should easily survive losing your head. I aggressively launched my boot forward, channeling devastating martial arts directly into his skull.
The sheer kinetic force of her devastating kick completely vaporized the upper half of my torso, tearing my head clean off my shoulders. What the actual F? The system cheerfully assured me that I absolutely will not die unless my physical heart is completely pulverized into dust. The raw, surging vitality of the immortality imprint is keeping my brain functioning. Thick, dark blood pooled across the filthy stone as my flesh violently bubbled and hissed with extreme heat. The incredible, terrifying, regenerative power of the dark essence rapidly knitted my severed spine and crushed throat back together in mere seconds.
I genuinely expected you to stay down after having your skull violently detached from your spine. To think you fully recovered from such a catastrophic injury by casually chugging a simple healing potion. You are an absolute anomaly, barbarian. Why didn't I kill you? You really haven't changed one bit, barbarian. Why do you always charge at me head first, instead of just trying to talk things out?
Because violently rushing you is the only way I'd survive if you actually intended to kill me.
I clearly stated I couldn't let you go like this. What is the difference?
Alright, fine. What exactly are you going to do with us then?
I said to stop moving your hands, barbarian. You were just quietly preparing your weapon in case I suddenly changed my mind, right? Offense is the best defense and all that.
I silently shot her a confident thumbs up, confirming her accurate assessment of my tactical mindset. Ugh! A violent coughing fit suddenly ripped through my chest, spraying dark blood onto the floor.
Oh, I see. You didn't drink a healing potion because your specific essence heavily reacts negatively to them. Catch this, barbarian. Swallow it immediately if you actually wish to live.
Wait, this pill completely wipes out the last hour of my memory? Why the hell didn't you just use this on me last time we met? You could easily harvest 40 million stones just by looting our dead bodies. Why exactly are you going out of your way to spare our lives?
Forget it. I am not explaining myself to a brute. Just swallow the pill if you want to walk out of this sewer breathing.
I reluctantly tossed the mysterious, squirming pill into my mouth. She is absolutely right. Losing an hour of memory is infinitely better than having my party slaughtered in a filthy tunnel.
You can finally go to sleep now, barbarian. Unless you genuinely believe you still have a viable alternative.
By the way, before I pass out, what exactly was the second method? You arrogantly claimed there were 2 highly effective methods to completely infuriate someone in a conversation.
Oh, right. out. The second method to completely infuriate someone is...
The system coldly announced that the blessing of Lethe was successfully attempting to rewrite my soul. My eyes violently snapped open as I found myself suddenly staring at the damp ceiling of the sewer. My mind instantly recalled the exact question I had just asked that terrifying assassin right before blacking out. She completely ignored my question and just let the magical drug knock me out. That arrogant psycho deliberately trailed off her sentence to infuriate me. But wait, the system notification about the memory wipe just perfectly echoed in my mind again. Why do I perfectly remember everything that just happened if I swallowed an amnesia pill? The system cheerfully announced that my unique soul was entirely immune to the memory-altering effects of the blessing. The magical blessing was forcefully purged from my body. My memories are completely intact. The very next morning, I stood beneath the bright, towering facade of the city's central administration office.
Here is the official bounty payout for the criminal Hans Markham. Exactly 180,000 stones, including your promised quest incentive.
I personally spoke with the upper management regarding your damaged recording equipment. You will not be held financially responsible for the broken lamps.
That is a massive relief. To be perfectly fair, my entire squad almost died down there in the dark. I still can't clearly explain what happened after I woke up in that bloody chamber yesterday. Thankfully, every single piece of our expensive equipment was completely untouched, though our official recording devices were magically shattered. It seems that psychopathic assassin actually kept her word. My entire party safely woke up with zero recollection of her existence. Their last memory was triggering the shadow trap, but why in the world is my own mind completely immune to her rare amnesia drug?
Misha violently pointed at the tied-up priestess on the floor. Wait, why is that crazy witch already dead? The team was deeply confused, assuming the wicked priestess had somehow triggered her own lethal traps while we were unconscious.
Rottmiller carefully deduced that my heavy mace caused the fatal blunt force trauma to her skull before the memory wipe occurred.
Dwalkie logically assumed that Karui's dark, divine presence forcefully erased our immediate memories to protect its secrets.
As we finally climbed out of the stinking sewer grate, Shaven and Ragna were anxiously waiting for us in the alleyway.
I firmly crossed my arms. Why did an administrator and a timid librarian come searching for us alone? That is highly dangerous.
Don't look at me like that, barbarian. I was forcefully dragged out here by Shaven. I possess zero interest in your reckless sewer adventures.
Shaven playfully giggled, aggressively teasing the blushing mage about how deeply worried she had actually been.
Misha aggressively stepped between us, her cat ears flattening as she suspiciously glared at the two wealthy women.
Is Misha genuinely pouting? Because I happen to know a beautiful noblewoman who works at the Grand Library?
Later that evening, a towering paladin from the temple officially confirmed the rotting corpse belonged to the defector, Elisa Behenk.
The temple generously finalized our massive bounty payout, while the surrounding clerks quietly gossiped about my famous moniker. I could clearly hear those shameless administrative women whispering about how massively my body expands when I trigger my giantization skill. God damn it, my highly sensitive hearing is a curse. Do these giggling women think I am just some kind of exotic circus animal? I violently slammed my heavy hand down onto the wooden desk, instantly silencing their inappropriate whispers. If you women don't stop gossiping about my physical proportions, I will explicitly report every single one of you for workplace harassment. The terrified clerks immediately scrambled back to their desks. I suppose I can forgive Shaven for dragging me to that awful dessert cafe now.
Before you go, Mr. Bjorn, please ensure you visit the Grand Library soon. I heard Ragna carefully prepared a special gift for you.
She prepared something for me? All right, I will stop by her desk whenever I have some free time.
A booming, drunken laugh violently echoed through the lively tavern. I swear on my ancestors' graves that I am telling the absolute truth. Just listen to me.
Misha heavily slammed her mug down, her face completely flushed from the ale. There is no way a real person is actually named Dick Johnson.
My squad was completely wasted. They loudly cheered as I approached the sticky wooden table with our heavy coin pouches.
Hikarod violently raised his wooden tankard. This massive barbarian is a walking lucky charm. We hit the jackpot again.
Thanks to the massive temple bounty on that crazy witch, our party safely secured a staggering 10 million stones. That is 2 million per person. They are blissfully unaware that I literally had my head violently kicked off my shoulders to secure this massive payday. Since their memories were completely erased, this massive fortune just feels like free money magically falling from the sky to them.
Misha drunkenly leaned across the sticky table, her breath heavily reeking of cheap ale as she aggressively locked eyes with me. She slowly leaned in to whisper a highly sensitive secret about her noble family, when a loud, irritating voice voice completely shattered the moment.
It was Hans Hoji, the incredibly annoying, loudmouthed scout who tried to scam me during my very first week in this city. This was the exact same slippery bastard who directed me to the mercenary guild back when I was desperately searching for party members. I aggressively glared at his smug face. No, you cannot sit here. I have absolutely nothing to discuss with another treacherous rat named Hans. Every single person named Hans in this cursed universe has aggressively tried to murder or exploit me. It is a statistical anomaly. I heavily rested my hand on my mace hilt. Take a hike, Scout. My party is currently celebrating and we don't want your company. The cowardly Scout wisely read my lethal intent and quickly scrambled away into the crowded tavern. Good riddance. Suddenly, the heavy tavern doors violently slammed open, instantly silencing the drunken chatter. Two heavily armored paladins bearing the prestigious crest of Moslin proudly marched into the dingy establishment.
The terrified patrons nervously whispered about how the Moslin Order ruthlessly tortured and executed their captured bounties.
The towering knights aggressively marched straight toward our table. What the hell did I do wrong this time? My mind desperately flashed back to the tribal elders' vague prophecy about vengeful souls. Is this because I violently assaulted that hunter? Or did that treacherous scout Hans somehow frame me for a major crime just by standing near our table?
The lead paladin completely ignored me and firmly grabbed the passed out mage. Ryol Warb Dwalki, you are officially under arrest for high contempt of nobility.
My jaw practically unhinged in absolute shock. These elite royal enforcers were specifically hunting down our cowardly wizard. Dwalki continued to loudly snore, completely oblivious to the heavily armed guards dragging his limp body away. We desperately followed the knights to their fortified headquarters in the upper district and anxiously waited outside the iron gates. Our celebratory mood was completely ruined. The entire squad sat gloomily on the cobblestone, fearing the absolute worst for our magical companion. Hikarud nervously chewed his nails. Do you honestly think he is still breathing in there? I strictly ordered the dwarf to remain calm until Shaven returned with official intel. The heavy iron gates finally clicked open, and the sharp sound of polished leather boots echoed across the courtyard.
Misha instantly shot to her feet. It was Dwalki, accompanied by a sharp-looking aristocratic investigator.
The dwarf rushed forward to embrace his friend. Dwalki, did those arrogant bastards violently torture you in the interrogation room?
We retreated to a quiet tavern where Dwalki dropped a massive bombshell. He solemnly revealed that he had to permanently leave the team. He solemnly revealed that he was actually the illegitimate child of the powerful Baron Martoin and a lowly maidservant.
Because his very existence was a political stain on the noble house, he was secretly adopted by his stepfather's family and hidden away in the academic tower.
The cowardly mage explained that his biological father recently passed away, allowing his ruthless older brother to inherit the powerful barony.
I narrowed my eyes at the complex political web. If your second brother inherited the title, what exactly happened to the eldest son?
His second brother violently purged the family ranks to secure his power. This sudden arrest was just a blatant, aggressive warning to ensure I remained quietly hidden. My rapid rise to fame as Little Valken had unfortunately dragged Dwalki directly into the public spotlight, completely ruining his low profile.
So your fragile, aristocratic brother is basically throwing a massive tantrum because you are finally becoming a successful, independent adventurer?
Dwalki bitterly shook his head. They didn't even bother torturing me. They just aggressively targeted the one thing that actually matters. The corrupt royal court officially revoked his labyrinth exploration permit. We only have 9 days until the portal opens, and our mage is legally grounded.
I firmly instructed the depressed squad to get some rest while I headed toward the mage's tower to handle my own pressing business.
Misha suspiciously twitched her fluffy ears. Why exactly are you visiting a dusty library this late in the evening? She nervously jogged to keep up with my massive strides. Do you want me to tag along and keep you company? I have absolutely nothing else to do.
I aggressively turned around and completely shut her down. Go drill your elemental sword forms. You literally did 0 physical training today. Her tail immediately drooped in pure disappointment. I originally planned to smoothly visit Ragna tomorrow, but Dwalki's political crisis completely altered my timeline. I quietly pushed open the heavy oak doors of the Grand Library, finding the vast hall completely empty. I firmly approached the front desk and finally introduced myself properly to the stunning, silver-haired librarian.
Ragna gracefully closed her ledger, her piercing eyes locking onto mine. If you aren't here to check out a book, what exactly do you want?
Ragna Lataniel, That is your full aristocratic name, correct? Why don't you temporarily abandon this boring desk job and join my party in the labyrinth?
She didn't hesitate for a single microsecond. She aggressively rejected my generous offer before I even finished my sentence.
Well, that was a spectacularly blunt rejection. I suppose I can respect her straightforward attitude.
She calmly adjusted her collar. If your current squad lacks the proper magical qualifications to safely navigate the deeper floors, that is entirely your own problem.
A confident grin slowly spread across my face. She completely misunderstood my tactical motivations. I never claimed my party was weak or unqualified, lady. I'm simply offering you a highly lucrative opportunity.
Her delicate brow slightly furrowed in confusion. If your team is already highly competent, why are you persistently bothering a simple librarian? She firmly crossed her arms. This conversation is officially over. I have absolutely zero desire to risk my life fighting filthy monsters in the dark.
I casually dropped the real reason for my visit. Shaven explicitly mentioned that you meticulously prepared a special reward for me.
She heavily sighed, clearly deeply annoyed by her friend's meddling. Shaven simply asked me to bypass the library's security restrictions on her behalf as a favor to you.
I leaned my massive frame against the delicate desk. Fine. What exactly are you illegally granting me access to? She gracefully raised her hand, instantly chanting a highly classified, aristocratic search spell that completely bypassed the standard guild index.
I am granting you temporary access to the royal archives. Just keep your loud mouth shut about this restricted spell.
Only the absolute highest-ranking nobles possess the authority to cast that specific spatial magic. Her family must wield tremendous political power. The restricted royal archives were an absolute goldmine of perfectly preserved, highly tactical labyrinth intelligence.
She aggressively tapped her foot against the floorboards. You arrived 5 minutes before closing. I will gracefully allow you to stay late just this once.
I eagerly cracked open a heavy, leather-bound volume detailing the secret, highly classified branches of the Ministry of Security. I meticulously devoured a terrifying journal written by a royal inquisitor who barely survived a stealth incursion into the player's spiritual chat room. But the absolute crown jewel of the archive was a dusty, unassuming tome labeled The Complete Book of Rifts. My eyes aggressively widened as I rapidly flipped through the fragile pages. This wasn't a simple history book. It was a highly detailed, comprehensive game walkthrough. I violently jolted upright, nearly knocking my heavy wooden chair over as I frantically checked the author's name. The author's name was Oriel Gabus. That is the exact name of the lead developer who originally created the Dungeon and Stone video game. There are only two logical possibilities. Either a veteran player violently conquered this world and wrote a guide, or the actual developer is physically present in this universe. If the developer actively orchestrated our mass abduction into this brutal reality, then this isn't a random magical accident. It is a highly calculated death game. Does that arrogant bastard wield literal godlike authority over this entire dimension? This single piece of paper changes all my tactical assumptions. For all I strategically know, finally reaching the mythical gate of the abyss might just completely delete my character instead of sending me home. But if I actively hunt down any historical references to this Oriel Gabus, I might actually uncover the genuine exit to this nightmare. I aggressively rubbed my tired eyes. I need to meticulously reread every single line in this book to ensure I didn't miss a hidden code. I frantically turned the ancient pages, completely absorbed in the developer's hidden messages. The warm, golden light of dawn suddenly pierced through the tall, stained glass windows. Did I really just spend the entire night obsessively reading? I quietly peeked over the wooden counter and found the elegant librarian fast asleep, her head resting directly on her folded arms. Why didn't you forcefully kick me out? I gently nudged her shoulder, feeling a sharp pang of genuine guilt for keeping her up all night.
She violently flinched awake, desperately trying to maintain her cold, professional composure. I wasn't waiting for you. I just had extra paperwork to categorize. Stop glaring at me with those suspicious eyes, barbarian. Fine, you caught me. Now just take your heavy boots and leave.
I silently stared down at her flushed face, highly amused by her terrible, transparent lying.
She nervously adjusted her magical brooch. Are you genuinely deaf? The main door's open in 10 minutes. You must vacate the premises immediately.
A few hours later, I aggressively marched straight to the towering, heavily fortified gates of the Mages Academy.
I violently hammered on her laboratory door until the arrogant scholar finally answered, deeply annoyed and wearing her fluffy pajamas.
I cheerfully offered her the vacant tactical position in my squad, and she aggressively slammed the heavy iron door directly in my face. Wait a second, you miserable witch. I will happily pay your exorbitant fees for a simple alchemical analysis. She slowly cracked the door open as I firmly pressed a tiny torn scrap from the developer's book against the glass.
She greedily rubbed her fingers together. Carbon dating an enchanted artifact requires highly expensive reagents, barbarian. Step inside the lab. I will happily process your paper, but you must answer a vital question first. How did an ignorant savage accurately locate the tears of a goddess?
She elegantly crossed her legs, her piercing blue eyes relentlessly analyzing my stoic expression for any hint of deception. I easily maintained my dull, barbaric facade. I simply smashed the marble statue with my mace because it looked highly arrogant and I was bored.
She violently ripped her hair in pure academic frustration. Are you absolutely certain you didn't read a hidden journal detailing its exact coordinates?
A cold drop of sweat rolled down my neck as I silently recalled the exact page where the developer explicitly detailed that hidden item.
She shrieked loud enough to shatter the glass vials. You found a hidden relic entirely by accident?
I confidently slammed my fist against my chest. I simply saw the glowing crest of the goddess and forcefully shattered the stone. A true warrior never lies. She violently slumped into her chair, deeply mourning the loss of a major academic breakthrough. I guess my genius theory was completely wrong.
Fine, I will analyze your stupid paper, but you must fully participate as a live test subject in my colleague's highly dangerous pain tolerance experiment next week. She aggressively shoved me toward the exit, and never rudely wake me up before noon again, you massive brute.
I proudly marched into our designated tavern, only to be instantly violently assaulted by Misha's deafening screaming.
She aggressively pointed her finger at my chest. You completely vanished for the entire night. Were you secretly drinking with other women? Her glowing slit pupils intensely scrutinized my face. Can I actually trust that you were just boringly reading books, or are you lying to me?
I quickly, desperately changed the subject to deflect her aggressive interrogation. What exactly were you trying to whisper to me last night before Hans interrupted us?
She instantly panicked, violently changing her tone to a cheerful purr as the rest of the depressed squad finally arrived at the table.
I firmly crossed my arms. Her erratic emotional shifts are becoming a massive distraction to our tactical operations. I brutally ripped the band-aid off. Dworki is legally grounded by the nobility, so we must immediately actively recruit a new combat mage to fill the void. I have already proactively approached two highly competent candidates to replace him, though my generous offers were unfortunately violently rejected. Hikarod violently slammed his tankard onto the table. You are already secretly plotting to abandon our friend. Dwalki desperately grabbed the dwarf's arm to calm him down.
Hikurod aggressively stroked his braided beard. I actually formulated a brilliant tactical countermeasure to completely bypass his brother's political blockade.
I sharply narrowed my eyes, highly skeptical of the drunken dwarf's sudden burst of political genius.
Dwalki nervously adjusted his glasses. We simply need to physically confront the Baron and politely request that he officially reinstate my exploration permit.
The dwarf proudly gestured toward the expensive decor of the tea house. My underground contacts explicitly confirmed the Baron religiously visits this exact parlor every Tuesday. Hikurod desperately grabbed my arm, tears streaming down his face. Please just act as our intimidating bodyguard. I will personally pay you 300,000 stones for your time.
Suddenly, the delicate crystal bell above the main entrance chimed, signaling the arrival of a highly important VIP. A lavishly dressed noble flanked by 4 heavily armed elite paladins confidently marched into the quiet tea house. Dwalki recklessly sprinted across the polished floor, desperately throwing himself directly into the path of the heavily armed royal guard.
The cowardly mage violently dropped to his knees. Please, my lord, just grant me 3 minutes of your valuable time.
The Baron lazily waved his guards down, his eyes filled with pure aristocratic arrogance. Speak quickly, peasant. Why are you blocking my path?
Dwalki was completely paralyzed by the suffocating pressure of the elite paladins. This pathetic display of weakness is mathematically destroying our negotiation leverage. I heavily clamped my massive hand directly onto the trembling mage's head and forcefully introduced myself with a booming, barbaric roar.
The Baron's eyes widened in genuine amusement as he evaluated my towering frame. A proud, barbarian barbarian? State your business, savage.
I clearly explained the political ban placed on my mage. The Baron simply blinked in total confusion. Why in the world are you bringing this trivial bureaucratic issue to me? The head butler desperately leaned in and quickly whispered the exact details of the secret familial purge into the Baron's ear.
The Baron casually laughed, praising his ruthless servant for independently handling the political assassination without bothering him.
Dwalky's entire worldview completely shattered. His absolute worst nightmare was literally just a minor administrative footnote to this arrogant noble.
I aggressively tightened my grip on Dwalky's shoulder, fighting the immense urge to simply crush the Baron's skull into paste right here. The sniveling butler instantly recognized the lethal killing intent radiating from my body and urgently whispered a warning to his master.
The Baron violently flinched, his arrogant smirk completely vanishing as he finally recognized my infamous moniker. He eagerly stepped forward, practically begging for my attention. The powerful Count has been desperately searching for you. I will aggressively order my men to fully restore your mage's credentials today, if you agree to perform a highly valuable favor for me.
I firmly crossed my massive arms, deeply suspicious of his sudden, overwhelming generosity. What exactly do you want me to violently crush?
He eagerly clapped his hands. I desperately need you to attend a massive political banquet and perform primitive, barbaric tricks to entertain my wealthy guests.
My blood violently boiled with pure rage. This arrogant prick just wants to use a proud warrior as a cheap circus animal to boost his own political standing. I drew a deep breath, preparing to violently curse his entire bloodline. The entire room fell completely silent, waiting for my explosive, barbaric reaction to his deeply insulting offer. I instantly slapped a massive, cheerful grin onto my face and forcefully gave him a thumbs up. I will happily perform any humiliating stunt to secure my mage's freedom. The sheer absurdity of the situation caused me to continuously laugh out loud. A cool million stones just to act like a brainless musclehead for an hour? That is an absolute tactical victory. My pride means nothing compared to cold, hard cash. The very next morning, we excitedly dragged Dwalky back to the heavily guarded labyrinth administrative gates.
The corrupt system worked perfectly in our favor. The terrifying royal blockade was instantly lifted with a single, careless wave of the Baron's hand.
I silently realized that raw combat stats are completely useless if I lack the political connections to actually utilize them. I must systematically expand my network. The grateful dwarf happily presented us with 3 massive pouches of promised coin. We completely refused to accept his generous payment. The idiotic barbarians in this city would have aggressively rejected the Baron's insulting offer just to protect their fragile, worthless warrior pride.
Hikarod fiercely slammed his fist into his chest. I swear upon the steel of my hammer, I will violently protect your back until my dying breath for saving our friend.
I smoothly deflected his emotional outburst. I am the designated tactical commander of this squad. It is my strict responsibility to manage our logistical issues.
Misha aggressively poked my armored ribs. Look at our tough, scary leader. He is actually blushing because he secretly cares about us.
The remaining prep days rapidly vanished in a blur of intense physical training and tedious gear maintenance. We firmly stood before the massive, swirling purple vortex, fully prepared to dive back into the absolute hell of the labyrinth. I heavily sighed as a group of terrified rookies desperately begged me for survival tips. Just tightly grip your weapons and systematically check every corner for traps. The naive fools practically worship the ground I walked on. They have absolutely no idea that I am entirely operating on deeply paranoid gaming knowledge. I aggressively turned my back on the cheering crowd and marched straight into the blinding, chaotic energy of the dimensional portal.
The dwarf cheerfully laughed as we materialized in the dark cave. You are surprisingly soft-hearted toward the fresh meat, Bjorn.
I solemnly shook my head. I simply provided basic tactical guidelines. The brutal labyrinth will ruthlessly weed out the weak regardless of my advice. Our heavy boots rhythmically crunched against the jagged crystal floor as we cautiously advanced into the gloom. My mind temporarily drifted back to a highly informative conversation I had with an old acquaintance in the city square.
Karak, the proud barbarian warrior I had traveled with months ago, bitterly confessed that nearly our entire graduating class had already been brutally slaughtered. He violently cursed the tribal elders. If they had actually taught us vital magical counters instead of blindly pushing their archaic warrior honor, so many many lives could have been saved.
I firmly tightened my grip on my shield. This miserable world ruthlessly executes anyone who refuses to violently adapt to the shifting tactical meta.
Misha curiously twitched her ears, noticing our navigator was casually marching through the danger zone entirely unarmed.
He calmly tapped his chest. I permanently stored my heavy crossbow inside my mimic's subspace vault. I can instantly summon it the exact second combat initiates.
We flawlessly utilized our advanced tactical synergy to utterly decimate the first floor monsters, quickly reaching the glowing gateway to the second tier. I aggressively slapped my own cheeks. Stop getting comfortable. This game brutally punishes complacency with instant death. The system cruelly reminded me that my soul was completely full. I cannot absorb any new skills until I forcefully expand my spiritual capacity. The suffocating heat of the second floor instantly blasted our faces as we stepped onto the treacherous, shifting sands. We aggressively maintained a tight defensive formation, flawlessly shattering the stone golems and feral beasts that dared to ambush our path. We systematically exterminated every single monster variant in the sector, solely to maximize our experience yield, reaching the third floor gate in record time. My status window aggressively chimed with constant updates as my raw combat power steadily climbed from the absolute massacre. We smoothly bypassed the lethal traps of the Witch's Forest, utilizing our previous traumatic experience to safely navigate the cursed fog. We finally breached the fourth floor, entering a massive, heavily fortified arena swarming with aggressive lizardmen and elite undead cavalry. A vicious, battle-hungry grin slowly spread across my face. This dense concentration of high-tier enemies is an absolute goldmine for farming raw stats. I aggressively launched my massive frame forward, violently shattering a lizardman's skull with a devastating shield bash. We ruthlessly ground the heavily armored mobs into dust for an entire week, completely exhausting our physical and magical reserves. We finally dragged our battered bodies back to the exchange office, only to realize our total massive haul was a meager 780,000 stones per person. I furiously gritted my teeth. Despite surviving a brutal high-tier combat zone, our financial profit was mathematically worse than my very first miserable expedition. I aggressively swallowed my deep frustration. I simply got incredibly lucky during my initial runs. I need to refocus my energy on gathering highly classified intelligence. I meticulously analyzed the library archives and uncovered a terrifying historical fact. The developer's hidden game guide was physically written over 150 years ago. If the creator of this twisted universe has been dead for over a century, how in the name of the stars am I supposed to find the exit? The historical trail is completely dead. My only viable tactical option is to aggressively dive deeper into the labyrinth and search for living anomalies. The mandatory city rest period rapidly evaporated, forcefully dragging our squad back into the swirling purple portal for our 5th consecutive expedition. We survived another grueling, blood-soaked month in the dark, only to receive yet another deeply disappointing, mathematically average payout. I sat alone in my dark inn room, silently staring at the flickering flame as exhaustion heavily weighed down my bones. Our combat synergy is flawless. Our gear is heavily upgraded, and we are easily surviving the mid-tier floors. Everything is perfectly stable. I slowly closed my heavy eyes, allowing the comforting silence to finally wash over my battered mind. I violently jolted upright, fiercely slapping my own face. Fuck that. What the hell is wrong with my brain? In this highly lethal, cursed universe, peace and stability are just the agonizingly quiet setup phase before a massive, catastrophic disaster. I aggressively paced across the wooden floorboards. The second I lower my guard and accept this comfortable routine, the system is going to violently murder my entire party. I ruthlessly slapped my cheeks again, forcefully reigniting the burning, desperate survival instinct that kept me breathing thus far. The other foolish adventurers might completely relax when their coin pouches are full, but my deeply ingrained paranoia is my absolute greatest weapon. I will gladly act like a terrified, calculating lunatic if it mathematically guarantees I survive to see tomorrow. I fiercely summoned my status window. My physical resistance and raw strength have drastically multiplied, but I desperately need to locate a hidden mechanic to break through the spiritual capacity limit.
The next morning, Misha nervously stirred a pot of hot stew, aggressively glaring at my deeply tense posture. Is someone secretly trying to assassinate us again?
I aggressively scooped a massive portion of the meat into my bowl. No, I am simply mentally recalibrating my tactical priorities to ensure we don't die next week. I ruthlessly isolated my thoughts. Projecting my severe paranoia onto my squad will only ruin their combat morale. I must handle the stress internally. I violently spat a mouthful of hot stew across the table as she suddenly leaned forward with a heavily flushed face and offered her fluffy ears.
She nervously fidgeted with her collar. My arrogant arrogant eldest brother used to claim that aggressively petting my ears drastically lowered his blood pressure. I am just trying to help.
I aggressively rubbed my temples. That absolute bastard of a noble conditioned her to act like a submissive pet, and she completely lacks the social awareness to realize how inappropriate this is. I firmly slam my spoon down. Listen to me very carefully. Never offer that bizarre service to another man in this city, or they will absolutely violently misunderstand your intentions. If I wasn't already fully aware that she mathematically prefers incredibly skinny, aristocratic men, I might have genuinely assumed she was trying to seduce me.
She aggressively puffed out her cheeks, her tail swishing in sheer annoyance. But you are my designated party leader, not some random creep. Fine, forget I offered. She completely abandoned the awkward topic and cheerfully offered to roast a fresh slab of beef. I eagerly nodded, happy to return to normal barbaric priorities.
I strictly maintained my rigorous intelligence gathering schedule, aggressively marching back into the Grand Library late that evening. I heavily rested my arms on the front desk, highly amused to find the elegant librarian desperately trying to stay awake again.
She aggressively rubbed her tired eyes and glared at my massive frame. You are obviously hovering here for a specific reason, barbarian. Just spit it out. She heavily sighed, carefully checking the empty corridors before leaning closer to the desk. I am risking my highly secure position just by mentioning this, but since you aggressively throw yourself into danger every month, you desperately need to hear this highly classified rumor. The Royal Intelligence Network strongly suspects that a catastrophic dimensional collapse is mathematically imminent on the lower floors.
A cold sweat instantly broke out across my back. In the original game, a dimensional collapse was a devastating, ultra-rare server wipe event that completely scrambled the map.
I fiercely gripped the edge of the desk. Are you absolutely certain about this intel? She firmly nodded, citing a highly respected veteran scholar from the Magical Academy. She immediately raised her hands in shock. Wait, are you seriously just running away without checking out a book?
I casually waved over my broad shoulder. You just handed me the most critical piece of tactical intelligence in the entire city. I have to aggressively verify this rumor right now. I ruthlessly spent the next 3 days violently shaking down every single information broker in the lower districts. It was completely useless. Every single greedy informant aggressively swore that a scholar named Shernal Fergang simply did not exist in the official guild registries.
10 days later, Misha violently kicked the tavern doors open, frantically screaming about the exact same highly classified rumor Ragna had confidentially whispered to me.
The entire filthy pub was loudly buzzing with terrified mercenaries desperately swapping exaggerated theories about the incoming apocalypse. I quietly chugged my ale, my mind ruthlessly analyzing the shifting political meta. A deeply restricted academic secret doesn't just magically explode into public gossip without a coordinated catalyst. The royal court is aggressively manipulating the flow of information to control the public panic. I desperately need completely unfiltered, verified intelligence from the actual source. No high-tier aristocrat is going to willingly hand over state secrets to a massive, heavily scarred savage. I have to aggressively, completely bypass their corrupted information network. I firmly locked my indoor and retrieved the strange crimson pill from its hidden compartment in my gear. I originally planned to maintain absolute radio silence for 6 months, but this catastrophic collapse threatens to completely wipe out my entire party. The tactical math has changed. I aggressively tossed the magical capsule into my mouth and violently swallowed it dry. I heavily sat down at my wooden desk, my massive muscles completely tensed as I nervously watched the clock slowly tick toward midnight. The mechanical gears loudly clicked into place, signaling the exact start of the 15th day. The system instantly violently flashed a blaring notification directly into my retinas. The spatial drug was actively ripping through my consciousness. My physical body went completely numb as a blinding, suffocating wave of pure white magical energy violently forcefully dragged my soul out of my flesh. A chaotic flurry of buried, distant memories violently assaulted my mind. I saw my old, boring corporate ID card floating in the endless void. The terrifyingly realistic projection shifted, vividly displaying 2 exhausted detectives casually discussing my sudden, completely inexplicable disappearance from Earth. They coldly noted that my only living relative, my deeply estranged mother, aggressively refused to answer the phone or assist with the missing person investigation. emotion. The older detective aggressively rubbed his temples, loudly complaining that a simple missing office worker had been violently escalated to the Violent Crimes Division. The younger cop nervously pointed at a glowing computer screen. The security cameras explicitly proved that I walked into my tiny apartment and literally never walked back out. They meticulously scoured the entire apartment, desperately searching for a hidden exit, but every single window was firmly locked from the inside. I didn't pack a single bag. My bank accounts were completely untouched, and my expensive work suit was carelessly tossed onto the bed. It mathematically looked exactly like I had spontaneously vaporized into thin air while sitting directly in front of my computer monitor. The young cop frantically dragged his superior toward the glowing desk, his voice trembling with genuine, unadulterated shock. He nervously pointed a shaking finger at the completely frozen screen of my heavily modified gaming rig. The power cord was literally violently severed and resting on the floor, yet the massive monitor was still blaring a bright, glowing system notification. The terrified cop aggressively swore that the impossible machine had been loudly buzzing like that for 3 straight days. The frozen, pixelated text proudly announced the exact moment my soul was violently ripped from my body to inherit the barbaric flesh of Bjorn Yandel. The older detective's face completely drained of color as his logical, grounded worldview instantly violently shattered into a million pieces. The young officer quietly whispered that dozens of identical, physically impossible disappearances were actively being aggressively covered up by global intelligence agencies. The swirling, chaotic void slowly dissipated, forcefully dropping my consciousness directly into a flawless, terrifyingly accurate replica of my old bedroom. I nervously settled into my familiar squeaky chair. A glowing prompt aggressively demanded a specific passcode to gain entry to the hidden network. My fingers flew across the keyboard, flawlessly inputting the highly specific, deeply offensive phrase written on the mysterious letter. The screen loudly chimed, successfully verifying my crude password and aggressively granting me access to the hidden player server. I held my breath, firmly gripping the plastic mouse as the heavy spatial magic finished fully rendering my spectral avatar. I violently gasped and desperately grabbed my own face. The magic didn't just render a generic ghost. It perfectly reconstructed my skinny, fragile human body from Earth. The glowing blue grid lines aggressively snapped into place, flawlessly recreating every single messy detail of my tiny apartment. This spatial magic is absolutely terrifying. If the physics engine perfectly replicates my room, does that mean the interactive objects function normally? I frantically rushed toward the small mini fridge humming in the corner and aggressively yanked the plastic door open. The entire machine was completely packed to the brim with my absolute favorite brand of caffeinated soda. This place is literally heaven. I excitedly cracked the aluminum tab, desperately craving the sharp, sweet burn of artificial sugar that I hadn't tasted in 5 grueling months. I violently tilted my head back and aggressively chugged the entire can in 3 massive gulps. Tears of pure, unadulterated disappointment furiously streamed down my face. It was completely tasteless, feeling exactly like drinking a cold cup of filtered water. My depressing moment of culinary tragedy was suddenly interrupted by a loud, aggressive ringing from my apartment's doorbell. I cautiously opened the door to find a stunningly beautiful woman smoothly leaning against my doorframe. I immediately aggressively interrogated her about the bizarre environment. My sharp, barbaric instincts violently bled through my fragile human avatar, causing my eyes to fiercely narrow in deep suspicion. She cheerfully introduced herself as Soul Queens, a highly ranked veteran player explicitly assigned to aggressively vet and orient new recruits. If this magical dimension explicitly blocks other players from viewing my personal sanctuary, how the hell did you accurately press the doorbell? She completely ignored my highly logical question and casually strolled into my room, aggressively instructing me to sit at my computer desk.
She confidently assured me that the native inquisitors currently lacked the specific magical algorithms required to violently hijack this heavily encrypted spatial server. We were completely safe from the royal spies.
I quickly navigated the glowing interface. It mathematically functioned exactly like a standard, deeply nostalgic online forum from Earth. I aggressively slammed my fist on the desk, some completely unoriginal bastard had already stolen my legendary gaming handle. Who the hell actively steals the username of a random guy who posts obscure stat spreadsheets on a dead forum?
I grumpily added an extra N to the name to force the registration through. The blonde woman immediately warmly chuckled, assuming I was just a massive fanboy of the original player. She cheerfully waved goodbye and seamlessly dissolved into pure data, confidently leaving me to aggressively explore the hidden network on my own.
I firmly clicked the mouse, deliberately joining the designated newbie channel to silently observe their communication protocols before acting.
A friendly man wearing a sharp brown suit eagerly rushed forward to shake my hand. Welcome to the sanctuary. I am Dartman, the designated moderator of this specific hub. He politely requested that I mentally trigger the specific system command to visibly display my floating username above my head to the rest of the lobby.
I focused my magical intent, aggressively forcing the glowing white text of my newly registered handle to instantly materialize above my hair. I offered a polite, generic bow to the surrounding group. Greetings, fellow survivors. It is highly reassuring to finally meet other players. The entire lobby instantly erupted into absolute deafening chaos. The terrified players violently scrambled backward, desperately pointing at my floating name tag in pure shock. I awkwardly stood there, completely stunned by their highly aggressive, exaggerated reaction to a simple forum handle.
A loud, obnoxious teenager wearing a pink hoodie aggressively pumped his fists. I absolutely completely knew the legendary author of the Master Guide was Korean.
Dogman frantically waved his arms, desperately trying to re-establish order as the panicked players aggressively swarmed my avatar. Please step back and give the man some space.
My mind desperately raced to process this bizarre social dynamic. I literally only posted that dense, highly mathematical spreadsheet once, and it barely received 100 views. I finally logically understood why Soul Queens had warmly giggled and aggressively assumed I was just a deeply obsessed fanboy. My obscure tactical guide must have massively exploded in popularity after I violently abandoned the dead forums to actually play the game. I instantly firmly raised my hands and cheerfully lied through my teeth. I am so sorry for the massive confusion, guys. I am just a huge fan who stole his name.
The pink-haired teenager aggressively squinted at my floating tag. Oh, damn it, you actually spelled it with 2 N's. You really are just a fake.
The loud, frantic energy of the lobby instantly completely evaporated as the deeply disappointed players slowly shuffled back to their virtual campfires. I heavily leaned against a digital tree, highly amused but slightly annoyed that they completely aggressively ignored me the second they realized I wasn't their gaming idol.
The obnoxious kid in the pink hoodie finally casually strolled over to my tree. So, fake elf Nana, exactly how many years have you been aggressively surviving in this hellhole?
I carefully adjusted my tie, perfectly playing the role of a cautious survivor. I have proudly lasted 1 full year. How about yourself?
He arrogantly scoffed at my answer. Only 1 year. If you were actually highly competent, the Royal Inquisitors would have aggressively hunted you down months ago. He proudly thumped his chest. I have only been trapped in this miserable dimension for exactly 70 days, but I'm already a massive tactical asset.
My analytical brain violently seized on that specific number. He has only been missing from Earth for 2 months, but has successfully survived for almost a year in the labyrinth. The time dilation ratio is roughly 1 to 5. I aggressively fired off my most critical question. Do any of the veteran players possess a mathematically proven method for escaping this reality and returning to Earth? He just vaguely shrugged his shoulders. I firmly pressed for more historical intel. Who exactly founded this secret network? He cheerfully admitted the legendary founder had been aggressively surviving down here for over 20 actual years.
He passionately threw his hands into the air. The absolute craziest part is that the elite vanguard explicitly conquered the final floor 5 whole years ago, but nobody has found the exit yet.
A heavy wave of genuine, bitter defeat washed over my soul. I arrogantly assumed I was the only elite gamer capable of surviving this nightmare, but I am surrounded by literal decades of veteran talent.
He casually leaned against the tree. So before you got violently dragged into this mess, what specific difficulty faulty multiplier did you run your final save file on?
I aggressively clenched my fists, my heart fiercely pounding against my ribs as I instantly realized the massive tactical flaw in their so-called legendary achievements.
He smugly crossed his arms, completely oblivious to my rising fury. I don't want to violently brag, but I flawlessly crushed the final boss using the 50 times experience cheat mod.
My face violently twisted into a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. These pathetic, cowardly frauds literally actively cheated to beat the game. The complex tactical meta I spent 9 grueling years mathematically perfecting was completely worthless to these casuals because they just violently inflated their stats with external software. I forcefully suppressed the intense urge to violently strangle his digital avatar. I completely lied and cheerfully claimed I used the exact same cowardly exploit.
He casually waved his hand. Even the legendary founder of this sanctuary couldn't handle the pure vanilla experience. He relied on a 15 times multiplier.
A deeply dark, genuinely terrifying laugh bubbled up from the absolute bottom of my soul. This changes the entire tactical landscape.
Meanwhile, in the heavily fortified upper rings of the Mage's Tower, a highly respected elder carefully set his reading glasses onto his polished mahogany desk.
The elite female operative firmly bowed her head. We successfully aggressively purged the memories of the local constabulary and completely erased all physical evidence from his apartment. She smoothly slid a thick, heavily redacted dossier across the table. His background is completely mathematically average. He possessed 0 exceptional skills or combat training prior to his disappearance. However, his digital footprint reveals a deeply disturbing, obsessive dedication to a completely dead, incredibly difficult fantasy simulation.
The elder sharply narrowed his eyes at the glowing monitor. How in the name of the stars did a completely ordinary human systematically conquer a magical algorithm that was explicitly designed to be mathematically unbeatable?
She nervously adjusted her collar. The original creator aggressively abandoned the project 5 years ago because the difficulty curve was universally deemed impossible to overcome.
The old man aggressively stroked his beard. Did we fundamentally misunderstand the creator's true intentions? Was this simulation actually flawlessly operating exactly as intended? He heavily leaned forward, his piercing gaze intensely fixed on the frozen final screen of the game. Who exactly is this mysterious Hansu Lee? He is literally the single most dangerous tactical anomaly in the entire universe, the only entity to ever violently conquer the true, unadulterated hell of the original algorithm.
I aggressively hammered my fingers against the mechanical keyboard, completely ignoring the frantic chatter of the newbies in the lobby. The annoying kid kept desperately trying to engage me in nostalgic small talk. I firmly stated I would literally murder someone for a hot bowl of traditional soup and a cold soda.
He blankly stared at me in pure confusion. This uncultured child doesn't even know what a basic, perfectly efficient meal consists of. I'm completely wasting my time talking to him.
I ruthlessly abandoned the useless social hub and aggressively clicked the glowing icon for the highly regulated, anonymous information trade center. The digital marketplace was absolutely flooded with desperate players offering massive amounts of premium currency for basic tactical survival tips. I confidently gripped the mouse and instantly sorted the active bounties by the highest possible payout. I need raw capital to operate effectively in this shadow network. My eyes aggressively widened at the absurdly massive numbers. Someone was offering 70,000 points just for a simple guide on the first floor boss. If these heavily reliant cheaters desperately need my vanilla expertise to survive, I will ruthlessly exploit their ignorance for maximum profit. I violently scoffed at the pathetic request. Defeating the flesh golem is literally just a basic endurance test. How do these supposed veterans not know this? I rapidly typed out a flawless, meticulously detailed tactical guide, instantly securing the massive bounty from the desperate buyer. I confidently moved to the next massive payout. A detailed map of the hidden 6th floor ruins. That is child's play for a true master. I aggressively dumped my vast encyclopedic knowledge into the chat box, successfully extracting another massive fortune from the terrified buyer. A genuinely terrifying, predatory grin slowly stretched across my face. I am a literal walking god of knowledge in this universe of pathetic cheating casuals. I casually leaned back in my chair, highly satisfied with my newfound wealth, when a highly suspicious username aggressively requested a private, encrypted dialogue.
A digital avatar resembling a cheerful Afro-sporting painter instantly materialized materialized on my screen, offering the exact highly classified intelligence I desperately needed.
I meticulously crafted my inquiry to avoid raising suspicion. I didn't aggressively demand to know if the collapse was real. I simply asked for the scholar's recent administrative itinerary.
The curly-haired broker smoothly chuckled, instantly seeing right through my careful tactical deception. He is highly perceptive. I aggressively leaned into the monitor. Cut the crap and tell me if my party is going to die. He calmly adjusted his glasses and firmly stated the entire catastrophic event was completely fabricated. He greedily rubbed his digital hands together. If you want the highly classified political proof behind my claim, you need to eagerly fork over an additional 20,000 points. I violently smashed the transfer button. He quickly explained that the powerful magical academy desperately needed to secretly conduct a highly unstable spatial experiment without public interference. It is completely safe, but the complex magical ritual mathematically requires a significantly lower density of human souls operating inside the labyrinth to properly initialize.
The corrupt nobles actively weaponized public terror to artificially suppress the monthly exploration numbers. It was a brilliantly ruthless political maneuver.
I sharply narrowed my eyes. Aren't you terrified the Royal Inquisitors will violently execute you for leaking state secrets? He simply laughed and claimed his massive profit outweighed the risk. The greedy bastard confidently explained that the central government would eventually forcefully suppress the panic anyway to protect their highly lucrative labyrinth tax revenue. He then surprisingly instantly refunded my entire massive payment. He cheerfully claimed he couldn't ethically rob a fellow dedicated fan of the legendary elf Nunna.
My tactical paranoia violently spiked. This wasn't an act of kindness. He is a massively wealthy, highly connected veteran testing my true identity. He possesses deep, unrestricted access to the absolute highest tiers of royal intelligence. I must treat him as an incredibly dangerous potential threat. I aggressively severed the digital connection and forcefully ripped my consciousness back to the brutal reality of my heavy, scarred flesh. The pixelated fantasy of the chat room is completely irrelevant. The physical, bloody mud of the labyrinth is the only truth that actually matters down here. I angrily paced around my dark room. I am still just a pathetic, low-tier savage desperately trying to climb the brutal food chain. But a fierce, deeply primal thrill aggressively ignited in my chest. The sheer, impossible scale of the challenge is actually highly intoxicating. The arrogant fools who casually bought their survival with premium points are completely mathematically inferior to my pure, unadulterated combat experience. They rely entirely on cowardly exploits and external guides to navigate a universe I actively conquered with nothing but raw, bleeding dedication. Even that highly connected intelligence broker is ultimately just a fragile human hiding behind a digital avatar while I physically slaughter actual monsters. I violently smashed my fist into my palm. If those pathetic, cheating frauds manage to survive for decades, I will absolutely ruthlessly conquer this entire miserable world.
Meanwhile, deep within the hidden archives, the exhausted investigator frantically clicked her mouse as another shocking system log aggressively updated on her screen. The digital record flawlessly tracked every single agonizing, incredibly dangerous step my character had ever taken during my brutal 9-year campaign.
The elderly mage violently removed his glasses, his hands visibly trembling in pure, unadulterated terror. This level of hyper-focused aggression is mathematically impossible for a human mind. He desperately demanded to know how many recorded players had successfully breached the second tier during their initial expedition. The answer was a terrifyingly low 117. He frantically pointed at my massively inflated, perfectly optimized stat distribution. How did a completely ordinary civilian forge a literal god-tier combat build in 60 days?
The investigator nervously wiped sweat from her brow. We rigorously ran the tactical algorithms thousands of times. This level of pure efficiency completely shatters every known statistical boundary.
The old man aggressively slammed his fist onto the desk. This isn't luck. This is the terrifying, calculated perfection of a predator who fundamentally understands the absolute core of reality.
To blindly crawl through absolute darkness, willingly absorbing highly lethal traps, and continuously fighting until his physical heart literally stops. He is a true monster.
The recording violently displayed my character continuously detonating his own flesh just to maximize his damage output during a brutal suicidal boss encounter. The digital screen violently glitched, completely overwhelmed by the sheer, staggering staggering volume of my recorded, bloody combat history.
The investigator urgently clicked a hidden file, desperately bringing up a highly classified royal security mandate. The glowing red text explicitly confirmed that the absolute highest authorities in the city had placed a permanent, heavy surveillance mark on my very existence.
The old man heavily steepled his fingers, his mind violently flashing back to the cold, ruthless logic the original developer had displayed during their only encounter. The creator arrogantly claimed he would violently sacrifice 1,000,000 souls if it mathematically produced even a single perfect champion capable of clearing the final gate. The elder slowly nodded in terrifying realization. The developer ruthlessly flooded this world with weak players just to serve as bloody stepping stones for the true apex predator to rise.
My eyes aggressively blinked against the harsh sunlight streaming through my physical bedroom window. I heavily ran my hands over my thick, scarred chest, verifying that my soul had successfully permanently reattached to my barbaric flesh. I instantly checked the mechanical clock. The veteran was perfectly accurate. A massive hours-long discussion in the digital realm literally only consumed exactly 13 seconds of real time. I violently stretched my stiff muscles, highly satisfied with the massive haul of incredibly critical intelligence I had just successfully extracted from the Shadow Network. A massive jaw-cracking yawn suddenly violently ripped through my throat. Operating on two completely different planes of existence is absolutely exhausting. I heavily collapsed onto my solid wooden bed. I desperately need to restore my physical stamina before dealing with that arrogant Baron in the morning. The very next afternoon, I found myself deeply regretting my tactical life choices while standing in the blindingly wealthy center of the upper nobility district. They forcefully strapped me into an absolutely ridiculous, highly restrictive ceremonial gladiator outfit covered in completely useless fake bone spikes.
The obnoxious head butler violently, aggressively tugged on my leather harness, screaming at me to stand perfectly straight like a well-trained circus bear.
I aggressively picked at my ear, completely ignoring his frantic whining. You literally hired me to act like a savage brute. Stop acting so deeply offended when I behave exactly as contracted. I loudly mocked his fragile, squeaky voice. Speak up, little man. My massive ears cannot register your pathetic high-pitched shrieking. Despite the intense humiliation, I was internally having an absolute blast, completely terrorizing the stuck-up aristocratic staff.
The Baron cheerfully slapped my massive arm, highly amused by my aggressive lack of traditional manners. Just keep this up, and your massive payday is mathematically guaranteed.
The arrogant noble casually strolled away to greet the incredibly powerful Count, ruthlessly abandoning me in the center of the manicured lawn.
The terrified, wealthy guests instantly swarmed around my position, pointing and loudly gasping at my massive muscles like I was a rare exhibit at the local zoo.
A deeply dark, highly violent urge to simply crush their delicate skulls bubbled in my chest. This intense, social scrutiny is triggering my absolute worst combat instincts.
Thankfully, a friendly, surprisingly rugged-looking knight approached and smoothly offered to escort me away from the suffocating, giggling crowd. He heavily sighed as we sat on a quiet bench. The highborn elites despised my presence too, simply because I actually earned my rank by bleeding in the labyrinth instead of buying it.
He firmly shook my hand, introducing himself as Carl's. I instantly deeply respected his straightforward, completely unpretentious attitude. He is an incredible tactical anomaly, a genuinely powerful paladin who hasn't been completely corrupted by the toxic, arrogant culture of the royal court.
My brief moment of actual human connection was violently shattered when the obnoxious butler aggressively stormed over and slapped my helmet. He furiously pointed his trembling finger at my face. Get your filthy boots off that expensive silk chair. You are here to work, not relax, you lazy brute.
Carls immediately aggressively stood up, his eyes flashing with lethal intent, as he firmly ordered the cowardly servant to back down.
The terrified butler quickly bowed to the knight, but maliciously leaned in to aggressively hiss directly into my ear. If you act weak, you will completely ruin the Baron's fearsome reputation.
I violently gritted my teeth, fiercely reminding my boiling blood that completely pulverizing this pathetic worm would instantly void my massive 1,000,000-stone contract. Fine, if this arrogant prick desperately wants an unhinged, violent spectacle, I will absolutely forcefully deliver a performance that will permanently traumatize him. I aggressively slammed the heavy-horned helmet onto my skull, fully embracing the darkest, most terrifying depths of my barbaric persona. I unleashed a deafening, soul-crushing roar, and violently violently launched my massive frame directly into the center of the elegant garden party.
The wealthy aristocrats violently shrieked in absolute terror, dropping their expensive crystal goblets as I aggressively stomped across their manicured lawn.
I flashed a completely unhinged, predatory grin at the horrified crowd. A true warrior never suppresses his burning urges, you fragile little cowards. I violently, aggressively grabbed an entire, massive roasted turkey leg directly from the pristine buffet table with my bare, filthy hands. I intentionally stood directly over the trembling butler, violently tearing huge chunks of raw meat from the bone and loudly chewing with my mouth wide open.
The terrified nobles suddenly gasped in pure, morbid fascination as I effortlessly snapped the thick turkey bone completely in half with my powerful jaws.
The twisted butler actually aggressively clapped his hands in pure delight. Yes, destroy the food. Show them the absolute raw power of our savage pet.
I furiously locked my glowing eyes directly onto his bald skull, desperately fighting the overwhelming tactical urge to simply bite his arrogant face off.
My genuine, unfiltered killing intent violently slammed into his fragile psyche, causing him to instantly stumble backward in pure, unadulterated terror.
I aggressively snapped another bone, letting the hot grease drip down my chin as I silently promised to murder him if he spoke another word.
The cowardly servant's mind violently flashed back to the horrifying public rumors of me ruthlessly beating an official guild investigator half to death in an alleyway. He completely abandoned his previous arrogant commands and frantically sprinted away across the grass, desperately trying to save his own miserable life.
Carls completely burst into a booming, uncontrollable fit of laughter. That was an absolutely brilliant tactical intimidation display, my friend. Did you chip a tooth on that bone?
I casually spat a shard of bone into the grass and offered him a genuine warm smile. A true barbarian's fangs can easily shatter solid steel, Sir Carls. I aggressively tipped a massive wooden keg back, violently chugging a gallon of sweet, expensive wine in a single, continuous gulp.
My incredibly violent display of raw masculinity suddenly aggressively attracted a swarm of deeply fascinated, blushing noble women.
I proudly flexed my massive biceps, cheerfully allowing the wealthy ladies to gently poke my iron-hard muscles.
An incredibly ancient, heavily wrinkled duchess slowly approached with her cane, politely requesting that I completely shatter her eardrums with another battle cry.
I firmly nodded my massive head, happy to aggressively accommodate the strange requests of the wealthy elite. I dramatically threw my heavily armored arms wide, forcefully drawing a massive breath deep into my expanded lungs. I violently unleashed a booming, sustained war cry that aggressively rattled the crystal chandeliers and echoed across the entire wealthy district.
The sheer, raw power of my booming voice actually moved an elderly duke to genuine, emotional tears as he fondly remembered his own youthful vigor.
The entire garden party completely lost their minds, aggressively swarming my position and desperately begging for my undivided attention.
However, a group of arrogant, heavily armored squires violently scoffed at my massive popularity, loudly insulting my proud moniker.
My enhanced auditory senses instantly picked up their pathetic, jealous whispers over the deafening roar of the crowd. I aggressively narrowed my eyes. These weak, inexperienced children haven't even successfully manifested a basic combat aura, yet they dare to question my tactical prowess.
Before I could violently discipline the arrogant fools, Baron Martoin smoothly reappeared from the mansion, a massive, highly satisfied grin plastered across his face. He proudly dragged me into the highly exclusive inner banquet hall, aggressively bragging to the most powerful dukes that I was his personal, legendary mercenary.
I flawlessly maintained my completely fictional script. This generous lord heavily supported my squad during a crisis, so I swore a blood oath to protect him.
The surrounding aristocrats loudly gasped in pure jealousy. The Baron violently puffed out his chest, heavily feeding his own massive, fragile ego.
I aggressively slammed my heavy fist into my chest armor, loudly bellowing my completely fake, stereotypical barbarian catchphrase for the 10th time today.
The incredibly wealthy duke practically swooned at my display of pure, primitive loyalty, promising to officially mark my name in his political ledgers.
My status window aggressively flashed a continuous stream of massive reputation gains. This humiliating circus act is actually paying off in pure tactical renown. I systematically mapped the complex political hierarchy in the room. By successfully impressing these ultra-rare, high-tier elites, my future guild contracts are mathematically guaranteed. I spent the next grueling hour violently crushing solid iron chalices with my bare hands to keep the demanding aristocrats thoroughly entertained.
The drunken nobles loudly cheered and aggressively threw expensive coins at my boots every time I shattered a piece of expensive cutlery.
The loud festivities were suddenly briefly interrupted as the towering, incredibly famous Paladin Captain calmly approached our elite circle. His sharp eyes instantly locked onto my massive frame. He warmly grasped my arm, happily greeting me like a deeply respected, long-lost war brother.
I was completely stunned. This friendly, humble man was literally the highest-ranking combat commander of the entire royal military branch.
The Baron's jaw practically hit the floor. Why in the world was the legendary captain actively retrieving a filthy sewer corpse for a random barbarian squad?
My mind instantly aggressively flashed back to a highly classified secret meeting I had with the supreme leader of the entire religious order.
The captain proudly and loudly announced to the entire shocked room that my squad had successfully executed a highly dangerous, top-priority assassination target for the church.
The Baron instantly violently recalibrated his political calculus. He completely dropped his arrogant master-servant attitude and began treating me like a highly valuable equal asset. The system joyfully chimed again. My public association with the most powerful military force in the city just drastically inflated my overall social standing. The heavy oak doors violently slammed open as the absolute highest political authority in the entire sector finally made his grand entrance. The incredibly wealthy Count confidently strode into the hall, a massive, highly predatory smile permanently plastered across his scarred face.
The Baron nervously adjusted his collar and aggressively grabbed my arm. "Get ready, barbarian. You are the exact reason the Count hosted this entire massive event."
Every single defensive hair on the back of my neck violently stood on end. My paranoid survival instincts were absolutely screaming that I had just walked into a massive trap.
The Count aggressively grabbed both of my hands, his eyes practically burning with intense, uncomfortable fascination. He loudly joked about my massive height, actively attempting to publicly flatter me. Why is a literal ruler desperately trying to earn the favor of a low-tier mercenary? The Count's smile turned sharply cruel as he casually announced a brutal, upcoming combat tournament. The political bloodbath is finally about to begin.